Night in the eastern capital Fushan County within the courtyard of the Kuju family, a lineage of swordsmen. A long-haired youth in a white training uniform stood there, his eyes wrapped in a band of black cloth that concealed his features. At this moment, he held a bamboo sword with both arms extended horizontally, standing utterly still beneath a tree. The tall ginkgo in the courtyard swayed its branches and leaves gently in the breeze, its small coin-sized yellow leaves trembling on the boughs. Then, like erratic raindrops, the ginkgo leaves began drifting down toward the ground in no discernible pattern. Breathe. The youth drew in a gentle breath, sinking his waist as his stance lowered. He raised the bamboo sword and feet, stepping in quick broken footwork, began slashing at the falling leaves with astonishing speed. The bamboo sword in his hands traced afterimages through the air. Strangely, though his eyes were clearly covered by the black cloth, neither his footwork nor the movements of his hands showed the slightest sign of being hindered. Moments later, when the breeze finally died, not a single intact ginkgo leaf had managed to reach the ground. As the leaves ceased to fall, the youth once more became like a carved statue, standing where he was with the bamboo sword held out before him. Only the torn leaves scattered at his feet bore silent witness to the unbelievable scene that had just unfolded. A suppressed fit of coughing suddenly sounded from the room behind him. Kuju-ju put down his bamboo sword and untied the cloth from before his eyes. A pair of clear black and white eyes appeared on his handsome young face. Yet when looked at closely, that handsome face carried a faint, inescapable sorrow. After steadying his emotions, Ju stepped toward his father Kuju-kai's room. Inside the dim room, a single short white candle struggled to provide light, and a heavy smell of medicinal herbs filled the air. Ju's father Kuju-kai sat on the tatami with a quilt over his lap, leaning against the wall. His face was deathly pale, and his eyes dull as though lost in distant memories. Only when Kuju-ju entered and called to him did Kai slowly return to himself, a trace of brightness coming back into his gaze. Looking at his son with gentle affection, he said softly, "Ju, I've troubled you. These days have been hard on you." Kuju-ju shook his head, pressing the quilt more firmly around his father without saying a word. The season's chill was not severe, yet despite the thick cotton quilt, his father's arm still felt faintly cold to the touch. His father's spirit was growing increasingly clouded. Ju understood all too well that his father likely did not have much time left. He had gone through this kind of decline once before. Sadly, Ju still did not know how to comfort him. "I hope father like me can go on to another world and live well there," he prayed in his heart. Kuju-kai slowly raised his arm and with effort laid his hand on Ju's head. "Ju, your talent on the path of the sword far surpasses mine. I only hope that." He broke off, seized by a rough cough. Kuju-ju hurriedly stood and gently patted his father's back, saying with grief, "No, father. I am still far from worthy. I only hope you can recover soon and continue guiding me in the sword." Kuju-kai looked at Ju and let out a soft chuckle. The sheer brilliance of his son left even him somewhat astonished. From the time Ju turned 10, Kuju-kai had known that this child had already left him far behind. Ju's current attainments in swordsmanship had long since surpassed what he himself could even comprehend. Though the situation of the Kuju household now appeared somewhat bleak. The Kuju clan had once left a bold, indelible mark in the history of Neon. Their present decline was not entirely due to the younger generation's lack of effort, rather the world outside had changed too greatly and far too quickly. For ordinary people like them, the gap between traditional Japanese iaijutsu and its American counterpart had become almost impossible to bridge. The promulgation of this sword abolition decree and the advance of technology meant that powerful easy-touse firearms and artillery had naturally replaced the role once held by the sword in their hands. By Ju's generation, the once prosperous sprawling Kuju estate had dwindled to just Kuju-ju, his father Kuju-kai, and this one aging ancestral house. Kuju-kai had no idea that his prodigious son Kuju-ju was in fact a transmigrant. In his previous life, Ju had been a native of Huagua on the Blue Star. Tragically, at 27, just as his career was on the rise, Ju was diagnosed with terminal stomach cancer. Whether from being worked to exhaustion by an unscrupulous boss or from too many takeaway meals drenched in gutter oil, he would never know. After he voluntarily abandoned treatment, the cancer cells spread with terrifying speed. In less than 2 months, Ju received his final boxed lunch from the last production crew he had worked with, his life's abrupt curtain call. Reborn into this world as Kuju-ju, he did not recover the memories of his previous life until the age of 4. Perhaps due to the fusion of 2 lifetimes of soul and consciousness. Ju discovered that his memory now far surpassed that of his former self, and his 5 senses had grown preternaturally keen. Even memories he had long forgotten in his past life now rose vividly before his mind's eye. Sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. Each of these sensory systems had become stronger than those of ordinary people. Perhaps because his former self had suffered so long under illness. The Ju who had come to this new world placed his physical health above all else. To be granted a young, vigorous body again was to him the greatest gift heaven could bestow. In this life, Kojuju was determined never again to become a frail invalid. Holding to that conviction, he trained his body day after day and diligently practiced his family's swordsmanship. His persistence over the years yielded its own harvest. At 10, having already mastered the family's sword style, Ju felt an overwhelming sense of omnipotent strength each time he picked up a blade, even when all he held was a simple bamboo sword. At first, Ju thought it was mere illusion, that he was still just a child with no real power. Only when at 10 years old he defeated more than a dozen adult thugs with that same bamboo sword did he finally realize he truly was strong. And this world was anything but ordinary. How could a normal 10-year-old possess such power? In Ju's eyes, the adult's strength and movements were feeble and sluggish. With a casual strike, he could topple a grown man. In his previous life, he had never heard of anything so outrageous. Yet the feeling of mastering such power, of overwhelming strength, was deeply intoxicating. Step by step, Ju became ever more obsessed with cultivating his family's sword art. To most people, the way of the sword was tedious and dull, a torment of both body and mind. But for Kojuju, it was a process. He savored the process of feeling himself grow stronger. With this obsession for swordsmanship and just a little bit of extraordinary talent, Ju accomplished the most difficult training method ever recorded in the history of the Koju clan. 5 sense enhancement sword training. Through completing this regimen, Kojuju unconsciously awakened a 6th powerful sense that transcended human perception. This sense had once been recorded in the family annals under the name Kenshin Tomio, sword heart, all illuminating. As for detailed information about it, nothing concrete had been preserved. All the Koju chronicles noted was that the first ancestor to attain the realm of Kenshin Tomio had done so at the age of 65. Kojuju, however, was only 14. After reaching Kenshin Tomio, even with his eyes closed, he could sense without blind spots the slightest changes in the environment around him. With his ears covered, he could still hear sounds from great distances. Smell, taste, touch, each worked the same way. By focusing his mind, he could even perceive the condition within solid objects. It was likely because of this formidable perceptive power that the Koju ancestor had named it Kenshin Tomio, sword heart, all illuminating. Whether Kenshin Tomio possessed other deeper mysteries, Ju had yet to discover. Those he knew would have to be unearthed in the days to come. A week later, after settling his father's affairs, Ju opened the final letter his father had left him. Even now, after regaining his memories and living in this world for a full 10 years, Ju still did not truly understand what kind of place he had come to. At first, Ju had thought he had crossed over into 19th century Neon. Yet as the years passed, he vaguely sensed that something was not quite right. Whether it was history, geography, or other details, everything conflicted with the memories of his previous life. Only today, through his father's final letter, did Ju finally understand what kind of world he had actually come to. Ju, there is nothing more I can teach you about the way of the sword. I only hope that in the days to come you will carry this legacy of mine ever forward and climb toward the very pinnacle of swordsmanship. What I am about to say is of great importance, Ju. I hope you will engrave it firmly in your heart. In this world there exist terrifying beings known as Oni, demons. They bear razor-sharp claws and fangs, possess strength like savage beasts, roam under the cover of night, and feed upon human flesh and blood. Ordinary blades and weapons cannot harm them in the slightest. Only sunlight and a unique weapon known as the Nichiren blade can sever a demon's neck and annihilate it completely. These Nichiren blades can be forged only by a special organization known as the Demon Slayer Corps. The Demon Slayer Corps and the demons have been locked in opposition for over 1,000 years. Haju, are you perhaps thinking that your father is joking with you? Your father also wishes this were only a joke, and even more so hopes that you will never encounter a man-eating demon in your life. Nichiren blade, Demon Slayer Corps. These familiar words flashed across Ju's mind. Memories of his previous life surfaced. Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba, is it? Not bad. 3 months later, in the courtyard of the Jujo family estate, Ju stood with both hands gripping a long, slender, traditional Japanese tachi, his gaze fixed with utmost concentration on the massive round boulder before him. This was the sword his father had once worn at his side. The blade measured 110 centimeters in total length, with an 80-centimeter edge that threw off a chilling gleam beneath the sun, a truly lethal weapon. Ju kept his stance before the boulder, the blade raised yet not descending, merely adjusting his breathing in a slow, measured rhythm. Although Ju had yet to learn any breathing techniques, he at least knew how to adjust his breathing in a simple way, allowing his body to exert force more efficiently. In the story of Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba, before Tanjiro participated in the Demon Slayer Corps selection, his mentor Urokadaki Sakanji, not wishing him to throw his life away in vain, once set him an extremely arduous trial. That trial was to split open a gigantic round boulder with a sword. In the end, after a year of effort, and with the help of the departed spirits Mikomo and Sabito, Tanjiro perceived the thread of openings and finally cleaved that boulder in two. The boulder before Jujo-ju now was likewise a trial he had set for himself. Only after cutting it apart would he leave the Jujo household to search for traces of the Demon Slayer core, otherwise venturing far afield would still be too dangerous. He did not fear encountering people. What he feared was the misfortune of running into a particularly powerful demon in the wilds. That would be troublesome. Ju had no desire to reincarnate yet again, who knew if he would be given another chance to start over. As for demons of average strength, he believed he could still handle them. His swordsmanship was in no way inferior to that of the Hashira and Demon Slayer, and with the aid of his transparent sword heart Jujo-ju thought to himself, given equal physical attributes the Hashira in the world of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba probably wouldn't be able to defeat me. However, without having learned any breathing technique, his physique and explosive power still lagged far behind those Hashira. As for the thread of openings, Jujo-ju had already sensed it half a year ago when he attained the realm of the transparent sword heart. It was just that to cleave the boulder before him, his own explosive strength was still a little insufficient. In Ju's understanding, the thread of openings guided one to the most fragile point within a structure. Moreover, if the object was in motion, the end point of the thread of openings would not remain fixed. That line would constantly shift and change. Yet, given the hardness of the boulder before him, even if Ju perceived the thread of openings, he still was not confident he could cut through it. At present, he saw only two paths to cleaving this stone. The first was to master a breathing technique and increase his physical attributes and explosive power enough to split it. But if he did not travel far from home, he could not locate the Demon Slayer core, and without finding them, there was naturally no way to learn a breathing technique. So for now, Ju could only rely on the second method. That was to continue delving into the thread of openings, developing the abilities of his transparent sword heart so that he could observe the structure of objects on a deeper level. It was like dismantling a house. If you wished to tear it down with the least effort, the most efficient way was to destroy its load-bearing structure so it would collapse on its own. The load-bearing walls, the supporting pillars, and so on. But Jujo-ju's current situation was this: he could identify the load-bearing wall of the house, yet he could not break it. What then should he do? The method Jujo-ju conceived was to find the load-bearing wall of that very load-bearing wall to destroy the weakness of the weakness. Jujo-ju thought, I will shatter the single most important brick in your body. Of course, it was easy to say, but far from easy to execute. Another 3 months passed. With a clear ringing note of steel, the massive round boulder before Jujo-ju vanished. Pale-faced Ju exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, enduring the stabbing pain in his mind as he slowly slid the blade back into its scabbard. Gazing at the carpet of tiny stone fragments at his feet, Jujo-ju rubbed his temples and could not help murmuring, this should count as splitting it right. This technique is rather a bit too powerful. It seems to devour a great deal of mental energy. My head feels like it's about to explode. A week later, having sold the ancestral Jujo residence, Jujo-ju left the small county town where he had lived for 14 years, carrying on his back a wooden box identical to Tanjiro's and a long narrow cloth bag. As for the matter of selling the ancestral estate, as soon as his father passed away, Jujo-ju felt he really did have something to say in his own defense. It was not that he wished to be an unfilial son. The truth was simply that the Jujo family had been utterly impoverished. His father Jujo-ji's illness had already consumed the family's last remaining savings and the subsequent funeral expenses, so that his father could be sent off with dignity. Forced Ju to borrow heavily from others, using the ancestral estate as collateral. Added to that were the costs of Ju's half-year of cultivation and living expenses. Thus, now that he was alone and far from home, Ju's financial situation was hardly any better than Tanjiro's family. Looking at the setting sun sinking behind the distant mountains, Jujo-ju murmured softly, I've heard the Demon Slayer Corps offers excellent pay and benefits. It seems I'll have to hurry and find some trace of them. He neatly stacked the thick round logs onto the woodpile in the restaurant's backyard. Ju slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, glancing at a short, but somewhat fierce-looking old man behind him, and said with a smile, Old man, I've done so much work for you, surely that can offset my meal expenses, right? Oomph. In response, Jing Shangchang-wu snorted coldly and said angrily, Kid, do you know how many precious ingredients you consumed in that meal? Want to leave? You should work for another 6 months. As soon as he said this, Jing Shangchang-wu hurriedly turned to walk back into the restaurant, showing no intention of giving Ju a chance to retort. Although Ju could eat enough for 3 people in one sitting, he could also do the work of 5 or 6 men by himself. Even if he had to draw a salary in the future, this deal would never be a loss. Ju rolled his eyes helplessly as he watched Jing Shangchang's retreating figure. He was well aware of what schemes this old man was plotting. It had been 2 months since he left Toyama Prefecture, And in these 2 months, Jiu had not only failed to find the Demon Slayer core, but hadn't even encountered a single demon. He had long spent all the money he had, and after 2 months of wilderness survival, like a certain celebrity, Jiu felt like he was on the verge of becoming a special forces soldier. In areas with good ecological environments, it was manageable. He could still hunt some wild animals in the wilderness. However, near this Pingon town, things had turned a bit strange, and he couldn't figure out why. In the woods outside the town, Jiu hadn't even spotted a single mouse. The fish in the river were also scarce. After going hungry for 3 days and nights, Jiu had no choice but to enter the town, indulge in a free meal, and was forced to work off his debt. It was precisely for this reason that Jiu suspected something was wrong in this place. There was a high probability that a malevolent ghost was living nearby. Otherwise, Jiu couldn't find any other reason. If there was a malevolent ghost, he believed the Demon Slayer core would eventually come here. Thus, under the pretense of working to pay off his debt, Jiu awaited the arrival of the Demon Slayer core, while during the day, he entered the mountains to chop wood, searching for traces of the malevolent ghost. After years of practicing swordsmanship, Jiu truly wanted to find a malevolent ghost to spar with. This afternoon, as usual, he chopped the logs he had brought back in the restaurant's backyard into equal pieces. Just as Jiu was engrossed in honing his wood-chopping sword technique, a hurried shouting came from the road outside the wall. "Who can help me? That kid ahead is a thief. Don't run. Stop. That's all my money. Oh God, who can help me?" The voice belonged to a woman in her 30s with a haggard face, who one hand was braced against the wall, while the other pressed against her chest. Gasping for breath, she struggled to chase after the boy in black ahead. Dao Yu's right hand tightly gripped a faded and pale cloth bag, while he gasped for breath and frantically ran forward, occasionally glancing back. Seeing the woman fall further behind, exhausted and unable to continue the chase, Yu couldn't help but laugh in delight. Since that night, in order to survive, he had brought the ghost to the temple where the orphans lived in Baiming Island. After leaving the free cafeteria at Baiming Island, Dao Yu once again returned to a life sustained by theft. However, Dao Yu had become smarter. He no longer targeted healthy individuals. Wherever he went, he would quietly lurk at the door of the local medical clinic, selecting his targets carefully. Today's woman was just such a target. To avoid being devoured by a ghost, he had to become a ghost hunter. And along the way of searching for ghost hunters, Dao Yu had always acted this way. Dao Yu ran out of the town, hands on his knees, panting loudly and cursing. "That stupid woman, as foolish as a pig. These money are for you. They want save your life. You might as well give them to me, or just lie there and rot." Seeing Jiu appear from behind a tree, clearly with ill intentions, Yu was startled and hurriedly asked, "Who are you?" Without wasting any more words, Jiu threw a punch that landed squarely on Yu's nose, still feeling unsatisfied as he yelled, "I am your father. Today your father will not let you off easy, you ungrateful brat." After saying this, Jiu kicked Yu in the stomach. Yu was completely stunned, one hand covering his bleeding nose while the other clutched his churning stomach, rolling on the ground. In the next second, just toes began to rain down kicks on Yu's body. No matter how Yu struggled, just feet always found their target. Curled up on the ground, Yu squirmed like a worm, intermittently begging for mercy. "Stop. Don't hit me anymore. I'll give you the money. I have a lot of money on me." Jiu took a deep breath and lifted Yu with one hand. With swollen eyes leaving only a narrow slit to see through, Yu trembled as he reached into his clothes and produced several money bags. Seeing Jiu take the money bags, Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, lowering his head to hide the resentment in his eyes that he could not conceal. "Let's go. Please just take the money and leave. I will definitely kill you in the future." As Yu prayed in his heart for Jiu to leave quickly, he also firmly engraved Jiu's appearance, voice, and even scent into his memory. Sensing the boundless hatred emanating from Yu, Jiu gave a cold smile and softly said, "Yu, are you feeling particularly resentful towards me right now? Hoping I would die, even wanting a ghost to devour me?" Hearing Jiu's words, Yu's body stiffened with fear as he thought, "He knows my name. He knows everything. He will kill me." The fear of death made Yu tremble uncontrollably. Jiu leaned in close to Yu's ear and softly said, Don't worry, I won't kill you." Jiu was not deceiving Yu. He truly could not bring himself to kill a human child. Yu should count himself lucky that his child identity allowed him to survive. Before Yu could feel relieved for long, Jiu once again whispered in his ear, "But I will ruin you." After speaking, Jiu raised his right fist and gently tapped the load-bearing wall of Yu's lung by protruding his middle knuckle. This couldn't be too hard, otherwise Yu might not survive. "You still want to learn the thunder-breathing technique? Go eat shit." Jiu cursed inwardly. Following that, he single-handedly tucked the incapacitated Yu under his arm and headed toward the medical clinic in Pingon Town. At this moment, Kuai Yu was no longer hiding his resentful gaze towards Jiu Qiaoju, although he still did not know what Jiu had done to him. But Kuai Yu believed that this devil would definitely not act without reason. Why are you looking at me like that? Making me seem like the villain. Get it straight, you're the real villain. Jiu Qiaoju scolded, delivering another slap to Kuai Yu. The speed enhancement brought by the breath of lightning is not to be underestimated. Kutakaki took a deep breath and activated the water-breathing technique, swinging his blade to raise the Nichiren blade of Sakashima Siwalang before him. With a clang, the blades collided, sending sparks flying. Feeling Kutakaki's breathing, Sakashima Siwalang's expression turned slightly strange, as if he had something to say. However, Kaki's strength was not weak, and he could not afford to be distracted by conversation, lest he release the air in his lungs. He gripped the hilt of the Nichiren blade, tightly applying pressure against Kutakaki. Sensing the impact of the long blade in his hand, Kaki couldn't help but frown. This old man is quite wicked, using strength to overpower. Bullying me, a 14-year-old lad. I cannot withstand this force unless I disregard the fact that my ribs are not yet healed and unleash all my muscles to counter this strike. But ultimately, this is just a spar. Kaki thought for a moment and chose not to meet this strike head-on. He lifted one foot off the ground, abandoning his center of gravity, allowing Sakashima Siwalang to knock him back a step. As everyone knows, if you cannot fly, it is best not to leave both feet off the ground during a battle. When you are in the air, you cannot control your center of gravity, and for experts of the same level, this presents an opportunity that can determine victory or defeat. There are two reasons. First, strength originates from the ground. How can one unleash their full power without a fulcrum? Second, due to the force of gravity, one will uncontrollably fall. Being knocked back also involves control, as solid as a rock. Watch me with my Indian pancake. At this moment, Kaki was in this knocked back state with both legs off the ground, but due to his prior preparation, his right leg would hit the ground in approximately 0.3 seconds. However, factoring in the time to regain control of his center of gravity, it would be around 0.5 to 0.7 seconds. For an ordinary person, such a small window of vulnerability would likely go unnoticed. However, Kaki's opponent today is not an ordinary person. For the inheritor of the lightning breathing technique, the former thunder pillar Sakashima Siwalang, could he let such a fleeting opportunity slip by? As the thought flashed through his mind, Sakashima Siwalang would of course seize the opportunity. The advantageous situation for him was after all crafted by himself. However, Sakashima Siwalang's ultimate goal was merely to let Kaki understand that when injured, he should not overexert himself. More importantly, if he disregards the elder's words, he must be prepared to suffer the consequences. First form of lightning breathing thunderclap. Sakashima Siwalang silently recited the name of the technique in his heart, stepping onto a prosthetic limb, his entire body glowing with the light of lightning. He charged towards Kutakaki, who was still in the knocked-back state, with a speed beyond human reaction. What? How is that possible? Sakashima Siwalang's face was filled with shock as he looked at the bizarre long blade before him. He realized that Kutakaki's blade could actually control itself. When the blade pointed to the left, he rushed to the left. When it pointed to the right, he followed the blade to the right. Looking at Kutakaki, who had now safely landed, Sakashima Siwalang sheathed his Nichiren blade and asked with a complex expression, "How did you do that?" He certainly knew that it was not Kaki's blade controlling itself. Rather, his own movements had been fully anticipated by Kutakaki, allowing Kaki to always point the blade in front of him. Although he possessed the speed of the breath of lightning in such a rapid explosive state, it was impossible for him to maintain complete control, let alone the fact that he was missing a leg. This was also one of the reasons Kaki believed he still had a chance. In simple terms, it is like modern people driving at high speeds of 120, 130, or 150 km/h. You might stabilize the direction, but what about at 200 or 300 km/h? Your reaction and control gradually cannot keep up. To evade Kaki's blade, Sakashima Siwalang had only two options. First, to increase his own speed, making it fast enough that Kutakaki would not even have time to strike. Second, to control the current high speed and stabilize his body perfectly. If he could achieve that level, Kaki would not be able to stop him. Of course, if Sakashima Siwalang disregarded everything and fought desperately, he could still strike Kutakaki. After all, his explosive speed and strength were still far superior to Kaki's. However, they were merely sparring, so there was no need for such seriousness. Kutakaki sheathed his sword, his right arm naturally wrapping around Sakashima Siwalang's shoulder, smiling as he said, "Old man, do you want to learn? I'll teach you. Let's talk while we walk." Having established a connection without fighting and given Kaki's strength in defeating the lower moon 2, Sakashima Siwalang said nothing, allowing Kaki to embrace his shoulder as they walked towards the kitchen. Seeing Sakashima Siwalang, who was clearly eager yet restrained by his pride, Kaki smiled slightly in his heart and began to explain. "Actually, the reason I can see through your movements is because Sakashima Siwalang could no longer hold back looking at Kaki, who had only spoken halfway, and eagerly asked, because of what? Because I saw it. Kyuta Kaki's expression became serious as he spoke earnestly. Upon hearing Kaki's answer, Sakashima Siwalang was momentarily stunned, then quickly snapped back to reality, blowing his beard and glaring as he shouted, "Are you mocking me? Old man, don't rush. Let me explain slowly." Kyuta Kaki hurriedly calmed this irritable old man. Then he began to explain the principles and methods of entering the supreme domain and understanding the transparent world. As Kaki spoke, Sakashima Siwalang's expression gradually transformed from indignation ready to strike to curiosity, and then from curiosity to astonishment, until finally it turned to confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Looking at Sakashima Siwalang, who appeared bewildered and completely unable to comprehend, with a dazed expression, Kyuta Kaki could only smile wryly. Indeed, not everyone is like Tanjiro, who only needs a single flashback to understand. Upon recalling what his father Tanjiro had said about the method to access the transparent world, he briefly entered that state. Kaki's intentions were good, after all, Sakashima Siwalang was missing a leg. If he could comprehend the transparent world, it wouldn't guarantee surpassing his peak strength, but at least it could minimize the impact of his injury. When in his peak, Sakashima Siwalang was regarded as the strongest swordsman of his time. Unfortunately, it seemed that Sakashima Siwalang did not gain much. If the transparent world were so easily grasped, it would not be rated as the supreme domain. It wasn't until Kyuta Kaki finished his 8th bowl of rice that Sakashima Siwalang's consciousness finally returned. I remembered, Sakashima Siwalang said with great excitement. What did you remember? Kyuta Kaki also looked excited, thinking that Sakashima Siwalang had made some significant breakthrough after his guidance. This realm is called the transparent world. My teacher once told me about it. Sakashima Siwalang said seriously. And then? Kyuta Kaki asked eagerly. That's it. Sakashima Siwalang said matter-of-factly. Kyuta Kaki. So after I spoke for so long, you just remembered a name. Kyuta Kaki couldn't help but smile wryly. Seeing this, Sakashima Siwalang laughed heartily, crossing his arms and proudly saying, all right, although I haven't learned what you taught me yet. But I have something I can teach you. Ju was eating while casually asking, oh, what can you teach me? Your swordsmanship may not even be better than mine, and I've already learned the breathing technique. Sonda Siwalang suppressed the veins on his forehead and patiently explained, the breathing techniques are divided into 5 fundamental schools: water, thunder, flame, rock, and wind. I won't mention the breathing techniques derived from these 5 schools as they are not relevant to you right now. What you are currently using is the water breathing, one of the 5 fundamental schools. Compared to other breathing techniques, water breathing is the most gentle and the easiest to grasp, making it the most widely used breathing technique. So, Ju furrowed his brow and asked. Sonda Siwalang looked at Ju seriously and said, but have you ever considered, are you really suited for water breathing? At this moment, Ju also understood and asked, old man, are you saying that I am not suited to use water breathing? Sonda Siwalang nodded affirmatively and said, how long have you practiced the breathing technique? I have been using it for decades. Just now I noticed that when you use water breathing, the chi you inhale does not perfectly integrate into your body through water breathing. Ju nodded, having sensed this himself. Moreover, comparing his state with that of Sonda Siwalang using the breathing technique, Ju realized that the enhancement from water breathing did not reach the ideal state he expected. Sonda Siwalang continued, moreover, I know many who practice water breathing. Their experiences with it are not the same as yours. Therefore, I am confident that you are not suited to practice water breathing. The reason you were able to learn it after just one look is simply because water breathing is the easiest to learn. And there is a bit of talent involved. Of course, Sonda Siwalang kept this thought to himself and did not say it aloud. So will you teach me how to use thunder breathing? Ju put down his chopsticks and looked at Sonda Siwalang asking. Sonda Siwalang crossed his arms proudly and said, kid, thunder breathing is the breathing technique that offers the greatest improvement in speed and explosiveness among all existing breathing techniques. Moreover, thunder breathing is not as easy to learn as water breathing. It requires high physical quality and control from the user, making it very difficult to cultivate. Once mastered, thunder breathing allows for an incredibly fast attack speed, creating roaring thunder around you during high-speed assaults. Kid, do you want to learn? If you do, I can. Before Sonda Siwalang could finish his sentence, Ju let out a long breath of air. He emptied his lungs completely and then took a deep breath. Inhale. As he inhaled, faint golden electric sparks appeared around Ju. His long black hair floated without wind, exuding an astonishing aura. Ju sensed his own state, nodded, and indeed felt much more comfortable than when using water breathing. Nanny! Sonda Siwalang gasped in astonishment at the sight. Is this thunder breathing? Old man, I've already learned it. Ju shrugged, speaking with a hint of pride. You saw me use it once, and you learned it. Sonda Siwalang stared wide-eyed at Kyuzu Ju in surprise. Ju shook his head and explained, "Not quite. I've been watching for a long time. Ever since you appeared before me last night, old man. Did you forget that I told you I could see through the world? Your body has no secrets in front of me. Your breathing method is very special. I couldn't help but watch it a few more times. This is thunder breathing, right? But you are impressive. You managed to maintain this breathing method for 24 hours, much better than that kid from yesterday. And what you said is also correct. Thunder breathing is indeed a bit harder than water breathing." After listening to Kyuzu Ju's explanation, Sonda Siwalang was left speechless, staring blankly. After a long while, Kyuzu Ju set down the 18th empty bowl and asked Sonda Siwalang, "Old man, I'm full. Aren't you going to eat?" Coming back to his senses, Sonda Siwalang shook his head and seriously looked at Kyuzu Ju, saying, "Young man, join the Demon Slayer Corps. You are the best successor of thunder breathing. As long as you are willing to join the Demon Slayer Corps, I am willing to impart all my life's experience with breathing techniques to you. You must understand that learning this breathing method is just the first step. You still have a long way to go. To achieve total concentration, breathing constant, you must." Without waiting for Sonda Siwalang to finish, Kyuzu Ju directly interrupted, "Okay, I am willing to join the Demon Slayer Corps. By the way, let me confirm with you again, your Demon Slayer Corps provides food and accommodation, and there is a high salary, right? This is very important. Please be sure to tell me comprehensively and in detail about the benefits of the Demon Slayer Corps. Thank you very much." Saying this, Kyuzu Ju even stood up and bowed to Sonda Siwalang. Sonda Siwalang. At this moment, Sonda Siwalang finally noticed the high pile of empty bowls in front of Kyuzu Ju. Kyuzu Ju, as martial artist, isn't it normal to eat a little more? Sonda Siwalang's corner of the mouth twitched uncontrollably. After calming his complex emotions, he informed Kyuzu Ju of the benefits of the Demon Slayer Corps that he knew. Of course, Sonda Siwalang was referring to the treatment of pillar-level members. "Kyuzu Ju, I decided. Starting today, I am a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. I will not rest until I slay the demons. No one can stop me from slaying demons." Sonda Siwalang. Rubbing his temples, Sonda Siwalang stood up and said to the hidden staff in the kitchen, "Please bring me a pork cutlet rice bowl." The hidden staff member seemed to have some difficulties, hesitated for a moment, and finally looked at Sonda Siwalang and said, "Lord Mizuno Hashira, the breakfast made in the kitchen has already been eaten. Please wait a moment, the second pot of rice will be ready soon." Hearing this, Sonda Siwalang couldn't help but look at Kyuzu Ju, the culprit, who had gotten up early and eaten the breakfast of the entire team. Kyuzu Ju scratched his head and smiled shyly, explaining to the hungry Sonda Siwalang, "I didn't eat enough last night, and then I got into a fight, so I ate a bit more this morning." 1 week later, in the mountain forest outside Donchon Town, 2 yellow flashes, one far and one near, were darting through the thicket with a thunderous roar akin to lightning. Seeing that Sangdao Siwalang behind him could never catch up, Jiao Tiao Ju smiled smugly, turned around, and halted his steps, facing Sangdao Siwalang. In an instant, dozens of lightning-like slashes were unleashed. Breath of Thunder's 6th form, Thunderclap. Watching the powerful slashes coming his way, Sangdao Siwalang could not help but exclaim, "Nanny! Hey kid, you are violating the martial ethics by ambushing an elderly man in his 40s. Sangdao Siwalang said, throwing out a line he learned from Jiao Tiao Ju while raising the Nichiren blade in his hand. In a flurry, he tried to block the long blade swung by Jiao Tiao Ju. Clang! 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 The 2 long blades clashed dozens of times, in an instant, sparks flying amidst the golden lightning between the two. Jiao Tiao Ju skillfully parried Sangdao Siwalang's swings of the Nichiren blade, not forgetting to taunt, "Old man, are you even capable? Such feeble slashes, even my great-grandmother could block them." The veins on Sangdao Siwalang's forehead began to bulge, and with all his might, he swung the Nichiren blade at Jiao Tiao Ju. However, in this electric moment, Jiao Tiao Ju was able to precisely strike the weakest point of Sangdao Siwalang's Nichiren blade with his long knife. With effortless grace, he deflected the attack with minimal force. As time passed, and his stamina waned, the Nichiren blade in Sangdao Siwalang's hand began to feel increasingly heavy. Seeing Jiao Tiao Ju, who was merely sweating slightly on his forehead, Sangdao Siwalang's heart sank. "Oh no, it seems I really can't defeat this kid." Watching the little old man in front of him panting, yet stubbornly unwilling to concede, Jiao Tiao Ju exerted a slight force, repelling the Nichiren blade before him, stepping back a few meters. With a slight smile, he said, "All right, old man, let's call it a draw." Hearing this, Sangdao Siwalang finally sheathed his Nichiren blade, glaring at Jiao Tiao Ju angrily, saying, "What do you mean just call it a draw? If you are not satisfied, let's fight 300 more rounds." Looking at the little old man's expression, Jiao Tiao Ju couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself, "I've already gone easy on you, and you still can't win. You can't take a loss, old man. Your words are really tough." The reason Jiao Tiaoju thought this wasn't due to arrogance, but because it was indeed the case. Even if he held back, he could still overpower Sangdao Siwalang. After experiencing a fierce battle with the Lower Moon's second Shirogane and comprehending the world, fully mastering his body, Jiao Tiaoju's explosive power, speed, and endurance had all significantly increased. Furthermore, with his new mastery of the Breath of Thunder, in just a few days Jiao Tiaoju's strength had improved remarkably. Firstly, the Breath of Thunder technique with its speed and explosive power brought by its lightning attribute, these two aspects alone had eliminated Jiao Tiaoju's two biggest shortcomings. With the sixth sense of sword heart clarity combined with the supreme realm of comprehending the world, Jiao Tiaoju had already reached the pinnacle of this world. The opponent's moves and weaknesses would be exposed to him without concealment, coupled with the speed and explosive force brought about by the Breath of Thunder. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Jiao Tiaoju now resembled an assassin fully equipped for output. No enemy faster than Jiao Tiaoju could withstand a single strike. Enemies slightly faster than Jiao Tiaoju would not possess a higher level than him. In Jiao Tiaoju's estimation, there were only two foes at this level, Upper Moon's second Doma and Upper Moon's third Akaza. Against a pure martial artist like Akaza, who was restrained by the realm of comprehending the world, Jiao Tiaoju was quite confident he could sever his neck. As for Doma, Jiao Tiaoju felt he wouldn't lose, but whether he could kill Doma was uncertain. It wasn't that Doma was necessarily stronger than Akaza. The key was that this demon's blood demon art somewhat countered the breath techniques, having less of an effect on the demon. In contrast, Akaza was genuinely restrained to death by him. If he encountered Jiao Tiaoju, Akaza would immediately experience the supreme realm he had pursued for hundreds of years, what it truly meant to be divine or demonic. Going up another level, there are the two strongest bosses in this world. Upper Moon's first Kabutsuji Musen, and the Demon King known as the progenitor of demons, and the scum of demons, Kabutsuji Musen. In fact, Jiao Tiaoju personally believed that Musen's offensive capabilities were inferior to those of Upper Moon's first Kabutsuji Musen. However, his formidable Demon King body is much stronger than Kabutsuji Musen, and combined with his exceptional escape abilities, Musen is incredibly difficult to kill. In comparison, Kabutsuji Musen posed a greater threat to Jiao Tiaoju. Upper Moon's first Kabutsuji Musen, one of the original breath technique, swordsman, creator of the moon breath. What is more terrifying is that this guy possessing the body of an evil demon retains the patterns from his human days and has comprehended the supreme realm, comprehending the world. In terms of combat power, Jiao Tiaoju believes Kabutsuji Musen is the ceiling of this world. However limited by his demon body, he must obey the Demon King Musen. If Musen dies, he must also die, thus, he must protect Musen. But Jiao Tiaoju is not in a hurry. He is only 15 years old and still has 7 or 8 years before the main storyline begins. Moreover, Jiao Tiaoju feels that the way things are going, Musen may not even last until the main story starts. The next day at noon, Jiao Tiaoju followed Sangdao Siwalang to the entrance of Dongchang Town, waiting for the arrival of the current leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ubishiki Yoyai. While gazing at the road outside the town entrance, Sangdao Siwalang turned to Jiao Tiaoju with a serious expression and said, "Ju, before the leader arrives, I must remind you. You may not know much about our leader, but I hope you can show him sufficient respect." Although Sangdao Siwalang felt that Ju was not an impolite person, he couldn't help but caution Jiao Tiaoju about the incoming leader. "What do you mean, you and we? He's our leader. As if I'm not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps," Jiao Tiaoju declared firmly. Sangdao Siwalang, "Jiao, you truly live up to your name." In Jiao Tiaoju's eyes, calling him leader was no different from addressing a boss in his previous life. There were no other thoughts behind it. Moreover, his capitalist boss from his previous life was nothing compared to this new boss' generosity. Just as the two were conversing, a carriage slowly approached from the entrance of the town. This carriage appeared rather ordinary. The key was the coachman. The coachman was exceptionally robust. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that this coachman was blind. Watching the blind man Yu driving the carriage as if he were a normal person, Ju couldn't help but wonder, is vision not necessary for driving? Could it be that this guy has developed a sixth sense? Looking at the elegant young man who slowly descended from the carriage, who was of a similar age to himself, Tachibana along with Sanjima Shirwang bowed and greeted, saying, "My lord." Hearing the titles from the two in front of him, Arita Ashiaki was momentarily taken aback, then stepped forward to take their hands, kindly saying, "Mr. Shirwang, this must be Mr. Tachibana. You are quite young, but you really don't need to be so polite. I just hope my arrival hasn't caused you any trouble." Looking at the young man in front of him, Tachibana couldn't help but be momentarily lost in thought. He truly was as gentle in tone as he remembered. Comparing him to the capitalists from his past life, who treated him like livestock, Tachibana thought, this person cannot be compared to them. Sanji Shirwang, seeing Tachibana lose focus in front of his lord, coughed disapprovingly to remind him, then spoke. My lord, that won't happen at all. Arata Ushiaki smiled gently, and then introduced the somber Yume to the two. After they gathered, they did not linger on the street, and proceeded towards the wisteria house. During this time, Yume and the others had requested Arata Ushiaki to rest in the carriage. He refused, insisting on walking back to the wisteria house and Higashicho with them. Upon arriving at the wisteria house, Arata Ushiaki, panting, looked at everyone with an apologetic expression and said, Sorry, I was too stubborn. Tachibana shook his head. At this moment, he genuinely admired this lord and proactively said, No, my lord, you are not being stubborn at all. My father also suffered from a serious illness, but he never wallowed in self-pity. As long as his body could move, he insisted on going outside every day to walk and bask in the sun. Staying indoors for long periods can lead to a decline in one's will, which is not good for the body. Occasionally sweating is not a bad thing. Arata Ushiaki's eyes lit up at this, nodding in agreement as he said, I would love to meet your father. A man with such optimism surely can conquer illness. No, he has already passed away. Tachibana spoke flatly. Yume. Sanjima Shirwang. Arata Ushiaki. Seeing the speechless expressions of the three, Tachibana smiled and continued, Although my father did not succeed in overcoming his illness, his positive spirit is something I will always strive to learn from. Even if I cannot guarantee that the future will be better, I will still work hard to live each day well. In fact, what Tachibana said was also a reflection of his past self. Having experienced a terminal illness and reborn, he could fully empathize with Arata Ushiaki's situation. Yumi's eyes were filled with tears as he held a prayer bead in one hand and placed his palm upright on his chest, facing Tachibana with compassion, saying, What a great father. Though his soul has been reincarnated, his spirit will always be with you. Amitbach. At this moment, Arata Ushiaki nodded and began to discuss serious matters with Tachibana. Mr. Tachibana, would you be willing to join the Demon Slayer Corps and take on the role of a Hashira? Tachibana looked at Arata Ushiaki in surprise. Did he really want to make this 15-year-old newcomer a Hashira right away? Truly, you have a keen eye, Arata Ushiaki. It should be noted that although he had previously slain Lower Moon 2, according to the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps, one could only be promoted to a Hashira-level member after slaying one of the 12 Kizuki or cumulatively killing 50 demons. However, at that time, he was not even a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. To rise to such a position directly would inevitably raise eyebrows, and Tachibana did not want to spoil future relationships with his colleagues. Moreover, Tachibana was not one who cared much for titles. After some thought, he said, My lord, I think it would be better not to do that. Let's follow the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps. I believe I can slay another of the 12 Kizuki to become a Hashira. Upon hearing this, Arata Ushiaki looked at Sanjima Shirwang, and the two exchanged smiles. Sanjima Shirwang then spoke. All right, Tachibana, just follow whatever arrangements my lord makes. And it was I who personally suggested your succession to Hashira to my lord, because I know you have that strength. At this point, a flash of lightning sparkled in Sanjima Shirwang's eyes. No one understood better than him the strength and talent of the young man before him. Though his own strength was not at its peak, his perception certainly had not diminished. He was fully aware of Tachibana's condition during their sparring sessions, whether he was holding back or not. Thinking of this, Sanjima Shirwang could not help but think, even if I were to recover to my peak physical condition, I might not be able to defeat Tachibana now. And with such strength, Tachibana was only 15. Moreover, his body had not fully adapted to the thunder-breathing technique constant. After a while, once Tachibana's body completely adjusted to the breathing technique, his strength would see another significant improvement. Sanjima Shirwang believed that with Tachibana's talent, achieving total concentration breathing constant was always within reach. With such strength and talent, why not make an exception for him to fulfill the responsibilities of Hashira ahead of time? Arata Ushiaki nodded, stood up, bowed to Tachibana, and sincerely said, I entrust this to you. Mr. Tachibana. Seeing his new boss make such a sincere request, Tachibana, after a bit of pushing and pulling, agreed to the Hashira appointment. However, Tachibana refused, and Arata Ushiaki prepared to immediately convene a Hashira meeting to introduce the Demon Slayer Corps members to their new Hashira. Tachibana planned to slay another of the 12 Kizuki soon, and then it would be reasonable to hold a Hashira meeting. In truth, this was purely Tachibana's misunderstanding. The current Demon Slayer Corps was in an awkward period of transition. The previous strongest swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, Hashira Sanjima Shirwang, had retired due to injury. For nearly a decade, no one had succeeded to the position of Hashira. Moreover, the water Hashira Kanroji Mitsuri had also retired from the front lines 3 years ago due to injury, turning into a mentor instead. The position of water Hashira was left unfilled. At this moment within the Demon Slayer Corps, besides the elderly Rock Hashira, and Wind Hashira still persevering in their mission to slay demons. Only the Flame Hashira, Rain Hashira, and Snow Hashira remained. Yes, the Rain Hashira and Snow Hashira are my own creation, as I have not seen any materials from this period. It can be said that this period of the Demon Slayer Corps is the weakest it has been in nearly a century, elevating Tachibana to the position of Hashira. One is because Tachibana has that strength. Two, it is also to boost the morale within the Demon Slayer Corps. Unfortunately, Tachibana was completely unaware of the underlying circumstances. Arata Ushiaki did not want to dampen Tachibana's determination to slay demons, and thus he tacitly accepted it. Looking at the vigorous Tachibana and Yume, Arata Ushiaki believed, though this period was tough, it was all just darkness before dawn. As long as the Demon Slayer Corps could weather this dark period, they would surely break the unchanging pattern that hadn't changed for 1,000 years. One day the balance of power between humans and demons would be reversed. At that moment, the oblivious Tachibana poked Arata Ushiaki with his finger, interrupting the new boss daydreams. Fortunately, the new boss was magnanimous and did not take offense, only looking at Tachibana and asking, "Tachibana, is there something you need?" Tachibana, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head, and looking at the people present, lowered his head and spoke softly, "My lord, could you advance a portion of my salary to me?" Before anyone could ask, Tachibana explained, "I want to redeem our house first." An hour later, having resolved a major life issue, Tachibana walked out of the room with Yume. "Yume, keep it up. I believe in you and trust that in the near future you can also help the Demon Slayer Corps create a new realm." The newly appointed Hashira smiled and boasted to Yume, "Yume Umitba." Looking at the hollow-eyed Hoki Yugai, Jiu couldn't help but ask the question that lingered in his heart. "Yugai, since your eyes can't see, how can you still drive a carriage?" Hoki Yugai, upon hearing this, clasped his hands around the Buddhist beads and placed them over his chest, facing Jiu as he replied, "Lord Mingzhu, although my eyes can no longer see, my ears are exceptionally sensitive." Umitba. Hearing this, Jiu was suddenly struck with inspiration. He believed Yugai's words to be true, as he himself possessed remarkable sensory talents. Just like the protagonist in the drama Tanjiro, who could even smell danger and predict fortune and misfortune through his sense of smell, discerning strength and virtue. Even Tanjiro's early discovery of the line of gaps was undoubtedly aided by his keen sense of smell. If Yugai's sensory talents were also impressive, then why not let Yugai cultivate his family's unique swordsmanship that enhances the 5 senses? If successful, Yugai could even awaken his 6th sense. Awakening the 6th sense would essentially mean opening the door to the highest realm, the realm of transparency. At that time, Yugai's strength would surely see a significant enhancement. After all, he is the one of the Demon Slayer Corps in the drama The Rock Pillar. Hoki Yugai. Even if he couldn't complete all the training and awaken the 6th sense, it could still enhance Yugai's other 4 senses. Then he could guide him on how to control his blood vessels and muscles. Perhaps Yugai could even awaken the realm of transparency ahead of time. Yes, awaken ahead of time. In the original work, Yugai only comprehended the use of the transparent world at the age of 27 during the life and death battle with Upper Moon 1 Kokushibo. Unfortunately, Yugai perished that day. He died from the liberation of the markings combined with severe injuries, ultimately giving up on treatment. Since Yugai has this talent, Jiu also intended to share the knowledge without reservation. He wanted to change the fate of this gentle giant. Jiu directly pulled Yugai to the outside of Donchong Town, the battlefield, where he usually sparred with Sang Daozi Wulang. "Yugai, our family has passed down a method for enhancing the senses. As long as you complete this training, you can manifest a 6th sense beyond the human body. Our family refers to this sense as sword heart clarity. This 6th sense can help you observe the subtle changes in your surroundings without any blind spots. By concentrating, you can even sense the internal structure of objects. I have noticed your talent in this area, and today I will impart this training method to you." Hoki Yugai was taken aback. Although Yugai also hoped to be able to see, he couldn't bring himself to ask Jiu for such a precious training method without reason, as it felt like taking advantage of him. "Lord Mingzhu, thank you very much, but I do not need it." Umitba. Jiu rolled his eyes and firmly told Yugai, "I say you do need it. You are also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. If your strength increases, you can naturally save more innocent people. If you say you don't need it, don't you want to save those innocent people? Besides, what does it matter if I teach you? Do you think this training method is easy? Just because I teach you, you will learn it. Let me tell you, in our Jiu family that has lasted for 1,000 years, only 2 people have awakened the 6th sense and reached the realm of sword heart clarity." Jiu just words left Yugai speechless. After a moment of hesitation, Yugai finally made up his mind and said, "Lord Mingzhu, thank you very much. I will carry your kindness to help more people in need." Umitba. "Alright, let's not waste time, let's get started." Jiu waved his hand nonchalantly. He was willing to pass on such a precious training method to Yugai simply because he wanted to. 3 days later, still at this location, Yugai arrived in this forest fully equipped with his specially crafted sun wheel blade. Speaking of Yugai's sun wheel blade, it was quite peculiar. It was made from ape scarlet sand iron and ape scarlet ore. This thing had nothing to do with the sun wheel blade. Could it even be called a blade? Jiu couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. Yugai had a chain hammer in his right hand and a chain axe in his left with the chains in the middle secured together. Is this for cutting off a demon's neck? Or is it for smashing a demon's head? And what about Jiu? Naturally, Jiu had also come. Yugai's opponent today was him. The reason was that today, just newly enchanted weapon modeled after his previous long sword's proportions had finally arrived. Since the new weapon had arrived, it was naturally time to find someone to test it. Originally, Jiu planned to find Sang Dao Zi Wu Lang. Unfortunately, this prideful old man didn't want to lose face in front of their lord. He refused to spar. Since Sang Dao Zi Wu Lang refused, Jiu could only settle for Yugai. Well, it wasn't that Yugai's strength was lacking. It was just that he had only been practicing the rock breathing technique for a year, so it was normal for his strength to be somewhat inferior to Sang Dao Zi Wu Lang's. If Yugai had pillar-level strength, he would definitely inherit the title of Rock Pillar. After all, his breathing technique teacher, the current Rock Pillar, was already old. His strength had severely declined, and staying in the position of Rock Pillar was no longer appropriate for either the Demon Slayer Corps or for him. Alright, enough idle talk, let's return to our sparring scene. Today's forest was particularly lively. Aside from Yugai and Jiu, the two main characters, the Demon Slayer Corps Lord and the former Ming Pillar Sang Dao Zi Wu Lang, were also present. In addition, members of the hidden forces lurking near Dongchang Town apart from those on missions were all gathered at the scene. They were watching this ultimate showdown. Jiu slowly drew his new weapon from his waist. The grip of the long blade was entwined with strands of blue and yellow threads, and the blade collar below the grip was cleverly designed in the shape of a lightning bolt. Looking further down, one could see 4 small characters inscribed on the blade collar: Demon Slayer. The clear blade was polished to a smooth finish, creating an immediate sense of sharpness. The heavy back of the blade remained untouched, retaining the original color of the black iron, or giving it a striking black and white appearance. Jiu nodded in satisfaction. This was what a sun wheel blade should look like. The next moment, as if enchanted, a faint yellow glow began to emanate from the blade, starting from the grip. Jiu lightly swung the sun wheel blade twice to get accustomed to its weight, then turned to Yugai and said, "I am ready, let's begin." Hoki. Yugai nodded. Ba. Rock breathing. First form snake pattern rock. Dual peaks. The hammer and axe flew like meteors, carrying immense kinetic energy, and instantly traversed over 20 meters, smashing down on the standing Jiu. Xingming struck with blinding speed, in the eyes of the onlookers at least. Yet before Kazuri Tachibana, that blow now seemed sluggish, almost inadequate. The iron hammer and massive axe bound by chains drifted slowly through the air. The awestruck expressions of the surrounding crowd gradually froze in place. Sensing the world around him slow, yet again, Kazuri Tachibana realized he had grown stronger, not in body, but in spirit and perception. As he absorbed his surroundings, a surge of irritation welled within him, spilling unbidden into silent thought. Too slow. Too slow. The slowness he spoke of extended far beyond Xingming's strike. It encompassed everything. With his senses and spirit heightened, once more Kazuri Tachibana perceived a stark truth. Ordinary humans and himself now existed as beings from 2 entirely separate dimensions. It was as if watching 2 films simultaneously, one playing at normal speed, the other at quadruple speed. Yet the protagonist of that accelerated film now stood within the slower one. Fortunately, this heightened perception remains under control. Were it to persist unchecked, 24 hours a day, I suspect I'd lose my mind before long. Kazuri Tachibana mused inwardly. He glanced upward, still watching the 2 weapons drift agonizingly slow through the air, unable to close the distance, and sighed, then stepped forward to meet them. Heaton. Thunder breathing, second form rice spirit variant. Boom. 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 The golden sun-shaped blade slashed with impossible velocity, its edge tearing through the air and unleashing thunderous crackling roars. Here. 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 Guided by instinct alone, Kazuri Tachibana's blade followed the precise vectors of his perception, striking again and again without hesitation. To the onlookers, the scene unfolded thus: as the hammer and axe neared Kazuri Tachibana, the faint-hearted instinctively covered their eyes. Then, everything blurred. When vision cleared, thunderous booms echoed across the field, and Kazuri Tachibana's sun-shaped blade whirled like a phantom. Under the relentless barrage of his strikes, Xingming's 2 weapons were tamed, not subdued by force, but by flawless precision, like wild beasts brought to heel. They hung unervingly suspended in midair before Kazuri Tachibana. No matter how fiercely Xingming yanked the chains from afar, that eerie equilibrium remained unbroken. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Nanny, did I just see that? I must be hallucinating. Wow, how incredible. How did Pillar Kazuri achieve this? Look at his opponent. He's been flung backward by the recoil of his own chained weapons. At that moment, all understood Xingming was no match for Kazuri Tachibana. No, more accurately, the gulf between them was unfathomable. Sengoku Jigoro stared eyes wide with disbelief, his inner voice roaring. Remarkable. Young Kazuri. Just how much restraint have you shown me, old man? This refined thunder-breathing technique. This reflexive mastery and absolute control. Master Sengoku asked Kagaya Ubuyashiki, equally intrigued. How exactly did Kazuri accomplish this? Why do Xingming's weapons hang motionless before Kazuri, yet he cannot command them? Sengoku Jigoro's expression turned grave as he replied. Truly astonishing swordsmanship. Lord Kagaya, it is not that Xingming refuses to control his weapons, it is that he cannot. Each strike from Kazuri's blade precisely counterbalances the downward momentum of both weapons. Not a fraction more, not a fraction less. And amid such blistering speed, he must sustain that delicate equilibrium continuously while also neutralizing every additional force Xingming exerts by pulling the chains. In over 40 years of life, I have never witnessed such artistry. Kagaya Ubuyashiki paused. Though lacking a swordsman's talent, he grasped the magnitude. In short, Kazuri Tachibana was extraordinarily powerful. Yes, precisely so. Then tell me, Master Sengoku, among today's Demon Slayer Corps, is there anyone who could stand against him? Kagaya Ubuyashiki asked, curiosity piqued. Sengoku Jigoro shook his head decisively. Not a single current generation Demon Slayer could challenge this youth. Not even among swordsmen from 1 or 2 centuries past would such a peer be found. Kagaya furrowed his brow, then brightened with sudden hope. Master Sengoku, you mean to say? Before Kagaya could finish, Sengoku nodded and said, I estimate Kazuri's strength has already reached the level of the first-generation breath technique swordsman. Where his limits lie even I cannot discern. But I sense something profound. Perhaps the war between humanity and demons will conclude, not in ruin, but in triumph, by this young man's hand. Master Sengoku's words struck Kagaya Ubuyashiki's heart like a heavy mallet. Thump. 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 Xingming felt his own hands tremble, uncontrollable, utterly spent. Was this exhaustion? Calmly, he called out to Kazuri Tachibana. Pillar Kazuri, I yield. Stop now, grandfather. Cease your divine art. Umatba. Outwardly serene Xingming's inner world had already turned frigid and hollow. Indeed, I am merely mediocre save for brute strength. Pillar Kazuri is terrifyingly monstrously strong. I couldn't even withstand a single strike. I am utterly outmatched. To know such a warrior stands within the Demon Slayer Corps, that brings true peace of mind. Umatba. At that moment, Xingming accepted his own ordinariness, quietly, irrevocably. And Kazuri Tachibana at last sensed he may have gone too far. He halted his sun-shaped blade, now a blur of motion, immediately. Did I shatter Xingming's confidence? Kazuri scratched his head, wondering inwardly. Thud, thud. Only then did the dull thumps of heavy objects striking the ground reach the crowd's ears. Look, Pillar Kazuri's blade. It's turned red, cried a member of the hidden unit, pointing in astonishment. Kazuri Tachibana instantly lowered his gaze to the blade in his hand. His sun-shaped blade, still black and white when drawn, now glowed crimson, radiating searing heat, as though freshly forged in a blazing furnace. He knew the extreme velocity of his strikes had ignited violent friction with the air, generating intense thermal energy, transforming the very steel. Could this be another path to awakening the crimson blade? He hesitated, uncertain. Perhaps next time he'd test it on a demon. Only once the blade's heat subsided did Kazuri Tachibana sheath it calmly back into its scabbard. On the same afternoon, after his sparring session with Kuju Tachibana, Yashiro Ubuyashiki departed with Jiomi Himejima. The following day, Sengoku Jigoro, who had lingered in Dongchong town for several days, bid farewell to Kuju Tachibana and returned to Momoyama. 2 days later, Kuju Tachibana now wore the Demon Slayer Corps uniform overlaid with a resplendent blue haori. At his waist hung 2 long swords nearly identical in appearance. In an instant, the long-suppressed radiance of his presence finally re-emerged. Thus, carrying only his 2 blades and a pouch of mission funds, Kuju Tachibana at last left the Wisteria house, a place he had long been a guest of, guided by his personal crow messenger Jonkue, a name he had insisted upon though the crow had yet to consent. He embarked upon his first extended demon-slaying mission, an exclusive assignment personally entrusted to him by Yashiro Ubuyashiki. Recognizing Kuju Tachibana's exceptional speed and travel, Yashiro Ubuyashiki designated him as the Corps' mobile strike force, tasked with patrolling the entire archipelago of Neon on a continuous basis. Every Demon Slayer Corps member affiliated Enterprise and Wisteria House across the land would extend him unconditional and maximal support. In this gesture, Yashiro Ubuyashiki's trust in Kuju Tachibana reached its zenith. As Tachibana counted his coins, he glanced up at the crow perched atop a treetop and remarked, "Ah, how fortunate it is to have an organization behind you. I'd scarcely dare return before our Lord without slaying at least one upper-ranked demon." High above, the crow displayed no inclination for conversation, merely repeated its directive: south-southeast, south-southeast, Black Mountain Village, suspected demonic cannibalism. All right, I understand. Kuju Tachibana tucked away his coins and shot toward Black Mountain Village in a blur. His mode of transport: his own 2 legs, the so-called No. 11 bus. Such was the reality of the era. Horses were exceedingly rare in Neon, and the rugged terrain rendered equestrian travel impractical. Within days, any mount would collapse from exhaustion. After all, if the Demon Slayer Corps possessed such wealth, why not equip every member with a steed? Yet Kuju Tachibana's speed was truly extraordinary. At full sprint, he could outdistance a horse over a full day, albeit at great physical cost. Pushing past his limits, running relentlessly for nearly 10 hours, Kuju Tachibana arrived, just before dusk, at the clustered dwellings of Black Mountain Village. Wiping sweat from his brow and drawing 2 deep, steadying breaths, he began his work. Tachibana's sword heart clarity granted him a perception radius approaching 100 meters, more than sufficient to survey a hamlet like Black Mountain Village in a single sweep. Beyond that range, he was neither blind nor deaf. Merely less acute, his senses did not diminish, but simply lacked the razor-sharp precision of a radar within that inner circle. The closer a demon drew, the sharper his awareness became. Within 100 meters, he held absolute conviction no demon could conceal itself from him. 56 seconds after entering Black Mountain Village, Tachibana sensed the cannibalistic demon entrenched there. The thick, cloying stench of blood and rot blazed through the night like a beacon. To Tachibana, a demon dwelling openly in such a modest locale, making no effort to mask its aura, seemed little more than low-tier vermin. Following the beacon's pull, he arrived outside the compound wall of a residence. Even before stepping across the threshold, the oppressive tide of bloodreek washed over him, seeping through the masonry. Frowning, Tachibana realized he must revise his earlier assessment. Such dense, unyielding blood odor defied dismissal as mere vermin. Before him, the stone wall seemed to weep crimson, blood oozing ceaselessly from its crevices as though the very mortar bled. How many lives had this demon consumed? Glancing at the towering granite-built wall, Tachibana wasted no time knocking. He simply vaulted over it. The moment he landed in the courtyard, a disquieting anomaly struck him. The bloodreek here was overwhelming, and far more chilling still, its source appeared unmistakably human. Without hesitation, Tachibana strode toward a pavilion in the southern shadow of the courtyard, the epicenter of the stench. "Humph, so this is a wealthy household," Tachibana murmured coldly, surveying the ornate architecture. Once my own Kuju clan stood among such affluence. Though fortune had dwindled by his generation, his upbringing endowed him with cultural discernment far surpassing that of commoners. Moving through the frigid, fetid pavilion, he drew his Nicaran blade, transforming in that instant into the butcher of demons beneath the shroud of night. He advanced slowly toward the chamber where the bloodreek coalesced most thickly, while inside, Tanegashima Yasu, entranced, licked the polished, ivory-smooth femur of a woman unwilling to waste even a trace of his feast. Only when the bone had lost all flavor, its marrow fully extracted, did Tanegashima reluctantly discard it. He seized another prepared thigh, intact female, then tore into it with savage, ravenous intensity. This obsession had taken root in his human life, and upon becoming a demon it had not faded but metastasized beyond restraint. His fixation centered upon women's feet and legs, adolescent girls above all, followed by married women. Each morsel of flesh from these parts flooded his being with profound, ecstatic satiation. Ecstasy indistinguishable from climax. This too explained why he had spared the Tanegashima clan instead of eradicating it entirely. To him, men and elderly women were nothing but congealed foulness. Eating them would be preferable to starvation. Those Tanegashima survivors he retained, after purging the clan, had become fanatically loyal. Their complicity served as his greatest shield against the Demon Slayer Corps. Witnessing his power and uniqueness, they yearned, desperately, to become demons themselves, to claim peerless strength and eternal life. The price? Merely a minor dietary adjustment, an inversion of their diurnal rhythm. For the Tanegashima, the aristocratic rulers of Black Mountain Village, it was a bargain beyond reproach. Tragically, they remained ignorant. Tanegashima Yasu, the vermin demon, lacked the capacity to transform even one of them. Even granting the impossible, that Musen himself consented, Yasu would never part with a drop of his precious Demon King's blood for these so-called kin. These monsters, long bereft of conscience and humanity, clung only to a delusion. Over the years since his transformation, the Tanegashima clan had expended vast sums abroad, luring scores of young women under false pretenses. It was this steady supply that allowed Tanegashima Yasu to remain undetected by the Demon Slayer Corps for so long. More horrifying still, prolonged exposure had corrupted the Tanegashima themselves. They too had begun consuming human flesh. They foolishly believed Yasu's metamorphosis stemmed directly from cannibalism, and Yasu delighted let them feast upon his discarded scraps. Their hunger thus drove them to hunt ever more zealously, while he, Tanegashima Yasu, need only reap the harvest. Yet evil, however well concealed, inevitably betrays itself. Human remains, scores of young women's skeletons, were discovered deep in the forests beyond Black Mountain Village, drawing the Demon Slayer Corps' scrutiny. Though braced for horror the moment he pushed open the door, Kuju Tachibana's hands trembled, unbidden, uncontrollable. In the next breath, he sheathed his Nichiren blade, and drew instead the long sword bequeathed to him by his father. Today he would not merely slay demons, he would eradicate corruption itself. A plump woman holding a bone-cutting knife preparing to slice the meat looked at the sudden appearance of Jiu Tiaoju at the door, who brandished a long knife, and clearly meant trouble. She shouted loudly, "Who are you? Dare to meddle in the affairs of the Tianjima family? Call for help." Her cry shattered the tranquility of the Tianjima household. Jiu Tiaoju did not stop the plump woman. He wanted to see if there were any innocent souls left in this filthy family. In a short while, the remnants of the Tianjima family gathered with weapons in hand. They blocked Jiu Tiaoju firmly at the kitchen door along the corridor of the loft. A gaunt old man surrounded by the crowd approached Jiu Tiaoju. He was Tianjima Sho, the current head of the Tianjima family, aged 63 and nearing his end. He was also the most eager among this group to become a malevolent spirit. "Kid, how did you find this place?" Tianjima Sho glared at Jiu Tiaoju with a gloomy expression. Jiu Tiaoju did not answer his question, but calmly asked, "Why do this?" Hearing Jiu Tiaoju's words, Tianjima Sho couldn't help but think another overly righteous, meddlesome warrior. The power of evil spirits is something these people will never understand. In fact, Jiu Tiaoju was not the first person to discover the secret of the Tianjima family. Those who came before him had long been buried in the soil of the courtyard. The Tianjima family possessing evil spirits was invincible. Tianjima Sho snorted coldly and pointed to the young female corpses hung in the kitchen, kept as food storage, saying of, "These people are just lowly commoners. It is their honor to help us become long-lived evil spirits." Upon hearing this, Jiu Tiaoju nodded. He understood. The desires humans cultivate to survive for a long time are not much different from those of evil spirits, even if it means letting them feast on humans. Jiu Tiaoju thought that those consumed by this desire were more terrifying than evil spirits. He then looked expressionlessly at Tianjima Sho and asked, "Oh, is that so? Let me ask you one more question. Have all your people gathered?" Upon hearing this, Tianjima Sho suddenly sensed something was off. Jiu Tiaoju's demeanor was too calm. Something unusual must be afoot. The crafty Tianjima Sho subtly took a few steps back and signaled for the others to take action. Jiu Tiaoju looked coldly at the group before him, their faces twisted and reeking of blood. He fully activated his sword heart perception. Fortunately, the outcome was as Jiu Tiaoju expected. At this moment, aside from one creature with a chill and evil aura, there were no other living souls left in the Tianjima family. Jiu Tiaoju slowly raised the long knife in his hand and ruthlessly struck. Today he would bury this human hell completely. With thunder crush the darkness. Thunder breathing sixth form electric strike. After a thunderous roar that seemed like the descent of heavenly thunder, the demon family of Tianjima had been utterly reduced to ruins. As the smoke gradually cleared, Jiu Tiaoju, standing atop the ruins, murmured softly, "Since you all wish to become evil spirits, then I will fulfill your desire." This was Jiu Tiaoju's first time killing. Even though he had just slain more than 20, he felt no guilt or similar emotions. Because deep down, Jiu Tiaoju felt that these people were not truly human at all. Swish! He gently sheathed the long knife in his hand, and then drew out the Nichiren blade from his waist. With a crisp sound, the Nichiren blade's ringing echoed endlessly. Jiu Tiaoju looked at the Nichiren blade engraved with the words Demon Slayer, and said softly, "Don't worry, your turn will come soon." After saying this, Jiu Tiaoju turned to look into the distance where Tianjima and was frantically fleeing. "I'm going to die, I'm going to die. This terrifying human swordsman is about to catch up. Faster, faster." As Tianjima and spoke in terror, he tirelessly quickened his pace, sprinting toward the forest ahead. Jiu Tiaoju's previous strike had already terrified Tianjima, and this small fry goes to the point of losing all courage. Not even a second's hesitation. Tianjima and fled without a second thought. Jiu Tiaoju followed closely behind this evil spirit, neither too far nor too near, heading toward the forest. The reason Jiu Tiaoju let this evil spirit run so far was to avoid involving others in the Black Mountain village. Although this battle would most likely be a crushing victory, he still did not dare to guarantee that this evil spirit would not possess some mysterious blood ghost techniques. Just in case, it was better to stay away from the crowd. Until Tianjima An's figure was completely distant from Black Mountain village, Jiu Tiaoju abruptly stopped and sheathed the Nichiren blade once more. Bowing slightly, stepping back with his left leg, his right hand gently rested on the knife handle. He assumed the stance for a II cut. Fun fact, my wife Zenitsu also performs an II cut every time he uses Thunder Flash. Suck. Air was instantly drawn in, filling Jiu Tiaoju's lungs. Controlling the complete opening of his blood vessels, he rapidly separated the oxygen from the air into his bloodstream, where the oxygen quickly merged with the red blood cells. In an instant, golden light surged from his lungs and spread throughout his body via the blood vessels. Simultaneously, he controlled his muscle fibers to transmit most of the energy continuously to his legs. In that moment, lightning erupted, thunder began to rise. Thunder breathing first formed Thunder Flash. This move was perfect. Jiu Tiaoju felt there was no need to change it. In the blink of an eye, Jiu Tiaoju transformed into a streak of yellow and blue lightning. In the blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of over 100 meters. Swish! The Nichiren blade flashed out and back as if it were an illusion. The kinetic energy during his rapid run overturned Tianjima In's head, and Tianjima In's perspective began to gradually reverse. Until there was a thud, the demon's head fell to the ground. Yet the headless demon body still sprinted for dozens of meters before collapsing to the ground and gradually turning to ash. Jiu Tiaoju had no interest in hearing Tianjima In's dying words. He coldly stood aside, only wanting to eat, until he saw Tianjima In's sinful head completely turn to ashes. Then Jiu Tiaoju turned to rush toward the direction of Black Mountain village. He was truly starving. He already had a big appetite, and now this body was just 15 in the midst of a growth spurt. Damn it, he was really starving fast. After traveling for 10 hours during the day, he was already hungry enough to feel his stomach against his back, and then he unleashed a big move in this state. Jiu Tiaoju could barely hold on. If he didn't eat soon, he feared he would be the first Hashira to starve to death. Tonight, Jiu Tiaoju was destined to become a food pillar. The raven, named Zhong Kue, followed Jiu Tiaoju all the way until he returned to Black Mountain village, then turned and flew off with the news of Jiu Tiaoju's victory, flying off in another direction. That night, the members of the ghost-killing team's hidden division arrived at Heishan village to handle the aftermath. However, this time the workload was rather overwhelming. Although they were amazed by the terrifying power of the new leader, Lord Mingzhu, the cleanup in Heishan village this time was likely equivalent to over 10 usual tasks. The head of the hidden division gazed at the vast ruins before him, murmuring absent-mindedly, "This is truly a headache." Unfortunately, at that moment, the slumbering Jiu was likely unaware of their troubles. The next morning, a fully revived Jiu, accompanied by his raven Zhong Kue, set out once again on the path of exterminating evil spirits. However, this time, after facing a life-and-death crisis, Jiu had learned his lesson. Not only did he pack a bag full of jerky, but he also strapped a brand new iron pot to his backpack. What? You ask why he didn't bring rice balls. Please, which sensible person has meat and eats rice balls? Is the ghost-killing team out of money? Or is it that Jiu doesn't know how to spend money? Not only that, but he also brought a complete set of seasonings. From now on, Jiu will transform into a man who can camp in the wild without needing supplies. However, as the saying goes, one must give up something to gain something. Jiu just recently unsealed good looks this time were firmly sealed under the weight of a large iron pot on his back. From then on, a swordsman who carried a pot on his back and dual swords at his waist roamed within the neon realm, acting heroically while exhibiting extraordinary strength, resembling a monster. As Jiu-Jitsu's exploits began to spread throughout the Neon realm, he wielded his dual swords. With one sword, he cut down all injustices in the world. With the other, he exterminated the man-eating demons. One was to eradicate evil. The other was to pacify souls. Jiu, I will manage both the underworld and the mortal realm. In truth, Jiu felt that he couldn't be entirely blamed for the widespread tales about these matters. The sound of thunder breathing was simply too loud, making it impossible to hide. Wherever he went, the thunderous roars accompanied by the man-eating demons that devoured human flesh followed. The wicked who oppressed the good. Faced with this pot-carrying swordsman, they were like infants. Without any means of resistance, they were all swept away. Among them were demons of the 12 Kazuki level. Thus, countless versions of the swordsman's legend continued to circulate between humans and demons. During this time, countless aspiring individuals who had been troubled by man-eating demons eagerly joined the ghost-killing team due to the influence of this pot-carrying swordsman. With Judieo just personal efforts, the ghost-killing team's downward trend was swept away and morale soared. The team members even referred to him as the strongest thunder-breathing swordsman in history. Meanwhile, the people of Neon, saved by Judieo, just chivalry, yet unaware of the existence of demons, referred to him as the Thunder Sword Saint. Spring has passed and autumn has arrived. In the blink of an eye, a year has gone by, and fortunately time has never failed hard-working individuals. After a year of hard work, at this moment the 16-year-old Judieo Ju, manager of the ghost-killing team's operations department, returned with a perfect performance report after a year of continuous business trips. Previously, the chairman Chanyusaki would often be shocked by Judieo just information from time to time. Gradually, as the frequency increased, he became numb to it. However, this time, after the complete annual performance report was compiled and released, Chanyusaki, as the chairman, was once again shocked. Sigh. Chanyusaki sighed, wishing that Ju could mind his own business a bit more. The hidden division of the ghost-killing team had been cleaning up after Ju far too many times this year. Otherwise, with Ju having killed so many people, I'm afraid the wanted notices would be plastered across every village in Neon. Name: Judieo Ju. Position: manager of the ghost-killing team's operations department. Age: 16 years. Employment history: joined the ghost-killing team after slaying the lower moon demon Ruru a year ago, and in the following year eliminated 86 man-eating demons, including 4 of the 12 Kazuki level. They are Lower Moon 1 Guhon Yao, Lower Moon 3 Yukiana, Lower Moon 4 Ling Yuko, Lower Moon 6 Yang Kai. In this year, Judieo Ju worked tirelessly without any injury records. He was either killing demons or on the path to kill demons, averaging 1 demon slain every 4 days. Everyone shouldn't think that slaying over 80 demons in just 1 year is not a lot. You must understand that demons are solitary beings with their own territories. They won't congregate together. During this year, Ju spent most of his time traveling and minding his own business. Battles were usually resolved in an instant. Now, low-level fish-like demons, when encountering the pot-carrying swordsman, their first reaction is to run. Unfortunately, in front of Ju, they couldn't escape. The reason Judieo Ju could achieve such great results was primarily due to his fast travel speed and keen perception, almost like having a demon-seeking radar. When demons encounter Ju, they truly cannot escape or hide. Of course, Judieo Ju's own formidable strength is also the foundation for this achievement. Not to mention Chanyusaki, the other managers in the operations department were all astonished by Judieo Ju's staggering performance report. In comparison, the other managers in the operations department were merely occupying their positions without merit. The 6 of them together didn't even match one of his results. They felt that the salary they received was burning hot. Only the new rock pillar Bei Mingyu maintained his usual composure. Only uttering Ba, he calmly twisted the prayer beads in his hand, seemingly unfazed by Judieo Ju's influence. However, what no one knew was that he silently thought to himself, I have long known that I am mediocre. I have also long accepted my mediocrity. I'm just joking. The pillars and Demon Slayer are still very respectable, bravely fighting against demons with their flesh and blood. In the Infinite City's alternate space, Zheng, a lingering sound of a pipa suddenly echoed. Our secondary male character finally makes his appearance. The progenitor of demons, the Demon King Muzan Kabutsuji. Today, Muzan was dressed in a red floral kimono, his jet black hair tied up at the back, with an extraordinarily beautiful face. Unfortunately, it was unclear whether he hadn't slept well last night. His complexion appeared somewhat poor, with a pale face and throbbing veins. Each sign indicated just how fierce the wrath of our Demon King was at this moment. Nara, gather all the upper moon demons for me. I need to see them shortly. Zheng. The pipa sound rang out again, and the next moment within the Infinite City the buildings flipped and the space transformed. 7 figures of varying shapes suddenly appeared in various corners of the Infinite City. Among them, a young man with short red hair and blue stripes all over his muscular frame slowly opened his eyes. This oddly dressed young man had 3 small words imprinted in his eyes. Upper Moon 3. Yes, this person is indeed the Upper Moon 3 of the 12 Kazuki. Akaza, that's him. This is the Infinite City. Does this mean that yet another Upper Moon demon has died at the hands of a demon slayer? Thinking of this, Akaza's body trembled uncontrollably from excitement. Is it that pot-carrying swordsman? I really hope to battle with this demon slayer. Even more so, I hope that the Upper Moon demon, who has perished this time, will be you. Doma. To quickly verify his suspicions, Akaza wasted no time and leaped into the center platform below within the Infinite City. This Infinite City is a blood demon art of a female demon, a very rare spatial type blood demon art. It can transfer those under Muzan's control to this location for meetings at any time. Yes, indeed, this is how Musen uses it. Lord Uozo, I am relieved you are safe, we have not seen one another in over 80 years, have we? I had feared you were dead. My heart was in turmoil. Ho, ho, my heart aches so much. A lecherous, eerie voice drifted up from the ground, emanating from a white porcelain jar patterned with designs. The owner of that voice wriggled forth from the jar's narrow mouth, like a fat maggot squeezing its bloated body free. The creature resembled a maggot from below. Its upper body was vaguely human, but sprouted 8 short infantile arms evenly arrayed about its shoulders and neck. Its lower half resembled a serpent's tail, 1/3 still coiled within the porcelain vessel. This grotesque being was one of the 12 demon moons, upper rank 5, Yuhu. Uozuo crossed his arms over his chest and did not so much as glance at the malformed thing. From some shadowed corner of Wuxian City, a timid, hushed voice whispered, "How terrifying. So terrifying. It's been so long I cannot even count. The last time I was summoned was clearly 104 years ago." The source of the timid voice was a bizarre, exceptionally small creature with twin horns atop, its head demonic in appearance, yet possessed of an utterly meek temperament. This creature was upper rank 4 Bantian dog. Upper rank 6 Duoji cast a quick look about and withdrew her gaze. She would not dare provoke any of the demons here. She held her brother Jifutalang's hand and asked softly, "Brother, do I look lovely in this outfit today? Do you think Lord Wutsan will like it?" Jifutalang, the other upper rank 6, wore hair like kelp and stared with dead blank eyes. Looking at his sister Duoji with indulgent affection, he said, "Of course, Duoji, you are the most beautiful. I believe Lord Wutsan will surely like it." "Really?" Duoji breathed, her cheeks flushing, the expression verged on ecstasy. At that moment, a striking young man in a peculiar round hat and red robes abruptly appeared beside Uozo. In his multicolored eyes was the deep seal of upper rank 2. The 3 words, upper rank 2, identified him. This demon was upper rank 2 Tonma. Tonma gently laid a palm on Uozuo's shoulder, wearing a look of concern as he said, "Oh my. Lord Uozuo, do you know how worried I was? I'm so relieved you are unharmed. Are you not worried about me? After all, you are all my most important companions. Not a single one may be absent." At Tongmo's arrival, Uozuo's expression visibly soured. His control over his expression completely unraveled. "Tongmo, why are you still alive?" Tongmo's ceaseless prattling made Uozuo's patience snap. Unable to endure it any longer, Uozuo resolved not to indulge him today. Uozuo lived by a simple maxim: never coddle a fool. To Uozuo, Tongmo was precisely that fool. Uozuo's left hand shot up, a rising backhanded punch smashed into Tongmo's broad face with brutal force. With a sharp smack, Tongmo's handsome features were obliterated by Uozuo's blow, as if they had been struck in a violent wreck. "Ho ho, Lord Uozuo, you've grown a little stronger than before. Only a little, alas. You still cannot beat me." No sooner had Tongma finished speaking than the wounds Uozuo had just carved into his face healed in an instant. Hearing this refilled, Uozuo's briefly vented anger at once. Just as he prepared to strike again, Ming sat kneeling nearby, plucking at her biwa as she controlled Wuxian City and spoke up. She said, "Lord Uozuo, please desist. I was the one who first summoned upper rank 1 Haizumo. He has been here all along." At those words, Uozuo's pupils contracted. He turned and scanned the expanse of Wuxian City, searching for any sign of Haizumo. When it came to upper rank 1 Haizumo, Uozuo felt boundless dread. Compared to upper rank 2 Tomo, Uozuo was unwilling to concede. The gap between them was not vast, and for Uozuo, it was not beyond pursuit. Yet, he had never seen where Haizumo's limits lay. At that moment, Haizumo knelt within a tea house above Wuxian City, gazing down. He looked down upon the other upper-ranked demons far below. His red hair was tied at the back, his form nearly human, but his face bore 6 perfectly symmetrical eyes. Additionally, 2 dark, crimson markings were set upon Haizumo's forehead and chin. Sensing Wukan's arrival, Haizumo spoke to Uozuo below, "Stop searching. I am here. Lord Wutsan has arrived." At that announcement, the upper-ranked demons on the platform fell to their knees. Yuhu, lacking legs, could not kneel, and instead hovered at the jar's mouth, taking a small advantage. Wutsan, dressed in women's garments, looked down at his useless subordinates and spoke in a frigid tone, "You are truly a great disappointment." Hearing this, the other demons remained kneeling in silence. Only Tongma wore an innocent expression as he looked at Wutsan and asked, "I am terribly sorry, to what do you refer?" To be honest, Tongma, who lacked genuine feeling, was not afraid of Wutsan at all. He did not even possess the emotion of fear. How could he be afraid? Wutsan fixed Tongma with a long, cold stare. If this tool still held no use, he would have slain Tongma on the spot. After a long pause, Wutsan finally asked, "Where is the blue othershore flower? Why after centuries has it not been found? And you failed to annihilate the Ubuyashiki clan. For hundreds of years. This is the first time lower-ranked demons have been cut down one after another within a single year by the Gishadui. I am beginning to doubt the value of your existence. At this, the most timid Banteon dog began to plead desperately for mercy. I have no words, the Ubuyashiki have concealed themselves most cleverly, Hizumo explained calmly. After all, I am not skilled in detection and search. After offering a perfunctory reply to Wutsan, Tongma touched his cheek and began to ponder idly, how many people should I dine on tonight? Only Yuozuo fixed his gaze on boss Wutsan and declared resolutely, Lord Wutsan, I will slaughter every single member of the Gishadui for you. Wutsan looked at Yuozuo coldly and said, oh, is that so? Then first go and bring me the head of the Gishadui's most active recent member, the Sound Pillar. With those words, Wuken's form vanished from before their eyes. The Sounding Pillar. Is that the infamous swordsman who bears the blame? Watching the departing Muzan and Akaza Kokoshibo couldn't help but feel a curiosity towards this unconventional swordsman. Ding! The Gujing lightly chimed, and the space shifted. In the infinite city of another realm, silence once again enveloped the area. Morning beneath the narrow mist mountain in front of two humble wooden cabins. Yahaba, Tanjiro, and Ju were rotating in their daily mandatory swordsmanship practice. From the practice, it was evident that Yahaba was the strongest among the three, followed by Ju, while the youngest Tanjiro seemed to be merely tagging along. A plump black crow swiftly flew overhead. Tanjiro, whose attention was the least focused, spotted the peculiar crow at first glance. Hastily looking at the two in combat, he shouted, Yahaba, Ju, look, there's a crow in the sky. But this crow is so fat. Tanjiro stuck out his tongue, displaying a charmingly naive demeanor. At that moment, a tall young swordsman carrying a large iron pot and two long swords at his waist, dusty from travel, slowly stepped into view. Seeing the familiar trio before him, Kaneo smiled slightly, then let his gaze fall on the least favored man of the future Demon Slayer Corps, Ju Tomioka. Ju Tomioka, Ju Tomioka, am not disliked. Yes, that's it. Observing the still Chiba version of Ju, Kaneo couldn't help but feel nostalgic in his heart. Ju, you were much cuter as a child. The troubles of growing up are beyond your imagination. The three little ones exchanged puzzled glances. Who was this oddly dressed swordsman? Eventually, Yahaba stepped forward and asked, may I ask why you're here at Narrow Mist Mountain? Kaneo smiled gently and explained softly, I was just passing by and thought I would visit a senior. Is it Master Rengoku? Tanjiro inquired, tilting his head. Kaneo nodded. So, does that mean you're also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? Tanjiro's eyes lit up excitedly, exclaiming. As they conversed, the former water pillar Shinobu Kocho, wearing a Tengu mask, hurriedly walked out from the wooden cabin. Hello, you must be Mr. Rengoku. I am Kaneo from the Demon Slayer Corps. Kaneo initiated the introduction as he looked at the approaching Shinobu. After catching a whiff of Kaneo's scent, Shinobu nodded. Lord Sound Pillar, I have long heard of your great name. Then Shinobu led Kaneo into the wooden cabin, brewed a pot of tea, and they sat across from each other. I wonder, Lord Sound Pillar, why have you come to Narrow Mist Mountain? Kaneo shook his head, speaking politely. You don't need to be so formal, just call me by my name. I was merely passing by Narrow Mist Mountain and thought to visit you, senior. Shinobu, hidden behind his Tengu mask, slightly frowned, but then relaxed, not asking further. He sensed that Kaneo was not being entirely truthful, detecting a hint of deception. However, the aura of righteousness and kindness surrounding Kaneo was strong, and Shinobu believed that Kaneo would not do anything detrimental to the Demon Slayer Corps. In truth, Kaneo had come specifically to Narrow Mist Mountain for some other matters, but for Shinobu, it should be a significant good deed. 3 days later, at the foot of Narrow Mist Mountain, 3 youths, 1 large and 2 small, were heading towards the final selection site of the Demon Slayer Corps, Fujisaki Mountain. Yahaba furrowed his brow, curiously staring at the tall figure of Kaneo. Yahaba, boy, do you have something to say? Why do you keep staring at me? Kaneo, without turning his head, asked. Yahaba, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head, then seriously looked at Kaneo's back and said, Mr. Kaneo, I heard from my master that you are the sound pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, and currently the strongest swordsman in the Corps. A powerful swordsman like you must have a very precious time. Why are you following us to Fujisaki Mountain? Upon hearing this, Kaneo couldn't help but laugh heartily, thinking to himself, you little rascal. When you are caught by the hand demon and about to be eaten, let's see if you think I'm wasting my time. Kaneo then said, you really know how to flatter. But actually, you want to ask me why I'm not doing my job. Why am I not slaying demons, but following you to Fujisaki Mountain, right? At this point, Kaneo proudly paused and let out a soft humph. Before continuing, you should consider whether this is possible or not. The reason I'm following you is, of course, that I have my own mission. However, this is a confidential mission only known to pillar-level members. You two aren't even official members yet, so I can't tell you. All I can say is that you must remain vigilant on this journey. Enemies may appear at any moment. At this point, Kaneo turned his head, looking seriously at the two. The two little ones were immediately left in a daze by Kaneo's words. On this journey, one could say that the atmosphere was tense, with every rustle of leaves and whisper of grass causing alarm. The two dared not be careless, wishing they could keep one eye open, even while sleeping. Until both of them arrived at Fujisaki Mountain, safely sporting dark circles under their eyes. Only then did they realize that they had been tricked. Actually, confidential mission. Of course not. This was just Kaneo's excuse to humor Yahaba and tease him. As for slaying demons, please, Kaneo had been on duty for a year. Can't he take a few days off? Although Kaneo's true intention was not to take a vacation. But capitalists don't usually work their employees to the bone, and the head of the organization, Yoya, wouldn't do that either. He had reminded Kaneo several times to take a break and return to headquarters, and also to meet with a few other pillars. After all, he couldn't join the Demon Slayer Corps for years without ever visiting headquarters, right? In fact, Kaneo's plan this time was to handle matters at Fujisaki Mountain and then return to headquarters to discuss some opinions with the higher-ups. The personnel recruitment system of the organization is indeed flawed, and it is a major problem. The current recruitment method is excessively simplistic and brutal. As long as one survives for 7 days at Fujisaki Mountain, they can pass the assessment, which completely lacks the function of selecting outstanding talents. Taking the initiative to fight for 7 days and surviving counts. Even just staying alive by hugging someone else's leg for 7 days counts. Joining forces to barely survive counts, and even finding a place to hide for 7 days without dying counts. In short, this selection method does not filter out the slackers and the lucky ones. And this is just one part. Secondly, potential reserve members may fall in battle due to carelessness or while protecting others. Yahaba is a living example. As the most talented swordsman of this session, Yahaba almost fought his way through Fujisaki Mountain to save fellow candidates harmed by demons. He ultimately met a hand demon whose strength rivaled that of the lower moon and was defeated in battle. Clearly, he had the potential to become a pillar, but why did the Demon Slayer Corps let him wilt before he could truly bloom? Thirdly, those who come to participate in the assessment to become official members of the Demon Slayer Corps have usually undergone training for at least a year or even up to 2 or 3 years. These individuals are not useless. They are all talented. A group with noble ideals, unafraid of sacrifice, willing to confront demons and battle them, and have received formal training. Even if they do not have the talent to become swordsmen, can't they take on other roles? These people have mastered breathing techniques. To put it another way, their physical and psychological qualities are stronger than average. Even if they do not join the Demon Slayer Corps or the hidden faction, they can still help by providing some intelligence. However, most of them end up dying in the recruitment assessment. A huge group comes to participate, yet only a few survive. Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen inherently have a very high mortality rate, and the reserve members sacrificed during the recruitment assessment are even more. In conclusion, Kaneo believes the recruitment assessment of the Demon Slayer Corps is extremely unreasonable. Kaneo believes that it does not help the Corps select outstanding talents, nor does it provide a numerical advantage in swordsmen for the Demon Slayer Corps. Its only function is to maintain the total number of swordsmen in the Corps at a stable level. Kaneo truly couldn't comprehend how the Demon Slayer Corps, with such an outdated selection method, could have been able to contend with Musen Kabutsuji for over 1,000 years. Could it be sheer luck? Kaneo shook his head, quickly dispelling the strange thoughts in his mind. The final selection point for the Demon Slayer Corps is on the slopes of Tungshi Mountain, where the mountainside and foothills are filled with man-eating demons captured by the official members of the Corps. The selection content for the official members of the Demon Slayer Corps takes place in this forest teeming with evil spirits. Survive for 7 days. Most of these demons are not very strong, but there are always some exceptionally gifted beings. After enduring round after round of selection, the number of young swordsmen devoured within Tungshi Mountain is increasing, until they transform into beings of immense power, ones that new recruits cannot possibly contend with. For example, the Hand Demon. Of course, Jiu Tiaoju believes that in the past few hundred years the Hand Demon is definitely not an isolated case. How many young swordsmen and swordsmanship geniuses have perished here? Who can guarantee that these currently ordinary swordsmen will not grow to become pillar-level members in the future? These young men truly should not die here. Jiu Tiaoju believes that compared to ordinary civilians, these young individuals are more worthy of surviving. Although this is somewhat cruel, it is the truth. Rather than having the pillars carry out extermination missions to protect the civilians, Jiu Tiaoju thinks they should come here, giving these youths another choice and a chance to survive. Looking at the group of young men charging bravely towards the foothills, Jiu Tiaoju sighed softly and resolutely promised in his heart, "Brave young men, I will not allow any one of you to perish in vain on Tungshi Mountain. This is my promise, Jiu Tiaoju." The reason Jiu can make such a promise is also due to the assurance brought by his strength. Following the footsteps of the young swordsman Jiu Tiaoju stealthily entered among them, without anyone noticing. Over the course of the year, the talented swordsman Jiu Tiaoju has not been stagnant. At this moment, Jiu, as his body gradually adapted to the thunder-breathing constant state, found that his physical condition had skyrocketed compared to before. Moreover, the increase in physical quality has also strengthened all 6 of Just senses. Now Just Sword Heart Clear domain has expanded to a radius of 300 meters, comparable to a medium-level beginner's observation hockey. Not only that, but even the sword forms from Thunder Breathing have been developed from the original 6 to 9. Thunder Breathing first form Thunder Flash. Infusing the power from Thunder Breathing into his feet, he explodes with a single breath, rapidly closing in on his opponent, like a thunderclap, tearing through the air, executing a swift draw that even demons cannot see, capable of decapitating a demon with a single strike. The explosive power required from both feet is extremely high. It is the most fundamental, yet the hardest technique to learn in Thunder Breathing. Thunder Breathing second form Rice Spirit Altar. In the instant Thunder Breathing is activated, he unleashes a rapid series of lightning-shaped strikes. The number of strikes can be as many as you wish, and it can also block attacks from opponents. Thunder Breathing third form Gathering Mosquitoes into Thunder Altar. Infusing the energy brought by Thunder Breathing into his limbs can enhance his agility and speed, while leaving wave-like lightning traces on his movement trajectory. Thunder Breathing fourth form Distant Thunder Altar. This was originally a close combat skill that unleashed lightning with the Nichiren blade and charged towards the enemy. After using it, Jiu Tiaoju felt it was somewhat unreasonable, as too much energy generated by Thunder Breathing was wasted. This skill was developed by Jiu into a long-range attack skill that directly releases lightning with the Nichiren blade. Although it cannot kill demons, it can induce a temporary state of stiffness and paralysis in them. It can be considered a long-range control skill. Thunder Breathing fifth form Heat Domain Thunder Altar. This sword form can release high-temperature lightning imbued onto the Nichiren blade to enhance its damage against evil spirits, along with a certain paralysis effect. When paired with the Crimson Blade, the effect is even better. Thunder Breathing sixth form Electric Roar Thunderstrike. Centered around himself, he unleashes all his power, instantly striking out countless lightning-shaped blows in all directions. This is also an enhanced version of the second form Rice Spirit Altar. It can be said to be the most powerful area damage skill that Jiu Tiaoju currently possesses. Thunder Breathing seventh form Electromagnetic Induction. This is a completely original method of using Thunder Breathing created by Jiu. This ability actually has nothing to do with the sword and lacks any offensive capability. Instead, it is a method developed by Jiu based on modern electromagnetism to enhance his sensory capabilities. In fact, the original intention behind developing this move was to align himself with Magneto, manipulating the magnetic field with electric energy. Unfortunately, the electric energy brought by Thunder Breathing in this world is still somewhat lacking. Jiu Tiaoju estimates that only the awakening level of the Thunder Fruit in the world of One Piece could provide him with the electric energy needed to manipulate the magnetic field. Although Just's idea did not succeed, he unexpectedly discovered that when he used Thunder Breathing and attempted to influence the surrounding magnetic field reaction, it made him exceptionally sensitive to electromagnetic responses in a radius of about 1 kilometer. Every living being has its unique electromagnetic response, and demons are no exception. This means that now, as long as a demon appears within a kilometer radius of Jiu, he can detect it through electromagnetic responses. Thunder Breathing 8th form Flying Thunder God. Brothers, don't get it wrong. This is not the Flying Thunder God of the 4th Hokage. It is merely just homage to his predecessors. It is also a skill that can only be used by dual-wielding swordsmen. In simple terms, it infuses the lightning attribute energy from Thunder Breathing into a long sword, allowing the sword to continuously release electric energy to paralyze the enemy. When inserted into a demon's body, it causes the demon to undergo continuous electric shock and paralysis until the electric energy in the long sword is depleted. Jiu Tiaoju once used this move on a Lower Moon demon, and the results were quite good. At least the Lower Moon 6 Kyoko was rendered immobile beneath this technique. Until the sun rose, he was reduced to ashes. Thunder Breathing 9th form Thunderblade. This sword form is still in the conceptual stage for Jiu Tiaoju and has not been used yet. Why? Because the conditions for releasing this sword form are extremely harsh. Moreover, if successfully unleashed, it would be a case of inflicting 1,000 points of damage to the enemy, while self-harming 800. To complete this sword form, it is best to choose a spot at the mountain's peak or the highest point in the surrounding environment. Thunderstorm weather is optimal. This sword form cannot be completed solely through human effort. It requires harnessing the power of nature. The principle is to use Just's own lightning attribute energy, guiding it through the Nichiren blade to summon the heavenly thunder. Then wrapped in the violent energy of the heavenly thunder, it cleaves through everything in front of him. Of course, there is also the possibility of failure, unable to summon the heavenly thunder, or his own body collapsing first, directly struck down by the heavenly thunder. Jiu Tiaoju estimates that if he truly managed to pull it off, it would mean Muzan receiving that blow. He would have to hide for several decades afterward. You're a little beyond the limit. Lop off one hand then. Jiu Tiaoju watched the demon before him, so consumed by hunger it had lost all reason, and murmured to himself. In the next instant, Jiu Tiaoju drew his Riluan Dao Sun wheel blade with blistering speed. The blade slicing through the air became incandescent from the friction, its edge glowing a fierce molten red. Jiu Tiaoju's version of He Dao Crimson Blade, complete. It hurts. It hurts so much. The searing agony snapped the demon Teotailing's mind back from ravenous delirium to a precarious semblance of lucidity. Teotailing's face twisted in pain as he stared at the arm that gave off the scent of cooking flesh, bewilderment written across his features. Am I still a demon? Why hasn't my hand grown back? And this wound, it stings unbearably. Hiss-ah. The unrelenting burning began to seal Teotailing's reason once more. Having severed the fiend's arm with one stroke, the busy Master Ju left without looking back. He still had to hurry and screen the instructors scattered across the examination grounds. Demons like Teotailing, whose strength exceeds the exam's limits, are manually weakened by Jiu Tiaoju. Those he personally debilitates should not expect to recover within the week. Though the damage dealt by Jiu Tiaoju's He Dao cannot reach the heights of the world's finest slayer Ji Guiyuan, it is nevertheless formidable. Merely by preventing regeneration and halting wounds from closing for a time on the kind of fiends that inhabit Tengshi Mountain, Jiu Tiaoju is more than capable. Over 3 centuries ago, Ji Guiyuan once confronted the demon king Wuzan. With a single strike, the 13th form of sun breathing, he left Wuzan bearing wounds that have not healed for centuries. Of course, the sun breathing technique's added damage must not be discounted, but the contribution of He Dao in that assault was by no means negligible. Within the world of demon slayers, a swordsman's ultimate heights contain 3 supreme powers. Ranked by difficulty, the foremost is the supreme domain, Tongtu World. There is the searing Riluan Dao turned He Dao, and there are the life-draining markings Banwen. Of these, Tongtu World stands supreme. Only a handful in the whole tale have ever opened it. Tongtu World need not be repeated here. He Dao, plainly put, is an upgraded form of the Riluan Dao. Its principle is simply to raise the blade's temperature. Once He Dao is unleashed, combat strength soars, and a demon's regenerative powers are effectively suppressed. Even Wuzan would be affected by such a strike. In the story, He Dao has been triggered in only 3 ways. One method is through immense grip strength or by clashing Riluan Daos together to generate intense heat. There is also the protagonist Tan Zhilang's method. His sister Enido Z used her blood demon art, Raging Blood, to flame Tan Zhilang's Riluan Dao red hot. The blade thus reached the state of He Dao. Naturally, how devastating He Dao proves against a demon still depends on the wielder's personal strength. Within Tengshi Mountain, a recruit of the Guisha Corps Cun Tianyan gripped his Riluan Dao tightly, astonished. Before him stood yet another one-armed demon. He could not help murmuring, do demons have disabilities too? Why today on Tengshi Mountain are the ones we meet either missing arms or missing legs? Roused by the surrounding clamor, the hand demon unfolded nearly 100 arms from its body, as if stretching, and then emerged from the pitch-black cave. What a lively day, it crooned. Is it the annual Demon Slayer recruitment again? Wonderful. Today I can eat my fill. Damn Lin Long. Damn Lin Long. Damn Lin Long. And those little brats in fox masks. Today he'll devour you all. The hand demon remembered how Lin Long's Wajin Ci had captured it and imprisoned it on Tengshi Mountain for decades. Its swelling malice spread like a tangible fog in all directions. At that moment, a sudden flash of blue and yellow streaked toward them from afar. Ah, found you. Jiu Tiaoju looked at the grotesque hand demon and muttered, this thing has so many arms. How many should I chop off? He wondered aloud. Let me think. How many would be proper? The hand demon blinked, then looked down at the tiny, unbelievably swift figure beneath it. Hey kid, what year is it? Also, have you seen any fox-masked little devils? Jiu Tiaoju paid the hand demon no heed. He was still considering how best to deal with the creature. The hand demon was powerful. Jiu Tiaoju suspected it might rival the likes of Lower Moon 6 Xiang Kai. Killing it outright felt like a waste. Yet if he cut arms off, how many would suffice? If he did not sever enough, ordinary recruits would still be unable to beat it. Seeing Jiu Tiaoju continue to ignore it, the hand demon's anger kindled, veins rose, and throbbed across its face. You brat. Are you mute? Irritated by the interruption, Jiu Tiaoju shot the demon a cold look, the blade in his eye ready to strike. At that moment, Jiu Tiaoju sensed Chietu and Yong nearby. How convenient. He decided then that the feud tied to the water-breathing line should be settled by those involved. Jiao Tiaoju believed that at full strength Xie and Yong might well not lose to the hand demon. And if things went awry, there was always him. He turned toward the pair and shouted loudly, "Help! There's a demon here. Someone save me." Hearing the cry, the two hurried toward Jiao Tiaoju without hesitation. "Xie, doesn't this voice sound familiar?" Fu Gang Yong ran with his Riluan Dao in hand and glanced at Xie as he asked. Xie nodded in puzzlement. "A little, but on Tingxi Mountain we hardly know anyone, do we?" "Ah, kid, are you calling for help?" At this moment the hand demon, already rattled by Jiao Tiaoju's reflexes, was somewhat unhinged. "This child must be a fool. If I eat his flesh, might I become foolish too?" The hand demon shook its head hastily and slammed a massive arm down toward Jiao Tiaoju. "You can't eat an idiot's flesh. Better to kill him outright." Watching the ungrateful hand demon press its luck, Jiao Tiaoju's face darkened. He casually drew Zhu Xie the exorcising sword, and with a reverse stroke severed the thick arm before him. The simple, supremely swift swing appeared as a phantom to the hand demon's vision. It could not be seen, utterly invisible. The hand demon's pupils contracted. So fast. Though only a single straightforward blow, the demon had no confidence it could meet it. What if he had just cut my neck instead, eh? That thought sent an immediate chill through the hand demon. Zong Tu and Yong, holding their unsheathed Nichiren blades, looked at Kyudo Orin with bewilderment and asked, "Mr. Orin, how come it's you? How did you end up here?" Kyudo Orin smiled at the newly arrived duo and said, "Oh well, this matter. We'll talk about it later. Your current opponent is him." After saying this, Kyudo Orin pointed at the hand demon beside him. They looked at the tall figure covered in arms. Zong Tu and Yong exchanged glances, both revealing a serious expression. Noticing their expressions, Kyudo Orin paused slightly, then continued, "This demon seems to have been captured by your master Lin Long. Moreover, it just told me that over the years it has devoured several boys wearing fox masks in this area of Vine Assault Mountain. It seems they all used the water-breathing technique." The hand demon scratched its head carelessly, causing patches of flesh to be scraped off by its own nails. The hand demon thought in confusion, "Did I say that? Did I really say that? I remember not saying anything like that. But how could this guy know what I didn't say?" At this moment the hand demon was engulfed in deep self-doubt. Kyudo Orin completely ignored the hand demon's reaction and continued, "As you know, this is the assessment area for the official members of the Demon Slayer Corps, so I cannot interfere casually. Therefore this battle between you must rely on yourselves. Don't die, okay?" As soon as Kyudo Orin's words fell, his figure vanished without a trace from the eyes of the two and the demon. Water-breathing first form water surface / Tu Zong Tu and Yong, filled with rage, raised their Nichiren blades and struck at the hand demon, who was still in a daze. The two swung from left and right, aiming for the hand demon's neck. Puff! Puff! Yong's Nichiren blade, after slicing through the two hands beside the hand demon's left neck, was caught by the third hand next to its neck. Meanwhile, Zong Tu's strike severed the arm next to the hand demon's right neck. Zong Tu's Nichiren blade drove straight in until it was stopped by the hand demon's spine. The clash between blade and bone emitted a crisp ding sound. Unfortunately, most of Zong Tu's strike was blocked by the hand demon's arm, failing to complete the decapitation. The fear of death, nearly beheaded instantly, awakened the hand demon. Seeing the fox masks on the foreheads of the two, the hand demon was even more furious. Controlling nearly 100 arms around it, they rapidly grew. In an instant it bounced the two away. Zong Tu and Yong, upon landing, were both struck by dozens of punches, feeling dizzy, and collapsed to the ground. Immediately after, numerous arms quickly entwined, transforming into two large, elongated giant arms. The hand demon remotely controlled these two gigantic arms, smashing them down where the two had fallen, while roaring loudly, "Lin Long! Lin Long! And you two little demons! All of you go die!" In a critical moment, Zong Tu suddenly pushed Yong aside, using the force to roll backward with his blade. Thud! Thud! After two muffled sounds, the solid forest floor had been smashed into two massive pits by the hand demon's strike. "Oh, this move too. I don't remember this being in the anime. They won't be able to withstand it, will they, eh?" Hiding nearby, Kyudo Orin scratched his chin and murmured. Looking at the pits on the ground, Zong Tu and Yong were instantly covered in cold sweat. "Yong, they'll hold these two hands. You go cut off its neck." Zong Tu raised his Nichiren blade, blocking Yong's path, and said firmly. Yong stepped forward and stood beside Zong Tu, shaking his head expressionless, and said, "They'll hold these two hands. You go cut its neck." Unfortunately, before the two could finalize their tasks, the hand demon's attack came once again. In a rush, the two hurriedly swung their blades to defend their small figures, colliding against the giant arm before them like ants shaking a tree. Bang! Bang! In the next second, the two turned into cannonballs blasted away by the hand demon for dozens of meters. Iyong landed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and then his legs went weak, fainting right there. Zhang Tu was not doing well either. Although he had reduced much of the impact using the water-breathing sword form, his hands were injured, and his slashing power was far less than before. Kyuda Orin on the tree couldn't hold back anymore, and began to instruct Zhang Tu below. Zhang Tu maintained absolute focus in battle. Don't get distracted. And don't be impulsive, adjust your breathing. Your strength is inferior to it. Think about the characteristics of water breathing. Don't clash Hedon. Though stone is tough, water can wear it away. Moreover, this demon isn't as strong as you think. Its speed of attack is not faster than yours. Besides, its attacks in this form are not agile and take longer to charge. Normally with your speed, you should be able to evade it. If it hits you, that means you have failed. Zhang Tu firmly gripped the Nichiren blade, not looking for Kyuda Orin's position, but staring intently at the hand demon's body, nodding to indicate he understood. In the next second, the hand demon's attack came once more. Suck. Water-breathing third form flowing dance. For the next 15 minutes, Zhang Tu did not attempt to counterattack. He relied solely on the acceleration brought by the water-breathing sword form flowing dance, slipping away from the hand demon's attacks like an eel. The hand demon, unable to break through, became increasingly agitated, and the gaps between its long arms widened. A glint of excitement flashed in Zhang Tu's eyes. The opportunity has come. This demon has adapted to my current dodging rhythm. Water-breathing ninth form water flow flying foam. In an instant, Zhang Tu seemed to transform into a rushing stream. Ignoring gravity, he stepped on the hand demon's long arm, twisting and tumbling while evading the attack from the other arm, until Zhang Tu reached before the hand demon along its long arm. Water-breathing 10th form ever-flowing transformation. Like a dragon spinning and tumbling, the more spins, the stronger the strike. Zhang Tu, harnessing the force from dozens of spins, transformed his Nichiren blade into a sky-blue water dragon, roaring as it slashed at the hand demon's neck. At that moment, the hand demon seemed to see Lin Long. Clap, clap, clap. Kyuda Orin jumped down from the tree, clapping his hands, looking at Zhang Tu with admiration, and praised, "Your mastery of the water-breathing sword form is commendable, managing to combine the 9th and 10th forms. Take some time to perfect it. This could be a new water-breathing sword form." Zhang Tu only smiled slightly before collapsing to the ground. Kyuda Orin looked at the exhausted Zhang Tu and the unconscious Iyong in bewilderment, unable to help but slap his forehead. "I miscalculated. If I had known, I would have come alone. Now I have to look after these two little demons." Night in the narrow mist mountains. Huff, huff. Kiryu Ubuyashiki gasped for breath, abruptly sitting upright from the ground. Sakuraba gently turned a wild rabbit roasting over the campfire with his wooden stick, then glanced back at Ubuyashiki and said softly, "Ubuyashiki, you're awake. Master Kichibai has already left. He said your injuries are minor. Just rest for a few days and avoid exertion. You must be hungry too. Don't rush. The rabbit will be ready shortly." Ubuyashiki nodded, dazedly gazing at Sakuraba as he murmured, "I just had a dream. I dreamed you died. Then I passed the Demon Slayer Corps selection exam. Later I even became the Water Hashira. What happened next? What happened next?" Sakuraba showed no concern over his own death in the dream. Instead, he urged Ubuyashiki to continue. Ubuyashiki searched his memory for the increasingly hazy dream, pausing for a moment before speaking. Later. 7 days later, at the Fujikasayama Demon Slayer Corps official candidate assessment, Shinichiro Kayama, and a rank Demon Slayer Corps member overseeing the evaluation, stood bewildered before the group of youths gathered on the mountainside platform. He mused inwardly. There seemed to be rather many who passed the trial. Are this year's recruits truly this formidable? Let me count 1, 2, 3. 39. After tallying the number, Shinichiro Koyama drew a sharp, incredulous breath. Nanny, did I bungle this mission entirely? Have all the demons secretly fled the mountain? Not a single recruit had been eliminated. If every one of them were to pass, Shinichiro Koyama's supply of tamahagane would fall woefully short. Tamahagane, the ore used to forge Nichiren blades. This was unprecedented in the Demon Slayer Corps' history. Just as Shinichiro Koyama tightened his grip on his Nichiren blade and stepped toward the mountain path, preparing to ascend and investigate the situation firsthand. Having confirmed the Fujikasayama was now completely devoid of survivors, Kichibai Kujo descended from the summit, walking while rapidly jotting notes into a small ledger. These were Kujo's personal reflections and recommendations based on his observations throughout the 7-day assessment. Also included were profiles of this cohort of candidates, detailing their temperaments, combat styles, latent potential, and optimal developmental paths. All such materials were destined for review by Kagaya Ubuyashiki. This was precisely why Kujo possessed unwavering confidence in reforming the Demon Slayer Corps' recruitment methodology. His approach, grounded in systematic observation and individualized assessment, was far more rigorous and scientific than the current rudimentary, survive 7 days standard. Kujo believed Kagaya Ubuyashiki would grasp its merit without difficulty. Master Kujo, what brings you here? Shinichiro Koyama exclaimed, encountering Kujo right at the mountain entrance. Overwhelmed with excitement, Shinichiro Koyama gazed upon Kujo with fervent, almost reverent intensity. Coincidentally, during a prior demon-slaying assignment, Shinichiro Koyama had faced a dire threat, encountering Zero Remi, the lower moon 4 of the 12 Kazuki. Fortunately, Kichibai Kujo happened to be nearby, rescuing Shinichiro Koyama with decisive intervention. In a single stroke, he dispatched lower moon 4, Zero Remi. Shinichiro Koyama was instantly awestruck. Soon after, a steady tide of legendary exploits attributed to the sound Hashira only deepened his veneration. How could he possibly resist being utterly captivated by Kichibai Kujo? Ah, it's Shinichiro. Good, you look spirited. Kujo gave a slight nod. Recognizing him eased matters. No need for tedious explanations. Yes, Master Kujo. A rank demon slayer, Shinichiro Koyama salutes you. Koyama straightened his posture and declared loudly. The anomaly in this internal assessment stems entirely from my own initiative. It bears no relation to your conduct. I shall personally explain the full circumstances to Lord Ubuyashiki. After briefly clarifying matters with Koyama, Kujo led him to the assembled candidates. Gazing upon their youthful, still unsettled faces, Kujo addressed them firmly. Greetings, I am Kichibai Kujo, the Sound Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Here I owe each and every one of you an apology. Due to my unilateral decision, your assessment underwent unexpected alterations. With that, Kujo bowed deeply before the youths. Rising, he continued, based on my personal observations, the following 12 individuals have met the Demon Slayer Corps' standards for admission. Of course, this reflects solely my judgment. Those whose names I now call, step forward. Rinro Sakuraba, Kiryu Ubuyashiki, Hikoichi Murata. Those not named exchanged hushed, anxious murmurs. Surveying the 12 youths who stepped forward, Kujo nodded, then turned once more to address the entire group. Young ones, you have all shown courage. Yet, having endured these 7 days of trial, have you truly reflected, deeply and honestly, on whether you are suited to become demon slayers? Moreover, confronting demons is not solely the duty of sword-wielding warriors. The Corps' hidden division fulfills an equally vital role. Should you feel your talents lie elsewhere, we warmly welcome you to join the hidden. Kujo turned to the 12 named youths. Here I offer every one of you, yes, including these 12, a choice. Those wishing to join the Demon Slayer Corps as swordsmen, please step left and form a line. Those choosing to serve as hidden, step right and form your own line. If neither path resonates with you, remain where you stand. Moments later, gazing upon the leftward line of 31 youths and the rightward line of only 8, Kujo sighed softly. He felt as though he had done much, and yet perhaps nothing at all. Of those 31 on the left, how many would survive even half a year hence? The path of the demon hunter had never been gentle or forgiving. After a brief pause, Kujo looked upon the youths and nodded solemnly. I honor your choices. I eagerly anticipate standing beside each of you on the battlefield in days to come. Having spoken, Kujo offered the youths a radiant, warm smile. 3 days later, at the Demon Slayer Corps' headquarters, Kichibai Kujo sat facing Kagaya Ubuyashiki. Kujo was playfully engaging with an infant, 6 months old, Kagaya Ubuyashiki's eldest child among his 5 Tsugumi Ubuyashiki. Little Tsugumi possessed fine silvery white hair, violet eyes, and a petite, delicate nose above a cherry blossom mouth, truly a vision of heart-melting grace. Notably, all 5 children were born in a single birth, quintuplets. Only the 3rd child, Kariya Ubuyashiki, was male, the remaining 4 were daughters. And yet Lord Ubuyashiki himself, normally immersed in fatherhood, now found himself reluctantly sacrificing precious time with his infant daughter laboring through a weary self-imposed overtime session. All because Kichibai Kujo had brought forth a slender booklet titled Demon Slayer Corps Talent Selection Initiative. Jiu stayed at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps for another week until he and Oyakata Muzan completed the Demon Slayer Corps talent selection program. He also met some people he was supposed to see, such as Himejima Jiomiai, who had already become the Stone Hashira, and several veteran Hashira members. Among them was Kaijiro Rengoku, the Flame Hashira, who would one day become the next Flame Hashira, the father of Kaijiro Rengoku. At this time, Kaijiro Rengoku was as warm and cheerful as his son would be in the future. Jiu got along quite well with him, and at Kaijiro Rengoku's repeated invitation, he accompanied him to the Rengoku family for a visit. This led to Kaijiro Rengoku having to call Jiu, who was only a few years older than him, Uncle Jiu. On that day, after sparring at the Rengoku family's training grounds, Jiu informed Kaijiro Rengoku of some bad news. Just moments ago, while they were sparring, Jiu had loosened his senses and accidentally sensed that there might be some problems with Kaijiro's wife Rengoku-ruka's health. Initially, Kaijiro Rengoku did not believe this news when Jiu told him. In his mind, his wife's health had always been fine, and after they married, she had never mentioned suffering from colds or fevers. However, Jiu remained serious and said to him, "I hope that is not the case. But so far my ability has never been wrong. Brother Kaijiro, feel my breathing." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiu exhaled deeply, activating the techniques of flame breathing, and gently inhaled some air. Buzz. A faint burning sensation slowly approached Kaijiro Rengoku. His expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "What? How is this possible? How can you even use flame breathing? Moreover, what level of proficiency is this? How did you achieve it?" Kaijiro Rengoku could not help but ask further. Jiu exhaled the air from his chest and switched to thunder breathing before speaking. "This is the highest realm of a swordsman. It is called translucent world. Later you can look through the ancient texts in your family. You might find records related to this. I won't go into detail about it. In short, I can see. No, I should say I can feel the internal structures and subtle conditions of the human body. Not only that, but I can also control my body to use flame breathing, which is not inherently suited for me. However, your wife Ruka's health condition does not look good in my perception. Her life force is too weak, more specifically her heart might have some issues. And this situation has likely been ongoing for some time. Why hasn't she mentioned it to you?" Jiu looked curiously at Kaijiro Rengoku. At this moment, Kaijiro Rengoku's mind went blank. He just wanted to quickly find his wife Ruka to verify the truth of this news. Rengoku Ruka, who was in the bedroom mending clothes, looked at the two who suddenly burst in and asked in confusion, "Kaijiro, what's going on? Is there something wrong?" Kaijiro Rengoku looked at his wife with a serious expression and asked, "Ruka, tell me, have you been feeling unwell recently?" Rengoku Ruka was slightly taken aback, gently touching her chest with her right hand, then frowned as she replied, "I have been feeling a bit off, but they are just old issues that shouldn't be anything serious, so I didn't want to bother you with these trivial matters." Her response instantly tightened Kaijiro Rengoku's heart. He could only helplessly turn back to look at Jiu. Jiu observed Rengoku Ruka's heart closely for a while, shaking his head. The structure of her heart valves was somewhat different from that of an ordinary person. This should be a type of congenital heart disease, but unfortunately, he was not a doctor in his past life on Earth. He did not know how to treat it. Jiu looked directly at the two and said, "The problem is a bit serious. You need to be mentally prepared. Go find a doctor." After Kaijiro Rengoku sent the doctor away, he found Jiu looking lost. The doctor said, "Ruka has an incurable disease. Jiu, do you have a way? You must have a way, right?" Kaijiro Rengoku's eyes were filled with desperation. Jiu thought seriously for a moment. In the world of Demon Slayer, who could treat such a disease? Muzan might have a way, but certainly not by turning her into a demon. That guy Muzan, in order to overcome his fear of sunlight, has been studying for over 1,000 years, especially in the fields of biology and medicine. His accumulation of knowledge is quite terrifying. Even if we assume that Muzan lacks talent in this area, and is a fool, one can only imagine how high he could reach after studying for 1,000 years. However, Muzan definitely wouldn't help them save a life. Fortunately, aside from Muzan, there is another demon who is more specialized in this. Miss Tamayo, who lives in Asakusa, Tokyo. Before she was turned into a demon by Muzan, she was an exceptionally skilled doctor. And even after becoming a demon, she continued to treat and save people for hundreds of years. Jiu thought to himself, this is a good demon, as she might have a way. However, since Miss Tamayo is a demon, Kaijiro Rengoku might not be willing to trust her. After careful consideration, Jiu looked at Kaijiro Rengoku and said, "I heard that there are foreigners who have opened a hospital in Asakusa, Tokyo. Their medical level is much more advanced than in Neon. I think you should go there and have a look. Perhaps they will have a way to treat her. Of course, if the foreign hospital cannot treat her either, then Jiu would have to turn to Miss Tamayo for help." That afternoon, in a state of anxiety, Kaijiro Rengoku wrote a letter to his lord. Then he set out with his family, all neatly organized. Of course, Jiu was also there. If he didn't go, who would help them find Miss Tamayo? Seeing how concerned Jiu was about their Rengoku family, they were deeply touched. Kaijiro and Senjuro, the two brothers, increasingly called him Uncle Jiu. 2 days later, the group arrived in Asakusa. Accompanying the Rengoku family, they found the hospital run by foreigners. Jiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, fortunately, there was a hospital opened by foreigners here. He pulled Kaijiro Rengoku to a corner in the hospital. Jiu spoke up, "Brother Kaijiro, you all stay here at this foreign-run hospital to see if they can help. I know of several very reputable doctors in Tokyo. I will go look for them, and if I have any news I will come back to the hospital to find you tonight." After saying this, Jiu Tiaoju turned and left. He also wanted to meet Miss Tamayo, the good demon. "Ah, I found it. This should be the place, right? It really is well hidden. Is it a blood demon technique of the illusion type? It makes people instinctively overlook this place." Jiu stopped in front of a courtyard wall and murmured to himself. The next moment, Jiu charged straight into the wall. The courtyard wall seemed as insubstantial as air, showing no intention of obstructing Jiu. With most of his body entering the wall, Jiu suddenly turned his head towards the southwest direction and whispered to himself, "Muzan Kabutsuji, just you wait. Before long your new father will be coming to find you." Indeed, while searching for Tamayo in Asakusa, Jiu unexpectedly discovered Muzan's trail. That kind of decayed, foul odor that emanates from deep within the soul after enduring thousands of years. Jiu believed it could only belong to Muzan. There won't be any other demons. However, Jiu currently lacked the confidence to face Muzan in an unknown battle. Moreover, this guy was exceptionally good at escaping and had several powerful allies. It's just delivering vegetables. If I get brought into the Infinity Castle by Nezuko, I wouldn't even have a place to run. Jiu is not like some of the Hashira in the anime. Upon hearing news of Muzan, they get excited like crazed dogs. Ahem. Give him a few more years and Jiu believes he can treat Muzan like a small monster to farm. But I must say Kaneo Tsuyuri, the strongest man in this realm, truly surpasses others by a large margin. Naturally attuned to the world. Naturally possessing permanent markings. Naturally equipped with a breathing technique. The other 5 basic breathing techniques were created by Tsuyuri based on his own breathing style, meaning his innate breathing method differs from that of ordinary people. He comes with the breath of the sun. Without needing to do anything, his body can continuously become stronger. At this moment, the only aspect where Jiu surpasses Tsuyuri may be in his senses or mental strength. After all, he possesses sword heart clarity, the 6th sense, and combined with his innate connection to the world, this should be stronger than Tsuyuri. As for the markings, Jiu actually knows how to activate them. He just doesn't want to. Activating the markings greatly enhances one's combat ability, and the user's body will also display patterns that signify the activation of the markings. Different swordsmen with markings will have varying patterns. The prerequisite for activating the markings is that body temperature must reach 39 degrees and the heart rate must exceed 200 beats per minute with a large secretion of adrenaline. At this time, the person's body becomes as hot as if it is about to ignite, and whether the human body can survive after entering such a high-temperature, high-risk state becomes the watershed moment for whether markings will appear. Whenever a marked individual appears, those around them will resonate and also develop markings. Markings are the ability to prepay one's life, and those who activate markings do not live beyond 25 years. Only the uniquely gifted Tsuyuri has lived past 25. But if someone over 25 activates the markings, they will not last long in this world. In Judaeo, just understanding markings are like a lock on the genetic level of the human body. This genetic lock can seal your vitality and control your power, and once opened it cannot be closed. Vitality continuously flows away. After all, Judaeo is not Tsuyuri, who was born with markings. If he activates them, he won't live past 25. Considering just physical condition barring any accidents, he could potentially live past 100 years, or at least 80 or 90. Exchanging the flow of vitality for the power of markings is a tremendous cost. Judaeo will not activate them unless absolutely necessary. Speaking of breathing techniques, the breath of thunder is indeed weaker compared to the breath of the sun. However, Judaeo currently finds the breath of thunder very comfortable to use. Judaeo thinks that even if he learned the breath of the sun, if his physical attributes do not match, forcing himself to use a breathing technique he is not suited for would yield power that is difficult to reach, let alone compare to Tsuyuri. The breath of the sun is essentially this man's exclusive breathing technique. Others can only grow stronger by relying on existing breathing techniques, but they cannot surpass Tsuyuri. Just like how Tanjiro's power in the anime is in comparison to Tsuyuri like the difference between clouds and mud. After all existing breathing techniques are essentially the breathing method that this man was born with. Judaeo wants to surpass Tsuyuri through breathing techniques. He must create a set of breathing methods that belongs solely to him. After entering the courtyard wall, Judaeo made no attempt to conceal his footsteps. He slowly approached the exquisite Western-style house before him. Inside the house, Tamayo and Yashiro were currently conducting medical experiments. Upon hearing the footsteps, the two demons simultaneously stopped their actions and exchanged glances. Lady Tamayo, it's daytime outside, it shouldn't be a demon. Could it be that a human accidentally came in? Tamayo frowned, shook her head, and said, the footsteps are very even and the strength is well controlled. This person is not ordinary. They must be here to find us. Yashiro, go open the door and let him in. Yashiro's expression seemed a bit hesitant. But Tamayo looked at Yashiro with a gentle gaze, smiled, and said, he should not mean any harm. Otherwise we wouldn't be able to hear his footsteps. Ju arrived outside the door and softly said, this beautiful lady, you are correct. I truly mean no harm. My. Hearing this, Yashiro's forehead unconsciously broke out in several veins. This detestable human. How dare you disrespect Lady Tamayo? At this moment, Yashiro completely cast aside other concerns and angrily approached the door. He carefully opened the door, just a crack. Standing in the doorway backlit, he urged, you detestable human. Hurry up and come in. Inside, Tamayo immediately scolded Yashiro. Yashiro, do not be rude to our guest. Yashiro's expression changed rapidly. He quickly put on a well-behaved look, looking towards Tamayo, and replied, yes, Lady Tamayo. Ju scratched his head. This kid really lacks manners. Not wanting to argue with him, Ju squeezed through the gap opened by Yashiro. Looking at the tall and handsome youth in a sky-blue haori with 2 swords at his waist, Yashiro couldn't help but admit he felt a twinge of jealousy. At this moment, he truly did not wish for this youth to appear before Lady Tamayo. As Ju and Yu Lang stared at each other with wide eyes, Ju also walked over from the laboratory. Ju examined Ju carefully, glancing at the 2 long knives at his waist, and already had some guesses in her mind. A boy with black long hair, carrying dual knives. Could it be him? And those eyes, they seemed familiar. When did I see them before? Ju, who had hundreds of years of memories, couldn't recall at that moment. Seeing Ju approach, Ju took the initiative to speak. Hello, beautiful miss. I am Ju, a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. Ju looked at Ju, filled with curiosity. Hello, swordsman, you can call me Ju, and this is Yu Lang. May I ask if you are looking for us for something? You should know we are both demons. Ju nodded solemnly. Yes, I know you two are demons. Your bodies hold no secrets from me. Before Ju could continue, Yu Lang with a fierce expression raised his claws and lunged at Ju. Damn human, I will kill you. Yu Lang was not joking. This was the first time he encountered someone daring enough to be so unreasonable to miss Ju. He wanted to kill this detestable human. He had to. No. Ju watched in horror at this scene, but it was too late for her to intervene. After all, she was never a demon skilled in combat. Ju looked at Ju with pleading eyes, as if saying, spare this child. Yes, the Ju who concealed herself in the world to heal humans had probably recognized Ju the swordsman who detests evil and has slain countless demons. Though he wasn't to blame today. The blame swordsman. Ju smiled slightly at Ju and subtly nodded. Then, without drawing his sword, Ju extended his right hand and struck Yu Lang's forehead with a lightning-fast palm strike. Thud. Yu Lang, covered in dust, fainted just like that. Ju, astonished, looked at Ju and asked, is this child all right? Ju shook his head. If he were human, he would likely be in trouble. Ju then sighed in relief and curiously asked Ju, when will Yu Lang wake up? Ju, arms crossed, said indifferently, I think this kid's brain isn't quite right. I'll help him replace it. When his brain grows back, he will naturally wake up. Ju. At this moment, Ju recalled the words Ju had just said. She believed that a person with such pure eyes couldn't be shallow. Jiu words were certainly not without reason. Your body holds no secrets from me. Ju repeated in her heart. At that moment, Ju finally remembered. More than 300 years ago, there was someone like that. His eyes were just as bright, and his gaze could indeed see through the bodies of humans and evil spirits. He was also the first to make Kibutsuji Musen feel the emotion of fear. His name was Yurichi Tsujikuni. Ju looked at Ju in a daze. Could it be that such a human has been born again? After a while, Yu Lang, lying on his back, finally regained the spark in his eyes. Since Yu Lang and Ju had not fed on humans, their recovery speed was much slower compared to normal demons. Recovering his senses, Yu Lang was momentarily stunned, then obediently stood to the side without disturbing the two in conversation. Ju glanced at Yu Lang with a strange look before turning to Ju. Mr. Ju, I'm sorry, Yu Lang was a bit impulsive. I apologize for his recklessness. Ju smiled and said, it's all right. I actually interrupted you first. However, this child is indeed a bit impulsive. If it had been an ordinary person, just now he might have already killed him. If I didn't know that you had already freed yourselves from Musen's control, have not fed on humans, and have been treating ordinary people's ailments, I would not have shown mercy. Ju nodded and asked again, may I ask if you are looking for us for something? Ju explained, I have a friend who has some heart problems, and I hope you can help take a look. May I ask what specific symptoms she has? When it came to professional matters, Ju expression was extremely serious. Jiao Tiaoju relayed all the information he had learned, including the abnormal condition of the heart of purgatory Rengoku, to Zhu Shi. Zhu Shi frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "Without seeing the patient, I cannot confirm whether I can cure her. If it's convenient, please bring her over. I can use the equipment here to examine her closely." Jiao Tiaoju nodded and said, "If there is still a person in this world who can cure her, then I believe that person can only be you." Zhu Shi covered her mouth and smiled softly. "You flatter me." After discussing business, Jiao Tiaoju stood up and prepared to take his leave. However, before leaving, Jiao Tiaoju informed Zhu Shi of one piece of news. Kabutsuji Musen is currently in Asakusa. What? Zhu Shi instantly transformed into a demon, her fierce expression becoming even more terrifying than Yu Shi Lang's just moments ago. "Where is he? Tell me, where is Kabutsuji Musen?" Zhu Shi's hands tightened around Jiao Tiaoju's arm. Jiao Tiaoju did not try to break free. He gently patted Zhu Shi's head with his other hand and said softly, "I'm telling you this news not to lead you to your death. You are not his opponent. Endure for a little longer. I will personally kill him." Zhu Shi glared with blood-red eyes, staring intensely at Jiao Tiaoju. After a while, she finally loosened her grip and slowly collapsed to the ground, crying out in despair. Did she not know what she could do against Musen? It was just that the hatred buried deep in her heart for hundreds of years was awakened in an instant by this name, causing her to temporarily lose her reason. Looking at this woman who had long since died inside, and whose only goal was to take revenge on Musen, Jiao Tiaoju sighed and said, "Miss Zhu Shi, would you like to come with me to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps? I will take responsibility for your safety and will regularly provide you with blood from the 12 Kazuki. All you need to do is focus on researching the potion to turn demons back into humans." After calming her emotions, Zhu Shi stood up and looked at Kyuta Kitsu, saying seriously, "In fact, I have a connection with all the past leaders of your Demon Slayer Corps over the past 300 years. Many of the devices here were provided by them, and we are not really in a position to visit the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. I can conduct research here just the same." Kyuta Kitsu shook his head. "Times have changed. Musen Kabutsuji is currently in Asakusa. You could encounter him at any moment. Are you so eager to reincarnate without witnessing his demise?" Zhu Shi furrowed her brow, but still refused, saying, "Then Yushiru and I will be moving soon aside from Tokyo. We have other places to hide." Kyuta Kitsu smiled and did not press further. "I understand your concerns, but I hope you can trust me. The era of demons will end at my hands. I will personally slay Musen Kabutsuji." Kyuta Kitsu looked at Zhu Shi with earnestness. Looking into the boy's penetrating gaze, Zhu Shi momentarily saw the man from 300 years ago. After leaving Zhu Shi's residence, the sky gradually darkened. As Kyuta Kitsu headed towards the hospital, he detected the presence of a lowly demon. Kyuta Kitsu drew his Nichiren blade and swiftly dispatched the lowly demon. Meanwhile, sensing the death of a demon nearby, Musen Kabutsuji slowly closed his eyes to review the final moments seen by that demon before its demise. In the death replay, the young man with 2 swords and a cold expression killed the demon with a single strike. Musen opened his eyes, deeply furrowing his brows. This human's speed seems to have increased compared to before. Has he improved this quickly? This is nearly catching up to the first generation of swordsmen. Or was it that the lower-ranked demons never forced you to use your full strength? Musen gazed at the empty air and commanded, "Naki, inform Akaza to come to Asakusa immediately." Zhong. A long sound of the pipa suddenly rang out. Naki, holding a pipa, abruptly appeared before Musen. "All right, Lord Musen." Just as Naki was about to pluck the strings of the pipa to activate the blood demon art and open the infinity castle. "Wait!" Musen called out to Naki. Recalling the swift strike he had just witnessed, he felt it was still somewhat precarious. Akaza might not be able to kill this human. Moreover, this human appeared to be quite young and was currently at the peak of their growth and strength. If they couldn't kill him this time, it would pose quite a problem. Thinking about how effortlessly this human killed the lower-ranked demons, Musen found himself troubled. What if? Sigh. Musen didn't want to hide for decades again like he did 300 years ago. Bring Kakushibu as well. The cautious, timid Musen decided he would not give this human any opportunity to grow. Solve the problem in one go. You may wonder why Musen is so close, yet doesn't take action personally. Please, he only ever acts against his subordinates. How many times has he actually fought in this entire story? He is the most cowardly villain, boss. All right, Lord Musen. Naki, like a cold tool, uttered no unnecessary words, plucking the strings of the pipa before returning to the infinity castle. After Naki left, Musen summoned 2 more demons. Sure enough, upon arriving at the hospital, Kyuta Kitsu found that the outcome did not surprise him. This hospital, run by foreigners, was currently incapable of treating Rengoku's ailment. He looked at the downcast Rengoku family. Kyuta Kitsu no longer concealed anything and after the group arrived at the inn directly informed the couple about the demon Dr. Zhu Shi. What? You're saying you want a demon to help Rengoku with his illness? Impossible, I absolutely won't agree. Rengoku Shinjuro couldn't control himself and shouted out in agitation. Rengoku Shinjuro was 100% disbelieving that a demon would not eat humans and would frequently engage in other duties to treat the populace for free. Rengoku Ryuko glanced at her husband with an annoyed look before turning to Kyuta Kitsu and saying, "Thank you, Mr. Kitsu, I know this is all your good intention. In fact, I even believe what you said today. But everyone's fate is something that the heavens have long predetermined. I do not seek to forcefully change anything. I only hope to accompany my family for the remaining days of my life." Looking at the stubborn couple, Kyuta Kitsu pondered and decided not to rush. Perhaps in a few days their thoughts might change. Watching Kyuta Kitsu leave the room, Rengoku Shinjuro's expression was somewhat conflicted. He opened his mouth, but ultimately did not call out to Kitsu. After all, Rengoku Shinjuro still harbored a glimmer of hope. If this foreign-run hospital couldn't cure them, they would just change to another one. With so many doctors in Tokyo, Rengoku Shinjuro could not believe that aside from that demon doctor named Zhu Shi, no other doctors could help at all. Unfortunately, Muzan did not give Rengoku Shinjuro much time to choose. 3 days later, around 10 o'clock at night, after finishing a bath at the inn and preparing to sleep, Kyuta Kitsu suddenly turned pale. How could this be? How could they both appear here at the same time? Instantly, Kyuta Kitsu recalled the lowly demon he had killed a few days ago. Kyuta Kitsu sighed and facing the empty air self-deprecatingly muttered, Muzan, is this the treatment for someone without the protagonist's halo? Why don't you deal with Tanjiro with such force? Yes, having received Muzan's orders, Kakushibu and Akaza had now both arrived in Asakusa. They were only about 200 meters from the inn, yet for some reason neither of them made a move. Kyuta Kitsu quickly dressed, grabbed 2 blades, and in an instant arrived at the Rengoku family's door. Bang! Time was of the essence. With no time to knock, Kyuta Kitsu kicked down the door of the inn. The Rengoku family was stunned looking at the intruding Kyuta Kitsu. Upper Moon 1 Kakushibu and Upper Moon 3 Akaza have both arrived. Their target should be me. Rengoku Shinjuro was startled and was about to speak. Kyuta Kitsu waved his hand to silence him and continued, Shinjuro brother, if you still hope for me to survive, you must do exactly as I say. Wait a moment, I will draw them outside the city. There are too many people here. If no one obstructs, you take Rengoku and the others and quickly leave to find Miss Zhu Shi at the place I mentioned before. Come back to find me outside the city tomorrow morning when the sun rises. Shinjuro brother, remember, do not come before the sun rises. As soon as he finished speaking, Kyuta Kitsu transformed into a flash of blue-yellow lightning and charged out of the inn in an instant. In the outskirts by the shallow grass, Kyuju Oka suddenly turned around, quietly waiting for his opponent of the night. Black Tsukumo and Akaza arrived shortly after, not making Kyuju Oka wait long. Black Tsukumo, with 6 eyes and a sword-stained appearance, had long crimson hair tied in a high ponytail and retained red flame-shaped patterns on his left forehead and right neck from his human days. With his arms crossed over his chest, Black Tsukumo looked at Kyuju Oka and said lightly, Human swordsman, my name is Black Tsukumo, one of the upper moons of the 12 Kazuki. You run quite fast, or I thought you might flee. Kyuju Oka scoffed, mocking, flee. Haha. As a swordsman, turning your back to the enemy is the greatest shame. If I must die, so be it. What is there to fear? Black Tsukumo, stop the nonsense and draw your sword. The corners of Black Tsukumo's mouth lifted slightly. He began to appreciate this human swordsman. You want me to draw my sword? Then let me see if you have that qualification. Your opponent is him. Black Tsukumo's arm extended straight, pointing at Akaza, who had not intervened. You'll see soon whether I have that qualification. Kyuju Oka tilted his head towards Akaza. With short peach-colored hair, golden eyes, and pale skin, his blood-red nails were adorned with countless deep blue tattoos representing sinners. Dressed in a purplored short shirt with prayer beads hanging from his ankles, what kind of attire is this? Akaza supported his shoulder with one hand, twisted his arm, and stepped forward to unleash his blood demon art. On the ground, a snowflake-shaped formation suddenly unfolded. Filled with excitement, Akaza looked at Kyuju Oka and said, Human swordsman, my name is Akaza. Do you know how long I've been searching for you? Among weak humans, there are very few powerful beings like you. Oh, is that so? Kyuju Oka replied with a faint smile. Indeed, you are powerful, I could tell at a glance. Akaza abruptly stopped at this point. How is that possible? Akaza exclaimed. He couldn't sense any fighting spirit from this human swordsman with his blood demon art, destruction, kill, needle of death. Speaking of fighting spirit, one must mention Akaza's unique blood demon art. Before transforming into a demon, he was an exceptionally skilled martial artist. How skilled, you ask? In his human days, he single-handedly killed 67 people barehanded to exact revenge on a neighboring sword dojo. As a result, he caught the attention of Muzan Kabutsuji and was transformed into a demon. After becoming a demon, Akaza lost his memories, but his body did not forget the martial arts techniques he once practiced. Akaza employed these martial arts techniques, constantly battling the various Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, thus honing an extremely powerful fighting spirit. Based on his fighting spirit, Akaza developed 10 unique blood demon arts. Among them, Destruction Kill Needle of Death is the core of Akaza's blood demon arts. Destruction Kill Needle of Death, it perceives the opponent's fighting spirit like a compass, making one's attacks and evasive actions as precise as if drawn to a magnet. Upon activation, a 12-pointed snowflake formation appears beneath his feet, known as Technique Unfolding. The shape of the snowflake formation is inspired by his late fiancée's hair ornament. The stronger the opponent's fighting spirit, the more responsive the needle becomes, enhancing its strength and precision. However, it cannot sense those without fighting spirit or those who conceal its transparent world. At this moment, Kyuju Oka was such a case. Akaza was completely unable to perceive Kyuju Oka's fighting spirit. How could such a powerful swordsman lack fighting spirit? This situation could only imply that this swordsman had also reached that realm, the one he sought day and night, the supreme realm, transparent world. Thinking about battling a being of such a realm made Akaza's body tremble with excitement. After becoming a demon and losing his memories, all that remained in Akaza's heart was the obsession to grow stronger and pursue the highest realm. This is also one of the reasons he despises Doma so much. In his quest to become stronger, Akaza only enjoys fighting powerful opponents while looking down upon the weak, even detesting them intensely. However, as a demon, Akaza adheres to the creed of a strong man. He never kills or eats women, only choosing to consume human flesh when he is extremely hungry. In contrast, he is the complete opposite of Upper Moon 2 Doma, who only loves to eat women, resulting in a terribly strained relationship between them. Watching Akaza's slightly trembling body, black Tsukumo's 6 eyes furrowed simultaneously. What's wrong with this guy? Seeing Akaza still not taking action, Kyuju Oka scratched his head, probably guessing this martial fanatic's thoughts. After a moment's thought, Kyuju Oka placed his right hand on the hilt of the Nichiren blade. If this guy Akaza continued to daze, what awaited him would be lightning. The moment Kyuju Oka's hand touched the hilt, Akaza instantly felt a sense of oppression, as if facing death. If he didn't act now, he might truly die. Just a moment ago, Akaza, who was still trembling, suddenly charged at Kyuju Oka. Destruction Kill Annihilation style. He reached Kyuju Oka's front. Akaza raised his right fist to shoulder level, bringing it behind him. Leaning forward with his upper body, one leg in front and the other behind, toes firmly gripping the ground, he resembled a powerful bow. Using his body as the bow and his fist as the arrow, Akaza shot his fist towards Kyuju Oka. Kyuju Oka quietly watched the impressive fist before him. Oka's assessment was good control of the body, most of the muscular strength was mobilized, but unfortunately, if he can't hit, even the greatest strength is useless. Akaza took too long to control his muscles. Oka could deliver such a punch even better than Akaza could. Not only could he perfectly mobilize the strength of all his muscles, but he could also complete the exertion process without such trouble, all within his body. On the surface, appearing utterly still with no movements, Kyuju Oka could gather power internally. This is the transparent world. Suck. The air was instantly inhaled, filling his lungs. Controlling the complete opening of the blood vessels in his body, rapidly separating the oxygen in the air, it surged into the blood vessels, merging quickly with the red blood cells. Golden luminous flow surged from the lungs, spreading through the blood vessels to the entire body in an instant. At the same time, he controlled the muscle fibers in his body, evenly distributing this explosive power throughout. In an instant, lightning crackled, thunder began to rise. Kyuju Oka's body was enveloped in dazzling lightning. Breath of thunder, third form, gathering thunder. A ripple-like surge of lightning shimmered across Kazuri Kajira's body, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. At that very moment, Kokushibo, observing the battle nearby, dilated his pupils sharply. What is this? Perfect mastery over one's own body. To have awakened the transparent world at such a tender age. A flash of vicious intent flickered across Kokushibo's eyes. Boom. Awakened demon Akinori swung his fist wide, but struck only empty air. The sheer force compressed the atmosphere before him, detonating with a thunderous crack. Thunder breathing. Fourth form, distant thunder reforged. Crimson and sapphire currents flared momentarily along Kazuri Kujira's Nichiren blade. Before Akinori could launch another assault, Kazuri, now standing over 10 meters away, drew his blade and slashed toward him without hesitation. Instantly, blinding arcs of lightning erupted from the Nichiren blade, howling forward at breakneck speed. Seeing that searing bolt, Akinori's battle instincts, woven deep into his flesh, screamed a warning. Under no circumstances must his body make contact with that lightning. Destruction kill, void technique. Akinori spread his palms wide, then clenched them shut in a single explosive motion. Twin fists whirled through the air, striking the void before him twice in rapid succession. The air imploded violently, two concussive shockwaves dense as bullets shot forth toward Kazuri's lightning arc. Tum! The lightning offered no resistance whatsoever. It shattered instantly beneath the impact of Akinori's shockwaves, whose momentum remained unbroken as they surged onward toward Kazuri. The fourth form, Distant Thunder, reforged a technique of precise control, had been effortlessly disrupted by Akinori's shockwaves. Yet Kazuri felt no disappointment. Instead, he watched the onrushing shockwaves with keen, almost scholarly fascination. He did not evade. Kazuri wished to test the raw force behind this attack. Adjusting the angle of his stance with meticulous precision, he raised his Nichiren blade, angling it perfectly to intercept both shockwaves simultaneously. A silent contest of strength began. To truly gauge the shockwave's power, Kazuri deliberately forewent any deflection or redirection techniques. He bore their full impact heat-in, his body driven backwards several meters by sheer brute force. His boots carved two deep parallel furrows across the ground. Gazing down at those grooves, Kazuri murmured inwardly in quiet awe. This technique is rather intriguing. By means of a unique method, he condensed and compressed the air around his fists, then unleashed that pressurized force in a focused burst, achieving true long-range impact. And its destructive power was formidable, proof that energy transmission suffered minimal dissipation. Truly, Akinori was a genius. In contrast, the Demon Slayer Corps relied upon Nichiren blades to sever a demon's neck outright, a necessity demanding close-quarters combat. Thus, swordsmanship within this world had evolved almost exclusively toward direct, visceral hand-to-hand techniques, honest, unadorned, and forged in confrontation with demons. Demons unbound by such constraints wielded blood demon arts far more flamboyant and elaborate. Yet most of these were innate talents, unique to each demon, impossible to replicate. But Akinori was different. He pursued the path of physical mastery, his blood demon art rooted in part in pure martial discipline. His overwhelming physical resilience, combined with peerless martial artistry, lent his techniques an aura of terrifying dominance. And every one of them was something Kazuri could learn. For now, however, only one technique held his full attention. Destruction kill, void technique. Kazuri's eyes gleamed with sharp intensity as he looked directly at Akinori and spoke plainly. Please execute that attack again. Several times. Kazuri. Akinori, strike harder. Crush me. Bewildered Akinori studied Kazuri's face, twice utterly perplexed. Fortunately, Lord Akinori possessed a certain magnanimity toward worthy adversaries and did not refuse Kazuri's request. Destruction kill, void technique. 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 Kazuri closed his eyes, dodging the incoming shockwaves while focusing intently on the subtlest shifts within Akinori's body, especially in his fingers. Akinori's manual dexterity was nothing short of exquisite. After 6 consecutive strikes, even Akinori began to falter. His entire musculature, overstrained by repeated explosive exertion, had torn across more than half its fibers. Were he still human, he would already lie comatose. Moreover, due to the extraordinary precision of his technique, even his hardest, blackened, fingertips now bore fine hairline fissures. Akinori's fingertips were obsidian black. During his duel with the flame Hashira, those blackened digits deflected blades with near impunity. Sensing the sudden cessation of assault, Kazuri opened his eyes with mild displeasure and fixed Akinori with a look of unmistakable disdain, as if silently asking, already spent. That deeply insulting gaze ignited Akinori anew, his regenerative speed surging markedly. Destruction kill, void technique. Destruction kill, void technique. Destruction kill, void technique. Ah, I see. After carefully observing Akinori's technique over a dozen repetitions, Kazuri finally grasped the essence, the intricate mechanics and kinetic principles behind this unique art. Gazing at Akinori, now visibly drained, Kazuri showed no opportunistic cruelty. He simply stood still, silent and composed, holding his Nichiren blade. He began refining his newly acquired skill, flying slash. Witnessing this bizarre tacit truce between man and demon, Kokushibo's expression darkened ominously. Veins pulsed violently across his temples. What in the world are you doing? Take this seriously. Kokushibo's self-restraint was fraying at the edges. He wanted nothing more than to slaughter them both. Whether Akinori sensed Kokushibo's rising fury remains uncertain. Without waiting for his muscles to fully recover, Ikinori slammed his foot hard into the earth and lunged once more toward Kazuri. This time, however, he did not employ the void technique. Destruction kill, final form Azure Silver Chaotic Radiance. Very well then. Ikinori had unleashed his ultimate technique. This was one of his innate blood demon arts, awakened spontaneously upon his transformation into a demon. Upon deploying his compass needle, Ikinori could generate hundreds of radiant projectiles from thin air, launching them outward in all directions simultaneously from his core. Their velocity and destructive force were staggering. Even Ju Tomioka's water-breathing, 11th form calm, could not fully withstand them. Only Tanjiro Kamado, having entered the transparent world, evaded them flawlessly. Thus, this dazzling barrage held no efficacy against Kazuri. Facing the storm of projectiles descending upon him, Kazuri anticipated their trajectories with graceful footwork, while raising his Nichiren blade and vibrating its edge in minute-controlled oscillations. In the next instant, Kazuri swung his Nichiren blade fiercely toward Ikinori. A soft silken chime rang out, Shion. A crescent-shaped slash, pale as moonlight, nearly translucent, leapt from the blade and soared forward. In less than a heartbeat, it crossed the 10-meter gulf, hurtling straight for Ikinori's throat. Stark disbelief flooded Ikinori's gaze. He knew precisely where this technique originated, yet he had never imagined that this human, within mere moments, would master both the kinetic foundation and the refined execution of the void technique. Flying slash descended upon him, leaving no time for reflection. Ikinori crossed his arms tightly, using the backs of his fists to shield his neck. SHHHK. The flying slash flashed past. Ikinori's fists, and his head, fell to the ground in unison. Feeling the immense power of the flying slash, Jiu stroked his chin and nodded in satisfaction. Using the sun wheel blade to unleash the flying slash has its advantages and disadvantages compared to using one's fists. The advantage is that the blade's edge is smaller than a fist, allowing for a more concentrated force, which naturally amplifies its power. The disadvantage, however, is that a blade is not a part of your body like a fist. Controlling the blade to perform a flying slash is far more complex than controlling a punch. This is also why Jiu has a clear skill setup, unlike Akaza, who can unleash air-type punches almost instantaneously. 4 true master's attacks with a clear skill setup are difficult to land on the opponent. For example, Black Death Mu nearby. Moreover, for demons, the Sun Wheel Blade cannot truly sever their necks, nor can it genuinely kill them. In fact, Black Death Mu was astonished by this fantastical strike, not because of the power of the attack, but rather due to just terrifying talent for learning. He understood the world profoundly, yet he had never been able to do something as Jiu did. In such a short time, he learned such a complex attack method simply by observing his opponent. At this moment, Black Death Mu's killing intent towards Jiu grew more intense. Despite appreciating Jiu Just spirit as a swordsman, he was even more unwilling to see this extraordinarily talented individual surpass him one day. In Jiu Black Death Mu saw a shadow of Yuan, even though there was still a significant power gap between the two of them. Yet this absurd talent was strikingly similar to his brother Yuan. Even if Muzan came today to turn Jiu into a demon, Black Death Mu would still not agree. This human swordsman is doomed today. This is what Black Death Mu declared. Anyone who tries to stop him will be cut down. After Yuan's death, Black Death Mu's thought of not losing to anyone became an obsession. He would not allow himself to suffer a single defeat. To prevent this from happening, Black Death Mu could cast aside everything. Just like more than 300 years ago when he aimed to defeat Yuan. His identity as a human, the honor of a warrior, familial bonds, friendships, and even love. He could forsake it all. Sensing Black Death Mu's volcanic killing intent, Jiu raised an eyebrow and then relaxed. At this moment, thinking too much was futile. Watching Akaza, who was nearly recovering, Jiu began to take things seriously. He sheathed the Sun Wheel blade, holding the sheath horizontally with his left hand, while gripping the hilt in an unusual manner with his right. Jiu Just grip on the sword resembled that of a dagger, holding the hilt in reverse. Inhale. A golden light flowed with Jiu Just breath quietly circulating to his feet, as blue and yellow lightning suddenly erupted. Jiu appeared before Akaza at a speed he could not possibly react to. Breath of Thunder 5th Form Hell's Thunder Modification. Breath of Thunder 1st Form Thunderclap Modification Swallow Reversal. This combination skill surpassing extreme speed was the draw/swallow reversal. In the instant Jiu drew the Sun Wheel blade, the blade had not fully exited the sheath, yet it had already turned crimson. The crimson blade, entwined with lightning, approached Akaza at a speed that froze his thoughts. It aimed for his neck. The lightning-imbued blade penetrated his body as easily as a hot knife through butter passing through Akaza's spine without resistance. At this moment, Akaza's mind finally registered the long blade about to completely sever his neck. Yet Akaza's body had no time to react. Deep within, a strong unwillingness surged within him. He desperately shouted, "No, I haven't stepped into the supreme realm yet. I can't die, I must become stronger. Stronger." This intense unwillingness propelled Akaza's body to undergo an unprecedented change. At that moment, with a loud bang, the change within Akaza was forcibly interrupted. A long red blade covered in eyes firmly blocked Jiutiao just strike. Just a bit more, just a tiny bit. Akaza's neck was about to be completely severed by Jiutiao. Akaza would have fully transformed. But unfortunately, the unprincipled Black Death Mu still chose to intervene in this battle. Jiutiao sighed lightly, realizing he was still not fast enough. Before swinging this blade, he anticipated that Black Death Mu would not passively watch him kill Akaza. Even though their relationship was not amicable, Jiutiao merely wanted to try once. If successful, he might have a chance to contend with Black Death Mu throughout the night in his current state. If he couldn't kill Akaza, he would have no chance against two opponents. Although based on Akaza's character, he should not engage in such unprincipled tactics. However, Jiutiao could not place his hopes on a demon. Feeling the immense pressure transmitted by the Sun Will Blade, Jiutiao felt a bit frustrated. He then grasped the hilt with his left hand, exerting all his strength to engage in a power struggle with Black Death Mu at Akaza's neck. The crimson blade entwined with flickering lightning made Akaza, who could finally feel the temperature burn with unbearable heat, his eyes gradually rolling back. While Black Death Mu continued to apply pressure with his blade, he admired Jiutiao's crimson blade and said, "Human swordsman, your crimson blade is quite good, very good." Even with Jiutiao's crimson blade deeply embedded in his own blade, the red long sword, covered in eyes, still slowly and steadily pushed Jiutiao's blade back toward the wound, until Jiutiao's Sun Will Blade completely left Akaza's neck. Sigh. Jiutiao sighed lightly, using the momentum from Black Death Mu's long sword to leap back, slightly temporarily escaping his attack range. With a helpless gaze towards Black Death Mu, he said, "Sai, why do you have to force me? Isn't it good to be alive?" As he spoke, the anger within Jiutiao could no longer be suppressed. Looking at Black Death Mu, he roared, "There's something even better, do you want to see it? Patterns open for me." The sound of his rapidly beating heart grew faster. Even close by, it could be distinctly heard. Steam rose from Jiutiao's body as his body temperature instantly surpassed the human threshold. Thump. Thump, 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 thump. Who? Inhale. As he operated the thunder breathing, which had become instinctual, Jiutiao took a deep breath, filling his lungs with air. In an instant, lightning surged from his lungs, traveling through his veins, muscles, and skin, heading towards Jiutiao's face. The next second, a dense and irregular mesh of lightning was deeply etched into Jiutiao's forehead and eyes. Although he felt that he looked very cool at this moment, Jiutiao was not happy at all. Cool. It was traded for decades of life. Jiutiao truly had no intention of activating the patterns. Isn't it good to live a long life? In his previous life, he had only lived to 27. Was he destined to die young again in this life? However, if he did not activate the patterns, he had no chance against Black Death Mu. He was human. If struck by Black Death Mu's attack, even once, he could easily die, since it was inevitable to activate. He could only do so sooner rather than later. He couldn't wait until he was injured and on the verge of death to activate them. Jiutiao glared at Black Death Mu with eyes that resembled bright lanterns filled with anger. Within his bright eyes, flashes of lightning occasionally erupted. Cool, right? It's an animated pattern with special effects. Seeing Jiutiao successfully activate the patterns, Black Death Mu strangely let out a series of neurotic laughs. Ha ha ha. I can see you are very angry. It seems you know that activating the patterns means you won't live past 25. Then you should understand me, right? If given the choice, you would also become a demon, right? Jiutiao roared, no longer wanting to listen to Black Death Mu's nonsense, and charged towards him with the Sun Will Blade, cursing. "I am your father. I understand your grandfather. Patterns comprehension, Crimson Blade. Plus the protagonist's cheat halo. Can the protagonist win?" In the eyes of Jiutiao, bolts of lightning radiated while blue electricity coiled around his body. Holding the Sun Will Blade, which was similarly enveloped in lightning and crimson in color, he charged headlong towards Heisi Mu. With the patterns activated, Jiutiao faced Heisi Mu without the slightest hint of fear. Of course, as the pinnacle of this world's combat power. Although Jiutiao's appearance was quite intimidating, it couldn't frighten Heisi Mu. Neither of them took a step back, wielding their long blades as they collided fiercely, like meteors crashing into the earth. In a very short time, the two long blades clashed hundreds of times. The sparks generated from their strikes barely dissipated before the next burst followed. In no time, the sparks emitted from the two long blades had spread all around them. However, after the initial exchange, Sengoku's expression appeared quite grim. Having not utilized his blood demon technique to attack, he seemed to be at a disadvantage, forced to defend against Jiu-Tiaoju's onslaught. Why was this the case? It turned out that every clash between Jiu-Tiaoju's sun wheel blade and the virtual crying god created by Sengoku's blood demon technique struck at the weakest point of the blade. It must be understood that the power wielded with a long blade is not evenly distributed along the blade's length. Rather, it varies continuously with the angle of the swing. In this situation, Jiu-Tiaoju could consistently land each strike precisely on this non-defect of a defect, leveraging the weak against the strong, achieving great feats with minimal effort. Why is it called a non-defect of a defect? Because it is a physical phenomenon, not an artificially created flaw. This created a feeling for Sengoku that he was unable to exert his strength. Clearly, in Sengoku's expectation, both he and Jiu-Tiaoju, who had mastered the transparent world, should be able to see through each other's bodies and the flaws in their techniques. At this moment, the factors determining victory should be the reaction speed and strength in the heat of battle. In these aspects, he was not inferior to Jiu-Tiaoju. In a simple comparison of strength, he actually held a significant advantage. So why was it like this? Sengoku was utterly perplexed. At this moment, Sengoku thought of Uani, a man adept at breaking the norm. If Jiu-Tiaoju knew Sengoku's thoughts, he would only send him one phrase. Even champions have their differences. No, that's not it. Even those who understand the transparent world have their disparities. Just like the comparison between Sengoku and Jikuguyuani, even if both used the same techniques, the same force, and the same speed in battle, the one who would ultimately emerge victorious would still be Jikuguyuani. Although many refer to the realm of the transparent world as the supreme domain, Jiu-Tiaoju knew that this realm was certainly not the end. His vision and imagination were never constrained by this world. This was also an innate advantage of a traverser. As for why there would be disparities in the transparent world between Sengoku and Jiu-Tiaoju, the reasons were many. Part of it was Jiu-Tiaoju's innate talent, his soul inherently stronger than that of others. A strong soul translates to a strong spirit, which is also why Jiu-Tiaoju possessed remarkable sensory talents from birth. With a stronger mental force than Sengoku, he naturally had a better grasp over the transparent world. In addition, his sixth sense of sword heart clarity provided an even deeper level of extreme observation, complementing each other. In numerical terms, if Sengoku's observation ability was 10, Jiu-Tiaoju might be 20. This was also why Jiu-Tiaoju couldn't maintain the transparent world like Sengoku with his observation fully activated. In Jiu-Tiaoju's perception, this world felt like a slow-motion film. Ordinary people seemed like beings from two different dimensions compared to him. If Jiu-Tiaoju were to maintain this state constantly, his spirit would definitely be influenced by the surrounding environment. This feeling was particularly intense for Jiu-Tiaoju. Jiu-Tiaoju believed that the reason for this situation was that he couldn't perfectly harness this power. Looking at the battle between the two monsters in the distance, Iwazui gently touched the gaping wound on his neck. It was just a hair's breadth away from being severed. A heart-wrenching pain surged like a tide. Even though several hours had passed, the wound on Iwazui had shown no signs of healing. His gaze, complex in emotion, fell on the human swordsman currently battling Sengoku. I almost died. What kind of power does this human possess? Iwazui did not intervene in the battle between this human and demon, for he had already been defeated. The dignity of a strong man did not allow him to engage in acts of overwhelming the few with the many. This was behavior reserved for the weak. Even if he was not yet as strong as these two monsters, he possessed a heart of a warrior. Moreover, in his eyes, Sengoku was not at a disadvantage either. The battle between the two still appeared to be in a state of balance. However, for demons, this state could be considered an advantage. After all, demons are not like humans. Their physical strength and wound recovery abilities far exceed those of humans. If Jiu-Tiaoju cannot break this balance, he will surely die tonight. After several hours of intense combat, Sengoku was now bare-chested, wearing only a tattered cloth below. His body was covered with sharp blades that had grown outwards from within. In his hand, he held a grotesquely shaped long blade that resembled a forked branch, the virtual crying god. Sengoku's strongest form was unleashed. At this moment, Jiu-Tiaoju found himself in a difficult situation. Panting heavily, he tightened his grip on the sun wheel blade, preparing for the next round of explosion. Although Jiu-Tiaoju had not yet been struck by Sengoku, his stamina was indeed depleting too quickly. In such intense combat, if not for the transparent world saving him from much unnecessary exhaustion, Jiu-Tiaoju would have already collapsed. He certainly knew he could not continue playing this way with Sengoku. He was always searching for an opportunity to sever Sengoku's neck. However, Sengoku's strength was not inferior to his own. To be precise, Heisemu's raw power was still slightly stronger than his own, even with the patterns activated. Although Jiu surpassed Heisemu in understanding of the transparent world, the myriad of flashy blood demon techniques truly overwhelmed him. With the explosive power of the thunder-breathing technique, Jiu could temporarily suppress Heisemu, but it was not enough to kill him. Moreover, Jiu's actions felt like dancing on the edge of a cliff if he wasn't careful. He would plunge into an abyss, shattering into pieces. Taking a deep breath, Jiu adjusted his breathing and raised the Nichiren blade in his hand, charging towards Kokushibo. Breath of Thunder, fourth form, remote thunder strike of electric star. At the moment the two blades clashed, crackling electricity surged along Jiu just Nichiren blade racing towards Kokushibo's virtual crying god. Caught off guard by the electric shock, Kokushibo's pupils constricted, his body momentarily stiffened. Jiu seized the opportunity and swung his blade towards Kokushibo's neck. This sword technique for a demon of Kokushibo's caliber did not have a strong controlling effect, merely slowing him down slightly. Moreover, demons have the highest level of protection for their necks. Jiu was not confident he could sever Kokushibo's neck in such a short amount of time. However, this was merely the opening move of Jiu's combo. He swung his Nichiren blade with his right hand, parrying Kokushibo's long blade, virtual crying god. With a swift motion, he drew the other dagger his father had left him, Jiu-E. The surging electric energy instantly filled it, causing the entire blade to be enveloped in fine blue lightning. Breath of Thunder, eighth form, flying thunder god. The electrically charged blade, Jiu-E, was thrust fiercely into Kokushibo's chest. It pierced completely through Kokushibo's lungs, the blade emerging from his back. A more powerful current surged from Kokushibo's lungs, gradually spreading throughout his body. Just as Kokushibo had shaken off the negative effects, he was hit again. His gaze instantly turned incredibly grim. The long blade charged with electricity not only made Kokushibo's movement stiffen, but more importantly, because the blade continued to discharge electricity within his lungs. This left Kokushibo unable to utilize the Breath of Moon. That was Jiu's ultimate goal. Kokushibo attempted to pull the blade out of his chest, but his movements were nowhere near as swift as Jiu's. Jiu did not give Kokushibo a chance to catch his breath. His sword techniques came one after another like a torrential storm, assaulting Kokushibo. Breath of Thunder, sixth form, electric strike, violent thunder flash. Jiu wielded the Nichiren blade like a raging thunder, directly shattering Kokushibo's virtual crying god that was blocking in front of him. In an instant, Kokushibo's center was wide open. Suck! Jiu took a deep breath, his lungs swelling instantly. The Nichiren blade was sheathed and drawn again as Jiu slashed towards Kokushibo's neck in a reverse motion. Breath of Thunder, first form, lightning bolt, flash, swallow, return. Got you. At that moment, Kokushibo, who had previously appeared immensely grim, surprisingly wore a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Simultaneously, the electric dagger, Jiu-E, embedded in Kokushibo's chest suddenly shattered into multiple pieces, ejecting from his chest. Jiu's gaze instantly sharpened. He sidestepped to evade the flying shards, yet the Nichiren blade in his hand remained unyielding, slashing towards Kokushibo's neck. In that instant, the previously shattered long blade, virtual crying god, reappeared in Kokushibo's hand. Breath of Moon, 16th form, moon, rainbow crescent moon. Kokushibo paid no heed to the vital point at his neck, raising the deformed long blade in his hand. It seemed as if he wanted to trade a demon's life for a human's, swinging his blade upward towards Jiu. Watching Kokushibo, who seemed unconcerned for his own life, Jiu sighed inwardly. This guy's sword regenerates way too quickly. Besides, Kokushibo's body is far sturdier than his own. With his own strength, Jiu felt it was impossible to sever Kokushibo's neck in an instant. Even if he wanted to trade one life for another, he couldn't achieve it. Jiu reluctantly sheathed his blade, struggling to parry Kokushibo's long blade, virtual crying god. With a loud bang, Jiu was sent flying by Kokushibo. His abdomen was left with a horrifying wound from the distorted long blade, virtual crying god. Jiu thought this was an opportunity, but he did not anticipate that although Kokushibo could not use his breathing techniques, his bizarre blood demon art could still free him from the influence of Flying Thunder God. And ultimately, seizing that moment, he dealt a heavy blow to Jiu. Jiu gasped for breath. Even the lightning patterns in his eyes began to dim. He controlled the muscles around the wound to prevent his intestines from spilling out. He squeezed the wound and the nearby blood vessels to avoid excessive blood loss that could lead to fainting. Jiu, with a calm expression, raised his Nichiren blade towards Kokushibo. Seeing Jiu in such a pitiful state, Kokushibo did not rush to attack. After more than 300 years, you are the first person capable of making me use my full strength. Swordsmith, you have every reason to be proud of this. After saying this, Kokushibo swung his blade at high speed. Breath of Moon, first form, Dark Moon, Palace of Night. Breath of Moon, third form, Envy Moon, Erosion. Breath of Moon, 10th form, Piercing / Crescent Moon. Breath of Moon, 14th form, Fiend, Transformation, New Moon in the Sky. With a swift motion, Kokushibo unleashed the deformed long blade, creating an illusion, summoning a massive vortex of blades crashing violently towards Jiu. Jiu activated the Breath of Thunder, straining every effort to fend off Kokushibo's strikes. However, as his stamina dwindled and the massive wound in his abdomen affected him, Jiu's speed began to slow significantly. Kokushibo's deformed blade and the moon blade produced by the blood demon art continuously left various wounds on Jiu's body, some large, some small. Jiu maintained his breath calmly, watching the blade vortex in front of him that was gradually about to engulf him. It seems like I will perish here tonight. I wonder if there will be another chance for reincarnation. At this moment, Jiu recalled all the bits and pieces in this world. I have changed so much I don't know if it will ultimately affect the course of this world. It's a pity that I seem to have no way to change anything anymore. At this moment, Jiu pondered many things. Why is it that humans in this world with their powers, speed, recovery abilities, and even lifespans are far inferior to demons, yet still manage to defeat them? Until he thought of the demon-slaying swordsmiths and the Hashira of this world. Jiu felt he might have found the answer. The battle between demons and humans is more like the ultimate clash of flesh and will. Even if humans may temporarily be at a disadvantage, their own willpower remains eternally indomitable. Just like the swordsmen of this world who, despite losing hands and feet, suffering grievous wounds, and being on the brink of death, have never hesitated when it comes to slaying demons. So why should he hesitate? Exhaustion and pain are the norm for demon-slaying swordsmen in this world. As the strongest Hashira, he has no right to give up. He is still alive, so why should he think he will lose? Breath of Thunder, third form, gathering mosquitoes into Thunder Strike. With the rhythm of breathing, the explosive thunder once again swept in. Yawazawa stared with wide eyes at the human swordsman who had clearly reached his limit. Once again, he swung the Nichiren blade in his hand and engaged in battle with Kokushibo without falling behind. This human truly is a monster. Although Yawazawa had never seen Muzen's full power, he believed at this moment that this was the pinnacle of strength in this world. Watching the seemingly mysterious recovery of Kyutuge, who had been entangled with him for quite a while, Kokushibo's heart began to grow weary. Unknowingly, he and this human swordsman had been fighting for almost an entire night. The stars and the moon in the sky had already set, and the pitch-black night heralded the imminent arrival of dawn. But why won't you die? Why do you endure such pain to struggle? Do you really think you can change anything? Kokushibo shouted in his heart. He no longer wished to say anything to this stubborn human swordsman. All Kokushibo wanted now was to kill this human swordsman who was already covered in wounds and utterly exhausted before the sun rose again. As dawn approached, every second Kyutuge survived made Kokushibo feel a suffocating sense of oppression. Breath of the Moon, sixth form, Eternal Night, Lonely Moon, no interval. A massive crescent-shaped slash carrying Kokushibo's boundless fury cut straight towards Kyutuge. Sensing the powerful strike before him, Kyutuge did not waste his energy to resist. He merely felt the direction of the attack, calculating in his mind the most energy-efficient way to dodge the imminent strike. At this moment, Kyutuju's physical condition was not as optimistic as he appeared. Every muscle in his body seemed to exude an aura of exhaustion. Even the Nichiren blade in his hand felt heavier than ever before. Kyutuge was relying solely on his will to keep this body on the verge of collapse moving. It's almost time. Almost. While calculating the time until sunrise, Kyutuge silently counted down in his heart. Breath of the Moon, 8th form, Moon Dragon Tail. A slash over 10 meters long was unleashed from Kokushibo's virtual crying god. The enormous slash cleaved towards Kyutuge along the ground. He felt Kyutuge, who seemed like a corpse, in his eyes. At this moment, Kokushibo's expression became uncontrollable and twisted. Die? Human swordsman, no one can defeat me. Kyutuge calmly looked at the incoming slash, feeling that he could no longer move even an inch. His distinct black and white eyes, however, showed no signs of fluctuation. There are about 5 minutes left until dawn. It's nearly time. Kyutuge gathered all his senses inward. Without any obstruction, in an instant his perception passed through his skin and into the interior of his body. He felt his now weary heart, which was beating slowly. Kyutuge did not hesitate for a moment, fully controlling the muscles of his heart and straining to squeeze it, ignite the spirit, and break through the limits. This is a skill that the future flame pillar Kyujuru Rengoku used against Yawazawa, consuming his life force. However, Kyutuge, who had awakened the patterns that only allowed him to live until 25, was not entirely certain. Would his remaining 9 years of life force be enough to last until dawn? That is why he had delayed until now to use it. The course of the world has already changed because of me. I do not know whether the future with my participation will become better or worse. But even if I were to die immediately, I should do my utmost to make a difference for this world. Blue and yellow lightning surged from Kyutoju's heart, spreading throughout his body in an instant. Boom boom. Accompanied by the thumping of his heart, the lost strength of Kyutoju returned to his body in a more violent manner. Looking at Kokushibo, Kyutoju roared, his forehead and eyes glowing with patterns, and lightning surged intensely. Kokushibo. Once again entwined with lightning, the Nichiren blade transformed into a blazing red blade with a mere flick of Kyutoju's hand. With a single strike, he shattered the enormous slash unleashed by Kokushibo. Sensing the overwhelming pressure on him at this moment, Kokushibo once again saw the figure of that man in this human swordsman. However, this feeling was particularly intense. As the only spectator in this peak duel, Yawazawa's emotions were quite complicated. This human swordsman before him had been battling since last night, and dawn was approaching. Given such high intensity and fierce combat, it was impossible for a human body to withstand it. Yet this human before him not only ignored these norms, but also continuously erupted with an ever-strengthening power from his human form. Until now, he was even able to pressure Kokushibo down. To be honest, Yawazawa did not want to interfere in what he perceived as a sacred duel. However, seeing Kokushibo continuously taking hits, and now completely suppressed by Kyutoju, Yawazawa hesitated again. After all, just last night Kokushibo had just saved him once. While Yawazawa was still hesitating, Kyutoju had already severed Kokushibo's right arm holding the blade. Turning around, Kyutoju struck at Kokushibo's neck. Kokushibo desperately controlled the exposed blade on his body to barely block this strike. At this moment, Kokushibo's expression turned extremely grim. How many years had it been? Since that man died, Kokushibo had not encountered anyone who could challenge him. Until last night, when he met this human swordsman. Now he could actually threaten his life. Kokushibo absolutely could not lose, no matter the cost or the means. He only needed to win regardless of the price he had to pay or the tactics he had to use. Having mentally prepared himself, Kokushibo turned to Yawazawa in the distance and roared angrily, "Yawazawa, why aren't you coming to help? Dawn is about to break. Do you want to defy Lord Musen's orders?" Yawazawa looked up at the eastern sky where the sun could rise at any moment. Not daring to hesitate any longer, Yawazawa ultimately chose to go against his heart's desire and joined Kokushibo in attacking Kyutoju. With Yawazawa's addition, Kokushibo's pressure instantly diminished while Kyutoju became precarious. After all, Kyutoju was not a demon, and if Yawazawa did not intervene, he could still be killed. Although Yawazawa's strength is clearly inferior compared to him, and Kuroshitsuji as the third upper moon, he is definitely not a weakling. If Kyojoku were to forcefully strike Yawazawa's neck, it would only give Kuroshitsuji the opportunity to severely injure or even kill him. If only one of the two demons could be taken away, Kyojoku would undoubtedly choose Kuroshitsuji. The three people momentarily fell into a strange balance. Until Kyojoku, dancing on the tightrope, used his speed advantage to slash Yawazawa away, only to be pierced through the right chest by Kuroshitsuji's counterattack. Kuroshitsuji immediately showed a hint of delight. It was not easy. Finally, he was about to kill this human swordsman. The blade had pierced his lung, and he could no longer use his breathing technique. Then he was bound to lose. But before Kuroshitsuji could rejoice for long, Kyojoku's palm had unknowingly tightened around his right hand that held the sword. Feeling the power from the last thunder-breathing technique flowing through his veins, Kyojoku knew that he only had this final strike left. Holding his breath and focusing his spirit with the sun slowly rising, the violent thunder continuously surged toward Kyojoku's crimson Nichiren blade. Thunder-breathing sixth form, electric thunder strike, violent thunder flash. Kyojoku unleashed his full power. The crimson blade, imbued with the might of thunder, struck toward Kuroshitsuji's neck, one slash after another. Kuroshitsuji, whose right hand was firmly held by Kyojoku, could not break free and could only watch helplessly as the long blade struck his neck again and again, until his neck was completely shattered. At this moment, Kyojoku, having exhausted all his strength, gradually had a vacant look in his eyes and collapsed backward, losing consciousness entirely. Kuroshitsuji's severed head fell to the ground, his expression instantly becoming bewildered. Was he beheaded? Was he about to lose? No, he would not lose. Even if he were beheaded, he would not lose. Kuroshitsuji's strong obsession with victory and survival prevented him from dying immediately like an ordinary demon. Instead, fine meat buds began to sprout from the wound on his neck, slowly writhing. However, the growth speed was somewhat slow, and as sunlight gradually illuminated from afar, Kuroshitsuji's time of survival was running out. Watching Yawazawa prepare to flee from the sunlight, Kuroshitsuji shouted loudly, "Yawazawa, I am not dead yet. Take my head with you." It was hard to tell how long it had been, but Kyojoku seemed to have had a very long dream. In the dream, he seemed to have returned to Blue Star, and the cancer cells had disappeared. Kyojoku lived an ordinary life with his parents married, had children, and eventually passed away. At the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, Shinazugawa Sanemi appeared somewhat fatigued, frowning as he handled urgent documents in front of him. After finishing the recent important matters within the Demon Slayer Corps, Shinazugawa Sanemi finally stood up and walked towards the door. "My lord." The member of the inn at the door greeted him and followed behind Shinazugawa Sanemi. "Has the Mist Hashira awakened?" Although Shinazugawa Sanemi knew that if Kyojoku woke up they would not fail to notify him, he could not help but ask. The member of the inn shook his head and said, "The Mist Hashira has not yet awakened, but Miss Tamayo said she should wake up in the next few days." Shinazugawa Sanemi nodded and did not ask further, quickening his pace towards Miss Tamayo's residence, which was not particularly close to him. After all, with Tamayo's special identity, it took a lot of persuasion for Shinazugawa Sanemi to allow her to enter the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. If it weren't for Kyojoku's severe injuries leaving everyone else helpless except for Tamayo, he would not have been able to convince others in the Demon Slayer Corps to allow this female demon to enter. Looking at the two ranked swordsmen at the gate of Tamayo's residence, Shinazugawa Sanemi nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work. You are too polite, my lord. You are here to see the Mist Hashira, right? Please come in." Kanjuro and his companion hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Shinazugawa Sanemi did not delay any longer and followed the two into Kyojoku's sick room in the courtyard. Looking at the boy on the sickbed, only 16 years old, his once black hair had turned completely white. His body was covered with bandages with more than 100 places wrapped up, and Shinazugawa Sanemi's eyes could not help but redden slightly. At that moment, a few more people walked in from outside. "My lord." Rengoku Shinjiro arrived with his family. That night, Rengoku Shinjiro found Tamayo with his family and prepared to go to the outskirts to help Kyojoku. Fortunately, Rengoku Kyujiro was also by Shinjiro's side, otherwise no one would have been able to stop him. Shinazugawa Sanemi smiled gently and looked at the Rengoku family, saying, "Shinjiro, you need not blame yourself. You should trust Kyojoku's judgment. Isn't it because you believed in Kyojoku that you could bring him back?" Facing Upper Moon 1 and Upper Moon 3 simultaneously, even if it was only through Kaneme's simple description, it was an unimaginable fierce battle. At this point, everyone in the room fell silent. However, the cost of this battle was too great. Although Kyojoku had beheaded Upper Moon 1 Kuroshitsuji according to Kaneme's description, Kuroshitsuji did not seem to die immediately. Instead, he was taken away by Yowozuo along with his head. Every time he thought of this, Rengoku Shinjiro would silently blame himself. Why couldn't he have arrived at the scene a few minutes earlier? Why was his strength so weak? If he had the strength to contend with Upper Moon 3, would Kyojoku have stopped him from helping? It was precisely because of his insufficient strength that someone so mediocre was allowed to survive while a true genius like Kyojoku was about to fall. From now on, he could no longer slay demons, and even his lifespan was drastically reduced. Yes, at this moment, Kyojoku, due to the severe damage to his lung, could no longer utilize his breathing techniques. Moreover, because he activated the patterns and burned his spirit with a double buff, the Dr. Tamayo judged that Kyojoku would have a hard time living to the age of 20. In other words, the current 16-year-old Kyojoku had less than 3 years left to live. Upon hearing this dreadful news, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were filled with grief, and their hatred for demons grew even stronger. Cough. Cough. 2 abrupt coughs suddenly echoed from the room. The others exchanged glances. Uncle Kyojoku has awakened. Rengoku Kyujiro looked at Kyojoku on the sickbed with joy. "Kyojoku, how are you feeling?" "The Mist Hashira has awakened." The people in the room looked at Kyojoku on the bed, all asking questions at once. Shinazugawa Sanemi hurriedly sent someone to invite Miss Tamayo from the adjacent room. Kyojoku looked at the familiar, yet unfamiliar faces in the room, memories flooding back like a tide. "Could someone please fetch me a glass of water?" Kuju Tachibana asked hoarsely, glancing toward the others gathered in the room. Night fell over Kanagawa Prefecture within an unnamed noble estate. At some unknown point, his hair had changed, now gleaming gold, while Kokoshibo gazed feverishly at the shadow looming in the darkness. Kokoshibo knelt on one knee and spoke with solemn reverence. "Lord Kokoshibo, I have brought before you the heirs of Japan's most prestigious martial arts schools, as you commanded. Among them are practitioners of Kenjutsu, the Yagyu Shinkajuryu, the Shindo Muninryu, the Shinto Ichinenryu, the Inmuryu, Naitenakiryu, and the Tegami Shinkanryu. In addition, there are masters of Aido, Judo, and Karate, a total of 72 individuals." The figure in darkness rose abruptly and turned to face Kokoshibo. It was none other than Kokoshibo, the former first among the 12 demon moons, the Upper Moon 1. Yet his appearance had subtly transformed. His once crimson hair now shimmered violet, and his monstrous 6 eyes had reverted to the pair he possessed in life. Outwardly, he appeared entirely human. Before him, Kokushibo felt the same oppressive bloodborne aura he once endured in the presence of Kibutsuji, Muzan himself. This was one reason Kokushibo willingly accepted Kokushibo's blood, replacing that of his former master Muzan. Of course, this was not the most decisive factor. As a demon, Kokushibo upheld certain principles, though Muzan had treated him poorly. Kokushibo was no fickle traitor. His reasons for betrayal were manifold, but chiefly these. Being ordered daily to search for some elusive mythical flower, absurd enough, and worse, being granted not even a shred of dignity. Did Muzan truly believe the third upper moon was common fodder? Kokushibo had long served as one of Muzan's most capable lieutenants, yet he received not a trace of the respect such loyalty deserved. More crucially, Lord Kokushibo possessed something Kokushibo had yearned for across centuries: mastery of the ultimate martial path. With guidance from such a peerless warrior, Kokushibo believed he would one day ascend to that supreme realm, unattainable despite hundreds of years of relentless striving. Moreover, Lord Kokushibo had pledged to forge an entirely new organization, a fellowship forged solely by warriors who pursued the absolute zenith of martial cultivation. That alone was more than enough to sway Kokushibo, the purest of martial souls. These 72 warriors had already been assembled once Lord Kokushibo transformed them into demons. Kokushibo had already decided they would fight, each against all, until exhaustion claimed them. None would leave until the final bout concluded. Yet there remained one final paramount reason. The most decisive reason of all: there was no Takedo here. That festering, wretched abomination of a demon. Kokushibo, his form now eerily human, gazed down upon Kokushibo with gentle composure and said, "7 tight wo you say. I wonder how many will survive the infusion of my blood. Thank you, Kokushibo. You have labored well. Take me to them." Now this is how one treats a loyal and capable subordinate, Kokushibo thought, inwardly, pride flickering beneath his stoicism. Then rising, he led Kokushibo out of the chamber. 1 month later, Kuju Tachibana's external wounds had largely healed. His internal injuries, however, remained beyond remedy. He could sense it himself, the profound ruin of his body. His lungs had been pierced straight through by Kokushibo's blade. Surviving it all was sheer providence. Using breath techniques was now impossible. So too was activating the flame Hashira's scarlet markings, or burning his soul to shatter mortal limits. Dr. Tamayo's diagnosis was stark. He would likely not live past 20, and due to irreversible pulmonary damage, even moderate exertion was forbidden. He gasped after mere steps, frail beyond measure. His current condition rivaled that of his former self during terminal cancer. Feeling the wreckage of his own flesh, Kuju Tachibana offered a rueful, hollow smile. He'd sworn upon arriving in this world to live in robust health. Yet he bore no regret, for he remembered, when the sun first crested the horizon, he had severed Kokushibo's neck. He had altered this world's fate, if only slightly, not arrived in vain. At least the Demon Slayer Corps would never again face this terrifying foe in the final war. After delivering that final blow, Kuju Tachibana lost consciousness. He did not know that Kokushibo, though decapitated, did not perish instantly. Even his severed head had been retrieved by Kokushibo. The chain of events that followed left even Ubuyashiki Kagaya shaken to his core. Ubuyashiki Kagaya withheld these developments from Kuju Tachibana. For one who had sacrificed everything to slay demons, such truth might prove unbearable. Ubuyashiki Kagaya himself now wrestled with the consequences. The emergence of the martial demon king Kokushibo had sent shockwaves far and wide, and he made no effort to conceal them. Kokushibo worshipped only 2 things: the power he wielded, and the long sword in his grasp. Void weep divine departure. Now freed from Muzan's dominion, the newly ascended demon king viewed this world as utterly devoid of threat, save for one forced sunlight. Not even his former master Muzan posed a challenge. In Kokushibo's eyes, Muzan was contemptible, possessing the power to reshape the world, yet cowering among mortals, timid, craven, unworthy of command. How could such a being ever lead him? A true man lives unchained beneath heaven. How can he endure forever beneath another's heel? And the Demon Slayer Corps, the ancient 1,000-year-old order of demon hunters, could not ignore the recent shifts among their foes. The rapid surge in demon numbers, and their newfound identity as martial demons pledging allegiance not to Muzan but to Kokushibo alone. All of it pointed toward an unbearable truth: Kokushibo had not perished when beheaded. Instead, he had shattered his own boundaries and risen as the new demon king, though their numbers remained few. Each martial demon proved exceptionally formidable, seasoned in battle and masters of both martial discipline and swordsmanship. Every confirmed martial demon thus far surpassed even the lower moons of Muzan's 12 demon moons in raw strength and skill. Fortunately, these martial demons showed little appetite for human flesh. Most spent their days secluded deep within mountains and forests, refining their art. They ventured forth only once weekly to feed, otherwise they were reclusive, homebound demons. Ubuyashiki Kagaya rubbed his temples, each contemplation bringing fresh anguish. The war between humanity and demons was already harrowing. Kuju Tachibana, the Core's strongest swordsman of his generation, had fought to the very edge of death yet achieved not victory, but unwittingly catalyzed his enemy's transcendence. How grotesque! How cruel! Even now, Ubuyashiki Kagaya dared not reveal this truth to Kuju Tachibana. Two Demon Kings. Two Demon Kings. A spark ignited in Ubuyashiki Kagaya's gaze, as if a revelation had just taken root. In the infinite space of the city, the upper moon demons Kokushibo, Hantengu Akazadaki, and Jitaro knelt before their master Muzan. This is the first time in hundreds of years that all the members of the 12 Kazuki have gathered for a meeting. Kokushibo. Akaza. At this moment, Muzan Kabutsuji, dressed impeccably in a suit, was filled with rage. His red eyes were filled with deep murderous intent. Muzan had never anticipated that what started as a simple task would lead to such a predicament. He thought he had overestimated this human swordsman. Who would have guessed that this human swordsman possessed such terrifying strength? He even decapitated Kokushibo, although Kokushibo did not die. At the moment of his beheading, Muzan had seen the scene through Kokushibo's eyes. This human swordsman claimed to have such strength, why didn't he show it earlier? Muzan Kabutsuji could have hidden for another 100 years. Did it need to come to this? Bringing forth a new Demon King is not a good thing for either Muzan or the Demon Slayer Corps. Only Kokushibo benefited. In reality, it would be in Muzan's best interest if the one human and one demon who posed a threat to him could eliminate each other. Although Kokushibo had eliminated one, he was already close to the human swordsman who resembled Yoriichi Tsujikuni. But the bad news was that Kokushibo was beheaded, yet he did not die and instead broke free from Muzan's control. And now he completely disregards him, have his wings hardened, and started to establish independence. This is something Muzan absolutely cannot tolerate. However, it seems Muzan truly has no means to deal with Kokushibo. Both are demon kings, and unless they fight until dawn, the sun will burn them. Otherwise, no one can kill the other. Muzan Kabutsuji looked grimly at his useless subordinates below, struggling to control his violent, murderous intent. He cannot kill anymore. Although these guys are incompetent, the external situation is no longer what it used to be. Kokushibo, this traitor, is gradually growing stronger. If he continues to kill lower-ranking demons as he did before, that would be self-destructive. However, although Muzan is solely focused on finding the blue spider lily to break through his limits again, if he cannot teach those traitors a lesson, he cannot guarantee that the remaining subordinates will not run away. In order not to affect his efficiency in searching for the blue spider lily, Muzan glanced at the upper moon one Doma, who was lost in thought, and his anger surged once more. But he truly has no way to deal with this psychologically troubled lunatic. Moreover, at this moment, the only one he can rely on is Doma. The other upper moon demons are merely fodder against the traitor Akaza. Suppressing his anger, Muzan commanded Doma, "I need you to find Akaza and bring me his head. And do not let Kokushibo find out." "Doma, did you hear me?" Seeing Doma remain silent, the demon Hakuji kneeling beside him bravely poked Doma's shoulder with a short finger. Doma finally came to his senses and looked at Muzan with an unusually bright smile. "I understand, Lord Muzan." Muzan gave Doma a cold glance. This guy's smile truly disgusted even demons. With the sound of a pipa string ringing out, the infinite city once again fell into silence. At the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, the injuries of Kaneo Tsuyuri had fully healed, and today he was finally able to leave the hospital. Kaneo bid farewell to Miss Tamayo in the room, then excitedly followed a shadow out of Tamayo's courtyard. Yahaba arranged a residence for him at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. He is now considered a retired veteran. Although he can no longer fight, he is still regarded as a valuable contributor. Kaneo had originally planned to learn from Liu Bei in the remaining years of his life, then enjoy music and dance. Just after not stepping out of the courtyard for a long time, Kaneo noticed that the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps seemed to have undergone some changes. Moreover, these changes do not appear to be for the better. The number of injured personnel in the headquarters had increased. Even from hundreds of meters away, Kaneo could hear the wails of the wounded swordsman. No wonder it feels like Miss Tamayo has been particularly busy lately. So many swordsmen were injured. But why is this happening? Could it be that Muzan sent upper moon demons to retaliate against the Demon Slayer Corps? However, sensing the low morale of the injured, Kaneo vaguely sensed that something was amiss with the Demon Slayer Corps at this moment. Looking at the shadow in front of him, Kaneo couldn't help but ask, "Hirokazu, have there been any sightings of upper moon demons lately? Why are there so many more injured members in the Corps than usual?" Maikawa Hirokazu stammered in response, Maybe. Lord Hashira, you know I'm not a swordsman. I haven't gone out on a mission lately, so I don't really know the specifics. Oh, I see. After saying this, Kaneo didn't ask further, until he saw a finely crafted courtyard ahead. Maikawa Hirokazu finally breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, and enthusiastically introduced Kaneo. Lord Hashira, look, this is your new residence. How do you like it? Beautiful, right? Looking at the quiet and peaceful courtyard, Kaneo nodded. He was very satisfied with this place, especially the tall ginkgo tree planted in the middle of the courtyard, which resembled the ancestral home of the Kaneo family, where he lived for more than a decade after arriving in this world. However, thinking that he would spend his remaining years here, Kaneo couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. The furniture and daily necessities in the courtyard were all complete. As Maikawa Hirokazu was leaving, he looked at Kaneo and said, Lord Hashira, are you sure you don't need anyone to take care of you? Kaneo jokingly replied, really no need. I'm used to living alone. Besides, I am a Hashira. Do I need someone to take care of me? Maikawa Hirokazu was taken aback, then nodded. The ingredients you need will be delivered every 3 days. If you have any special requests, you can always have Tanjiro inform us. All right, thank you for your hard work. After sending him off, Kaneo took a chair out from the house, looked up at the ginkgo tree in the courtyard, and spent the day in a daze. The next day, early morning, Jiu rose early and began to jog. However, after running for a while, he would have to rest, panting heavily. After over a decade of training and practicing the breathing technique, Zhong, his enhanced body was not fatigued. However, due to the damage to his lungs, his right lung had essentially ceased to function. This caused him to exhibit symptoms of oxygen deficiency with even slight exertion. His limbs gradually grew weak and his mind began to spin. If his body remained in this state of hypoxia for too long, it would slowly begin to deteriorate until death ensued. Why is it my lungs that are injured? Even losing an arm or a leg would be better. Jiu grasped his knees, gasping heavily, producing a series of breaths that would make any bystander shudder. The sound resembled the gasps of someone near death. His body was sending warnings, forcefully compelling him to cease his movements. However, Jiu couldn't bear to stop. He had to regain his strength. No, he needed to become even stronger, until he could kill Muzan and Kokushibo. Jiu forcefully adjusted his breathing, employing the thunder breathing technique he had long mastered. In the next moment, a tearing pain shot through his right lung, and Jiu-Tiao's vision faded to black as he collapsed to the ground. My lord! Kawagawa Hiroyuki rushed frantically to the door of Kaneo Tsuyuri's room, shouting loudly. My lord, Lord Hashira is in critical condition. Miss Kaneo is currently performing emergency treatment on Lord Hashira. What? Kaneo Tsuyuri hastily exited the room. He looked at Kawagawa Hiroyuki and urgently asked, what happened? Kawagawa Hiroyuki lowered his head, sorrowful, and said, this morning a member discovered Lord Hashira exercising by the roadside. Then shortly after, Lord Hashira fainted. Kaneo Tsuyuri's expression hardened. He had a premonition that Jiu already knew. Sighed. Kaneo Tsuyuri sighed lightly. Although he knew this matter couldn't be hidden from Jiu, he didn't expect him to find out so quickly. Jiu slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the crowd in the room, the familiar scene replaying before him. With a bitter smile, he realized that it was still this house, still this bed. Jiu had returned. Seeing Jiu awaken, Kaneo breathed a sigh of relief and reproached him, saying, Mr. Jiu, you truly are pushing yourself too hard. Have you been treating what I, as your doctors say, as mere whispers in the wind? Mr. Jiu, I must remind you once again, you absolutely cannot force the breathing technique anymore. Your lung organs can barely manage the usual amount of physical activity. If it weren't for the fact that you fainted close to here, we would have already been preparing for your funeral. Hearing the doctor's words, Jiu couldn't help but close his eyes, his expression filled with pain. He knew all too well about these matters. However, without using the breathing technique, what could he rely on to rectify the mistakes he had made? Jiu, do you already know? Kaneo Tsuyuri looked at the white-haired youth on the hospital bed, asking with compassion. Jiu dared not open his eyes to look at them, merely giving a slight nod. Kaneo Tsuyuri smiled gently and said, Jiu, do you think that even if we don't speak of it on the surface, we are secretly blaming you in our hearts? Blaming you for not killing Kokushibo, but instead bringing forth a new demon king into the world. And now you have no way to solve this problem, so you choose to escape in this suicidal manner. Jiu, if you think that way, you underestimate the Demon Slayer Corps. And you underestimate me, Kaneo Tsuyuri. Most importantly, you underestimate yourself. You are gravely mistaken. At this point, Kaneo Tsuyuri's tone had become remarkably stern. What do you think the Demon Slayer Corps is? What do you think my Tsuyuri family is? We have fought against demons with our flesh and blood for 1,000 years. It has never relied on mere bravery. Even if our generation cannot eradicate the demons, Our resolve to eliminate the demons will be passed down to the next generations, and they will ultimately achieve our shared goal over the millennia. Since the Demon Slayer Corps was founded 1,000 years ago, we have faced countless lows. During the most difficult times, the entire Corps was devoid of even a single Hashira. But did those remaining swordsmen give up? If they had acted like you, the Demon Slayer Corps would have long vanished from the annals of history. Then this world might as well be left to the demons. Jiu Tiaoju opened his eyes, looking at Kaneo Tsuyuri with a complex expression. He had to admit that Kaneo Tsuyuri's words were quite uplifting, but his situation was quite different. Understanding the future trajectory of this world, Jiu Tiaoju knew that their generation could clearly complete the shared goal of the Demon Slayer Corps over millennia. However, now, due to his interference, this world had completely changed. Would they still be able to achieve that goal in the future? Even if they could, would that future still be the one he remembered? Or would it be a much more distant future? How many innocent lives and swordsmen would be sacrificed in between? All the hardships and perils added along the way, the innocent souls should be borne by him, Jiu Tiaoju. Could he handle it? This heavy sense of guilt was enough to crush anyone. At this moment, Jiu Tiaoju's state of mind was quite similar to that of Kaneo Tsuyuri after letting Muzan escape. Seeing Jiu Tiaoju's expression dim, once more Kaneo Tsuyuri frowned, pondering for a moment before slowly speaking. Jiu, do you know when the breathing technique was created? It was over 300 years ago during the Warring States period. And before that, when there was no breathing technique, did our Demon Slayer Corps members not hunt down demons? Jiu, I'm not trying to deny the efficacy of the breathing technique, but you must understand that what is powerful is always humanity itself, not any breathing technique. Just like the man who created the breathing technique, Kaneo Tsuyuri. Since he could create the breathing technique from nothing, why can't you forge your own path? Truly find the strength that belongs to you. Kaneo Tsuyuri's words struck Jiu Tiaoju's heart like a heavy hammer. Indeed, what is powerful is always humanity itself, not the breathing technique. And he, Jiu Tiaoju, is still the only one in this world. A human who bears the knowledge and culture of two worlds. With the wisdom of both worlds combined, could he not find a way to solve the problems he currently faces? No, he definitely can. He must truly find the strength that belongs to him. Looking at the wise young man before him, Jiu Tiaoju sincerely expressed his gratitude. My lord, thank you. Seeing the genuine expression on Jiu Tiaoju's face, which seemed to regain a hint of vitality in his eyes, Chan Yushiki Yose finally felt relieved and gently advised, you should rest well for a few days and refrain from doing anything so reckless again. Jiu Tiaoju nodded. Chan Yushiki Yose then led the team that came to visit Jiu Tiaoju away from the place. 5 days later, Jiu Tiaoju was discharged from the hospital again and returned to his residence. From then on, Jiu Tiaoju confined himself at home, reminiscing day and night about the memories of his past life. He pondered over solutions for the injuries to his lungs while searching for other remedies. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, Jiu Tiaoju still had no clue. Feeling the gradual deterioration of his physical condition, he knew he had to first address, or at least delay, this problem. Otherwise, if he delayed any longer, he feared he would truly become a frail person. The next morning, Jiu Tiaoju woke up early and began practicing. In his past life, everyone could learn it, as it did not require high physical fitness. It was a very gentle and slow martial art, Tai Chi. This was a set of Tai Chi that Jiu Tiaoju had once downloaded from the internet during his youth in Blue Star, when he dreamed of becoming a martial artist. As for whether it had any effect, his death in his past life made that clear, yet this did not imply that this Tai Chi was entirely useless. It could only be said that the youth was too distracted and lacked the perseverance to stick with it. Of course, Jiu Tiaoju did not expect that just practicing Tai Chi would turn him into an extraordinary master. Not to mention whether such power truly existed, even if it did without guidance from a renowned teacher. Practicing a widely circulated Yang-style, 24-form Tai Chi would not make Jiu Tiaoju an unmatched master. This Yang-style, 24-form Tai Chi is an officially certified form of Tai Chi, having modified many of the original moves, retaining only the aspect of strengthening the body. Moreover, at this moment, his body would not be able to produce any results, even if he were given an extraordinary skill. One must understand that as long as one is human, breathing is essential. If one has trouble breathing, one risks being frail, or, at worst, facing imminent death. Currently, Jiu Tiaoju was caught between being frail and facing imminent death. He chose to practice Tai Chi simply to keep his body active and slow down the deterioration of his physical condition. That evening, as usual, Jiu Tiaoju began to practice a health-preserving martial art under the ginkgo tree in the courtyard. However, it must be said that this Tai Chi indeed had some effect. Now Jiu Tiaoju could observe the subtle changes in his body, making him particularly sensitive to the effects brought about by Tai Chi. Not only did he practice by himself, But he also dragged Chan Yushiki Yose, who was genuinely a frail person, to practice together every morning. The hot daytime weather became comfortable as the sun slowly set. The evening breeze carried a hint of coolness brushing against the young man's sweaty body, prompting Jiu to involuntarily let out a sigh of comfort. After taking off his soaked outerwear, Jiu approached the well in the courtyard, scooped up a ladle of well water, and as he prepared to wash, he noticed. At that moment, a worm was wriggling at the edge of the well. "Little guy, you can't swim. This is not a place for you to play." Jiu casually picked up the worm that was by the well, just as he was about to toss it onto the nearby soil. At that moment, the slippery feel of the worm suddenly sparked a thought in Jiu's mind. Retracting his hand, Jiu quietly watched the worm wriggling in his palm. He was not unfamiliar with this creature. In his past life, during a period of avid fishing, he had a deep understanding of this kind of bait. Worms have a strong attraction for certain carnivorous and omnivorous fish, such as crucian carp, catfish, tilapia, blackfish carp, and so on. I'm digressing. Let's get back to the main point. And the unique way that worms breathe. This reminded Jiu. Why must breathing rely on lungs? One must know that worms also need to breathe, yet they do not have lungs. They can breathe directly through their skin. And what about humans? Can they breathe through their skin and pores? In this world, no one could provide Jiu with an answer. In fact, Jiu's line of thought was not wrong. The pores on human skin can actually breathe too. The human body can not only expel toxic substances through pores, but also achieve self-purification. Within 24 hours, the oxygen absorbed through the human skin is approximately 3 to 4 grams. This amount is also related to temperature. At 30 degrees Celsius, skin respiration accounts for 1% of the total gas exchange. In high-temperature environments, skin gas metabolism occupies about 15 to 20% of lung gas metabolism. Moreover, this occurs unconsciously, without control, as certain pores automatically engage in this activity due to external environmental stimuli. So how many pores are there on the human body? The answer is millions, varying from person to person. If someone could control all the pores in their body, could they abandon their lungs and rely entirely on their pores for breathing? Looking at the worm in his palm, Jiu closed his eyes, beginning to search his mind for relevant memories about body breathing and pore respiration from his past life on Blue Star. After a moment, Jiu slowly opened his eyes, and they were so bright. Looking at the worm in the center of his palm, Jiu patiently found a patch of moist soil in the courtyard, placed the worm down, and softly murmured, "We all have a bright future." Indeed, Jiu found some relevant information in his memory. He is now full of confidence about pursuing body breathing. In his past life on Blue Star, Jiu had browsed a post online about the realms of ancient martial artists. Of course, it was posted by modern people online, and Jiu couldn't verify its authenticity at the time. He only regarded it as an interesting anecdote. According to this post, ancient martial artists who reached the first-class master realm in their internal cultivation would open all their meridians and reach a state known as innate. Upon reaching this realm, not only could they strengthen their internal organs, but they could also control the opening and closing of every pore in their skin through mental power, achieving body breathing. In recent history, particularly during the late Qing and Republic periods, martial artists lost a great deal of internal cultivation due to wars and focused more on the practice of martial forms. Martial artists practicing internal martial arts, when their martial art reached a very high level, would also reach a state similar to body breathing. At that time, they referred to it as breaking the void and being impervious to the divine. Martial artists who reached this realm could completely rely on the pores of their body for breathing. They could even control their body hair to grow and shed freely. Additionally, there are legends about Taoist masters in Huaxia. It is said that those enlightened beings who cultivated to a certain level also achieved a state similar to the body breathing of martial artists. And all of this indicated to Jiu that utilizing pores for body breathing is entirely possible. Does anyone think of this? The data on pore respiration isn't something I made up, but it's all sourced from online materials. Why is it that after thousands of years, these seemingly unrelated individuals with vastly different power systems all arrive at a similar outcome? The Tao has countless paths, yet they all lead to the same destination. This is because at their core, these individuals are all advancing along the road of life evolution. The senses can control muscles and blood vessels, but what about the pores? They should be controllable as well, right? Jiu murmured to himself. One must know that the human body contains a staggering 60 billion muscle fibers, while the blood vessels are even more extraordinary, 250 trillion of them. The total length, when connected, is 150,000 kilometers. Of course, the vast majority of these are capillaries. Some capillaries in the human body are much smaller than pores, invisible to the naked eye of an average person. Since he can control such fine blood vessels, it stands to reason that he can control the pores as well, right? With this thought in mind, Zhou Tiaoju focused his spirit and began experimenting on his own body. He sensed the countless tiny holes that were all over his body which he had never noticed before. Zhou Tiaoju tried to slowly control the pores on his arm, opening and closing them. After all, it was his first attempt at controlling pores, and Zhou Tiaoju was still somewhat unskilled. The manipulation was inevitably slow and cumbersome, but as time passed, with Zhou Tiaoju's powerful mental strength, controlling the pores on his arm became increasingly effortless. Air rushed into Zhou Tiaoju's body as the pores opened. Before long, Zhou Tiaoju felt a faint coolness from his arm. The process went smoothly. Controlling the opening and closing of the pores with his spiritual senses was not difficult at all. Zhou Tiaoju's eyes brightened. He felt it. His body was indeed breathing. Without relying on the lungs, he was breathing through his pores. This long-lost sense of fulfillment filled Zhou Tiaoju's entire being. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, his pupils constricted sharply as he looked in astonishment at his arm. One must understand that he was currently controlling the pores of just one arm to breathe. And this single arm was equivalent to about 80% of the breathing capacity of his intact lungs in their prime. If he could control the pores all over his body to breathe, how astonishing would that be? Wouldn't a single breath through all his pores equate to dozens of breaths using his lungs in the past? Zhou Tiaoju hurriedly breathed through the pores on his arm a few more times, calming his excited emotions. After a moment, he realized he might have been a bit too quick to celebrate. He could breathe through his pores now, but he could no longer use his previous breathing method. However, thinking about it, that was normal, as his previous breathing method was developed specifically for the lungs. Who would have thought there would be such an anomaly as him? How could conventional breathing methods have any effect on him? But if he couldn't use the breathing method, then what meaning did it hold, no matter how powerful the effect? Excessive oxygen entering the blood without being consumed could only be harmful. Therefore, now that Zhou Tiaoju had mastered the body breathing method, he needed to create a breathing technique suited for it. That night, unable to contain his excitement, Zhou Tiaoju returned to Miss Zhu's residence. Upon seeing Zhu and Yu Shilong, Zhou Tiaoju did not hold back and directly told them about the body breathing method he had discovered. After digesting this information for a while, the two exchanged glances. Zhu looked puzzled and asked, "Mr. Zhou Tiao, are you saying that you can now breathe through the pores of your body?" Zhou Tiaoju nodded earnestly and said, "Yes. If you don't believe it, Miss Zhu, you can find something to block my nose and mouth. Try it and you'll see." Zhu did not refuse Zhou Tiaoju's proposal. She was also curious to see if, as Zhou Tiaoju claimed, the pores of the human body could also breathe. "All right, Yu Shilong, go get a basin of water." After Yu Shilong left, Zhu looked at Zhou Tiaoju and asked, "Since you can breathe through your pores, how about holding your breath in the water? That won't be a problem, right?" Zhou Tiaoju shook his head and confidently said, "It's fine, don't worry, I won't have any problems. Also, one more thing, Yu, I need you to help me draw a vial of blood later while I hold my breath to see what differences there are between body breathing and lung breathing." Zhu nodded with a smile. Even without Zhou Tiaoju mentioning it, she had the same idea. She was quite looking forward to it. In her 400 years of existence, she had never encountered anyone like Zhou Tiaoju. It was astonishing that he could find such an incredible solution to a problem that even she could not handle. Yes, at this moment, Zhu had already come to believe in Zhou Tiaoju's body breathing method even before any experiments. Perhaps this is the gap between genius and mediocrity. After a short while, Yu Shilong returned with a basin of clear water. Zhou Tiaoju tied up his long hair and bent down, completely submerging his face in the basin of water. As time passed, he approached the limit of the average person's breath-holding capacity, between 40 to 50 seconds. Zhu took out a syringe with a needle, pulled Zhou Tiaoju's arm, and carefully inserted it into the vein on the back of his hand. After drawing a full vial of blood, she removed the needle from Zhou Tiaoju's hand. Then Zhu looked at Yu Shilong and said, "Yu Shilong, take this vial of blood for testing. I will keep an eye on Mr. Zhou Tiao here." "All right, Lady Zhu." Yu Shilong did not say much more and took the syringe to the laboratory of the two demons in the courtyard. After about 5 minutes, Zhu patted Zhou Tiaoju's shoulder, placing a clean towel in front of him, signaling that he could rise. Zhou Tiaoju then straightened his back and wiped the water from his face with the towel on the table. Observing Zhou Tiaoju's calm demeanor, he did not resemble someone who had just been holding his breath. At this moment, Zhu was also greatly amazed. After seating Zhou Tiaoju, she began to inquire in detail. Over an hour later, Yu Shilong entered with a handwritten data report, interrupting the passionate conversation between the two. After picking up the data report, Zhu began to examine it meticulously. After a moment, she set the report down. Looking at Zhou Tiaoju with a smile, she said, "Congratulations, Mr. Zhou Tiao. Your current breathing state has reached the level of a healthy person." Upon hearing Miss Zhu's words, Zhou Tiaoju finally felt completely at ease. Is there any difference between this body-breathing method and lung respiration? Jiu Tiaoju then inquired. Zhu Shi furrowed her brows thought for a moment and finally said, I haven't discovered any other differences for now. What I can confirm now is that this breathing method is more efficient because oxygen reaches the capillaries directly. However, the breathing method you mentioned is too complex, ordinary people probably can't achieve it. As a doctor, saving lives is Zhu Shi's duty. The thought that this method, which could save countless patients with lung diseases, cannot be promoted made her feel a bit regretful. The next morning, Chuan Yashiki Yaozai, who received news from Zhu Shi, was greatly astonished. He arrived early at Jiu Tiaoju's doorstep. However, Jiu Tiaoju had gotten up even earlier and was already practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard. A Nichiren blade was being wielded by Jiu Tiaoju with a fierce wind. The whooshing sound, reminiscent of a large sword, continuously emanated from the blade. As Chuan Yashiki Yaozai walked into the courtyard, he looked at Jiu Tiaoju in astonishment, unable to speak. Hadn't they agreed to practice Tai Chi together to strengthen their bodies as two sickly individuals? You have changed and I can accept your changes, but how can you change so much in just one day? Chuan Yashiki Yaozai felt somewhat unable to cope with this imbalance. Jiu Tiaoju, what? You mentioned Tai Chi. Who in their right mind would practice that? Chuan Yashiki Yaozai, then why did you practice it before? Jiu Tiaoju, before. It was because I had no choice. Jiu Tiaoju, standing with his sword, slowly showed no signs of emotion. There was no choice. Now Jiu Tiaoju was using body breathing. He would never again be seen gathering energy and slowly exhaling. In such a famous scene, the author also cannot drag out the word count here. How frustrating. Looking at the lonely, sickly person standing at the doorway, Chuan Yashiki Yaozai smiled brightly and said, My lord, you woke up a bit late today. Did you not rest well last night? Even as a good-natured person, Chuan Yashiki Yaozai was quite annoyed by Jiu Tiaoju's words. Chuan Yashiki Yaozai glared angrily at him and said unhappily, You rascal, taking advantage and acting innocent, huh? All right. You really think I, Chuan Yashiki Yaozai, wouldn't play tricks? Without waiting for Jiu Tiaoju to explain, Chuan Yashiki Yaozai continued, Not long ago, who was it that was more useless than me, this sickly person, lying in bed looking as if I didn't want to live? Chuan Yashiki Yaozai's remarks as a trickster made even the thick-skinned Jiu Tiaoju feel embarrassed. Jiu Tiaoju hurriedly moved forward, covering Chuan Yashiki Yaozai's mouth, pleading softly, Yaozai, you are my true brother. Please don't say that. Chuan Yashiki Yaozai nodded with a smile, and only then did Jiu Tiaoju lower his hand. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Everything was unspoken. He felt joy at Jiu Tiaoju's recovery, and Jiu Tiaoju was also delighted to share his happiness with his friend. Jiu Tiaoju, who was not bound by the traditional thoughts of this era, actually felt very comfortable and relaxed around Chuan Yashiki Yaozai. Although the Chuan Yashiki clan members are naturally intelligent, he and Jiu Tiaoju are essentially peers of similar age. He is just a teenager. Does he not wish for a few friends with whom he can joke freely, share his thoughts, and play around? However, many people around him overlooked this point, unlike others in the team who treated him with utmost respect, as if he were a Buddha. Of course, it is not to say that Jiu Tiaoju does not respect him. Jiu Tiaoju's modern mindset makes him view him as an equal without excessive respect. Jiu Tiaoju put his arm around Chuan Yashiki Yaozai's shoulder, looking up at the sky with a faint smile, and said softly, Yaozai, actually I can read people's faces. Do you believe me? Chuan Yashiki Yaozai showed no hesitation. He shook his head decisively and mockingly said, Jiu, actually, I am the Emperor of Neon. Do you believe me? Huh? Jiu Tiaoju was greatly amused by Chuan Yashiki Yaozai's response and clutched his belly in laughter. It took a while for Jiu Tiaoju to calm down, and when he finally did, he looked seriously at Chuan Yashiki Yaozai and said, Actually, I really can read people's faces. Just by looking at your face, I can tell that you will live a long life. Live a long life. Chuan Yashiki Yaozai softly murmured, turning to look at Jiu Tiaoju, and said, Then I believe you now. You truly are not lying to me. You really can read people's faces. 3 days later, in the forest outside the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Tanjiro's home is in Kumotake Mountain. Kumotake Mountain is in Otomo. Should we head east? Jiu Tiaoju took his Nichiren blade and set out with the iron pot he once had, leaving the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters once again to embark on the journey to slay demons. However, this journey might be exceptionally arduous. Jiu Tiaoju had already mentally prepared himself. If he couldn't achieve it, then he might as well die on this road. A swordsman's fate should not end on a bed. Due to the awakening of the patterns and the surge of vitality, his time was already limited. In less than 3 years, if he chose to confine himself within the Demon Slayer Corps to develop a new breathing technique, Jiu Tiaoju had no confidence that he could indeed create one. He had only two purposes for this journey. One was to find the future protagonist Tanjiro's father Tanjiro to inquire about the sun-breathing technique. The second was to hone his skills through the trials of demons, crafting a breathing technique that belongs to him. Actually, Jiu had an instinct that the sun-breathing technique could surely guide him toward a new path. After all, in this world, only the sun-breathing is the most perfect breathing technique. However, this perfection is only applicable to one person. All other breathing techniques are derived from this perfect sun-breathing. What Jiu needs to do now is to create a perfect breathing technique for himself based on the body breathing method. I received the first piece of negative feedback. A lot of effort went into this book. Perhaps the later parts were not well written. I will complete Demon Slayer as soon as possible. If it's uncomfortable to read, I hope you can leave a comment in the chapters. I will read every single one, and I will make changes that are logical. Reviews will affect the performance of this book, and the author also needs to eat, so I ask for your understanding. On this clear morning in the small town at the foot of the Okutama Mountains, Jiu finally arrived after more than 10 days of arduous travel. Rather than rushing up the mountain, Jiu leisurely strolled around the town occasionally, selecting a few suitable gifts for his visit from various vendors. Holding a few hair accessories worn by little girls, Jiu looked at the stall owner and asked, "Granny, I would like to inquire about something. Is there a family selling charcoal on Yunsu Mountain with the surname Zaman?" The elderly woman with gray hair glanced at Jiu's attire and felt he did not seem like a bad person. Fortunately, Jiu had the foresight to wrap his day wheel blade in cloth before entering the town, and it was currently strapped to his back. "What do you need from the Zaman family?" Jiu scratched his head. This old lady was indeed cautious. Unable to do otherwise, he had to make up a lie. "My family is in the charcoal business. I heard that the charcoal produced by the Zaman family is quite good, so I wanted to visit them this summer. I want them to produce more charcoal this year, and I will come to collect it in winter." The old woman nodded and said, "Oh, I see. Then please wait here for a moment. I will have my son take you up the mountain to find them." "Thank you very much." Jiu sincerely expressed his gratitude. Soon a middle-aged man, resembling an uncle, arrived with the elderly woman. Half a day later, around noon, Jiu and the uncle arrived in front of the Zaman family's house on Yunsu Mountain. The uncle shouted loudly towards the solitary wooden house in the mountain, "Tin Shilong, are you home?" Without making them wait long, a man with long crimson hair, a sallow complexion, and a faint scar on his left forehead emerged from the doorway, coughing as he walked out. Tan Shirlang looked at Watanabe Yuta at the door, along with a strangely dressed young man carrying a gift box. Despite his confusion, he greeted them warmly. "It's Brother Yuta. And this young man, let's discuss inside." Jiu followed the two into Tan Shilong's wooden house, politely handing the gift box to the hostess Zaman Aiji. "Thank you for your generosity," Zaman Aiji said gently as she accepted the gift box. At this moment, the middle-aged Uncle Yuta began to introduce Jiu. "This young man wants to buy charcoal from your family, so I brought him here." The Zaman family realized this was not an uncommon situation. It had happened before, but previously it was always familiar faces from the town below. "Tan Shilong, I still have some work to do at home, so I will head back now." "Young man, will it be all right for you to go down by yourself after your discussion?" Yuta turned to Jiu and asked. Jiu smiled and nodded, saying, "No problem, you've been a great help today, Uncle Yuta." Seeing Watanabe Yuta prepare to leave, Tan Shirlang quickly stopped him. "Yuta, why not stay for a meal before you go?" Watanabe Yuta did not look back, but waved his hand as he walked outside. Tan Shilong's family had too many children, and Tan Shirlang himself was not in good health. Producing charcoal was not a profitable business. Especially during summer, their family's circumstances were evidently poor. Since he had nothing to do that morning, he brought Jiu along. As they were longtime friends, it wasn't right to impose for a meal. Did you not see how Tan Shirlang appeared malnourished and sallow? How could he have the face to stay for a meal? Tan Shirlang helplessly watched Watanabe Yuta's retreating figure. He naturally understood what Yuta was thinking. Jiu contemplatively observed Yuta's departing silhouette. He quietly thought, "This uncle is actually quite nice." Inside the house, Jiu sat across from Tan Shirlang, while Zaman Aiji went to prepare lunch. Little Tanjiro and Nezuko took on the responsibility of looking after their younger siblings in the side room, not interrupting the conversation between the two adults in the main room. Jiu looked at Tan Shirlang, who had a gentle demeanor resembling that of Ubuyashiki Yoya, and sincerely said, "Mr. Tan Shirlang, I apologized. I'm actually not here to buy charcoal." Tan Shirlang nodded, his expression calm, as if he had already anticipated this outcome. However, this piqued Jiu's curiosity, and he couldn't help but ask, "It seems you guessed it, Mr. Tan Shirlang." Tan Shirlang smiled and explained, "I've seen the outfit you're wearing before. The bag on your back holds a blade that can slay man-eating demons, doesn't it?" Jiu was enlightened. So you have already encountered members of our Demon Slayer Corps. Tan Shilang shook his head and said, so you are from a place called the Demon Slayer Corps. 3 years ago, a man-eating demon came to this mountain. Once I sensed its presence, I went to investigate. However, when I arrived nearby, I saw someone in your attire who swiftly beheaded the man-eating demon. At that time, he did not know I was in the nearby woods. Jiao Tiaoju frowned and asked, do man-eating demons often come to Yunsu Mountain? Tan Shilang thought for a moment before replying. Not really. When I was a child, my mother once told me about man-eating demons. Over the years, only 4 have come. Jiao Tiaoju nodded. He did not inquire where these demons had gone, as it was evident that Tan Shilang had dealt with them. Although Tan Shilang was not aware, the dance of the fire god was actually one of the 13 forms of the sun-breathing technique. However, with Tan Shilang's profound understanding of the world, aside from demons of the 12 Kazuki level, other man-eating demons posed no threat to him. As for the scar on his forehead, Jiao Tiaoju observed that it did not seem to be a natural birthmark. It might truly be a birthmark. Regarding why Tan Shilang met an early demise in the original story, leaving behind a house full of orphans and widows, Jiao Tiaoju felt he had roughly figured it out. This reason was rather amusing. One could only say that young people should exercise some restraint. If the family's conditions are not affluent, it's better not to have so many children. Using breathing techniques inherently consumes a lot of physical strength, and coupled with long-term malnutrition, the Bodhi's energy would only deplete without replenishment. How could he avoid collapsing? If Tan Shilang had not had so many children with his wife, given their combined labor, and if Tan Shilang had taken care of his health and eaten enough, he likely would not have met an early death, as in the original story. He should not have perished at such a young age. Next, Kyuju Taki informed Tanjiro about the ghost-killing team and the matters between his ancestor Tanjiro Kamado and Kagaya Ubuyashiki. It was the first time Tanjiro heard this news. After digesting it for a while, he finally asked, so are you saying that the fire god Kagura passed down in our family is actually what you refer to as the sun breathing? Kyuju Taki nodded, his expression very serious, as he said, moreover, it is the most powerful breathing technique that exists in the world. Kyuju Taki thought if you weren't suffering from long-term malnutrition, you wouldn't be like this now. Of course, he didn't say this out loud. I see. So do you have any business coming to our house? Tanjiro asked curiously. Kyuju Taki thought for a moment before speaking. Mr. Tanjiro, I primarily came here for 2 reasons. Firstly, I hope to learn the sun breathing from you, which is the fire god Kagura. Secondly, I hope you can take your family and leave here to join the ghost-killing team. If you are unwilling to join the ghost-killing team, that's fine, but you must move away from here. Tanjiro frowned and asked in confusion, teaching you the fire god Kagura is fine. After all, you are also here to slay the man-eating demons, but why do you want us to move? You should know that our Kamado family has lived on this Yuki mountain for generations. Moreover, our family is quite happy living here. Why should we start over in a strange environment? No matter the reason, I will not move, Tanjiro stated firmly. Tanjiro is skilled, yet he would rather go hungry than leave his wife and children behind to venture out into the world. I, Tanjiro, am such a family-oriented man. If he wanted to leave the mountain, he would have done so long ago. Mr. Tanjiro, Kyuju Taki said sternly, do you understand? There are many formidable demons among them. You have already killed 4 man-eating demons on this mountain. If they return next time, they won't be the same weak demons as before. It's not that I underestimate your strength, it's just that you might really not be able to cope with them. Moreover, even if you do not consider your own safety, you should think of your wife and children. What will happen to them when you leave home to work? And you should have noticed that your wife appears to be pregnant again. Kyuju Taki's words forced Tanjiro to reconsider his opinion. Indeed, his wife was pregnant again. How does this young man know that Aoi is pregnant? Seeing Tanjiro's reaction, Kyuju Taki understood his thoughts and began to explain, in my eyes, this world is transparent. Tanjiro realized that although he didn't know that his special perception was called transparent world, he understood what Kyuju Taki meant by a transparent world as it appeared that way to him. Thinking of this, Tanjiro, who realized that Kyuju Taki was a like-minded person, couldn't help but curiously sense Kyuju Taki's body. At the moment he sensed Kyuju Taki's lungs, Tanjiro stood up in shock. Quickly taking down the axe hanging on the wall, Tanjiro furrowed his brows and quietly asked Kyuju Taki, are you human or a demon? Why have you come to our house? Kyuju Taki helplessly patted his forehead, realizing that Tanjiro was only now noticing this. How slow could he be? My right lung was injured from fighting demons, so it lost its function. You can sense it closely. However, I am still human and still need to breathe. It's just that the way I breathe is a bit different from yours, which is why I came to learn the fire god Kagura from you. Tanjiro was taken aback, and after a moment, he put down his axe and sincerely apologized to Kyuju Taki. I'm sorry. I was rude. Kyuju Taki smiled faintly, not minding it, but said helplessly, so can you understand the power of demons now? To be honest, even if I can't use the breathing techniques right now, you would still not be my opponent. Just think about it. Even when I was uninjured, there were demons I could not deal with. Can you really protect your family all alone here? If something bad happens, you will surely regret it. Kyuju words left Tanjiro with a complex expression. Before he could discern it, Aoi Kamadu had already brought several meals into the main house. Tanjiro and the young man, it's time to eat. We can talk after the meal. Tanjiro then came back to his senses and stood up to take his wife's bowls and chopsticks. The children of the Kamadu family also gradually arrived in the main house. Due to the Japanese custom of sharing meals, each of them had a portion of food already set out before them. As a guest, Kyuju naturally received the best of it, consisting of ingredients the Kamadu family usually couldn't afford. Kyuju did not show any unusual expression, but quietly finished one serving before stopping. The food is delicious, thank you for your hospitality. He then looked at Tanjiro, who had also put down his chopsticks, and asked, Mr. Tanjiro, have you finished eating? If you're done, can you take me out for a walk? Tanjiro nodded and got up to lead Kyuju outside. After they had walked a distance away from the wooden house, Kyuju finally spoke, Mr. Tanjiro, your physical condition doesn't seem very healthy. Tanjiro looked down at the town at the foot of the mountain and softly said, it's just some old ailments, it's not a big deal. Kyuju shook his head, he was indeed a stubborn man. Mr. Tanjiro, even if you don't care about the demon's attacks, do you want Tanjiro to end up like you in the future? Staying in this mountain, starving yourself while raising your children. And then like you leaving this world in your 30s due to heavy labor and never being able to fill your stomach. You can't even take care of your children as they grow up. Before Tanjiro could respond, Kyuju began walking down the mountain. Mr. Tanjiro, please think carefully about what I said today. I will come back tomorrow. If you still feel the same way, I will respect your choice. Watching Kyuju reach the middle of the mountain, Tanjiro took a deep breath and shouted, young man, you are right. Thank you. Kyuju smiled slightly. Even if Tanjiro was unwilling, Kyuju would still inform Ubuyashiki Yoya about Tanjiro. Let Yoya send someone to bother him every day? I don't believe he won't move away. It would be better if Tanjiro could figure it out himself. Kyuju raised his hand and summoned the crow Kongchi, instructing it to relay the news about Tanjiro to Yoya. This message consisted of only 3 sentences. My lord, I have brought back a Hashira. He possesses the sun breathing. Quickly send someone to take his family away. At night on the top of Yunshio Mountain, in front of the door of Tanjiro's house, Tanjiro was dressed in ceremonial robes that were typically worn only during rituals. At this moment, he was gathered around a bonfire holding a wooden ritual tool, seemingly unaware of fatigue, continuously repeating a series of 12 movements, endlessly going back and forth. Kuju Shizuku sat quietly beside him, holding the young Tanjiro, who was only 7 or 8 years old at the time. Tanjiro, make sure to watch closely. Pay attention to your father's breathing technique. The young Tanjiro nodded earnestly. I will learn well, I promise. Once I learn, father won't have to tire himself out, and I can take his place. Kuju Shizuku smiled, turning her focus back to sensing the changes in Tanjiro's body and his breathing patterns. This was the first time Shizuku witnessed the power of the sun breathing technique. Truly, it was worthy of being that man's exclusive breathing technique. In Kuju Shizuku's perception, Tanjiro seemed to transform into a singular entity, not just a person, but like a blazing fireball. Every inch of flesh and blood within him danced slowly in rhythm with his breath. This wondrous breathing style naturally awakened the latent power within the human body. At this moment, the 12 movements of the fire god dance in Kuju Shizuku's eyes were no longer merely sword forms. Instead, they appeared as natural movements that aligned with the breathing technique. So that's how it is. No wonder that man's breathing technique holds such power. Kuju Shizuku seemed to have found the answer he was seeking. The human body inherently contains boundless mysteries. What he needed to do now was not to deliberately pursue a special breathing method, but to carefully sense and listen to his own body. In fact, his body had already provided him with the answer. At this moment, Kuju Shizuku thought of that man. This was also one of the reasons why Yorichi was born so robust, right? Because he was born with an innate connection to the world that man, even as an infant without self-awareness, instinctively adjusted his breathing. Until this infant naturally attuned to the world, self-regulated a breathing method that suited his body perfectly. I think my deduction is quite cool. It must be like this. Of course, just because the sun breathing was most suitable for Eureka's body, it doesn't mean others cannot use it. After all, breathing techniques are fundamentally just a way to enhance the human body. This is also why Yorichi could derive 5 foundational breathing styles from the sun breathing. Kuju Shizuku relaxed his body, fully opening his pores, taking a deep breath to calm his excited emotions. Once his mind settled, Kuju Shizuku merged his perception and spirit completely into his body, sensing every feedback from his breath within the joy of his cells. The roar of muscles. The overwhelmed bones. Thus, Kuju Shizuku adjusted the frequency and rhythm of his external breathing according to the subtle feedback from within. However, before Kuju Shizuku could complete his work, an unexpected event occurred. In the next moment, he tilted his head and fell asleep. The next morning, Kuju Shizuku finally woke up. Father Uncle Kuju is awake. Young Tanjiro shouted loudly towards Tanjiro outside. After a while, Tanjiro walked in and looked at Kuju Shizuku saying, "Are you alright? You scared Tanjiro to death last night." Kuju Shizuku looked at Tanjiro, smiled, and said, "I'm fine, thank you, Tanjiro." After checking his physical condition, he felt no discomfort, and regarding last night's unusual situation, Kuju Shizuku had already guessed the reason. The reason he fainted last night was likely due to a special condition known as oxygen intoxication. In Kuju Shizuku's previous life, the explanation on Blue Star was that when a person's body had just adapted to the low oxygen environment of a high-altitude area and then re-entered a region with relatively normal oxygen levels, they would experience discomfort again. Symptoms such as fatigue, weakness, drowsiness, chest tightness, dizziness, and even diarrhea could occur, leading to what is known as adaptation response or altitude sickness. The reason Kuju Shizuku experienced this symptom was precisely because he had opened all his pores to sense the feedback from external breathing. It was the first time he had breathed so freely. However, it was precisely because of this action that Kuju Shizuku triggered a chain reaction. A large amount of oxygen was absorbed into the blood, and without a breathing technique to convert it, he could only fall into the embarrassing symptom of oxygen intoxication. Realizing this, Kuju Shizuku thought he might need to change his plans. Even though he had foreseen that the sun breathing would bring him a surprise, Kuju Shizuku did not expect the surprise to be this great. Just because of the inspiration from the sun breathing, he had already found his direction, and now he just needed to continue moving forward along that path. His very own exclusive breathing method was beckoning him from the front. What he needed to do now was to temporarily remain dormant until the day he emerged from his cocoon as a butterfly. By then the world would change because of him. Kuju Shizuku realized that it was not suitable for him to continue roaming outside, and the issue of oxygen intoxication was troublesome. If he wanted to continue researching his breathing technique, staying outside could be very dangerous. Therefore, at this moment, Kuju Shizuku, who had just left the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, planned to return to the headquarters with the Kamado family. However, before leaving, he had one important task to accomplish. Kuju Shizuku got up from the tatami mat, dressed, washed up, and had breakfast at Tanjiro's house. Since his arrival, the meals of the Kamado family had visibly improved over these past few days. As a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kuju Shizuku naturally had no shortage of money. Aside from eating, he rarely spent money, so buying some high-quality ingredients for the Kamado family was merely a trivial matter for him. However, for Tanjiro, this small matter was an issue that had not been solved for many years. Seeing the happy expressions on his children's faces, Tanjiro and his wife Aoi felt a bit embarrassed, but did not refuse Kuju Shizuku's kindness. After breakfast, the Kamado family began to busily pack their belongings to take with them. Tanjiro wasn't sure whether he should feel happy or sad. Because when it came to moving away from Yunshio Mountain, Tanjiro unexpectedly discovered that his family seemed not to be as resistant to it as he had imagined. "Tanjiro, come here for a moment," Kuju Shizuku called out to the young Tanjiro. "Uncle Kuju, what is it? Is there a type of blue flower near your home?" "This blue flower only blooms during the day for 2 or 3 days a year." Taituwa scratched his head, recalling that his mother used to cook dishes with this type of flower. When he shared this with Jiao Tiaoju, a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. "So that's it." This also explains why Nezuko, after turning into a demon, not only managed to control her appetite and maintain her sanity, but later even overcame sunlight, becoming the first demon unafraid of the sun. So it turns out it's the Kamado family that would actually use the blue spider lily as food. By the way, can blue spider lilies really be eaten? Jiao Tiaoju approached Kamado Aizawa and asked her question. Kamado Aizawa naturally replied, "Of course. This flower smells really good, it doesn't seem toxic at all." Hearing this, Jiao Tiaoju couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Is this a chance born from poverty? In a normal household, who would use such an oddly colored and unknown flower as food? Kamado's mother, Kamado Aizawa, truly deserves to be the first generation of Hashira, truly headstrong. Looking at the small plant with green leaves in front of her, Jiao Tiaoju curiously asked Kamado Aizawa, "Sister Aizawa, is this the kind of plant that produces the blue flowers you mentioned, which can be used as food?" Kamado Aizawa nodded and said, "This flower blooms on the hottest days of the year. We can dig a few up to take with us as long as we don't damage the soil around the roots. In about 10 days, it should be the time for these blue flowers to bloom." Jiao Tiaoju's eyes lit up, "So it will bloom soon. That's great, as she can take the blue spider lily back for Miss Tamayo to study." This was also a bait he had prepared for Muzan and Kokushibo. 2 days later, the Demon Slayer Corps finally arrived with 2 horse carts. Lord Mitsuri. A loud voice rang in Jiu Tiaoju's ears. Ugh. Jiu Tiaoju couldn't help but cover her ears. Sometimes having heightened senses isn't a good thing. Looking at the iron-willed warrior Fujiwara Naoto, Jiu Tiaoju barely recognized him. Are you Naoto, my little brother? Jiu Tiaoju asked in confusion. Fujiwara Naoto excitedly nodded. It's me. Lord Mitsuri, I'm Fujiwara Naoto, who has trained for 2.5 years. I'm already a rank B swordsman now. Sigh. Jiu Tiaoju sighed lightly. He was trying his best to hold back, but this damn personal charm was just too strong, and he kept meeting little brothers everywhere. Looking at the ghastly wounds exposed on Fujiwara Naoto's skin, Jiu Tiaoju knew that this little brother was truly deserving of the title of a rank B swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps. Naoto, you did well. After exchanging some pleasantries, the two, along with another team member, headed to Tanjiro's home. After helping the Kamadu family load their luggage onto the horse cart, the group wasted no time and swiftly headed down the mountain. Only Tanjiro poked his head out of the window, still looking longingly at the home that was growing further away. Jiu Tiaoju didn't ride in the cart, instead walking briskly in front of it, chatting with Fujiwara Naoto, while keeping an eye on the horse cart moving along the mountain road. Although this mountain road isn't particularly narrow, one still can't be careless when a horse cart passes through. Looking at the deep cut on Fujiwara Naoto's neck, nearly severing his carotid artery, Jiu Tiaoju couldn't help but feel curious. This wound was clean and precise, indicating that the one wielding the blade had very concentrated strength. You see, fighting demons typically doesn't result in such wounds. Blade injuries are even rarer, as demons usually fight using their bodies or blood demon arts. Apart from the previous Akaza and Kokushibo, Jiu Tiaoju hadn't encountered any demon that mastered martial arts. Thus, at this moment, Jiu Tiaoju had an inkling of something. Naoto, is that knife wound on your neck caused by the newly emerged martial demon? Fujiwara Naoto instinctively touched the knife wound near his carotid artery, and after a long moment said with lingering fear, it was caused by a female martial demon named Yagyu Izumi from the Yagyu Shinkajiryu swordsmanship. This female martial demon is incredibly powerful. The stone Hashira mentioned after their battle that Yagyu Izumi's strength is not inferior to that of the former Upper Moon. So it's infuriating that this martial demon dared to openly appear in a kendo dojo in Daiba. What's even more maddening is, these kendo dojo people clearly knew she was a man-eating demon, yet they still sheltered her. If it weren't for Lord Mitsuri being there that day, I would have likely been dead. What happened next? Jiu Tiaoju asked, frowning. Fujiwara Naoto sighed helplessly before the other Hashira arrived to assist. Yagyu Izumi escaped under the cover of those humans in the dojo. Jiu Tiaoju shook his head expressionlessly. In this world, there are always those few people who don't want to be human. For those who assist the demons, Jiu Tiaoju only has one word: kill. Glancing back at Yamajiri, Jiu Tiaoju promised in his heart that he would ensure the complete eradication of demons during his lifetime. That night in Kanagawa Prefecture, the severely mentally ill Doma, wearing a small red hat and holding a folding fan, moved like a ghost through the streets. Suddenly, 4 figures of various heights and builds blocked Doma's path. The leader appeared to be a young man. The young man was tall and carried a long sword at his waist, but his expression seemed somewhat grim. As he spoke, a hoarse voice like that of an old man strangely emerged from his lips. You've crossed the line, Doma. This is not a place for you. Doma tilted his head, looking at the 4 martial demons in front of him, and curiously asked, so are you going to kill me? That would be awesome. So can you do it? Doma stared with his multicolored eyes, his emotionless pupils blankly gazing at the 4 martial demons before him. The eerie young martial demon snorted coldly and said, I've heard about you from Lord Akaza. Indeed, you live up to your reputation. You madman, Lord Akaza is waiting for you just outside the city, ready for a battle. Doma's eyes lit up as he pretended to show surprise. Is that so? It seems Akaza still thinks about me, though I knew that man wouldn't easily forget me. The shameless words of Tong Mo made the 4 warriors unable to bear it any longer. Just as they were about to act, Tong Mo suddenly unfolded the fan in his hand and lightly waved it towards the 4 ghosts in front of him. A chilling wind swept through in an instant, freezing the expressions and movements of the 4 warriors, as if they had turned into lifelike ice sculptures. Lord Akaza, I've come to find you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tong Mo's figure had already disappeared from the street. 3 months later, the Hashira, Tanjiro, having recovered his body, officially made his entrance. Following the raven in the sky, Tanjiro embarked on his first mission to slay demons in his life. Watching Tanjiro's figure with the axe-shaped Nichiren blade hanging at his waist slowly retreat, Kaneo could not let go of her feelings. Why must he be so stubborn as to use an axe-shaped Nichiren blade? In Kaneo's eyes, Tanjiro was the second heretic currently in the Demon Slayer Corps. Although Tanjiro wielded the axe skillfully, Could he really unleash the 13 forms of sun breathing using an axe? Kaneo expressed her doubts. By the way, that Tanjiro kid won't end up learning from his father, will he? To hide his information, Kaneo had not gone out since returning to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Yoya, has there been any progress in Miss Tamayo's research? Yoya Kanamori smirked slightly as he teased Kaneo. It should be progressing a bit faster than your sleep, Hishira. Hearing this peculiar title, Kaneo's face darkened, and she angrily shouted, "Is it appropriate for you to call me that? You don't even manage it, or just wait until I catch that little brat with the rotten heart. Who even started calling me that?" Now the members of the Demon Slayer Corps are secretly referring to him as Lord Sleep Hishira. Ever since they returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters 3 months ago, Kaneo had been trying to develop her own breathing technique, frequently fainting due to oxygen intoxication. It wasn't until this past month that the rhythm and frequency of Kaneo's external breathing began to change significantly, and her oxygen intoxication situation improved. However, this indirectly helped Kaneo confirm that her direction was not wrong. As the way she breathed externally got closer to her unique breathing technique, the amount of oxygen entering her body increased, which naturally reduced her fainting episodes. However, the little brats at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters had already given her the nickname, Sleep Hishira. Suppressing her anger, Kaneo snorted coldly, looking proudly at Yoya Kanamori, saying, "I currently have no time to deal with them. Once I develop my new breathing technique, just watch me smash their butts." Yoya Kanamori chuckled. He knew Kaneo was joking and that she wouldn't take it seriously. However, Yoya Kanamori was still somewhat curious and asked, "Is that new breathing technique you mentioned really as powerful as you boast? Are you really not just bragging about kicking Muzan and punching Kokushibo or something?" Kaneo rolled her eyes disdainfully and replied, "What breathing technique is powerful? It's me who's powerful. You're not a martial artist, you wouldn't understand. Just wait and see, Yoya. Once my breathing technique is perfected, those two will just be fish in a pond. They don't deserve to be my opponents. At that time, just carry out the plan and lure them out. I'm just afraid that only one will show up and the other will hide. Then he'll really have no way to deal with it. Especially that coward Muzan. After all, he has a precedent for using ninjutsu." Kaneo didn't want to end up like Kagaya, ultimately worn down and killed by Muzan. Moreover, Kaneo was still a short-lived ghost. Time was of the essence. It's a pity that this statement of Kaneo did not comfort Yoya Kanamori. Instead, it made him feel that Kaneo was truly bragging. Yoya Kanamori hesitated for a moment, opening his mouth to say something, but in the end he said nothing, silently thinking, "Forget it, I won't dampen her enthusiasm. Let's wait until she develops that so-called invincible breathing technique." Yet Yoya Kanamori never expected that this day would come so quickly. 5 days later at night. At this moment, Kaneo was sitting cross-legged beneath the large tree in the courtyard, eyes closed. Her long white hair swayed gently behind her head with the rhythm of her pores opening and closing, moving without wind. As her body gradually adapted to external breathing, and Kaneo's frequency and rhythm of external breathing changed gradually. She could maintain her full power for external breathing without falling into a state of oxygen intoxication for longer periods. Kaneo knew that the perfect breathing technique that belonged to her was about to be perfected, perhaps just tonight. Puff. Kaneo was completely immersed in her internal spirit, as if she heard a soft sound, and the joy conveyed from all parts of her body gradually overwhelmed her. In an instant, accompanied by the opening and closing of her pores, as if swallowing a whale, the air within 5 meters of Kaneo suddenly emptied. At this moment, she had briefly fallen into a vacuum state. The rumbling of thunder echoed from within Kaneo's body, as if currents like slender snakes rushed out from her pores. Even the thunderclouds in the sky seemed to be drawn together by the abundant active electrons on the ground gathering together. In the next second, boom, 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 the violent thunderclaps startled Yoya Kanamori awake from his dreams. Holding his wife Amano, who was also frightened by the thunder, Yoya Kanamori softly said, "That thunder is really loud. Is it going to rain?" "Yes, I've never heard such loud thunder. It felt like it was ringing right next to my ear," Amano Kanamori said with confusion. After such a scare, the two of them felt no sleepiness. Just then a gentle knock on the door quietly rang out. Yoya Kanamori frowned. He knew that if it weren't for something important, no one would disturb him at this late hour. "What's wrong? Is there something happening?" Yoya Kanamori asked from outside the door. "Master, the lightning just struck Lord Mitsuri's house, hitting the big tree in the yard. When we rushed over to extinguish the fire, Lord Mitsuri asked us to convey a message to you." "What message did Lord Mitsuri want you to deliver?" Yoya Kanamori asked curiously. "Lord Mitsuri said he's ready." Hearing this, Yoya Kanamori paused slightly, and his pupils rapidly dilated in an instant. "All you young talents, come up with a cool and flashy name for the breathing technique." The next morning, before the sun had fully risen, the anxious Kanamori Yose could no longer bear the anticipation and came to the small courtyard of Jiu. Last night the breathing technique had been perfected, and Jiu, who had finally relaxed, managed to enjoy a rare lazy sleep. Unfortunately, a series of urgent knocks on the door jolted Jiu from his dreams, disturbing his peaceful slumber. However, when Jiu opened the courtyard door and saw Kanamori Yose standing at the entrance with two dark circles under his eyes, his mood instantly brightened. Unlike someone who had at least slept for a night right. Stepping aside to let him in, Jiu couldn't help but tease, "My lord, what a mess. Using it carelessly now means you'll have none later. You're still young, you must learn to exercise restraint." Hearing this, the veins on Kanamori Yose's forehead bulged, wishing he could strangle this bastard. He was doing it on purpose. This bastard must be doing it on purpose. Who would deliver such important news in the middle of the night? Isn't it obvious that he didn't want him to get a good night's sleep? Truly a rotten little scoundrel. Ignoring Jiu emotional disturbance, Kanamori Yose got straight to the point and asked, "What did you mean by what you said last night?" "What did I say?" Jiu feigned ignorance. Kanamori Yose didn't linger for even a second, turning to walk outside. Seeing this, Jiu chuckled, picked up the Nichiren blade beside him, and quickly stepped forward to wrap his arm around Kanamori Yose's shoulder. With utmost seriousness, he said, "Yose, let's go. I'll take you to witness the most elite power in this world." His footsteps suddenly paused as Kanamori Yose tilted his head to threaten Jiu. "If you dare to deceive me again, I'll expel you from the Demon Slayer Corps. I won't give you a single cent of your retirement funds." Jiu's expression instantly changed, hurriedly pleading, "My lord, it cannot be. Come on, let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiu wrapped his arm around Kanamori Yose's shoulder, transforming into a streak of blue-yellow lightning, and in an instant they vanished from the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. "Huh, where's my lord? Such a big living person, where did he go?" In front of Jiu's small courtyard, the swordsmen guarding Kanamori Yose in the shadows were thrown into chaos. In just a few seconds, Jiu had brought Kanamori Yose to a forest outside the headquarters. Kanamori Yose could hardly hide his shock. Prior to this, when Jiu was uninjured, Kanamori Yose only knew that Jiu was formidable, but he had never experienced it firsthand. He had always heard others talk about how incredibly fast Jiu was, and today, he finally witnessed it. "Is this the legendary Thunder Sword, saint renowned throughout Neon?" Jiu proudly exclaimed. "So do you realize how impressive I am now?" "Ha ha." Kanamori Yose's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked urgently, "Have you regained your strength?" Jiu shook his head, his expression serious. "Yose, do you have some misunderstanding about me? I haven't just regained my strength, I have surpassed the peak of this world. Right now, I can defeat 10 of my former self." Even if Sukuna Uriai appeared at this moment, Jiu would be able to knock him into a Buddha hairstyle covered in bumps. Of course, this was just Jiu's personal thought, considering there was no way to compare with someone who had already passed away. Nevertheless, he was confident that he would never lose. After a moment, Jiu took Kanamori Yose to a waterfall. This waterfall was not particularly large, with a height difference of about 17 to 18 meters and a width of about 5 to 6 meters. Kanamori Yose looked at Jiu in confusion, asking, "What are you planning to do? Do you want to cut off this waterfall?" Jiu smiled and shook his head, saying nothing. With a soft sound, he drew the Nichiren blade from his waist. The Nichiren blade, Jinhuan, re-emerging into the light, emitted a long and joyful blade hum. Jiu raised the Nichiren blade towards the sun, carefully observing the many subtle scars on the blade. These were the damages he sustained during his battle with Muzan Kibutsuji. He hadn't taken it to the blacksmith village for repairs simply because at that time it was no longer of use to him. It was just a reminder kept around. However, at this moment, a turn of fate had arrived. The Nichiren blade, Jinhuan, seemed to sense its master's emotions vibrating continuously. Jiu gently stroked the blade with his palm, his movements exceedingly tender, and the vibrating blade calmed in response to his touch. Watching from the side, Kanamori Yose felt goosebumps rising all over. This guy, Kanamori Yose, had never seen anyone act with such a perverted expression towards their own blade. Jiu looked not at a blade, but as if gazing at a beautiful person without clothes. Unable to endure any longer, Kanamori Yose urged loudly, "Are you done yet? If you keep dragging this out, it'll be dark soon." Jiu interrupted, didn't mind. He merely smiled slightly and turned to face the waterfall formed by the mountain spring flowing down. "Yose, go behind me and step back 10 meters. Seeing that Jiu wasn't joking, Kanamori Yose obediently stepped back over 10 meters. Once Kanamori Yose had moved far back, Jiu opened all the pores of his body, and the air seemed to transform into invisible whirlpools frantically rushing toward his body. Even Kanamori Yose, more than 10 meters away, could distinctly feel the surrounding air become thinner in an instant. A heavy rumble of thunder suddenly erupted from within Jiao Tiao's body. Before the lightning could appear, he summoned all the muscles and bones of his body along with the power from the thunder-breathing technique. This was a force that surpassed the pinnacle of this world. With a reverse swing of his hand, he unleashed a strike. A massive transparent slash suddenly surged upwards from the base of the waterfall, sweeping along the flowing water and carrying the entire waterfall upwards against the current, until a tremendous sound of boom echoed. The torrents of water had fallen from the sky, drenching the stunned Kanamori Yose and turning him into a wet chicken. So you had me step back 10 meters to find your position right. A month later, at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kane Tsutsumi brought Miss Tamayo to the residence of Kojo Kotaro. Upon seeing the arrival of the two, Kojo Kotaro was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. Looking at Miss Tamayo, he asked, "Have the potions been prepared? The ones that suppress body disintegration?" Miss Tamayo nodded and took out 2 vials, one black and one red. The red one is for Muzan and the black one is prepared for Kokushibo. Although I don't know if the Upper Moon Demon Kokushibo possesses this ability, it's better to be prepared than not. These 2 potions were specially tailored by Miss Tamayo, using the blood of the demon kings drawn from the evil spirits and martial demons. Kojo Kotaro took the 2 glass vials and asked, "How do we use them?" "By injection." Miss Tamayo explained in detail. "If you confirm the use within half an hour, you can draw them out with a syringe in advance, or you can let the potion come into contact with their wounds for it to take effect." After saying this, Miss Tamayo hesitated for a moment and still asked Mr. Kojo, "Are you truly confident in facing both Muzan and Kokushibo at the same time?" Upon hearing this, Kojo Kotaro stroked his chin and thought for a moment, recalling the details of the battle in the manga about the Infinity Castle. After a moment, Kojo Kotaro looked seriously at the 2 before him and vowed, "If Muzan falls for the blue spider lily, he will surely die. Of course, the same goes for Kokushibo. However, how to plan this matter is up to you, my lord." Regarding the blue spider lily, Kojo Kotaro had already informed Kane Tsutsumi about it when he returned last time. Although Kojo Kotaro did not explain the specific source of this information, Kane Tsutsumi trusted him and did not pursue the matter further. Not long after they returned to headquarters, the vines that Kojo Kotaro had brought back previously bloomed with more than 10 blue flowers on a certain day. Fortunately, Miss Tamayo used some special potions to preserve the flowers intact, although the potency of the medicine was uncertain. However, regardless of how much potency remained, Kojo Kotaro would not allow Muzan and Kokushibo the opportunity to experience it. Kane Tsutsumi nodded. Once the blue spider lily, which Muzan had pursued for thousands of years, emerged, he believed neither of the demon kings would remain indifferent. After all, this flower could help them advance further, overcoming their only weakness to sunlight. Moreover, at this moment, the Demon Slayer Corps posed no threat to these 2 demon kings, as long as Kojo Kotaro's strength remained undisclosed. This would be an open plot. This blue spider lily was an object of contention for both Muzan Kabutsuji and Kokushibo. The flower could only exist as one, but there were 2 demon kings. Would Muzan show restraint? Or would Kokushibo demonstrate a spirit of contribution, allowing the opportunity to go to the other? Thinking about how the cursed fate of the Tsutsumi family over the millennia would soon be ended by his hands, Kane Tsutsumi's excitement could not be contained, reflecting on his face. Having witnessed Kojo Kotaro's strength that exceeded his imagination, Kane Tsutsumi had never felt so firmly convinced. 3 days later, on the outskirts of Kamigaya, Kojo Kotaro, Kane Tsutsumi, and the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps all gathered in a spacious canyon. This was the battlefield chosen by Kane Tsutsumi. Everyone carefully observed the environment inside the canyon. Following that, they expressed their opinions and put forward their suggestions. For instance, placing large stones at the tops of both ends of the canyon, setting traps at the bottom, and so on. They then spent over 10 days modifying the canyon. The plan targeting these 2 demon kings has officially begun. Yamato is a demon transformed from Muzan, having lived for more than 100 years. However, this timid and cautious Yamato has never entered a large human city. He lives in the deep mountains, just as his name suggests. His food consists of hunters and farmers who venture into these woods. In the initial decades, these humans occasionally gathered to resist him. On one occasion, more than 100 men from over 10 villages around the mountain banded together, armed with bows, long swords, and even farming tools, and charged up the mountain. However, the gap between ordinary people and evil demons could not be bridged merely by their numbers. To these people, Yamato's speed was like that of a ghost. His strength could shatter a boulder with a single punch, and his body could recover from injuries in an instant, leaving the foolish mountain villagers in despair. However, Yamato did not kill all these men, not out of mercy, but simply because he did not want to waste food. If he killed all these people at once, he could not finish eating them all, and they would rot. Letting them go was fine. These humans, in order to survive and not starve, could only choose to enter the woods again. After letting those men go, it seemed that these humans had developed some misunderstanding toward him. Not only did they no longer resist him, but instead, every so often they would actively send a few human children to the entrance of his cave. To this day, this situation has persisted for over 80 years. However, the low-key and cautious Yamato ultimately could not escape Musen's gaze. After the deaths of the lower moon demons before Musen could re-establish them, Kokushibo declared his independence and transformed strong martial demons. Faced with the pressure brought by Kokushibo, Musen could no longer casually capture a few demons to fill the ranks of the lower moon demons as he did before. This time Musen sensed the 6 strongest demons through his own blood. He then summoned them to the Infinity Castle and provided them with blood once more. Ultimately, the 4 evil demons that survived Musen's blood became the lower moon demons of the 12 Kazuki. Yamato was one of the lucky ones, now ranked lower moon 3 Yamato. Today marks the time for Lord Yamato's weekly feeding. Yamato, with his short and stout legs, wobbled toward the exit of the cave. However, upon exiting the cave, Yamato felt a bit puzzled. He gazed at a middle-aged man in front of him who had a faint scar on his forehead. Yamato wondered to himself, do these humans have such audacity? They dare to arbitrarily change the menu of Lord Yamato. Today they actually sent over a man with a dry, woody taste. But after thinking about it, having a change of taste after eating children for over 80 years didn't seem too bad. Looking at the diminutive figure before him, resembling a gnome, Tanjiro Kamado felt a profound sense of disgust rising from the depths of his heart. It was utterly repulsive. What revolted Tanjiro was not the appearance of the mountain boy. Rather, it was the unspeakable atrocities committed by him. He felt the heavy, almost tangible resentment that surrounded the mountain boy. Slowly drawing the axe hanging from his belt, Tanjiro looked at the mountain boy, tears welling in his eyes, and softly said, "Poor children. Forgive me, please endure a little longer." This was actually the first time the mountain boy had encountered the Demon Slayer Corps. He had hidden so well that the mountain boy, having lived for over 100 years, did not recognize the uniforms of the Demon Slayer Corps. Looking at this human man, the mountain boy felt somewhat bewildered. However, before he could make a move, Tanjiro, having just spoken, had already vanished from the mountain boy's line of sight. Puff! In an instant, Tanjiro, wielding his axe, had severed the mountain boy's limbs. With his support gone, the mountain boy fell down in a daze. Crimson blood flowed continuously from the wounds of the mountain boy's severed limbs, pooling on the ground. Before the mountain boy could regenerate his limbs, Tanjiro plunged a syringe into his back. This was the serum given to him by Miss Tamayo, capable of suppressing a demon's regenerative abilities for a certain period. After administering the injection, Tanjiro diligently shattered the mountain boy's sharp teeth with the back of his axe and made a few more adjustments with the blade. Only when the mountain boy posed no further threat did Tanjiro grab a handful of the mountain boy's hair, lifting his head as he made his way down the mountain. Tanjiro's task was not to slay the mountain boy, this lower moon 3, but merely to use him as a tool to relay a message to Musen. Similarly, the pillar of rock Higanbana Tsujikuni had a task akin to Tanjiro's. However, Tsujikuni's target was a weapon demon that had reached the level of Upper Moon 12. Why must the target reach the level of Upper Moon 12? Because only at this level could the demon's blood be sensed by Musen and Kabutsuji from across the neon expanse, and to view their memories just before death. A week later at night, the weary Higanbana Tsujikuni, wielding a chain hammer and chain axe in one hand and grasping a half-body weapon demon in the other, had now arrived at the outskirts of Kamigaya. The designated canyon prepared by the Demon Slayer Corps was approximately 1.5 kilometers away. Deep within the canyon, in a simple wooden cabin, the nine-tailed orange fox, having already spread its sensing abilities, turned to the side towards Kanamori Yose and said, "Tsujikuni will be back soon. Oh, let's keep that weapon demon locked at the canyon's entrance. Don't let him see me." Kanamori Yose nodded, agreeing that caution was necessary, even though the current demon king Kabutsuji Musen might not be overly concerned about the survival of the nine-tailed orange fox. However, on the day of the final battle, it was always better to conceal oneself for a little longer. 5 days passed, and on that morning, as the sun slowly rose, Tanjiro finally arrived at the canyon carrying a wooden box containing half of the mountain boy's body. The 2 demons meant to convey the message were already in position. 2 days later, after Tanjiro and Tsujikuni had regained their strength, besides the 2 former Hashira trainers, the flower Hashira, Morishita, Ujetsu, the snow Hashira, Hoshino-eri. To be cautious, they were currently guarding the 2 demons. The remaining core members of the Demon Slayer Corps had gathered in front of Kanamori Yose's temporary wooden cabin in the canyon. Among them, the Hashira-level warriors included the Sound Hashira, Kuta Kitsu, the Flame Hashira, Tanjiro Kamado, the Rock Hashira, Higanbana Tsujikuni, the Water Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji, the Flame Hashira, Rengoku Kyujiro, the Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, the Rain Hashira, Amano Sora. A reader's nickname, and also the former Hashira trainers water-breathing, Mitsuri Kanroji, thunder-breathing, Kamadu Tanjiro, rock-breathing, Ishikawa Manzo. Additionally, there were 84 rank A swordsmen and 268 rank B swordsmen. As Kanamori Yose slowly stepped out of the door on the vast flat ground of the canyon, the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps all knelt on one knee. Lord! The unified shout instantly echoed throughout the canyon, reaching even the former Flower Hashira and Snow Hashira, who were 100 meters away. Though they were not present, both were still deeply moved. The Demon Slayer Corps had passed down through the generations for 1,000 years with countless swordsmen across time, all sharing a common goal. And that goal now felt so close. Looking at the hundreds of swordsmen kneeling before him, Kanamori Yose's eyes reddened slightly as he knelt and solemnly returned the bow to the swordsmen in front of him. Then began a pre-battle mobilization. Seeing the many young faces beside him, Kyuta Kitsu sighed, wondering how many swordsmen would perish in the aftermath of this battle. Although Kyuta Kitsu had absolute confidence in his own strength, if Kabutsuji and Muzan did not appear, he could not act recklessly. These two were not fools, they would certainly notice such an obvious trap. However, the temptation of the blue moonflower was too great. They simply could not resist. If Kyuta Kitsu acted too conspicuously, it wasn't that Kabutsuji would say nothing, Muzan would definitely escape. Moreover, the key was that Muzan had a demon by his side that he had to handle personally, because no one else had the strength to eliminate her in one blow. If this demon were not killed first, Muzan could escape at any moment. Yes, she was the one who could manipulate the space with her blood demon arts, the singing woman of the infinite castle. This was a very rare blood demon art involving space. The entire infinite castle space was intricately woven around the singing woman. As long as the singing woman played the pipa in her hands, she could control the entire infinite castle, and she could transfer any sensed object into it. She could even transfer any object within the infinite castle to any location marked with Muzan's seal. The information found online stated it could be sent anywhere, which felt a bit unreasonable. I slightly weakened it. I still don't know how Muzan lost in the anime. What if I threw all the Demon Slayer swordsmen into the sea, or transferred one or two at a time, and took them out one by one? How would the Demon Slayer Corps cope? Thus the current plan was to lure Kabutsuji over, and when Kyuta Kitsu could sense him, he would kill the mountain boy, and let Muzan ride the singing woman over. With the pre-battle mobilization complete, Kanamori Yose instructed someone to bring the two captured demons to one side of the canyon. There a blue flower was carefully planted in the ground. Sujikuni grasped the weapon demon's chin, forcing him to look at the blue moonflower on the ground. Kanamori Yose stood in front of the weapon demon and coldly said, "Kibutsuji, I am the current leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kanamori Yose. Does this flower look familiar to you? This is the blue moonflower, a flower that Muzan has sought for over 1,000 years. I don't know if Muzan has told you its true purpose, but I believe you can guess it right. I will wait for you here for 3 days, but if you dare not come, it will belong to Muzan." As soon as he finished speaking, Kanamori Yose gestured for Tsujikuni to take action. With a swift swing of his axe, Tsujikuni severed the messenger's head in an instant. At the same time, Kabutsuji, Muzan still in Kanagawa Prefecture, instantly sensed that this weapon demon comparable to Upper Moon 12 had already perished. After viewing the memories of the deceased warrior, Haishi Mu softly murmured, "The Blue River Flower." This flower indeed resembled the one that Muzan had once asked them to find with the same pattern. Throughout his memories spanning hundreds of years, Muzan had indeed been searching for this blue flower, and one could say that most of his energy was devoted to it. Otherwise, if they fully engaged the Demon Slayer Corps, even if they were not exterminated, the Corps would be forced to hide in the shadows, unable to grow. Although Muzan never disclosed the reason to them, Haishi Mu and the other Upper Moons who had lived for hundreds of years basically understood. What Muzan desired most, these Upper Moons certainly knew. Could it be that this flower, called the Blue River Flower, could help Muzan achieve his goals? To walk in the sunlight, to live forever, to achieve eternity. What is it that a demon fears most? The sun, the Nichiren blade. The demon king Haishi Mu and Muzan now do not even fear a beheading by the Nichiren blade. Aside from the sunlight, what else could truly kill them? Unless his long-dead brother Yorichi Tsujikuni were to be revived. Otherwise, Haishi Mu truly finds no way to kill them. Having come to this realization, Haishi Mu turned to the female warrior beside him and said, "Have Akaza come to see me immediately." "Yes, Lord Haishimu." As soon as the words fell, the female warrior vanished from the room, leaving Haishimu alone, quietly kneeling beside the tea table. The bitter tea entered his mouth, yet it could not calm the turbulent lake of his heart. Heaven does not take back what it gives, it only brings calamity when the time is not right. Haishimu feared nothing. On the second night, Haishimu, accompanied by a group of warriors, finally arrived in Komagaya Prefecture. In fact, the location chosen by the Demon Slayer Corps was deliberate, although they did not know the specific range of Haishimu's activities. However, the recent battle between Akaza and Doma in the outskirts of Kanagawa Prefecture had created such a commotion that the Corps intelligence team managed to find some clues. Moreover, the changes in Kanagawa Prefecture were mainly due to the frequent entries of martial artists from other regions, and no demons under Muzan had been found within its jurisdiction. Thus, within the Corps, they had basically guessed Haishimu's location. This was why they chose a spot that was not far from Haishimu, but not too close either. They wanted to give him some time, but not enough to summon all his subordinates. In fact, whether these warriors were killed or not would have no significant impact. The key to this battle lies in Haishimu and Muzan. As long as these two demons die, the subordinates born from their blood will also perish. After a moment, sensing the impending arrival of Haishimu, Kyudo turned to Ayazaka and said, "Haishimu is coming." Upon hearing Kyudo's words, Ayazaka wasted no time and immediately followed the original plan, sending the flower Hashira and the child to the Blue River Flower to reenact the scenes from the past 2 days. After Ayazaka issued the command, Kyudo added, "Apart from Akaza, Haishimu has brought 8 warriors with him. There may be 3 of them at the level of upper moons, while the remaining 5 have reached the level of lower moons." Ayazaka nodded gravely and looked at the swordsman before him, urgently issuing orders. "Wait until they reach the central area of the canyon. The stone Hashira Himejima Jyomi, you go intercept Akaza. Tanjiro Kamado, you keep a close watch on Haishimu, do not act unless he does. The cultivators, Sanemi Shinazugawa, Kaneo Tsuyuri, you 3 restrain the remaining 3 strongest warriors, do not seek to defeat them, prioritize delaying time. The other pillar-level swordsmen, choose your opponents and engage in free combat. The remaining lower-tier swordsmen proceed according to the previous plan. Ayazaka commands here, wishing you all great success in your martial endeavors. Move A." Haishimu, leading a group of warriors, arrived at the canyon entrance without obstruction and finally halted. Looking up at the cliffs on both sides of the canyon, Haishimu's dark eyes revealed no hint of emotion. "Humans, why are you always so blind to reality? No matter how many ants there are, how can they shake a great tree?" Haishimu's steps did not pause. In an instant, he vanished into the canyon entrance. Meanwhile, in Tokyo Asakusa, Muzan Kibutsuji suddenly sat up from his bed. At that moment, the woman with a wide forehead, named Haruno Rei on the bed, was also awakened by his sudden movement. "Mitsuhiko, what's wrong?" Haruno Rei was about to pull down the lifted quilt to cover her skin exposed to the air. But the next second, Muzan, who had lost patience to play house, suddenly swung his tentacle and smashed her into a puddle of mud. The annoying fly was swatted dead, and Muzan, somewhat incredulous, once again confirmed the memories of the child before he died. The child was forcibly turned to face the blue flower on the ground by this human woman. The human woman then spoke, "Muzan Kibutsuji, this is the only blue river flower in the world. And Haishimu has already found this place. He will get here before you. You will never be able to become an eternal existence." As soon as the words fell, the human woman swiftly struck, and the child's head fell to the ground in an instant. Just through the child's memory, Muzan had already confirmed that the blue flower was indeed the blue river flower he had been searching for over 1,000 years. No wonder he could not find it at all. It turned out to be hidden by the Demon Slayer Corps. But why are the Demon Slayer Corps doing this now? What is their purpose? If they are not confident in killing me, why would they do this? Are they trying to provoke a battle between me and Haishimu? But Haishimu cannot kill him. However, facing the temptation of the blue river flower, Muzan had little time to ponder and decided to go there first. What that human woman said was correct. If Haishimu were to obtain the blue river flower, creak, creak. Just the thought of this possibility made Muzan clench his teeth and shatter his back molars. He forcefully swallowed the shattered teeth in his mouth and angrily roared, "Mune, immediately summon the 12 Kazuki. Teleport them to the location where the child just died. Quick, be fast." As Haishimu and a group of martial ghosts arrived at the center of the canyon, he laughed upon seeing the 300 sword-wielding members of the Demon Slayer Corps already in formation across from him. "You think you can stop me with just your numbers? Hand over the blue horizon flower. I might consider not killing all of you." At that moment, Haishimu had never felt so merciful. Yet it seemed that these human swordsmen did not share his sentiment. Watching the silent, unmoving swordsman, Haishimu gradually lost his patience, his right hand resting on the hilt of the virtual, crying god ready to strike. At that moment, Haishimu's gaze inadvertently fell upon the figure of Tanjiro Lang, standing in front of the swordsman. No, to be precise, he noticed the pair of Sunwheel earrings worn by Tanjiro Lang. "So this is your Demon Slayer Corps trump card?" Haishimu looked at Tanjiro Lang and asked, the man with the scar on his forehead, "Are you a descendant of Yuan Yi?" Tanjiro Lang shook his head and remained silent. Simu felt somewhat bored. Oh, what did it matter? Did they really think that just any descendant of Yuan E could become the second Yuan E? At this moment, Simu recalled Kyujuru, the human swordsman who nearly killed him. However, that swordsman should be dead, right? Having suffered such severe injuries, how could a frail human body possibly survive? Simu remembered clearly how he pierced that human swordsman's lung with his virtual crying god. Even if he miraculously survived, he would be unable to use the breathing technique anymore. Simu shook his head, dispelling the distractions in his mind, and drew his long knife, charging toward Tanjiolang. Descendant of the nation. Let me test your mettle. Moon breathing first form, Dark Moon Night Palace. The virtual crying god swung down with a powerful strike towards Tanjiolang. Facing this extremely swift strike, an ordinary person might be caught off guard, but for Tanjiolang, who comprehended the essence of the world, he had ample reaction time. The moment Simu initiated his attack, Tanjiolang sensed it. Indeed, the same was true for Tanjiolang regarding Simu. Tanjiolang swiftly drew his axe from his waist, using the momentum of his rotation to strike perfectly against the blade of virtual crying god. Sun breathing first form Rondo. Seeing the axe that blocked his long knife, Simu's brow furrowed deeply. Using an axe to execute the sun breathing technique. Now the descendants of the nation can no longer wield swords. They actually use a lowly tool like an axe as a weapon. Is this a weapon? This is a farming tool. Simu immediately became furious. He wanted to turn this descendant, who brought him shame, into minced meat. In this regard, Simu's perspective oddly aligned with treacherous. A swordsman using an axe was indeed a mismatch. As Simu made the first move, the martial ghosts followed suit, rushing into the formation of the Demon Slayer core. As the second aberration in treacherous eyes, the pillar of rock Hayomii, you swung the axes and heavy hammers connected by iron chains, blocking the path of Akaza. Your opponent is me, Amitba, in the makeshift command post built in the canyon inside a wooden house. At this moment, Kyujuru appeared somewhat anxious, glancing at the blue horizon flower on the table. He softly asked, Yaozai, do you think Muzan will come? His anxiety did not stem from fearing defeat. Kyujuru was well aware of his strength and knew that was impossible. Even if 2 Yuan-Es appeared today, he would remain unfazed. He was that confident. Kyujuru was worried about what would happen if Muzan did not show up. Although there was the lure of the blue horizon flower, this guy was truly afraid of death. This was also why Kyujuru could not act recklessly if his strength was exposed to Muzan in advance. He feared this guy could hide for another 100 years. Ubuyashiki Yaozai smiled and calmly said, Kyuju, you must trust your judgment. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. If Muzan does not come today, it can only mean he is not destined to perish. Ubuyashiki Yaozai's words seemed to have a mystical quality. As soon as he finished speaking, Kibutsuji Muzan suddenly appeared at the center of the canyon, accompanied by his 12 Kazuki. Seeing Simu still entangled with a human swordsman, Muzan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The forces engaged in battle immediately paused. Simu would not allow Muzan to take advantage of the situation, nor would the Demon Slayer Corps. Their mission for the day was nearly complete. They just needed to await the order to retreat. Although many of the lower-tier swordsmen did not understand Ubuyashiki Yaozai's orders, fortunately, they were all veteran members of the Demon Slayer Corps. While they might not understand, they would absolutely execute the orders 100%. Someone like Shinazugawa Sanemi, who was a troublemaker, had not been brought along this time. The 3 factions were clearly defined. Simu and Kibutsuji Muzan locked their gazes on each other, ignoring the human swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps. In their eyes, all other beings, human or demon, were mere ants. No matter how many there were, it was difficult for them to pose a threat. Today's outcome between the 2 of them would determine the ownership of the Blue Horizon Flower. While they were confronting each other, Kyujuru transformed into his 6th form, suppressing his aura and closely observing the female demon beside Muzan, Upper Moon 3 Nakeim, slowly approaching from the corner of his vision. Kibutsuji Muzan casually glanced at the group of human swordsmen. With a blank expression, he said, Where is the Blue Horizon Flower? Hand it over. Seeing the lack of response from the human swordsman, Muzan let out a cold laugh. After fighting with the Demon Slayer Corps for over 1,000 years, how could he not know the weaknesses of these hypocritical human swordsmen? If I cannot obtain the Blue Horizon Flower tonight, all of you will die, not just you. I will also kill all the humans in Tokyo. As he spoke, Muzan's face twisted into an incredibly ferocious expression. The swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps immediately changed color. They had no doubt that this heartless demon king, exuding a sense of oppression, would carry out his threats. At that moment, a gust of demonic wind swept by, and the air in the canyon seemed to be sucked away by something, causing the human swordsmen and demons to feel momentarily suffocated. Heisei Mu and the many swordsmen utilizing breathing techniques felt it even more acutely, but it lasted only an instant before the air density returned to normal levels. Boom! At that moment, an extraordinary thunderous sound suddenly erupted. Heisei Mu's expression instantly changed. That familiar thunderous sound, could it be? Boom! 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 The sun wheel blade accompanied by lightning swiftly sliced through the neck of the pitiful female ghost in an instant. The merciless Kujo Jitoru, to be cautious, repeatedly struck the female ghost's body 36 times in a short span. 36 times. The body of the female ghost continued to convulse. In this moment, the Suntity female ghost felt the blows that she should not have endured. Thunder-breathing first form thunderclap, 36 strikes. As Kujo Jitoru sheathed his blade, scattered remains fell to the ground, and the female ghost maintained a vacant gaze as she instantaneously faded away. As Kujo Jitoru released his body, no longer suppressing his aura, the patterns on his forehead and eyes erupted with lightning. It felt as though an oppressive force akin to facing a higher being swept over all the evil spirits present. The air felt almost tangible as Kujo Jitoru emanated an overwhelming aura that firmly pinned Yuzora down in place. At this moment, Yuzora's body seemed to awaken its own consciousness, constantly whispering its fear to him. However, Yuzora's will was not so easily shaken, although his body had conceded defeat. The rage within him seemed ready to overflow. This guy? Am I unable to even control my own body in front of him? Damn it! Yuzora silently screamed in his heart. In fact, not just Yuzora at this moment. Aside from Muzan and Kokushibo, all other evil spirits and demon slayers could not control their bodies. Even Doma was the same. However devoid of emotions, he felt nothing, instead merely twisting his head, the only part of him that could move to look around. Now Kujo Jitoru felt like a solitary figure encircling all the evil spirits present. Demon Slayer Core retreat. With a fierce shout from Kujo Jitoru, the over 200 swordsmen present finally woke up. Kokushibo and Muzan both looked at Kujo Jitoru in shock. Kokushibo, you didn't die, and you can still use the breathing technique. You've even become an enhanced version, Kageyama Yurichi. Kokushibo thought he was the only one who had been enhanced until he faced off today. Who is truly the child of the version? Muzan Kabutsuji, I knew this was a trap. I shouldn't have come here today. Moreover, this swordsman is too brutal, right? Looking at the remains of the female ghost, Muzan's mind began a frenzy of thoughts, contemplating how to escape today. Indeed, at this moment, Muzan faced this human swordsman without any desire to fight. It was simply because with the appearance of this human swordsman, every cell in Muzan's body started trembling uncontrollably. This was even more terrifying than that man from over 300 years ago. The swordsmen of levels A and B, according to the original battle plan, methodically began to retreat towards the sides of the canyon. Meanwhile, within the encirclement of the evil spirits on Muzan's side, Kujo Jitoru once again drew his sun wheel blade. The moment the blade was unsheathed, a wave of heat capable of burning evil spirits erupted forth. The violent lightning flowed from Kujo Jitoru's palm into the blade like a flowing river, until the blue lightning transformed into inscriptions, thoroughly wrapping around the blade, deeply imprinted on the crimson sun wheel blade. Only then did Kujo Jitoru cast his malicious gaze towards the pitiful and helpless Muzan Kabutsuji standing nearby. Feeling that malicious gaze, Muzan could only roar in anger within, as he had initially hoped that this human swordsman would strike at Kokushibo first. Then he might still have a chance to escape without splitting his body. After all, using this move would greatly consume energy. He would need at least decades to return to his peak state. However, it seemed that he truly had no opportunity to exploit. Muzan Kabutsuji no longer hesitated and began to split his 5 brains and 7 hearts within his body. Kujo Jitoru coldly snorted. He was constantly keeping an eye on Muzan, the Demon King, adept at escaping. He was not like Kageyama Yurichi, who not only disliked landing a finishing blow, but also enjoyed lecturing his enemies. All of that aside, the most crucial point was that Yurichi had been distracted in that battle over 300 years ago due to Lady Tamayo's expression. This allowed Muzan to seize the opportunity and split his body into over 1,800 pieces. Otherwise, how could the transparent world that Kageyama Yurichi possessed allow him to watch Muzan create such a commotion within his own body and remain oblivious? Are you done? Accompanied by Kujo Jitoru's malicious words, a blade inscribed with lightning plunged deeply into one of Muzan's hearts. Puff! Muzan uncontrollably spewed out a mouthful of blood as the burning pain of the blade and the sting of lightning deeply stimulated every nerve within his body. Having lost control, Muzan's body was forcefully interrupted from casting a spell by Kujo Jitoru. At this moment, Muzan Kabutsuji finally displayed a look of fear. Kujo Jitoru swiftly took out a red potion from his pocket, applying slight pressure with his left hand to shatter the glass container, allowing the potion to drip directly onto Musen's wound. In the next second, Kujo Jitoru instantly pulled the blade from Musen's chest. He charged straight towards Kokoshibo. Thunder-breathing third form, gathering mosquitoes into thunderclap. The crimson blade effortlessly sliced through Kokoshibo's deformed long blade, which had accompanied him for hundreds of years' morning cry. Feeling the wails emanating from the blade in his hand, Kokoshibo had never felt so small. As he gazed at the crimson blade approaching him, Kokoshibo abandoned any futile resistance, quietly standing still, allowing Kujo Jitoru to behead him. Why not evade? Because I'm not afraid. Sorry for the mix-up. Kujo Jitoru curiously looked at Kokoshibo's head, which had fallen to the ground and was slowly turning to ashes, and asked, why not evade? How could I evade? Kokoshibo's gaze was so calm. From the moment he was crushed by Kujo Jitoru, he had already died. However, the moment he felt Kujo Jitoru's power, Kokoshibo, no, it should be said, as the human Kageyama Iwakatsu, he had also completely let go. It was only because at this moment someone had truly surpassed his detestable brother in this world. My foolish Adudu. Brother has come to find you. The Demon King Kokoshibo has fallen. Meanwhile, the demon slayers still standing in the canyon began to gradually collapse. Kujo Jitoru turned again, his malicious gaze fixated on our demon, King Musen Kibutsuji. Kujo Jitoru, what do you regard life as? Musen, don't come near. There's one more chapter. The Demon Slayer arc concludes. As the sun slowly rose, Wu Kan, who had wrought evil in the human world for 1,000 years, was touched by its light, and his corpse gradually disintegrated into drifting wisps of ash. We won. The swordsmen in the canyon embraced one another and wept. Watching the surrounding warriors celebrating, Jiao Tiaoju slowly sheathed the Rilin Dao. The deep urgency in his heart only then began to ease. Good thing we didn't disgrace the time travelers, or I'd be the villain. Ju, what were you just saying? Chan Wu Fu Yaozai, who had come to stand beside Jiao Tiaoju, asked curiously. Jiao Tiaoju shook his head and smiled brightly. I said everything is fine now. Fine. Yu Shilang, after Miss Zhu Shi's death, followed her away that very morning bathed in sunlight. After the battle in the canyon, no more evil demons remained in the world. Chan Wu Fu Yaozai then disbanded the Gui Sha Dui that had endured for 1,000 years. Except for a few swordmen without family or support, most members of the Gui Sha Dui returned to their hometowns and began new lives. The Gui Sha Dui headquarters gradually fell quiet. At 17, with perhaps less than 2 years left to live, Jiao Tiaoju chose to say farewell to the Gui Sha Dui and set out on a solitary wandering. Having awakened the mark, he was fated not to remain long among those breathing-style swordsmen of the Gui Sha Dui. Otherwise, he would only bring about the premature deaths of those who had so recently returned to peaceful lives. Moreover, Jiao Tiaoju did not wish to spend the final stretch of his life confined to a sickbed. In the first year after leaving the Gui Sha Dui, Jiao Tiaoju and Chan Wu Fu Yaozai still frequently communicated by Kasugai crows. A year later, having traversed the whole of Nihon, Jiao Tiaoju departed that land. He could sense that little time remained in the last part of his life. He only wished to return to his homeland and lie there in eternal rest. Storm, lightning, waves as high as dozens of stories rolled in, overwhelming the sky. Standing on the deck, Jiao Tiaoju pitched and rolled with the monstrous swell. Confronted by the forces of nature, Jiao Tiaoju felt for the first time how powerless he was. Even the power that once surpassed this mortal realm seemed so insignificant. With a thunderous crash, the 100-meter iron vessel was swallowed by the waves. Only days later did the storm gradually subside. A crushing, suffocating pressure at his chest jolted Jiao Tiaoju awake. Feeling a dense carpet of tiny feet around him, Jiao Tiaoju curled inward, grabbed a nearby stranger's thigh, and hauled himself upright with all his strength. Why have my powers disappeared? Where is this? Have I traveled across worlds again? Staring at his hands, several sizes smaller, Jiao Tiaoju had no time to sift through his memories before the crowd swept him toward the center of a square. Powerless to resist, he could only go with the flow. In such a crush, one must move with the crowd and keep one's balance. If you fall, you risk being trampled to death, just as he had almost been moments before. He watched the enormously tall man with 2 tufts of a large beard kneeling on the wooden scaffold, and Jiao Tiaoju felt a strange familiarity. Who was that man? Why does this scene seem familiar? If I'd met him before, I shouldn't have forgotten him. Before Jiao Tiaoju could recall any memory of the man, the condemned man's speech froze him in his tracks. Do you want my treasure? If you want it, you can have it all. Go and find it. I've placed all my treasure there. In the year 1498 of the Haiyuan calendar, pirate king Luo Jia was publicly executed by the world government in Luo Gu town. The age of great voyages was dawning. Jiu suppressed his excitement, barely containing his joy. So I have come to the world of the Pirate King. As the crowd thinned following the route in his memory, Jiu arrived at the edge of Luogu town before a shabby house near the forest. Is this my home? How miserable. Jiu stepped inside, cautiously found a usable cup, filled it from the cistern, and gulped down the water. After drinking more than half the cup in one breath, Jiu temporarily eased the gnawing hunger in his stomach. While resting, he closed his eyes and probed the condition of his body. After a moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. Some of the skills he had mastered in the demon-slaying world still worked here, chiefly sword-heart clarity and world penetration, which meant the strength of his past lives' soul had been preserved despite his body changing. As long as those two skills remained, he could slowly temper his breathing techniques and his body. Jiu began to leaf through his memories of this world. The boy was 10 years old. His parents had been ordinary fishermen. When he was very young, they were killed by pirates at sea, and he no longer remembered his own name. Fortunately, some townsfolk occasionally took pity and brought him food, but no one wanted to adopt him because the boy had once seemed simple-minded. When he could not obtain food, he often went hungry. To fill his belly, he frequently stole oranges from the town orchards. So the townspeople called him Little Orange. Jiu slowly opened his eyes and sighed helplessly. What a lowly starting point. After searching the shabby house, all he could find besides a moldy piece of bread were a dozen or so oranges. Luckily, since his parents had been fishermen, there were fishing tools in the house, though many had long since rotted away. There were still plenty of fishing lines and hooks, however. Seeing the tackle before him, Jiu, a seasoned angler in a former life, felt full of confidence that he could survive in this world. In the world of the Pirate King rich with fish, he refused to believe that a veteran fisherman like himself could starve. After quickly polishing off a dozen or so oranges to stave off his hunger, Jiu assembled his rod, slung it over his shoulder along with the moldy bread to use as bait, and ran toward the sea. As he ran, he adjusted his breathing, employing thunder breathing 1-0 to gradually strengthen his body. Humans in the Pirate King world possessed physiques far superior to those in the demon-slaying world. Even though he was only an ordinary 10-year-old boy, his current physical condition still allowed him to use thunder breathing 1-0. As for thunder breathing 2-0, he could not use it yet. That version required tailoring to an individual's constitution. Moreover, his body worked fine in this world. His lungs were intact. So Jiu planned to upgrade thunder breathing to 2-0. He intended to upgrade to 2-0 by adjusting both internal breathing the lungs and external breathing the pores at the same time. It would be a tremendous project, perhaps taking him years, but Jiu believed the breathing arts offered enormous room for bodily improvement. The longer one maintained the practice, the greater the enhancement of the physique. Even if perfecting thunder breathing 2-0 took years, he felt it would be worth it. Until then, he would rely on thunder breathing 1-0 to strengthen himself. Lost in thought, he reached the shoreline. Having found a favorable spot, he tore off a tiny piece of the moldy bread and hooked it as bait. He cast the line, hoping for the day's first fated catch. Relying on advanced angling techniques and rich theoretical knowledge acquired on planet launching, Kojiro Kishu reeled in his line decisively after 3 hours. He had no choice but to return home. His moldy loaf of bread had long since run out, and fish swam past him in the sea without so much as a glance. Their utter disdain left Kojiro seething. He nearly leapt into the water then and there to haul one up himself. Yet upon glancing down at his slender frame, he reluctantly abandoned the notion. What? You think he'd go home empty-handed? Was he an Air Force angler? Impossible. He would never be an Air Force angler, not in this life, nor any other. If he couldn't catch fish, surely he could still harvest oranges. Shouldering his fishing rod, Kojiro slunk stealthily toward the orange grove. Fortunately, his perception, now rivaling that of a mid-tier observation hockey, meant his mother need no longer worry. Little Kojiro could pilfer oranges undetected. Day 1 of reincarnation today, too, would be a day devoted entirely to oranges. Indeed, the oranges here were delicious, reminiscent of sugary mandarins, yet slightly larger. Kojiro devoured over 100 in the grove before his hunger finally subsided. After gathering several dozen more sugary mandarins to take home, Kojiro discarded all unnecessary trash from his dwelling. He managed to assemble a set of clothes, somewhat worn but not excessively so, then headed once more for the shoreline. Years without proper bathing had left him utterly filthy. The next morning, listless and drained after evacuating a citrus-scented diarrhea, Kojiro trudged into the forest. Today he resolved to change tactics. If sea fish eluded his hook, perhaps he could at least raid birds' nests deep within the woods. 2 hours later, having retrieved only a handful of bird eggs, Kojiro realized he'd have to return to fishing. If he wished to eat his fill, the forest's avian population would soon face extinction. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Only after switching to earthworms as bait did Kojiro's angling prowess recover. To the level of a seasoned angler, though in truth his swordsmanship's clarity of sword heart granted him an unfair advantage. He began with palm-sized fish. As his physical constitution steadily strengthened, his catches grew, both more abundant and increasingly larger. Within just 2 months, Kojiro had restored his earlier malnutrition through the lightning breathing technique, first form, and even accumulated a modest some roughly 2,000 belly. 1 Chinese yuan equated to approximately 16 belly. With money in hand, Kojiro spent freely, purchasing without hesitation a second-hand flintlock pistol for 1,600 belly along with a shoddy short blade whose durability barely reached single digits. You get what you pay for. These would suffice for now. Only once armed did Kojiro begin to feel even the faintest whisper of security. Why was Kojiro in such haste to acquire weapons? Because the world of pirates remained perilously dangerous. Though Kojiro had lived quietly for 2 months since reincarnating fate intervened, unfortunately he'd drawn the attention of 2 separate bands of criminals. Yesterday, while selling fish at the West Shore Market of Lobetown, he'd been spotted simultaneously by 2 trafficking rings. Luckily, his acute hearing caught every word they exchanged. One group intended to sell him to the Sabaody archipelago. The other proved even more vile. They planned to groom him as a child concubine for depraved aristocratic patrons. Truly, human traffickers abounded in this pirate world. Had Kojiro not regained his memories, and had he not been mentally impaired before, chances were high he'd already have vanished into the slave trade. Before his recovery, he'd been perceived as simple-minded, a boy oblivious to cleanliness, beauty, or propriety. Traffickers had previously dismissed him filthy, emaciated, foul-smelling, merely another mouth to feed, impossible to sell profitably. But now everything had changed. After merely washing himself clean, the refined features hidden beneath layers of grime emerged unmistakably. A delicate, clear-eyed boy, precisely the type coveted by noble lords. Under cover of night, Kojiro gripped his short blade in a reverse hold, the flintlock strapped to his waist, and strode resolutely toward the West Shore Market. They'd marked him, had they? Very well, then he'd strike first. To even contemplate touching him, unthinkable. Vigu yawned, leaning against the wall behind him and lighting a cheap cigarette to forcibly dispel drowsiness, muttering under his breath. What on earth was the boss thinking? Does he truly believe we're still Navy, guarding a decrepit market, rotating sentry shifts? Does he honestly treat us like a formal military unit? Vigu possessed a starkly lucid awareness of his own status, a ragtag bandit, nothing more. They feared naval pursuit enough to hesitate before arson or murder, but for belly they could steel themselves to prey upon defenseless children. Just then a soft sound emanated from Vigu's right, seizing his attention. Instinctively Vigu turned his head, only for searing pain to erupt at his throat. Before he could cry out, the boy's small hand clamped down like iron, crushing his vocal cords. The boy's crude, dull short blade sawed back and forth across Vigu's neck like a jagged file. As blood gushed forth, Vigu's strength ebbed away. Until his final breath, he cursed his merciless, stingy assailant. Why hadn't he bought a better blade? Couldn't he at least grant a swift, clean death? Kojiro, cold and unfeeling as a butcher, released his grip only when Vigu ceased all resistance. Through his heightened perception, Kojiro detected the flintlock holstered at Vigu's waist. It was superior to his own. Kojiro seized it, inspected it, thoroughly confirmed it was fully functional, then slid it into his belt, wiping the blade clean and clenching it between his teeth. Turning, Kojiro vaulted nimbly over the courtyard wall, scaling it with hands and feet. Guided by his perception, he entered the first victim's room, short blade in hand, a dispassionate executioner moving with quiet certainty. Not until the dead of night did he finish, slaughtering every last trafficker in that motley crew. Then, clutching 2 heavy chests of belly and slinging several long blades over his shoulder, Kojiro slipped back home unseen and unheard. Truly, robbery and murder gild the waistband of virtue, and benevolence leave no trace but bones, Kojiro murmured, gazing upon the 2 million belly before him. After securing the money, he turned and stepped out again, this time gripping a genuine longsword. He had not forgotten the second gang, the ones who sought to sell him to nobles. Such men deserved death. The very thought made Kojiro grind his teeth in fury. After a short while, Jiu Tiaoju sensed the group of human traffickers gathering outside the brightly lit tavern. Attempting a sneak attack now seemed impossible. However, among the people inside the tavern, who among them were their accomplices and who were innocent patrons? Or was there not a single good person among them? Jiu Tiaoju slowly drew the long knife in his hand, which was already taller than most, carefully sensing the physical strength of the group inside. Fortunately, the outcome was not beyond his expectations. They were merely a bunch of weaklings with only basic training, at most 2.5 years into their pirate apprenticeships. Only one man, named Yumi La, seemed to be their leader, his physical strength exceeding that of an average person in the pirate world, perhaps comparable to a demon in that realm. Personally, I believe that the physical condition of ordinary people in the pirate world surpasses what we understand as normal. However, Jiu Tiaoju believed that if this man, named Yumi La, was truly formidable, he wouldn't be hiding in this rogue town engaged in human trafficking. Who? Huh? Taking a deep breath, golden and blue streams of light surged from his lungs, spreading throughout his body in an instant. With a light sound of bang, Jiu Tiaoju kicked down the tavern's door. Without uttering a single word, he raised his long knife and charged towards the man named Yumi La. Since it was difficult to discern good from evil, he decided not to bother with it. If first he would take down this man, and anyone who tried to help him would be dealt with as well. It's that simple. Yumi La looked in horror at the somewhat familiar little ghost in front of him, wielding a knife almost longer than himself, who in the blink of an eye had charged right up to him, raising the blade, without saying a word, and swung it at him. Using all the strength he could muster, Yumi La executed a roll, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow from the blade, but a long gash was left on his back. What are you all standing there for? Quickly kill this little ghost. Yumi La gritted his teeth against the pain rolling into the crowd and loudly scolding his subordinates. The pirate apprentices, having trained for 2.5 years, finally reacted. Those with guns drew them, and those with knives unsheathed them, creating chaos. Seeing this, Jiu Tiaoju didn't pursue Yumi La any further. Instead, he turned and charged towards the more than 10 people drawing their guns. With these weaklings, even with knives they might not be able to hit him in a year, but with so many firearms pointed at him, a chaotic barrage would still pose a slight threat. With a swift thrust to the face, Jiu Tiaoju decisively ended the life of a small karami, blood spraying out like a fountain in all directions. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, Jiu Tiaoju quickly withdrew his knife, flipping it in his hand, and stabbed backward. The small karami, attempting to sneak up on Jiu Tiaoju with a traditional pirate long knife, had his heart pierced, in an instant collapsing once again. Breath of thunder, first form, thunderclap, 6 strikes. Amidst the flickering lightning, 6 heads of karami fell to the ground in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. This terrifying scene completely broke the defenses of the pirate apprentices. Some were shooting wildly, others turned to flee. Chaos ensued. Unfortunately, Jiu Tiaoju showed no mercy. His figure flashed, and he blocked the tavern's entrance. Raising his knife, he pointed directly at the small karami, angrily shouting, "Do you still want to sell me to the noble lords? I'll tear your lungs out. Fuck you all. A bunch of street rats." Jiu Tiaoju cursed loudly in a pleasant tone, hacking his way to the now terrified Yumi La. The bar, dining table's walls, and even the ceiling were all flowing with bright red blood. Jiu Tiaoju's strikes were quick and precise. This group of small karami did not feel much pain. This was Jiu Tiaoju's final mercy towards them. With a sweeping arc of his long knife, in the blink of an eye, he severed Yumi La's head. He flicked his wrist to shake off the blood remaining on the blade. With a flip of his hand, Jiu Tiaoju sheathed the long knife. His small figure moved swiftly and gracefully. Closing his eyes and sensing for a moment, confirming that there were no living beings left in the tavern, Jiu Tiaoju no longer held back. It was clear that this tavern was the property of his kind. Since they were all his people, Jiu Tiaoju did not pretend any longer. After about 5 minutes of looting all the berry in the tavern, he shouldered a large sack and headed in the direction of his home. Carrying the sack, Jiu Tiaoju walked while muttering to himself softly, "It was never my intention to kill indiscriminately, but these small karami just couldn't see clearly." Aisha Asiri has recently become the hottest dancer in the red light district of Rogue Town. However, what people do not know is that the dancer is not her true identity. Aisha Asiri's true identity is a secret agent under the direct command of the world government, abbreviated as CP9. She, Aisha Asiri alias, is an intelligence operative within CP9. The reason Aisha Asiri was dispatched to Rogue Town by the world government was primarily to investigate the truth behind the widow of the pirate king Roger. If it is indeed true, the 5 elders would not allow Roger's cursed bloodline to have the opportunity to continue. Tonight, however, Rogue Town seems to be bustling, as an intelligence operative, Aisha Asiri is naturally well informed. Earlier today, no abnormalities were found by the local law enforcement and naval base. But Aisha Asiri had already received some preliminary intelligence. Last night at the western market of Rogue Town, 2 incidents of gang revenge killings are suspected to have occurred. A total of 58 people died with 0 injured. No eyewitnesses of most of the deceased had knife wounds, many killed in a single blow, suspected to all be the work of one person. Strength assessment, Swordmaster. Beginner observation, hockey. Aisha Asiri frowned as she reviewed the paper intelligence in her hand. When did Rogue Town come to have such a character? More importantly, why did he come to Rogue Town at this time? And why did he target 2 small gangs? Was it truly due to gang vendettas, or was there some other reason? Would this person's arrival affect her mission? Yet all of this was beyond Aisha Asiri's knowledge. After some thought, Aisha Asiri chose to go to the scene to take a look. Rogue Town at the break of dawn. The female agent Aisha Asiri covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, cautiously stepping into the tavern, which was filled with the stench of blood, resembling a slaughterhouse. Although she had received training as an intelligence agent for the world government, Asiri, who had long been engaged in intelligence gathering, still found it somewhat difficult to adapt. Looking at the dead gang members, a flash of disgust crossed Asiri's eyes. Yet in order to ensure her mission proceeded smoothly, without any unexpected interruptions, she patiently searched the scene for the information that had been overlooked in the previous intelligence. To be fair, it was no small feat for Asiri to hold a position as an intelligence agent in CP9. From these armed gang members, she discovered something peculiar. Why did the positions of the dead indicate that their aim was not high when they shot? Setting aside the bullet holes in the ceiling from the traces of bullets within the room to the positions of the shooters, it was clear that their aiming angle was very low. Could it be that these people were all aiming for the legs? Asiri shook her head, realizing that was impossible. One side was in a slaughter, while the other was clearly at a disadvantage. How could they afford to hold back? Could they be a special race? Or perhaps a devil fruit user? After a moment, based on the chaotic distribution of bullet holes in the tavern, Asiri roughly deduced the form of the swordsman Q2, acknowledging his strength as a swordsman and his awakening of observation haki. Especially regarding the observation haki, Asiri was even more certain. Otherwise, she simply could not imagine how this person could kill while avoiding the splattering blood in such an environment, and in the eyes of a professional like her, there were no useful traces left at the scene. Any professional could discern this from the completeness of the blood splatter around. A swordsman who had awakened observation haki could essentially traverse the seas with ease. This individual must have a purpose for staying in Rogue Town. Aside from this information, Asiri did not find any other useful intelligence. In fact, it was normal for Asiri not to find anything who could match Q2 in terms of observation. Even when it came to observation haki, the level of detail and observation was likely unmatched by the inside of the world, let alone the sixth sense of sword heart clarity. Though it seemed Q2 had barged in recklessly, in fact, he left not a single hair behind, let alone the low-level traces like footprints. However, Q2 could not have imagined that Asiri, this intelligence agent, could roughly infer his form from the distribution of bullet holes. This could be considered an error of empiricism. After all, while firearms do exist in the world of Demon Slayer, they are not frequently used, and swords remain the primary weapon in battles. Pressured for time, Asiri did not delay any further and turned to head towards another nearby incident location. At dawn, before the sun rose, Asiri, looking weary, hurriedly left the West Coast Market with her subordinate, chatting as they went. Detailed intelligence analysis work was indeed quite taxing. Lux, what do you think these two small gangs primarily engage in? Asiri suddenly stopped, frowning as she looked at her subordinate. Human trafficking. Mainly kids from the slums, generally not older than 15. You know how much the noblemen love these, Lux explained somewhat casually. Children. Asiri whispered softly, and after a moment her expression turned serious as she commanded Lux, you go find out which children these two groups have recently been targeting. At this moment, Asiri maintained her previous suspicion, as she did not believe it was the work of a child. She was more inclined to suspect a devil fruit user with unknown abilities disguising themselves as a child and stealthily lurking in Rogue Town. However, Q2 was unaware of all that Asiri, the CP9 intelligence agent, was doing. Having pulled off a big job last night, Q2 still rose early, carrying a fishing rod towards the beach. After all, he couldn't just spend the millions of berries he picked up last night immediately, could he? Though Q2 believed that these two gangs had no connections that could lead to revenge against him, and he had left no suspicious traces last night. But just in case, Q2 maintained his usual habits. 2 hours later, Q2 noticed that the fish situation this morning was unusually strange. At this time, he usually could sell the fish he caught at the market. However, today on this coast, Q2 found he could hardly sense any fish. Even the few that passed by the baited hooks seemed to be fleeing in a panic. The worms that these fish usually love to eat today, they didn't even glance at. Q2 frowned, suspecting that some ferocious carnivorous fish had come to this coast. Surely it couldn't be a sea king, could it? Or a sea beast? After thinking it over, Q2 felt it was unlikely that they could be that large. The depth of this coast wasn't enough for sea kings and sea beasts to move freely. Unless they were stuffed from eating, why would they come here? Having thought of this, Q2 put away his fishing rod and quickly ran back home. Do you think a fisherman would be afraid of big fish? No, he would only be more excited. Q2 just went home to change his bait. Since he suspected it was large carnivorous fish, how could he use worms to catch them? Moreover, this fishing gear needed to be replaced. Q2 found a large iron rod, twisted the fishing line together, manually twisting it into a rope, then tied on the largest fishhook and hung on a leftover large fish head from last night's dinner. Then, carrying this new giant rod, he strode confidently towards the coast. 1,000-pound giant. Here I come. It should be noted that the physical quality of humans in the pirate world, as well as their limits, far exceeds those in the Demon Slayer world. Mainly characterized by faster healing from injuries, a high limit for physical training, and even without mastering Hakizoro during his training used weights measured in tons. Therefore, it is necessary for the protagonist to adapt to this world. The body from Demon Slayer, if not on the verge of death, would still be insufficient in the world of One Piece. If wearing that body, it would be difficult to grow into a peak powerhouse in this world. With a flick of the fishing rod, one casts away all affections. Arriving at the seashore, Jiu secured the bait firmly and changed his fishing method, no longer remaining in one place. With one hand lifting the giant rod, he continuously raised and lowered it, repeating the motion. This method creates an illusion of fish activity in the water, generally attracting fierce carnivorous fish. Jiu repeated the action of casting and reeling in the rod, until after more than an hour a strange pink fish about 5 to 6 meters long swiftly swam from afar towards the direction of the giant rod's motion. As the strange fish approached within a certain range, Jiu, standing on the shore, sensed with clarity the specific appearance of the creature, and his expression turned somewhat strange. What is this? A mooing sea beast? Jiu was somewhat puzzled. In his memory, a similar sea beast had appeared in the One Piece anime, although it seemed to be blue and much larger. Perhaps this one is still not fully grown. Shaking his head, he thought to himself that it didn't matter what color it was, he would catch it first, and if it was not poisonous, he would eat it later. In the azure waters, a pink juvenile manatee was fanning its large tail, heading straight for the fish head beneath the giant rod. The pink little manatee opened its large mouth, revealing a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. Without even chewing, it swallowed the big fish head along with the hook hole. Such a small piece of meat had made it swim for half the day, and the pink little manatee seemed somewhat dissatisfied, letting out a couple of moo-moo sounds. Following that, the little manatee dove into the sea, instantly tightening the fishing line on the giant rod. A tremendous pulling force surged from the giant rod in Jiu's hands. Caught off guard, Jiu was dragged several meters until he activated his breathing technique, mobilizing all the strength of his muscles and veins to regain control of the giant rod, slowly lifting it. He had almost been dragged from the shallow water on the beach to the deep sea by this manatee. Moo! The sharp hook sank deeply into the little manatee's belly, causing it to cry out in pain. Standing firmly in the shallow waters, Jiu held the rod tightly, while the pink little manatee struggled violently beneath the sea. The two were in a deadlock. After 20 minutes, unable to endure the excruciating pain in its belly, the manatee's eyes flashed with fierce light. Disregarding the human on the shore, it turned and charged towards Jiu, ignoring the risk of stranding. As it approached, the little manatee opened its large mouth and bit down at the hateful human before it. Seeing this, Jiu calmly drew a large caliber flintlock net from his waist and shot it straight at the little manatee's forehead. Accompanied by a violent splash, the innocent little manatee could not withstand it, and the 15.7mm caliber projectile floated motionless in the shallow water. Looking at the giant before him, Jiu was so delighted that he almost wanted to post a status update. After examining it for a while, Jiu stepped forward, grabbed the manatee's tail, and dragged it back home as it was too large to fit inside the house. Sharpening knives, cutting meat, heating the pot, and frying oil. Upon returning home, the gluttonous Jiu wasted not a second. After a long 15 minutes of waiting, Jiu, tasting sea beast meat for the first time, was almost moved to tears. It is truly delicious. The rich beef flavor was intermingled with a hint of sweet seafood taste. Each bite was chewy, yet left a lingering aftertaste. After consuming dozens of pounds of sea beast meat, Jiu still felt unsatisfied. He went to the courtyard gate, cut another large piece of sea beast meat, and returned inside to grill it over charcoal. 3 days later, in the red light district of Rogtown, CP9 intelligence agent Asiri carefully flipped through the materials regarding the abducted children in her hands until she paused upon reaching a file of a boy named Little Orange. Name: Little Orange. Gender: male. Age: 10. Home address: edge of the forest on the eastern outskirts of Rogtown. Family background: orphan, descendant of fishermen. Asiri held the information card, looking at the long-term informant in Rogtown, Luke's, and asked, was this boy named Little Orange really an idiot before? Luke's reminisced for a moment before nodding and affirmatively said this Little Orange was indeed an idiot in the past. Hearing this, Asiri's gaze instantly sharpened. She couldn't believe such a coincidence. Oh, how could a child who had been an idiot for several years suddenly return to normal? Moreover, based on her previous deductions, the physique of a 10-year-old boy did indeed match the distribution of the bullet holes. This Little Orange must have a problem. The ones who attacked those two gangs a few days ago are very likely him, Asiri said with certainty. But he's only 10 years old. Luke still found it hard to believe. Having infiltrated Rogtown for many years, he had seen this foolish child before, and apart from being exceptionally good at eating oranges, he couldn't find any other anomalies. Have you forgotten about the devil fruit users, eh? Asiri said expressionlessly. How is that possible? This isn't. As Luke spoke, his voice lowered. Yes, there are devil fruit users. Although there aren't many around Rogtown compared to the Grand Line, they do exist. This little orange is indeed very suspicious. I suspect he is a devil fruit user. Luke quickly shifted his stance. Let's go. Luke, take me to his house, Asiri said as she walked towards the door. The dilapidated house of Little Orange was 100 meters away. Luke pointed to the old house ahead and said, Asiri, it's here. With that, Luke raised his leg and prepared to lead the way. Asiri pulled this reckless man back and mercilessly mocked. Have you lost your mind? The intelligence clearly states that this person possesses the strength of a swordsman and has awakened observation haki. What if it really is this Little Orange? Can you defeat him, or do you think I can, eh? Why do you have to get so close? Are you afraid he won't notice us? If you want to seek death, please don't drag me into it. Okay. Luke was thoroughly scolded by Asiri, and it was quite unpleasant. However, Luke wasn't angry. He just thought back to that night when he saw a scene akin to a hell on earth in the tavern. Luke realized this person was undoubtedly ruthless, a cold-blooded killer. If they recklessly approached today, that person might not even show the world government any respect. If they were truly killed, even if the world government wanted to take revenge, they might not be able to find that person. Seeing that Luke recognized his mistake, Asiri closed her mouth and thought for a moment before saying, let's just stay here today. He doesn't live alone, does he? When he goes out, we can check his house. Asiri didn't mention anything about tailing with their strength. They couldn't even follow a strong person who had awakened observation haki. Not long after, Little Orange, as usual, took a long knife and headed straight for the coast. It was his daily underwater training time, but the places he could go down to were not very deep. Using the pressure of the seawater to practice with a knife not only saved money on purchasing weight training equipment, but also trained his body. Just thinking about it made Little Orange feel like a genius. The human body in this world was exceptionally suited for training. Coupled with the breathing techniques, in just a few months his physical strength had already caught up with that of the breathing technique standard level in the world of Demon Slayer. Little Orange could hardly imagine how terrifying his training results would be once he perfected the thunder breathing to 3-0. Moreover, at that time, how long could he stay underwater with the oxygen content from a single inhale of thunder breathing 3-0? Although he sensed two life forces 100 meters away, Little Orange didn't think much of it. This place, while somewhat remote near the forest, wasn't completely devoid of visitors. Thus, Little Orange didn't pay special attention to Asiri and the others. His sensing ability, usually self-sealed part of it, otherwise for someone with his sensitivity, it would be impossible to rest. If he didn't do this, the noise from hundreds of meters away could disturb him, and the sounds were similar. If kept open for long, his brain would remain tense and couldn't relax. Watching Little Orange carry a long knife that was even longer than himself, Asiri and Luke exchanged glances, both faces filled with relief. Thank goodness they didn't act impulsively. Do we still go over? Luke scratched his head and asked hesitantly in a low voice. Asiri gritted her teeth. After Little Orange walked far away, she nodded and said, let's go. Today is a good opportunity. We must find out what purpose such a strong person has for hiding in Rogtown. Luke, with a dazed expression, nodded. As a mere informant earning just over 10,000 berries a month, he truly did not want to be involved in such a dangerous affair. Taking advantage of Little Orange's departure, Asiri hurriedly led Luke towards the dilapidated house of Little Orange. Before entering, they saw a large fish skeleton about 5 to 6 meters long in the yard. Asiri became even more convinced that Little Orange was impersonated by an unknown devil fruit user. After all, how could a small child, still an orphan, have the ability to catch such a large sea fish? The two carefully entered the room, but unexpectedly found that this dilapidated house was remarkably tidy inside. The bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom were all neatly arranged, and on the desk in the bedroom lay a few books on navigation knowledge. The two searched meticulously in Little Orange's home. After a while, aside from over 400,000 berries and a dozen firearms, they found nothing else. No, it should be said that Asiri found nothing. These weren't the things she wanted to see. Feeling quite disappointed, she directly headed for the door, even allowing Luke to take the money box without stopping him. Perhaps, actually, even if Luke didn't do this, she would have done the same. After all, for ordinary people like them, who isn't living for berries. Luke only earned a little over 10,000 berries a month, and Asiri didn't earn much more than that. This box of money was worth more than a year's salary for both of them. Moreover, once she returned and reported the news, it was uncertain whether this unknown swordsman would even survive. Since that's the case, why not take it? However, what Asiri didn't know was that both of them were about to pay a heavy price for this box of berries. In the evening, Little Orange, carrying a long knife with several large fish strung on it, hummed a tune and hurried home with light steps. At this moment, Little Orange had already begun planning for the purchase of a boat in his heart. This was also why he had been studying navigation knowledge recently. The people in this place were too familiar to him. Little Orange planned to change islands and identities to live. The previous plan was to go to the East Sea Shimajiji village to find the young Kungshiro. This would solve his identity problem and allow him to learn one of the most orthodox swordsmanship schools in this world. However, when Little Orange excitedly arrived not far from his home, the smile on his face instantly crumbled. Which bastard would steal even a child's money? Upon reaching the door, Little Orange waved his hand and flung the fish off the long knife. Closing his eyes, he unleashed his senses fully, carefully smelling the residual scents in the air, until he realized that the two thieves entering his home were indeed the two from earlier in the vicinity. Little Orange frowned, however, he still didn't think much of it. He assumed they were just two extremely low-quality bad guys, until he followed the scent to the red light district. Yes, Lord Spandam. At this moment, Asiri, holding a den mushi, was making a false report while instigating discord, all while lamenting how hard her work was. The den mushi was trying to mimic Spandam's expression, disdainfully saying, "All right, Asiri, I understand. Since this unknown swordsman is so ungrateful, he has no need to live. You keep him occupied and avoid conflict with him. Someone will come in 3 days to help you eliminate this ungrateful swordsman." The sinister conversation between the two made Little Orange's blood boil. This is simply too much. This chapter has over 4,000 words, so I will try to write 8,000 words a day from now on. Thank you for enjoying reading. Qiu Tiaoju struggled to suppress the anger within, patiently waiting for the intelligence agent Asiri to finish the call. After hanging up the phone, Asiri immediately changed her expression, turned to look at Lux, and said with a blank face, "A total of 4.36 million berry. You can take 1 million. 1 million berry. On what basis?" Looking into the eyes of the woman before him, Lux's voice gradually became softer. She was a viper-hearted woman, exceptionally skilled in acting. Even taking 1 million seemed risky, and if it were more, Lux feared he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly at night. Seeing the cowardly subordinate before her, Asiri's disdain flashed momentarily. At least he had some self-awareness. However, before they could split the money, a chilling whisper interrupted their actions. "Don't move, or you'll die." Seeing the little boy who suddenly entered the room brandishing a knife and exuding murderous intent, both Lux and Asiri were instantly alarmed. Lux was about to speak, but Asiri tightly grasped him and swiftly said with a strong desire to survive, "I sincerely apologize for today's incident. We are members of the world government's CP9F." Before this wicked woman could finish her words, a long knife pierced through her mouth, emerging through the back of her head, revealing the blade's tip. Crimson blood mixed with tofu brain splattered all over Lux, yet he desperately attempted to call for help, but found himself utterly unable to do so, as his perspective gradually inverted. Accompanied by a soft thud, everything settled into dust. Qiu Tiaoju slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. It wasn't that he had a heavy heart for killing, wanting to murder for a few million berry, but rather the identities of these two individuals were far too troublesome, both being personnel of the world government. Moreover, this woman named Asiri was someone Qiu Tiaoju had to kill. Why is that? History's countless experiences of blood and tears had taught Qiu Tiaoju one principle. Women are the most vengeful species, and Asiri was one such woman, beautiful, yet malicious. Encountering such a woman meant you were doomed. If you cannot kill her, you must keep your distance. Having such a woman around you can lead to trouble, and sometimes you may not even realize when you've offended her. Just like now, Qiu Tiaoju thought not only was his money taken, but he was also accused by this woman of being a terrorist against the world government. This was a plot to have him killed. In Qiu Tiaoju's memory, such women were not few. He could easily recall many just by thinking. For instance, in the 8 Dragon Saga, Kong Min made Xiao Feng suffer terribly just because he refused her invitation for intimacy. Not only did he lose the position of the leader of the world's #1 gang, but he also had to bear the rules of righteousness and morality, nearly bringing himself to ruin. I digress. In short, if you offend such a woman, you must eradicate the root. In Qiu Tiaoju's eyes, men and women are treated equally, the only difference being that he only kills the bad people among the masses. And Asiri and Lux were two such bad people. After meticulously handling the scene, Qiu Tiaoju took the money box and headed home. Qiu Tiaoju was already preparing to flee, planning to escape overnight. Not to mention that he had killed 2 CP9 members tonight. 3 days later, the CP9 commander Spandam stated that someone was coming to deal with this swordsman, and that person would come to trouble him. In his current frail state, he was no match for the world government. If he didn't run, would he wait to die? Upon arriving home, Qiu Tiaoju only brought some fishing lines, hooks, flint, and a map of the East Sea, survival gear for the wild. before picking up a long knife and the money box and stepping out of his house. After contemplating to avoid leaving any traces, Qiu Tiaoju chose to burn the house down. Who knows what peculiar abilities CP9 possesses, and it would be troublesome if they came looking for him later. Once he cleaned up all traces of himself, Qiu Tiaoju headed straight for the port of Rogatown. Upon arriving, he randomly selected a merchant ship sailing towards the East Sea and stealthily hid on board under the cover of night. 2 days later, when the ship reached the next island, Qiu Tiaoju switched ships again. After repeating this 6 or 7 times, he caught a free ride to East Sea's Shuangyue village, also known as Shimajiji village. This village is the future location of one of the main character groups, Roronoa Zoro, and his master Shimatsuki Yasuhiro's dojo. Shimatsuki Yasuhiro, the dojo master, was probably over 30 years ago. Yasuhiro's father, Shimatsuki Yasunjiro, went on an adventure at sea with a group of samurai from Wano country, ultimately arriving at a piece of land in the East Sea where they fought against mountain bandits and taught the villagers swordsmanship. Later, Shimatsuki Yasunjiro fell in love with a certain woman and decided to settle here, thus establishing Shimajiji village, also known as Shimatsuki village. P.S. Yasunjiro was a very skilled swordsmith. Both the Daoi Kazan and Inma were his creations. Looking at the plaque hanging above the door of the Ichi Shin dojo, Qiu Tiaoju tightened his grip on the long knife, his expression slightly excited. Finally, he could witness the prowess of swordsmen in this world. Steeling himself, Qiu Tiaoju slowly approached and knocked on the wooden door of the Ichi Shin dojo. Looking at the little boy before him, one hand gripping a knife and the other carrying a box, Shimatsuki Yasuhiro asked with some confusion, "Little friend, what is it you need?" "Hello, my name is Qiu Tiaoju. Are you Master Yasuhiro? I have come to apprentice at the Ichi Shin dojo." Hearing this, Yasuhiro asked with great curiosity, "Did you come here alone? Where are your parents?" "They died when I was very young, killed by pirates." As he spoke, Qiu Tiaoju's expression was very calm, not at all like that of a child. Yasuhiro frowned slightly. Looking at the little boy before him, he had some doubts, but still took the initiative to help Qiu Tiaoju by picking up the box he was holding and bringing him into the dojo. However, the weight of this box was indeed beyond Yasuhiro's expectations. Not that he thought it was heavy, but for a child of about 10 the box was indeed a bit heavy. But seeing Qiu Tiaoju, who showed no signs of exhaustion, Yasuhiro secretly nodded. This child's physical fitness was quite good, and he might become a remarkable swordsman in the future. Unlike other children, Qiu Tiaoju was not a local of Shuangyue village, so Gung Sailang allowed him to stay within the dojo. After settling Qiu Tiaoju in the dojo, it was just in time for dinner. Gung Sailang looked at the small boy who was tidying up the room and smiled, saying, "Ju, may I call you that?" "Of course, Master Gung Sailang," Qiu Tiaoju replied. "Then Ju, may I ask how you came to know about Isin dojo?" Gung Sailang asked curiously, as he truly could not figure out the answer to this question. It should be noted that the disciples within the dojo were all children from the village, and Isin dojo was not a particularly famous dojo. Qiu Tiaoju blinked and began to weave a story. He didn't want to deceive Master Gung Sailang, but he certainly couldn't tell him that he had traveled here from another world. Noticing the boy's awkwardness, Gung Sailang did not expose him. Instead, the not yet 30-year-old Gung Sailang smiled warmly and put his arm around Qiu Tiaoju's shoulders, saying, "Let's go. It's time to eat, and I want you to taste your master's culinary skills." Qiu Tiaoju thought to himself, he seems more cheerful and gentle than the Gung Sailang in the anime. "Please wait a moment, Master Gung Sailang." Qiu Tiaoju opened the box he had brought, pushing the box full of berry in front of Gung Sailang. With the soul of an adult, Qiu Tiaoju felt embarrassed to eat and drink for free, let alone learn for free. Although Gung Sailang did not care about the millions of berry, he was still surprised at how a small child could possess so much money. Before Gung Sailang could ask, Qiu Tiaoju proactively explained, "There was a group of human traffickers who tried to sell me, and I killed them. This money is theirs." Huh? Gung Sailang was momentarily stunned. How could a 10-year-old child say such things so calmly? "And were you boasting to me? Are you sure you can do that?" Looking at Gung Sailang's doubtful gaze, Qiu Tiaoju shrugged. Action spoke louder than words, and he did not offer any explanation. He simply picked up a long knife that was taller than him in the room and quickly walked outside. Then Qiu Tiaoju searched for a large wooden stake stuck in the ground. The wooden stake was covered in shallow knife marks. This was used for training by the children in the dojo, and the wood used to make the stake was very hard. The children in the dojo could never chop through this stake. No, it should be said that they could only make the blade penetrate a little. Even that was difficult for these children. Qiu Tiaoju stood in front of the wooden stake, took a deep breath, and in the blink of an eye drew his blade, instantly sheathing it again. The entire movement was smooth and flowing, not a single unnecessary action in Gung Sailang's eyes. The wooden stake, about 10 centimeters in diameter, was split in an instant by Qiu Tiaoju, with the cut surface incredibly smooth. "Hiss!" Gung Sailang with wide eyes gasped. "You, a sword master, still want to come and learn from me?" Gung Siling silently shouted in his heart. Jiu Tiaoju scratched his head seeing that Gung Siling was slow to respond and finally asked, Master Gung Siling, is there something wrong? Hearing this, even though he had become a great swordsman before the age of 30, Gung Siling couldn't help but roll his eyes. All right, let's go eat first. Jiu Tiaoju looked at Gung Siling's back with confusion. Why did he feel like Master Gung Siling seemed a bit unhappy? Seeing that Master Gung Siling had walked far away, Jiu Tiaoju did not rush to bring up the issue of money and hurriedly chased after him asking, Master Gung Siling, was there something wrong with my earlier move? Or was my method of exerting force incorrect? Don't get me wrong, Jiu Tiaoju was sincerely asking, not showing off. In his eyes, Gung Siling was a man with exceptional swordsmanship, and there should be a significant gap between their swordsmanship levels. However, Jiu Tiaoju seemed to overlook Gung Siling's age. At this moment, Gung Siling was still not even 30 years old. He was not the Gung Siling that would appear in animations over 20 years later, and he himself was only 10 years old. Seeing Jiu Tiaoju's serious expression, which did not seem fake, Gung Siling pretended to cough twice to mask his embarrassment, and then said, let's eat first. We can discuss this later. At the dining table, Xuanyue, Gung Siling and his wife stopped eating, both shocked as they looked at the young glutton in front of them. Gung Siling usually lived alone in Xuanyue village, so he was not present in the dojo at this time. Jiu Tiaoju was lost in thought, still pondering whether his earlier sword strike could have been perfected further. Even his appetite for food had diminished. After simply finishing all the dishes on the table, he hurriedly put down his bowl and chopsticks. Master, I'm full. Gung Siling, upon hearing this, couldn't help but lower his head to look at the empty bowls on the table. It was his wife who had specially prepared more than 10 dishes today to treat Jiu Tiaoju. Did this kid eat all of it by himself? It seems that this little brat's berry truly needed to be collected. Will several million berry really cover this kid's meal expenses? Gung Siling had serious doubts about this. Isan Dojo backyard. This was also where Gung Siling usually practiced, or generally the small children of the dojo trained in basic swordsmanship in the front yard. Gung Siling believed in talent and teaching according to one's abilities. He did not have high expectations for ordinary people lacking in swordsmanship talent, even for his own daughter Guina. Of course, this is human nature. Which master wouldn't hope that their disciples are exceptionally gifted? In fact, Guina's swordsmanship talent was already quite high. However, Gung Siling always believed that there was an insurmountable innate gap between women and men. Looking at Gung Siling standing casually across from him, Jiu Tiaoju took a deep breath and slowly drew his long knife to attack. Moi. Very fast. Gung Siling drew his long knife and raised his hand to block Jiu Tiaoju's strike. Strength is also quite good. No, for a 10-year-old child, it's very good. Gung Siling thought to himself. At this moment, he was increasingly satisfied with his disciple Jiu Tiaoju. This was the best disciple to inherit his Isan sword path. However, as the sparring continued, Gung Siling realized that if he didn't show some real skill, he truly might not be able to handle this kid. His sword techniques were proficient, and his body control was perfect. Aside from not mastering the armament haki, he was already a powerful swordsman. Moreover, Gung Siling also discovered that this kid could predict his attacks. Could it be? At this moment, Gung Siling had his own speculation. Had he awakened the observation haki at such a young age? What a terrifyingly monstrous talent for swordsmanship. At this moment, Gung Siling seemed to see the future with a swordsman of this caliber about to be born on this vast ocean, just like his ancestor Xuanyue Lama. A swordsman standing at the pinnacle of this world. After confirming that Kyudo Orange had displayed all his powers, Gung Siling began to take things seriously. In his hand was the Great Knife, one of the 21 techniques, along with the Tao 1 character. It pointed straight at Kyudo Orange as an invisible aura from the great swordsman spread from Gung Siling's body. At this moment in Kyudo Orange's perception, Gung Siling no longer seemed like a person. He appeared as a void, completely merging into the world around him. This gave Kyudo Orange a sense of illusion. He felt that no matter how he swung his sword, he could not harm Gung Siling. It was as if he were using human strength to oppose the natural forces of heaven and earth, but how could human strength destroy this world? At the moment of impact between the two blades, Kyudo Orange was sent flying. Fortunately, Gung Siling used a gentle force, allowing Kyudo Orange to fly over 10 meters before landing safely without sustaining any harm. Standing in place, Kyudo Orange shook his head, dispelling the absurd thoughts that had just crossed his mind. He understood that what had just occurred was merely a sensory illusion caused by the vast disparity in strength between the two. If he were a normal person without such keen sensory perception, he wouldn't have experienced that illusion. Moreover, if Gung Siling could truly reach such a level, he would no longer be human, he would be a deity. Although he was effortlessly defeated by Gung Siling, Kyudo Orange still felt joy, for he had witnessed a swordsmanship that was unlike anything he had ever seen in this world. As the two slowly sheathed their swords, they began to express their mutual questions. Orange, have you awakened your observation haki? Gung Siling asked curiously. Worried that Kyudo Orange might not know what observation haki was, Gung Siling began to explain the 3 types of haki in detail. Observation haki is one of the 3 ultimate powers that humanity possesses in this world. In addition to observation haki, the other 2 types are armament haki and conqueror's haki. Those who awaken observation haki will enhance their 5 senses, becoming more acute in perceiving the information of surrounding beings, allowing them to predict and avoid danger. Some powerful observation haki users can even foresee the future. Hearing this, Kyudo Orange frowned, but did not voice any questions. The probing function of observation haki is somewhat similar to the clarity of the sword heart. However, observation haki is still based on the 5 senses. In contrast, the clarity of the sword heart is his 6th sense. Comparing the 2, Kyudo Orange felt that the clarity of the sword heart observes in greater detail, like a microscope. In terms of range, the clarity of the sword heart cannot compete with high-level observation haki, let alone top-tier observation haki. If we were to consider who in the pirate world has mastered the highest level of observation haki, Kyudo Orange believed that person must be Fujitora. This future Marine Admiral, after blinding himself, practiced observation haki for 20 years, managing to sense meteorites from the cosmos. Then, using his fruit ability, he could even pull down meteorites. Although top-tier powerhouses can avoid meteorite attacks in advance, the damage is truly catastrophic. If awakening observation haki depends on talent, Kyudo Orange believed that his remarkably sharp sensory system should be among the top. But why had he not yet awakened observation haki? Did it require some special method to activate it? Kyudo Orange did not ponder this deeply, as Gung Siling was still teaching, and he needed to listen attentively. Gung Siling then said, Conqueror's haki is the most unique of the 3 types. It is a power that cannot be acquired through training. Only one in hundreds of thousands possesses it, and it is the haki of the chosen one who has the qualifications of a king above others. As for the last type, armament haki, it is an ability that enhances personal defense and attack power. Those who reach a certain realm can transform it into offensive power or wrap it around their weapons. With your current physical strength, Orange, after training for a while, you will be ready to start practicing armament haki, which possesses the power to counteract devil fruits. Do you know what a devil fruit is? Gung Siling looked at Kyudo Orange and asked. At that moment, Gung Siling was like a patient teacher guiding his student. Compared to the love fist teacher Carp and 100 lessons teacher Kaido, Gung Siling was undoubtedly 100 times more patient and gentle. I truly did not come to the wrong place, Kyudo Orange thought to himself. Seeing Kyudo Orange nod, Gung Siling continued, I want to elaborate on devil fruits, Orange. You must remember what I said, never ever eat a devil fruit. In fact, Gung Siling said this because his expectations for Kyudo Orange were simply too high. Kyudo Orange's swordsmanship talent is the highest he has seen among all people. Therefore, Gung Siling does not wish for Kyudo Orange to consume any devil fruit. Gung Siling believes that as long as Kyudo Orange remains steadfast on the path of swordsmanship, he will surely reach the pinnacle. Although consuming a suitable devil fruit could indeed provide Kyudo Orange with a short-term boost in power, it would also disperse his focus, preventing him from fully dedicating himself to enhancing his haki and swordsmanship. Kyudo Orange did not argue or refute. He simply began to talk about his 6th sense, the clarity of the sword heart. Ever since I began to remember in this world, my sensory system has been different from normal people. Not only are my 5 senses far more acute than those of ordinary people, but I have also developed a 6th sense. When using this 6th sense, ordinary objects and even living beings hold no secrets from my perception. This is why I can anticipate the attacks of Master Gung Siling in advance. In fact, this isn't really prediction. I simply see the movements of Master Gung Siling's muscles and bones inside his body in advance, allowing me to respond earlier. However, I feel that this 6th sense of mine is not observation haki. Master Gung Siling, how can I awaken observation haki? After saying this, Kyudo Orange looked at Gung Siling as he wanted to learn about observation haki in this world. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of astonishing sight would unfold when he truly awakened observation haki, paired with the ultimate clarity of the sword heart. Gung Siling pondered over his disciple's mention of this 6th sense, which he had never heard of before. However, at that moment, Gung Siling thought of something far more important. He exclaimed urgently, so does that mean it doesn't matter whether humans wear clothes in front of you? Kyudo Orange nodded innocently. Then when you were with your master just now, did you see anything you shouldn't have? At this moment, Gung Siling glared with wide eyes. If this new disciple showed any hint of wrongdoing, he would surely let him know what a true great swordsman is. Feeling the murderous aura emanating from Master Gung Siling, Kyudo Orange finally understood. Kyudo Orange put on a confused expression followed by a look of sudden realization, which quickly turned into an angry and embarrassed demeanor. The changing expressions on Kyoto Orange's face seemed to convey his astonishment. How could Master Gung Siling doubt his character? At this moment, Gung Siling was captivated by Kyoto Orange's dramatic performance. He felt a pang of guilt for thinking he had wronged the character of this new disciple. At that moment, Kyoto Orange struck a righteous pose and said, "Master Gung Siling, what do you take me for? As a swordsman, how could I commit such a despicable act?" Gung Siling. Seeing Gung Siling looking so guilty, he could hardly speak. Kyoto Orange chuckled. Hee, Master Gung Siling, I was just joking with you. Actually, my sixth sense is usually in a closed state. If I keep it open for too long, it will be very uncomfortable for me. Kyoto Orange grinned and pointed at his temples. Hearing this, Gung Siling rolled his eyes and said irritably, "From now on in the dojo, you are not allowed to activate that so-called sixth sense." Kyoto Orange immediately became dumbfounded and hurriedly explained, "Then how can I spar with you? Moreover, when I activate this sense, my training yields better results." Gung Siling sneered and said, "Even better. If your five senses are as impressive as you claim, you should have already awakened true observation haki by now. But why haven't you awakened observation haki yet? I believe there is only one reason: you are too reliant on this sixth sense of yours. Therefore, your body has never experienced any surprises. This will actually help you awaken true observation haki sooner. As for physical training, you can go outside the dojo." Upon hearing Gung Siling's words, Kyoto Orange fell into deep thought. It seemed that ever since the emergence of his sixth sense, his body indeed had not encountered any unforeseen accidents. Kyoto Orange understood what Gung Siling meant by accident. Because of the clarity of the Sword Heart's sixth sense, his body was aware of any incoming attacks beforehand. Whether he could evade an attack, he already had the answer in his heart before it arrived. Is that why he cannot trigger that instinctual power of the body? He must not let his body rely on the clarity of the Sword Heart to know the answer in advance. He must let his body find the answer on its own. How can the body find the answer in advance? It can only awaken observation haki by itself. No wonder it is easier to awaken observation haki in life and death crises. If the body cannot find the answer in advance, it will face death. Is it not urgent? Of course, if you are a talent like Karami, it's best not to try this, as you will truly die. So this is the reason I have not awakened observation haki. Kyoto Orange thought to himself. Before he could fully comprehend this, Gung Siling continued, "Let me tell you, don't think about deceiving me. As long as you are in the dojo, I will ambush you anytime. Come on, let's continue sparring." At that moment, Gung Siling appeared extremely fierce in Kyoto Orange's eyes. "I wrote this late at night, and my mind is a bit scattered. I don't know if I expressed myself clearly. Feel free to leave comments." With both major external enhancements turned off, Jiu Tiaoju found it extremely difficult to adapt to the current combat mode. On this day, he was reminded of the feeling of being beaten. And Gung Siling proved to be a man of his word. From that day on, no matter what Jiu Tiaoju was doing, as long as he was within the dojo, he could be ambushed by Gung Siling at any moment. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. At the Isen dojo during the night, Gung Siling, still awake at this late hour, stealthily approached the bed of Jiu Tiaoju. However, just as Gung Siling raised his bamboo sword, he was halted by Jiu Tiaoju's round, sparkling eyes, causing him to freeze in his tracks. "Master Gung Siling, aren't you going to sleep?" Jiu Tiaoju, lying on the bed, asked expressionlessly. The moon is beautiful tonight. I just came to see how you were sleeping and won't disturb your rest. I'm leaving now." Saying this, Gung Siling lifted his leg and hurriedly walked towards the door. Jiu Tiaoju watched Master Gung Siling with a skeptical gaze until he gradually walked away, and only then did Jiu Tiaoju slowly close his eyes. At that moment, a faint smile appeared on Gung Siling's face. During these 2 months, Gung Siling had ambushed Jiu Tiaoju a total of 519 times, averaging about 865 times a day. In the first 2 weeks, Jiu Tiaoju's chances of being caught off guard reached a staggering 100%. However, as Jiu Tiaoju's body gradually adapted, the lack of foresight that came with not having a clear mind also began to change. Until recently, it had become much harder for Gung Siling to launch surprise attacks. The next morning, Jiu Tiaoju followed Master Gung Siling to the desolate mountain behind the dojo, puzzled. When they finally reached the top of the mountain, Gung Siling smiled at Jiu Tiaoju and explained, "Ju, your progress is rapid. I can feel that your observation haki could awaken at any moment. It just needs an opportunity. Some people awaken after a fierce battle, while others take time to naturally awaken. Ju Master is giving you 2 choices now. Do you want to hone your skills slowly by yourself, or would you like me to assist you in awakening your true observation haki?" "I understand what Master Gung Siling means," but without hesitation, Jiu Tiaoju replied, "Then I will trouble you, Master." After saying this, Jiu Tiaoju drew out the long knife from his waist. Seeing this, Gung Siling sternly warned Jiu Tiaoju, "You can only awaken your observation haki in a real fight. Although I won't harm your life, if you cannot awaken your observation haki today, don't expect me to go easy on you." You will definitely be injured. Are you really ready for this? Upon hearing this, Jiu-Tiao's expression remained calm, showing no signs of agitation as he simply stated, "Draw your sword, Master Gung Siling." Gung Siling looked down at the boy before him who had drawn his sword at him. Looking at his small stature, Gung Siling suddenly felt he might have been a bit hasty. Ju was only 10 years old, but since the day he arrived, Gung Siling had never treated him as a child. Was it because of his monstrous talent? Or was it due to his maturity that rivaled that of an adult? Stealing his resolve, Gung Siling dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind. A genius is a genius because they surpass the ordinary, achieving what others cannot. As Jiu-Tiao, just Master Gung Siling should have faith that Ju could accomplish this. Because Ju was the genius who transcended the ordinary, breaking the mold. Gung Siling unsheathed the long sword, Hadao Yuenzi, and without uttering a word launched an attack at Jiu-Tiao Ju. Jiu-Tiao Ju took a deep breath and silently circulated the thunder-breathing technique within his body, wielding his sword to strike back at the blade before him without showing any signs of weakness. Jiu-Tiao Ju had not used the thunder-breathing sword technique in front of Gung Siling before, mainly because it was too complicated to explain. In a flash, the two long swords collided dozens of times, the sound of blades clashing echoing in the air. However, at this moment, Jiu-Tiao Ju, still just a child, while possessing strength far beyond that of an ordinary person, was no match for Gung Siling, the great swordsman. Of course, Gung Siling did not exert too much force, yet even so, Jiu-Tiao Ju was still gradually being pushed back step by step under the pressure of Gung Siling's long sword, until the area of Jiu-Tiao Ju's sword strikes became smaller and smaller. Under Gung Siling's control, the long sword, Hadao Yuenzi, began to leave numerous small and not sosmal wounds on Jiu-Tiao Ju's body, continuously stimulating his physical senses. As the wounds on his body multiplied, the warning sensation within Jiu-Tiao Ju grew stronger, and the 5 sensory systems of his body seemed to have received an inexplicable enhancement, becoming increasingly sharp. Jiu-Tiao Ju's movements began to become more concise and powerful, as if he had opened half of a transparent world. Seeing this, Gung Siling's eyes briefly glimmered with joy, yet he did not pause his assault. Rather, he swung with a force surpassing Jiu-Tiao Ju's own. At the moment of the clash of the two long swords, due to the immense disparity in their strengths, Gung Siling sent Jiu-Tiao Ju flying over 10 meters into the sky. Moreover, Gung Siling showed no signs of stopping. Before Jiu-Tiao Ju had even landed, he unleashed 2 massive crescent-shaped slashes with his long sword, Hadao Yuenzi. These attacks came crossing towards Jiu-Tiao Ju. Watching this exaggerated strike, Jiu-Tiao Ju's pupils involuntarily contracted. Was it really necessary to go this hard? Master Gung Siling. Actually, at this moment, Gung Siling was also quite nervous, but he was confident he could save Jiu-Tiao Ju before the slash could harm him. However, the next second, seeing that Jiu-Tiao Ju could not dodge, he strangely closed his eyes in midair. In Jiu-Tiao Ju's unique perception, the world seemed to slow down once more. His body finally awakened the observation haki, but it seemed that his sixth sense of clear mind had also simultaneously disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. It could be said that 2 complementary perception systems merged within his soul. Jiu-Tiao Ju's perception system had been upgraded once again. At this moment, his sensory system not only received a tremendous enhancement in range, but also retained the ultimate observation ability of clear mind. Moreover, the fusion of observation haki and clear mind produced a third miraculous function. Sensing the 2 slashing strikes before him, Kujo Tachibana focused his mind, and instantly countless divergent outcomes flashed across his consciousness. In truth, these visions were generated by his newly awakened sensory system, simulating potential consequences based on every conceivable choice he might make. For instance, one sequence showed him evading the slashes through myriad acrobatic maneuvers. Yet in the overwhelming majority of angles, he sustained injury and was ultimately rescued by his master Frost Moon Kinguro. Others depicted catastrophic outcomes, severed limbs, or even death, though such possibilities were exceedingly rare, arising only from erratic, uncoordinated movement that left Kinguro unable to intervene in time. Still others modeled direct counterattacks with his blade, or even the choice to stand utterly motionless awaiting Kinguro's rescue. Incidentally, this last option yielded a staggering 99.9% probability of unscathed survival. Kujo Tachibana's eyes snapped open alight with exhilaration. The sensation was nothing short of transcendent. What choice would he make? He chose absolute stillness. After all, Master Kinguro would never abandon him, and remaining motionless guaranteed no injury. Admittedly, other unharmed outcomes existed within his perception, but none surpassed the 99 threshold. Why not embrace the safest path? From his mental simulations, Kujo Tachibana identified 36 distinct methods to evade both slashes without harm. Yet the most reliable method succeeded in fewer than 80% of trials, the least effective a mere 3%. Note these figures reflect uninjured evasion only. Kenguro stared dumbfounded at Kujo Tachibana, who gazed back with wide-eyed, guileless innocence. Frost Moon Kenguro stood momentarily stunned, yet urgency brooked no hesitation. In a blur of motion, he materialized beside Kujo Tachibana and with a single effortless stroke, shattered his own twin / midair. Ow! Kenguro sighed deeply upon landing, not in disappointment toward Kujo Tachibana, but in quiet self-reproach. Had he truly demanded too much? After all, Kujo Tachibana was merely a 10-year-old child. Why impose such merciless rigor? Master Kenguro. Kujo Tachibana ventured softly. I believe I've awakened Kinbunchika Haki. His upgraded sensory system had already calculated the stakes. Failure to disclose this revelation within 60 seconds carried a 96% likelihood of receiving a stern disciplinary beating from Master Kenguro. Beyond that minute, his perception faltered. His ability resembled the future sight variant of Kinbunchiku Haki wielded by Charlotte Katakuri of the Big Mom Pirates, yet with a crucial distinction. His power simultaneously simulated infinite branching possibilities. Kujo Tachibana surmised it held greater utility for cultivation, refinement, or scholarly research than for combat alone. Before he could dwell further, Kenguro, now fully composed, turned to him radiant with astonishment. You've awakened Kinbunchika Haki. Excellent. Still, Kujo, heed this awakening is but the first step. Mastery demands relentless practice, for a swordsman proficiency in Kinbunchika Haki is indispensable. By the way, Kenguro added, reverting to his gentle mentor's demeanor, what is the current range of your Kinbunchika Haki? Kujo Tachibana mentally approximated his perceptual radius. Roughly 50 kilometers. What? Frost Moon Kenguro's voice cracked in disbelief. 50 kilometers upon initial awakening. Unheard of. Such a range defied all precedent. Watching Kenguro's stunned expression, Kujo Tachibana smiled inwardly. Though vast perception was advantageous, his true breakthrough lay in the fusion of Kinbunchika Haki and sword heart clarity, a capability so extraordinary it bordered on the anomalous. Kujo Tachibana reflected this new faculty could no longer be called either Kinbunchika Haki or sword heart clarity. It was their inseparable synthesis. What then should he name it? He envied Rorinoa Zoro, whose very existence seemed blessed with the mythical name-giving fruit. Year 1500 of the marine calendar. That year marked the famed archaeological sanctuary of the West Blue, Nico Robin's birthplace. Fearing the peril of deciphering the poneglyphs, and more truthfully dreading the exposure of history's 800-year-old truths, the world government issued the buster call obliterating O'Hara when Robin was 8. She alone survived. That same year, Port-Gasti, Rouge, Ace's mother, gave birth to him 1 year and 3 months after Joel D. Rogers' execution. That year, Shiki the Golden Lion, legendary pirate captain of the Flying Pirate Fleet, admiral of the Rock's pirate crew, and user of the Suru no Mi, escaped from Impel Down. Shiki became the first pirate in Impel Down's history to achieve successful escape. Meanwhile, the future Yonko, red-haired, Shanks was only 17, and our protagonist Kujo Tachibana just 12. Yet against this tempestuous sea, how long could he remain concealed? On the coast of Frost Moon Village, Barry, the swordsmanship apprentice of Ishin Dojo, stared anxiously out to sea. Hours have passed. Why hasn't the boss emerged yet? 10,000 meters beneath the surface. There, Kujo Tachibana wielded a massive scoop, net harvesting translucent shrimp, each roughly palm-sized, rich in vital nutrients. Their carapaces shimmered like crystal, their bodies entirely transparent, save for faint crimson hues tracing their internal organs. Known in the East Blue as crimson shrimp, they were a rare luxury, renowned for exceptional nutritional value and ideal for expectant mothers. Typically dwelling 10,000 meters deep, they surfaced only during spawning season, rendering them exorbitantly priced and virtually unseen in markets. Why would Kujo Tachibana descend into such abyssal depths? Because Master Kenguro's wife, his beloved mistress, was expecting. As the dojo's self-proclaimed chief disciple, Kujo Tachibana felt duty-bound to act. Leveraging boundless auxiliary support, he had completed the third iteration of the thunder-breathing technique over a year ahead of schedule. A single full breath now sufficed to sustain his entire day's physical exertion. Granted, this applied only outside combat. During battle, oxygen consumption accelerated dramatically under the breathing technique. Oh, and boundless referred to the perceptual system born from the fusion of Kinbunchika Haki and sword heart clarity over a year prior. One for master, one for me. Ninetails counted the red shrimps in the fishing net hanging at his waist, nodding with satisfaction as he prepared to swim back to the shallow waters above. At that moment, Ninetails seemed to sense something, immediately controlling his body to silently float in the pitch-black, deep sea completely motionless. A Accompanied by an unknown roar, a giant lantern emitting a faint glow suddenly appeared 100 meters ahead of Nine Tails, but this lantern was larger than an ordinary house. As the giant lantern approached rapidly, the enormous shape hidden behind it was finally revealed to Nine Tails. It was a Sea King-class creature resembling a lanternfish. Such a massive size was impossible for an ordinary person to see in full under the sunlight. The body was thousands of meters long, with just the fish head resembling a small mountain, as this giant lanternfish opened its massive mouth to devour everything in front of it. Sensing the presence of this enormous lanternfish, Nine Tails' lips curled into a slight smile. He had not been stagnant for over a year. Though he still couldn't defeat his master, Gung Siling, the size of this Sea King-class creature was no longer enough to intimidate him. With the yellow and blue glows emanating from his body, Nine Tails calmly drew the long knife secured at his other side. In the blink of an eye, a black and red hue enveloped Nine Tails' arm and the long knife in his hand. This was the second stage of the armed color hockey, attachment. Nine Tails' ability to reach this level of armed color hockey in just over a year was largely thanks to the breathing technique and unlimited assistance. The breathing technique accelerated his training speed and significantly enhanced his training efficiency. Together, they allowed Nine Tails to achieve a level of armed color hockey that many could never reach in a lifetime. At this moment, Nine Tails was truly deserving of the title, Swordmaster. Previously, Nine Tails had the realm of a swordmaster but lacked the strength that a swordmaster should possess. Specifically the second stage of armed color hockey. Only at this stage of armed color hockey could a swordmaster execute the signature flying slash. But what is the realm of a swordmaster? It is the ability to perfectly transmit the power they control without wasting a single bit through the sword in their hand, as well as the perceptive ability to discern weaknesses, which some would call the breath of all things. Aside from armed color hockey, Nine Tails had already honed all these other abilities of a swordmaster in the world of Demon Slayer, which is why upon arriving in this world, he was immediately recognized as a swordmaster. This setting is based on extensive research and my own speculation. One Piece is a long-running manga that has been updated for many years, and it contains many contradictions, especially in its early settings. I have tried to make it reasonable. The combination of different power systems from two worlds, the breathing technique and hockey, has finally ignited a unique spark in this world. Thunder breathing, 10th form. Heavenly thunder descends to the mortal realm, I shall not be denied. Haha, so embarrassing. A bit too over the top. Do you have any suitable names? The sound of thunder roared for the first time in this abyssal sea. A dazzling bolt of lightning transformed into a giant crescent blade hundreds of meters long, and with the sound of thunder it pierced through the body of this lanternfish, Sea King class, in an instant. The lightning flickered in this pitch-black world for just a moment before vanishing, as if it were an illusion. In the next moment, the giant mouth of the lanternfish, Sea King class, split open in an instant, and crimson blood gushed forth like a reservoir bursting its dam. Nine Tails gazed at the body of the big fish. He still remembered the taste of that small sea beast from over a year ago, and just the thought of it made tears flow slowly from the corners of his mouth. Nine Tails stepped forward and cut off a piece of meat measuring several dozen square meters and weighing tons. The body of this Sea King class creature was too large for him to take it all, so he had to settle for this. As for the rest, he could only leave it to waste. The blood would soon attract other giant carnivores. Feeling a pang of regret, Nine Tails turned back, clutching the large piece of meat, his legs moving like a propeller as he swam swiftly towards the shallow waters above. Having shown off enough, if he didn't leave now, would he wait for its grandparents or even great-grandparents to come and take revenge? One must know that Sea Kings are the true rulers of this world. On the Blue Star, where Nine Tails lived in his previous life, the ratio of ocean to land was 7:3. In the world of One Piece, this true ocean planet, how much land space does it occupy? Countless gigantic and even supergiant Sea Kings inhabit the depths of the unknown sea. If this power were controlled by a single individual, they could easily overturn the entire existing world of humanity. A swordsmanship trainee named Barry stood with his mouth agape, astonished as he watched his big brother Nine Tails dragging a large piece of meat from afar, swiftly swimming towards the shore. After a moment, Nine Tails, who had brought the meat and red shrimps ashore, gently exhaled a breath of murky air, slowly relaxing his pores to replenish the oxygen he had just consumed. Boss, is this a Sea King class? So huge. Barry, who was around the same age as Nine Tails, had grown significantly after more than a year of using the breathing technique, while Nine Tails had completely outgrown his peers. At this point, Nine Tails was already over 1.8 meters tall, with a height of over 3 meters for a general, which was just around the corner. Looking at Barry, who only reached his chest, Nine Tails casually muttered, "Barry, you need to eat some meat. At this height, don't call yourself my little brother in the future." Hearing this, Barry immediately looked at Ninetales with a face full of resentment, saying nothing. Ninetales instantly shivered quickly, saying, all right, stop looking at me like that. I'll leave this piece of meat here and let the villagers share the rest. After saying this, Ninetales took the long knife and cut off a third of the meat piece. Once the meat was cut, Ninetales held one piece of meat in one hand and dragged the full fishing net behind him, making his way toward the One Heart Dojo. Thank you all, and I also want to thank you for the gift. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Master Gung Silang's daughter Gu Yaina was born successfully a month ago. As his granddaughter was about to be born, Gung Sanlang, the legendary NPC hidden in Shuangyue village, finally made his first appearance before Jiu Tiaoju after more than 2 years. It was their first meeting, and since it was difficult to explain, Jiu Tiaoju did not bring up the topic of forging swords, but instead temporarily earned some goodwill by attending to this senior. Knowing that Gung Sanlang loved fishing, Jiu Tiaoju catered to his interests, sharing his years of fishing experience from the previous world, which was essentially Air Force insights, and his efforts finally bore fruit. He unlocked subsequent hidden tasks and received a casual promise from Gung Sanlang. Little Juzi is not bad. You can come accompany this old man to fish whenever you have time. Looking at the little baby in Master Gung Silang's arms who was crying softly, Jiu Tiaoju shook his head helplessly and stepped forward to take her. In just a few moments, little Gu Yaina, who had been wailing, suddenly quieted down, and in no time, she wore a blissful expression as she drifted into dreamland. This left Gung Silang and his wife dumbfounded. They were first-time parents with no experience and no one to teach them, so they were utterly clueless. Jiu Tiaoju, with his richer experience, had helped Yao Zai for a period in his past life, taking care of 5 children, and he had his own miraculous experiences over the years with his own child. Once in the world of Kimetsu no Yaiba, after battling Muzan Kabutsuji during the period of the protagonist's coma, he continued writing the life of Blue Star in his dreams. Looking at little Gu Yaina in his arms, Jiu Tiaoju thought of Zoro, the 3-sword-style swordsman, with green algae hair, the fruit user, with the naming fruit ability, the future great swordsman Soto, who would soon be born as well. In the year 1503 of the Sea Circle calendar, 3 years later, Luffy was also born. In the East Sea, on an unknown deserted island near Shuangyue village. At this time, Gung Silang had already turned 15, while Jiu Tiaoju had grown to a height of 2 meters and 3 centimeters, standing next to him. Gung Silang couldn't help but look up at Jiu Tiaoju with a resigned expression, puzzled by how his disciple had grown so much in recent years, as if he had been on steroids, with his height and strength increasing in sync, forcing him to look up while speaking. As a master, Gung Silang was satisfied with Jiu Tiaoju in every aspect, but there was one thing that still troubled him slightly. That is, Jiu seems unable to inherit the Isin Sword Dao, as Gung Silang discovered that Jiu did not fully resonate with the principles of Isin Sword Dao. This recognition referred to the philosophical concept of the Isin Sword Dao and not anything else. In order to straighten the bent little tree, Gung Silang had made a firm decision to bring Jiu Tiaoju to this desolate island. Gung Silang's purpose was to let Jiu Tiaoju witness the true power of the Isin Sword Dao. Jiu Tiaoju felt helpless, as Gung Silang had been seeking him for sparring more frequently over the past 2 years. The commotion was growing larger. Was the vast space of Shuangyue village no longer enough for Master Gung Silang? For Jiu Tiaoju, this time spent honing his haki was far more enjoyable. When he wanted to spar with Master Gung Silang, there was no need for him to engage physically, and as long as Master Gung Silang appeared before him, he could infinitely simulate countless battle scenarios in his mind. However, Master Gung Silang was unaware of this, and the infinitely envisioned battle scenarios would not exceed 2 minutes, which was the limitation of his foresight. Jiu Tiaoju slowly drew a blade, a longer version of the sword from his past life in the world of Kimetsu no Yaiba, as his current height far surpassed that of his previous self, and he would grow even taller in the future. This unnamed swift blade was crafted for him by Gung Sanlang based on the blueprints he provided a year ago. Although the sword's rank was not high, it was very sturdy and impressively heavy. When Gung Sanlang handed him this unnamed swift blade, he said, "Truly powerful swords are forged by the swordsman himself. Little Juzi, I believe you can do it. Go. Use your haki and will to forge this blade into the world's finest black sword. At that time, you will be the future world's greatest swordsman. At present, Mihawk is not yet recognized as the world's greatest swordsman." Jiu Tiaoju was very pleased with this blade and named it Thunder Dragon. He never doubted that Thunder Dragon could grow into a true black sword. All swords have the potential to evolve into black swords. A swordsman can use their armament haki to coat the blade temporarily, giving it a pitch black hue, which is the conventional understanding of a black sword. The true black sword, as referred to by Gung Sanlang, is one that has been coated with armament haki for an extended period, resulting in a permanent black color. The official duel between the Great Swift Sword 21 and the Swift Blade Thunder Dragon began. However, at this point, Gung Siling no longer had any intentions of holding back. His task today was to awaken his disciple. As soon as the battle began, Gung Siling unleashed his ultimate move, releasing the aura of a great swordsman and the essence of the Isin sword Dao. Looking at the motionless figure of Master Gung Siling, standing before him, the familiar scene from 5 years ago resurfaced. In Jiutiao, just mind. In Jiutiao, just perception, Master Gung Siling seemed to have completely merged with this world. Even in the infinite realm Jiutiao, Ju could not find a single flaw. However, the difference now was that Jiutiao Ju, even when facing this heaven and earth, would no longer waver, because he had found his own sword path. Gung Siling did not rush to attack Jiutiao Ju. Instead, he began to explain the philosophy of the Isin sword Dao. What is the Isin sword Dao? The power of humanity is limited, but the power of the heart is limitless. The larger your heart, the greater your strength. With the limitless power of the human heart, how can one possibly be defeated against the limited strength of humanity? Listening to Master Gung Siling's words, Jiutiao Ju furrowed his brows deeply. He did not deny that the human heart as a form of idealism possessed its own strength, but this was not the sword path of Jiutiao Ju. To put it simply, it was like an ordinary person filled with self-doubt telling themselves in the mirror 100 times each day, "You are the best." Continuously repeating this self-hypnosis until one day, when this person genuinely believes they are the best, they will become very confident, even if they may not be considered the best in the eyes of others. But this idealistic power had already brought about a tremendous change in him. In the world of pirates where supernatural abilities abound, the changes were even more astonishing. What is the essence of haki? Well, physique, spirit, aura, killing, intent, fighting spirit. Manipulating these invisible sensations, condensing them together, can turn them into weapons, and this powerful force is called haki. Once a swordsman successfully hypnotizes themselves, how can they not grow stronger? However, for Jiutiao Ju, who had undergone modern compulsory education and had already seen the mysteries of the human body, the power of humanity itself was also limitless. It just needed to be discovered. Compared to the idealistic theories of the Isin sword Dao, Jiutiao Ju focused more on himself. Simply put, Jiutiao Ju believed that human strength is also limitless. But what Jiutiao Ju overlooked was that this unwavering belief in his own strength was also a form of idealism. Let me share an interesting fact. Kazuki Odin and Zoro wield the same sword Enma, yet Odin stood at a height of 3 meters and 82 centimeters, while Zoro was only 1 meter and 81 centimeters. So can haki alter the shape of a sword? Master Gung Siling, could your boundless power over the human heart defeat the pirate king Roger? Jiutiao Ju asked with simple curiosity. He was not trying to provoke, only genuinely inquisitive. Upon hearing this, Gung Siling's face flushed with a mingling of shame and anger as he glared at his stubborn apprentice. If I could not beat Roger, do you think I could not beat you, boy? Having spoken, already incensed, Gung Siling seized his great cleaver, and he Dao Iwenzi and surged toward Jiutiao Ju. The two blades, each imbued with advanced armament haki, Luing, clanged together with an uncompromising ring. A closer look revealed a strange gap between the blades 2 finger-widths wide. Lei Long and He Dao Iwenzi stood apart by that narrow interval and began to contest force. This was the refined technique of advanced armament haki. It was a skill Jiutiao Ju had only recently mastered. This method not only cloaks the body and weapon in an invisible armor, but also causes internal disruption to any struck opponent. The samurai of Wano called it Lu Ing, the flowing manifestation of armament haki. When two such torrents met, their collision felt like meteorites slamming into a planet's surface. The ground beneath them rent asunder, and the clouds overhead were blasted apart. Shockwaves radiated from the blades, surging across the barren isle and flattening every obstruction in their path. The force reached the distant sea horizon and yet did not abate. Though Lei Long trailed by 2 ranks, its hefty blade allowed it to refuse the inferior position. Gung Siling stared at Jiutiao Ju with wide eyes, astonished that his apprentice had withstood the blow. It had been a strained defense, but this was his full-strength strike as a grand swordsman. Had his apprentice then found a sword path of his own, Gung Siling dared not imagine further. 15 years old, and already a step away from a grand swordsman. At the thought, the battle lost much of its savor for Gung Siling. If Ju had discovered a path that belonged to him, it would be improper to forcibly impose the One Heart School's doctrine upon him. What could be said? The sapling had grown crooked, yet hit upon the right course. Gung Siling could only feel resigned. Pressing He Dao Iwenzi forward, he pushed Jiutiao Ju back 2 steps, then withdrew his blade and sheathed it. A flash of vexation crossed his face. This youth's rate of advancement was astonishing. Before his one-heart sword lineage could be fully passed on, the student had already carved another way. What could Gung Siling say? Blame himself for teaching too well, or blame Jiutiao Ju for progressing too rapidly? There was no one to blame, so the frustration remained his alone. Jiu was puzzled too, but he had little desire for the fight. He had not encountered a bottleneck, and was improving day by day. Why fight, and waste the time he could spend training? He sheathed Lei Long with a practiced motion, stepped forward 2 paces, and stood eagerly beside Master Gung Siling. Master Gung Siling, that technique of yours was truly formidable. Look, you've nearly ruined this island, he added. Next time we should not go so far. It's such a waste of time. No, it's wasting land resources. The islands of the East Sea are few, he corrected. This perfectly good little isle has been damaged. At those words, Gung Siling rolled his eyes. His apprentice was a training maniac. Having come to Shuangyue village more than 5 years ago, he had not once left. If Gung Siling had not dragged him away from Shuangyue village today, how much longer would he have stayed? Would he have remained holed up until no rivals remained at sea before departing? Or perhaps even then he still would not have gone to sea. Gung Siling considered the possibility. He had simply failed to see the depth of his apprentice's talent before. Now that just strength nearly matched his teacher's, what cause was there for worry? A young man's stage belonged on the vast sea, not in their small East Sea village. Though Ju was only 15, Gung Siling felt confident in him, both in his present strength and in his mind. With a soft sigh, Gung Siling said, Ju, how many years have you been in Shuangyue village? Do you not yet plan to go to sea? Ju tilted his head in puzzlement and looked at Master Gung Siling. Why go to sea? As he had said, he had not yet met a bottleneck. He could continue to train serenely for decades. Watching Just expression, even easygoing Gung Siling felt a vein bulge on his forehead. Suppressing his annoyance, Gung Siling swallowed his impatience and spoke gently. Ju, your strength is already considerable. You can go and test yourself on the open sea. While you are young, travel and see. The ocean still holds many formidable people. You should witness different horizons. With your ability, there are few places on these seas you cannot reach. Shuangyue village is far too small for you. Even the 4 seas are too narrow for what you can become. You should sail for the Grand Line. Come now, listen to your master. Go and make your way. Ju scratched his head and thought. After a moment, he looked at Master Gung Siling full of expectation and said, I feel my strength is not enough yet. Let us wait a little longer. Ju had in truth roughly understood what Master Gung Siling meant, but he cared little for those things the sea promised. Wealth, power, fame, beauties, all of it left him cold. What he loved above all was the constant intoxicating sensation of growing ever stronger. That feeling captivated him utterly. Gung Siling asked with delight, how much longer? Tell your master, so I can prepare a ship for you in advance. Ju mulled it over, drawing on the speculations of pirate manga fans from his past life to estimate the power of the world's hidden boss on before answering. At least another 10-odd years, he said. Hearing that, Gung Siling felt his head buzz and slapped his forehead. He was at a loss. Another 10 years. In a decade more, Gung Siling feared the sea would hold almost no equals for him. Would he become unrivaled, a solitary conqueror, or come to dominate the entire ocean? At that moment, Gung Siling suddenly recalled something. His face grew solemn, and he spoke with earnestness. Ju, did you not say your parents were slain by pirates long ago? Now that you possess the strength for vengeance, why do you not go? Can you truly face your deceased parents otherwise? Ju. 3 days later at Shuangyue village's pier, Gung Siling, carried Guyana, and accompanied by a dozen sword trainees, waved farewell to the departing ship. Ju left, departing Shuangyue village, the chapter he had poured over 5 years into. Half a month later at the port of Rog Town, a large knife hung from his waist, and in one hand, he carried a blood-stained bag filled to the brim alongside the imposing figure of Ju. As soon as he disembarked, the nearby small Karami instinctively scattered. Ju couldn't help but chuckle softly, murmuring, is this the oppressive feeling that comes from being 2 meters 3 tall? Who are you? What brings you to Rog Town? Before Ju could flaunt his imposing presence for long, a squad of over 10 soldiers in blue and white naval uniforms surrounded him. However, the expressions of these 10 or so naval soldiers appeared somewhat tense. After all, just by looking at his physique and attire, it was clear that Ju was no easy target, and certainly not someone ordinary soldiers could handle. This squad of naval soldiers could only hope that Ju was not a pirate. The geographical location of Rog Town is extremely important. The pirates of the East Sea must pass through Rog Town to reach the Grand Line. Thus, from time to time, powerful pirates heading towards the Grand Line would arrive in Rog Town. After the death of the pirate king Roger, due to his stirring speeches, such occurrences became even more frequent. This is also one of the reasons why later the Navy would transfer the Logia-type smoke fruit user smoker to Rog Town. Otherwise, ordinary officers would struggle to maintain order there. Ju smiled, trying to appear more amiable. He raised the blood-stained bag in his hand, which had long dried, and explained, don't be nervous, I'm just a bounty hunter, and these are what I intend to exchange for berries. Can you take me to the naval base?" Hearing Jiu Tiao just words, the naval soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief. The leader of the squad stepped forward, speaking very politely, "Of course, please follow me." Jiu Tiao nodded. He was not deceiving these naval soldiers. The bag he held truly contained the heads of pirates. Having not left Frost Moon Village for years, Jiu Tiao now realized just how much Roger's words had transformed this world. Throughout his journey, especially in the East Sea, the number of pirate crews he encountered was like fish crossing a river endless. In the past half-month, their ship had met pirate crews almost every day. However, this merchant vessel had its own guards, and generally after paying a small toll, they could easily send off most small pirates. Since the merchant ship hadn't suffered significant losses, Jiu Tiao had no intention of taking action, playing the role of a good guy. These were rule-abiding pirates, but there were plenty of pirates who did not follow the rules. These pirate crews were typically made up of heinous criminals, gang members, slave traders. A collective of scum. If they were intercepted, it wouldn't just be about smuggling, they would also kill. However, these pirates, who never checked their fortunes before heading out, licked blood off their blades, living day by day. Encountering Jiu Tiao, they could only say their luck had run out, as Jiu Tiao was just troubled about how to leverage the Navy's help to track down old enemies. Now with the heads of these 10 pirates, Jiu Tiao thought the naval commander of Rogtown would surely give him some face right. However, facts often go contrary to wishes, and some idiots just can't grasp the situation. In the office of Colonel Boris Kali at the Rogtown Naval Base. Captain Higgins of the Mad Pirates, Bounty 1. 5 million berries. First Mate Savant, Bounty 95000 berries. Crew members. Listening to the quotes from Colonel Kali's adjutant, Jiu Tiao furrowed his brows deeply. Did they really think he had never seen a bounty notice? Or was it just that they boldly deducted half right in front of him? However, not wanting to fall out with the Navy, Jiu Tiao didn't say much. A total of 35 million berries. All right, take your berries and leave. As soon as the adjutant finished speaking, Colonel Boris Kali of the Rogtown Navy, while puffing on a large cigar, casually tossed out a box filled with berries from under the table. Upon hearing this, Jiu Tiao immediately suppressed his anger. This amount of berries wasn't much. He had more important objectives on this trip and couldn't act impulsively. After a few seconds of calming down, Jiu Tiao suddenly erupted. He stepped forward and punched the adjutant, then reached out and grabbed Colonel Kali, who was puffing on his cigar with his right hand open like an iron claw. He swung his fists back and forth, giving Kali a fierce beating. There was no need to ask. The infinite skill had already told him that this foolish base commander refused to let him check the pirate files in the base. If that's the case, what more is there to say? First beat this guy up. Was his money so easy to swindle? Moments later, Colonel Kali, now sporting a pig-headed face, 2 panda eyes, and 3 missing teeth, with swollen sausage lips, mumbled, "Stop hitting me, big brother. Stop hitting me, I'll make up for the money that's missing. Double. He'll give you double." Hearing this, Jiu Tiao snorted coldly and tossed him aside. "I don't need your compensation. Oh, I just want my share. Also, let me access your base's database. I need to look up something." All right. They'll have someone take you there." The pig-headed Kali nodded frantically in agreement. Jiu Tiao merely sneered upon hearing this. He was fully aware of what Kali was scheming, but he didn't care, because he had the strength. Half-step, Great Swordmaster level, enhanced by breathing technique 3.0 and infinite, aside from the naval admirals, oh right, and that old man Garp. Among the Navy, how many could stand against him? Watching Jiu Tiao leave his office accompanied by Navy soldiers, Colonel Kali's eyes were filled with an almost overflowing malice. However, upon arriving at the naval base's underground database, Jiu Tiao still couldn't find any records from back then. Thinking it through, it made sense. A pair of ordinary fishermen being attacked by pirates was such a minor event that the Navy wouldn't bother to record it. Sigh. Jiu Tiao sighed lightly. He was just doing his part. As for the outcome, he could only leave it to fate. Since he couldn't find the pirates from back, then he could only seek out the current pirates of the East Sea to take revenge. With his mind made up, Jiu Tiao turned and walked out of the data room. Stepping out of the naval base, Jiu Tiao calmly looked into the distance where Navy soldiers surrounded him, aiming their guns. Oh, they've even dispatched warships. Quite a commotion. At this moment, Kali stood on the Navy warship looking at Jiu Tiao on the shore with a venomous expression. He had witnessed Jiu Tiao just speed in the office, so how could he dare to approach him? Are the cannons loaded? Kali didn't even turn his head, staring fixedly at Jiu Tiao in the distance. Kali's adjutant standing behind him hesitated and said, "They're all loaded, but firing directly will damage the base." In fact, the adjutant hadn't expected this bounty hunter to make such a big deal out of it. Deducting bounties wasn't something only their base did. Bounty hunters everywhere faced similar deductions, but this time it was just a little more than usual. There was no need to react so intensely. Now that things had escalated this far, the higher-ups would definitely find out. Even if they killed this guy, they wouldn't come out unscathed. You don't need to worry about that. He'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Fire the cannons now. Colonel Kali shouted frantically, having never been beaten like this since joining the Navy. Boom, boom, boom. As solid cannonballs flew towards him, Jiao Tiaoju stood still, watching Kali's smug expression from the ship. Jiao Tiaoju was contemplating whether he should just kill this guy. Killing a colonel in front of so many Navy soldiers would surely have him on the Navy headquarters wanted list, right? After thinking it over, Jiao Tiaoju decided to let this fool live a little longer. As the cannonballs approached, his right hand was instantly enveloped in a layer of dark red hockey. Jiao Tiaoju swiftly drew the Thunder Dragon from his waist, executing a massive slash into the air. With a series of explosions, dozens of solid cannonballs were instantly shattered into countless fragments by this flying slash. Kali's expression shifted from manic to sheer terror with this strike. He understood that a swordsman with such power was not someone he could provoke even in the second half of the Grand Line. A swordsman with such strength could definitely be considered a formidable force. Jiao Tiaoju, holding the Thunder Dragon, looked coldly at Kali on the sea, sternly admonishing, "Do not provoke me again. This is your last chance." Without waiting for Kali to respond, Jiao Tiaoju swung his sword straight toward the ocean, unleashing an even larger slash. The slash, towering dozens of meters high, tore through the ground in front of Jiao Tiaoju, heading unimpeded toward the sea. The seawater was instantly split apart, stretching over 1,000 meters until the power of this flying slash gradually waned and slowly dissipated into the ocean. At this moment, the seawater began to rush back in through the cracks in the ground. Jiao Tiaoju sheathed his sword and walked slowly toward the dock. The naval soldiers along the way no longer failed to comprehend, and all made way voluntarily. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford. After only a few years of taking over as Fleet Admiral, Sengoku received several intelligence reports from Logtown in the East Sea a week after the conflict with the Navy of the Nine Orange Fruits. Sengoku had basically understood the entire process of the conflict with this mysterious swordsman. From the intelligence, he discerned the restraint of this bounty hunter. Sengoku knew that this powerful bounty hunter did not wish to be an enemy of the Navy. He could be considered part of the righteous order. However, he happened to encounter Kohler, such a fool. Of course, now that he was aware, Colonel Kohler would certainly not have a good outcome. Holding the resume of the 9 orange fruits in his hand, Sengoku furrowed his brow deeply. What on earth is this? Name unknown. Age unknown. Strength analysis: top-tier swordsman suspected of mastering advanced armament hockey. Additionally, there was a full body sketch of the 9 orange fruits attached at the bottom. Top-tier swordsman. Mastering advanced armament hockey. Sengoku murmured softly. After a moment's thought, he picked up the transponder snail on the table and dialed Carp's transponder snail. Moshi Moshi, this is Sengoku. Carp, come over here. There's something I need you to handle. As soon as he finished speaking, Sengoku immediately hung up, not giving Carp a chance to refute. A moment later, Carp, with a dark expression, kicked open the door to Sengoku's office and angrily asked, "Sengoku, don't you know that my grandson Luffy has just been born? No matter what it is, I don't have time. I'll let someone else handle it." Sengoku kept his head down, dealing with the documents in his hands without raising his gaze, and replied, "Or are you sure you don't want to handle it? It's a matter in the East Sea. Since you don't want to manage it, then I'll let someone else do it." Saying this, Sengoku reached for the transponder snail beside him. Wait. Hearing this, Carp, despite holding a high position in the Navy, still cared about his hometown and the people there, and immediately called out to Sengoku. "What happened in the East Sea?" Sengoku then smiled slightly, paused his actions, reached into the drawer, and took out a pack of senbei, chewing while informing Carp of the recent events in the East Sea. "Sengoku, how do you want me to handle this?" Carp asked with a frown. After pondering for a moment, Sengoku replied, "First, intimidate Kohler, the base commander of Logtown. The pirates of the East Sea cannot be stopped. They excel at causing chaos. What a useless fool. Once I find a suitable replacement, I will have him replaced. Second, if there is an opportunity, meet this swordsman. If he proves reliable, consider recruiting him and see if he has any interest in joining the Navy." With the arrival of the Great Pirate Era, the Navy's days were not easy, as there were far too many places to manage. They had to ensure the stability of the 4 seas while also facing the long Grand Line, where the Pirates of Paradise and the New World were no easy foes. Especially the crews of Whitebeard Kaido and Charlotte Lean Lean, which were the most troublesome. In addition, new pirate forces were emerging like mushrooms after rain. The Navy was also stretched thin at this time. Sengoku, being a wise general, understood that only by uniting all forces of justice and order could the Navy withstand the tide of this great pirate era. In the East Sea, in an unknown sea area, the ocean was littered with the wreckage of ships, and blood-red spots still recorded the recent battle. No, in the eyes of the 9 orange fruits, this was not war. It could be said that the pirate alliance of the East Sea was crushed by him like dry weeds. At this moment, the 9 orange fruits were lying on the deck of a completely black pirate ship. He didn't want to sail, so he robbed one, intending to commandeer the pirate ship. For the past 2 months, this group of pirates had been taking him around to hunt down the vicious pirate crews in the East Sea. Generally, if it was a pirate crew that only collected protection fees, the 9 orange fruits wouldn't specifically seek them out for trouble if they encountered them along the way. That could only be their misfortune. As the notorious pirates of the East Sea were gradually cleared out by the 9 orange fruits, the name of the mad swordsman began to spread in the East Sea. It was precisely for this reason that the pirate alliance was formed. At this moment, the 9 orange fruits began to contemplate his future path. In this world dominated by pirates, the 9 orange fruits did not wish to become a pirate, as it conflicted with his worldview. Plundering the weak was inherently an act of the weak. The strong would only wield their blades against those stronger. Of course, unless little Karami was unable to distinguish clearly. Reputation and wealth were not precious to him. Only the power in his hands was real. He had no interest in a purely adventurous pirate crew. If he were to say he had an interest, it would only be in one thing: the power of humanity itself that he had been pursuing. Should he return to Frostmoon Village to find Master Gung Shirlang? At this moment, the 9 orange fruits suddenly had such a thought. However, after thinking for a moment, he still shook his head. Master Gung Shirlang did not seem to be very willing for him to return. Forget it, let it be. As the black sailboat drifted away, the sea area filled with the wreckage of ships once again fell silent. In the East Sea, in Windmill Village, Carp's Vice Admiral Bogart hung up the transponder snail and hurriedly made his way to Carp's home in Windmill Village. Bogart earnestly persuaded Carp, Vice Admiral Carp, "We have already found the whereabouts of that swordsman. If you don't intend to meet him, then just go back. If you keep delaying, Admiral Sengoku will really get angry." Carp picked his nose and thought indifferently, "Isn't it just a swordsman? What's the big deal?" Just looking at Bogart still chattering away, Carp couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. He had come to the East Sea to scare Kohler, this useless fool, and then headed straight to Windmill Village. Was recruiting a swordsman more important than visiting his grandson Ace? Having arrived in the East Sea, Carp had long since tossed the matter of that swordsman out of his mind. Fortunately, his Vice Admiral Bogart did not forget. By this time, Carp, who had already stayed for almost a month, finally realized that he had indeed been in the East Sea long enough. All right. Bogart prepared to set sail immediately. Yes, Vice Admiral Carp. After saying this, Bogart turned and walked towards the naval ship at the dock. The weather today is splendid, with sunlight cascading over the vast expanse of the East Sea, creating ripples of golden light. A soft splash echoed as Jiao Tiaoju, with a faint smile on his heroic face, unexpectedly emerged from the sea. Following Jiao Tiaoju, his limbs began to dance like the blades of a propeller, stirring up a large spray of waves, insensitively breaking the beauty of the scene on the water, swiftly swimming towards the nearby black pirate ship. Upon reaching the bottom of the ship, Jiao Tiaoju did not call for the crew to lower the rope. Instead, he supported himself with one hand on the wooden planks of the pirate ship's bottom, and with a slight push leaped up like a bird. In the next moment, he landed on the deck as lightly as a feather without making a sound. In this stillness and motion, he truly resembled a startled swan, as graceful as a swimming dragon. It was evident that Jiao Tiaoju had an extraordinarily precise control over his own strength. Once on the deck, Jiao Tiaoju finally released the pores all over his body, exhaling the stagnant air accumulated within him through his mouth and nose simultaneously. Instantly, thick sweat like a viscous liquid poured out from within Jiao Tiaoju's body through his sweat glands. He picked up a water bucket that the pirates had prepared nearby and poured it over himself, washing away the thick sweat. His perfect human body, adorned with droplets of water, radiated a breathtaking beauty under the refraction of sunlight. Jiao Tiaoju let out a contented sigh as the fatigue from his deep-sea training completely vanished in that moment, his entire being emanating a refreshing sensation. Wiping the water droplets off his body, Jiao Tiaoju looked towards the previous owner of the pirate ship and asked, "Is breakfast ready?" "It's ready, mister." Jiao replied, Billy Tor, known as the Sea Snake, with a respectful bow. Nodding, Jiao Tiaoju put on his coat and headed towards the ship's dining area, while the pirates along the way all bowed their heads in respect. This was not a demand from Jiao Tiaoju, but a testament to their admiration for his strength and discipline. He glanced at the breakfast prepared in the dining area, which occupied the entire table, with large chunks of meat, the surface of which was covered in sauce. Jiao Tiaoju nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The staple food for Jiao Tiaoju at every meal was sea creatures barbecued, steamed, stewed, and braised, varied in style, and luckily, he never grew tired of them. After a delightful meal, a large quantity of high-protein meat was absorbed by his body, replenishing the energy he had lost. Jiao Tiaoju let out a satisfied burp and walked out of the cabin. It was inappropriate to exercise right after eating. He intended to sunbathe on the deck and rest for a while. But at that moment, Jiu suddenly stopped in his tracks. Several dozen kilometers away, a massive naval warship was approaching, intercepting him head-on. Curiously, the prow of this warship was designed to resemble a dog's head. Jiu frowned. There was no need to think further. This dog-headed warship belonged to Carp. What could he possibly want from me? To save face for the Navy. Given Carp's character, he shouldn't bully a 15-year-old kid, right? Thinking of this, Jiu called all the pirates on board to the deck. Once everyone had gathered, Jiu warned them, "You people aren't too bad. I'm leaving now. At this time I can let you go, but from now on you are absolutely forbidden from being pirates again. Otherwise, if I encounter you next time, I will not spare you." At that moment, Sea Snake Billy Tor stepped forward and asked, "Can we follow you?" Jiu coldly shook his head and said bluntly, "You are too weak." After saying this, Jiu launched a small boat similar to a lifeboat into the sea and jumped off the deck of the pirate ship. "Turn the ship around, let's go quickly. The Navy is coming." Jiu reminded them from the small boat and paddled towards the direction of Carp's dog-headed warship. Half an hour later, on the deck of the dog-headed warship, Carp stood with his arms crossed over his chest, his imposing figure inspiring countless naval soldiers behind him. If only someone could remove the bubble from his nostrils. "Admiral Carp, wake up, don't sleep." Bogart poked Carp, who stood beside him. The small bubble popped and Carp opened his eyes, looking around in confusion, asking, "What's wrong? Are there pirates coming?" Bogart, with a head full of black lines, pointed to Jiu on a small boat far away, saying, "Admiral Carp, the person we are looking for has been found." Carp turned his gaze towards Jiu upon hearing this. Jiu stood calmly on the small boat, exchanging glances with Carp, secretly thinking, "I hope Carp goes easy on me later." "Alright, so it's you kid bullying our East Sea Navy, huh?" Carp immediately accused Jiu. Though he was not as strong, Jiu did not back down, standing on the small boat and retorting, "I thought the Navy was filled with righteous individuals. It seems Kali from the East Sea is just a rare case, a single mouse dropping. I didn't expect you Navy folks to be all cut from the same cloth. But how dare you hang the word justice behind you?" Unfortunately, Jiu's words not only failed to anger Carp, but instead made him laugh heartily. Not bad, I like this kid's spirit. Do you know who I am?" After saying this, Carp's smile faded, and his imposing aura descended upon Jiu like a mountain. The small boat on which Jiu stood suddenly sank slightly. In an instant, the air seemed to thicken. Having begun to regulate his breathing, Jiu slowly drew out his Thunder Dragon, fearlessly pointing it at Carp, saying, "I know the Navy hero. Iron Fist Carp." The mountains trembled, the earth was torn apart, and even on the warship far from the island, one could feel the vibrations brought about by the clashes of distant forces. At this moment, Bogart on the warship was somewhat surprised. That young lad, whose face still showed signs of youth, surprisingly possessed such strength. However, thinking of this, Bogart grew even more worried. As long as the strength gap was not too wide, Vice Admiral Carp would hold back and not cause any damage. What was truly feared was this kind of situation. It could make Vice Admiral Carp serious, yet could not block his several serious iron fists. If at this moment the nine-tailed orange with panda-like eyes knew Bogart's thoughts, it certainly would not have been so reckless. Luffy was absolutely right. Carp's punches truly hurt. He could only suffer in silence. Those black iron fists, as large as a cooking pot, were striking with an impenetrable ferocity. His lightning dragon strike merely clanged against the fists, and when it landed, the nine-tailed orange was genuinely afraid of damaging his treasured blade. Indeed, one would suffer more severe hits the more boastful one was. Although the nine-tailed orange was being crushed the whole time, Carp was still quite surprised by the kid's performance. Though he appeared young, his swordsmanship and hockey were exceedingly refined. This was advanced armament hockey. With the strength of a top swordsman, even among the Navy, this kid's prowess was undoubtedly among the elite. Oh, and the excessively keen observation hockey. Despite the significant speed difference between the two, it was not easy for him to land a punch on this little brat. The strangest thing was this kid's physique. His strength was astonishing, but his recovery speed was even more outrageous. He had clearly felt several times that the kid's power was gradually diminishing. Yet with this kid's peculiar breathing technique, he quickly regained his vitality. Carp's fist smashed into the nine-tailed orange's long blade, the lightning dragon, sending it flying several meters away. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Kid, have you eaten a Zoan-type devil fruit?" "That's quite a beating." The nine-tailed orange shook his head, gripping his sword and charging forward in silence. This old man had punched him so many times, if he didn't return the favor today, he wouldn't be able to eat well for a year. Thunder breathing 10th form, heaven's thunder descends, I shall cut all. He looked at the massive strike enveloped in lightning before him. Faced with such an impressive attack, Carp was genuinely taken aback. He had never seen anything like it. Did swordsmen have such techniques? Controlling lightning. To be cautious and not want to trip in a gutter, Carp silently wrapped a layer of conqueror's haki around his cooking pot-sized iron fist. Meteoric fist. With a thunderous boom, the strike, unleashed with all his might by the nine-tailed orange, was completely evaporated by Carp's punch. Seeing this, the nine-tailed orange nearly spat blood. This old man truly had no regard for martial ethics. Clearly, Carp's probability of using Conqueror's haki in infinity was only 16.7%. As the last thought flashed through the nine-tailed orange's mind, he was sent flying by the shockwave of Meteoric Fist. Upon landing, he felt nothing but pain throughout his body. Pain it hurt too much. Isolde, my beloved. Accompanied by a strangely fitting BGM, the nine-tailed orange's head tilted, and he fainted. At this moment, upon glancing back, the mountain behind the nine-tailed orange had been completely severed by Carp's punch. 3 days later, the nine-tailed orange stared blankly at the ceiling. Blank. Truly blank. He had almost been crushed by Carp's punch. Now he was wrapped up like a dumpling, needing to eat, drink, and relieve himself all in bed. Unexpectedly, the punch that did not hit Akainu in the future was now landed on me. Future Akainu, do you know? This truly is a pain beyond life's endurance. A month later, the dog-headed warship, intentionally dragging its feet and slowing its speed, finally passed through the doldrums and through the gates of justice, reaching the Navy headquarters in just half a day with the aid of ocean currents. Bogart directed the Navy soldiers to dock the dog-headed warship at the port of the Navy headquarters. He then helped the limping nine-tailed orange disembark. Looking up at the Navy headquarters before him, the nine-tailed orange felt like crying without tears. Almost getting killed by Carp's punch was one thing, now he had to work for the Navy. Life goes on, the swordsman sells his art. Watching the nine-tailed orange walk away, Carp awkwardly scratched his head, opening his mouth as if to say something. But the nine-tailed orange had already walked far away. Bogart, quickly, set sail for the New World. In front of Admiral Sengoku's office. The nine-tailed orange, dragging a leg still encased in plaster, followed a soldier from the Navy headquarters to the door of Admiral Sengoku's office. You ask why Carp didn't come. Carp dared not approach. Initially, Carp wanted to wait until the nine-tailed orange recovered from his injuries before coming to see Sengoku, but the nine-tailed orange, having seen through Carp's intentions, firmly disagreed. He insisted on coming to meet the new boss with all his injuries. The nine-tailed orange hoped that Admiral Sengoku would help him seek justice. He also wanted to ask Sengoku if this was how the Navy recruited new members. Almost getting killed by a punch, it wasn't, because he practiced his breathing technique for many years and his physical fitness was excellent. Would you try it with someone else? Now grass might even be growing on his grave. Knock, knock. The Navy soldier gently knocked on the door, saying, Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Carp's warship just brought someone over. Vice Admiral Carp's aide, Colonel Bogart, asked me to bring the person to see you. Sengoku, still dealing with Navy affairs, spoke. Without looking up, oh, let him in. Then the Navy soldier pushed open the door, allowing the limping nine-tailed orange to walk in alone. Looking at the nine-tailed orange before him, whose face still bore signs of youth, Sengoku felt a sense of familiarity and could not help but ask, who are you? What brings you to find me? Where's Carp? Has he finally decided to come back after staying in the East Blue for so long? The nine-tailed orange calmly explained, hello, Admiral Sengoku in the nine-tailed orange, and it was you who sent Vice Admiral Carp to bring me here. I come from the East Blue. The emphasis on the word you was heavy. He was reminding Sengoku that it was you who wanted me to come, and now I am here. Moreover, I am severely injured. Hearing Kyuta Kaki claim to come from the East Sea, Sengoku suddenly recalled the second matter he had entrusted to Carp. So this little fellow is that swordsman. Looking at this young face, Sengoku couldn't help but feel doubtful. This face looks to be about 19 or 20 years old, right? However, Sengoku suspected that Kyuta Kaki was just well maintained, and his actual age must be at least 27 or 28. Sengoku stared at Kyuta Kaki, observing him carefully for a while. With a sturdy build that doesn't appear bulky, it was evident he was a master of physical techniques. The long sword hanging at his waist was also significantly larger than usual, indicating that a swordsman capable of wielding such a weapon in battle must possess considerable strength. And then there's his height. He must be nearly 2.5 meters tall, right? The protagonist has grown taller again in these past few months. Although he hasn't reached the qualifications of a general 3 meters, this height is still impressive. Can a man of this stature lack in combat ability? But what about these injuries? Is there anyone in the East Sea who could injure a swordsman skilled in advanced Busashoka haki like this? Sengoku couldn't help but feel curious and asked, what happened to your injuries? Is there anyone in the East Sea with that kind of strength? Kyuta Kaki shook his head expressionlessly and casually replied, oh, these injuries aren't that severe. I just rested in bed for over a month. I've improved a lot and just got up these past 2 days. As for who injured me, there shouldn't be anyone in the East Sea with that kind of strength. Then who was it? General Sengoku, it wouldn't be someone you sent, right? But upon reflection, that shouldn't be the case. I'm not a pirate. After saying this, Kutakaki fixed his gaze directly on Sengoku. Hearing this, Sengoku immediately felt a bit guilty and tentatively asked Carp. Kutakaki nodded vigorously. Sengoku slammed his palm on the table and shouted, "Someone go fetch Carp for me." Of course, this whole farce ultimately came to nothing, as Carp had long since vanished without a trace. Even if he were still at headquarters, Sengoku would not punish Carp for Kutakaki. One is a hero of the Navy and the other is merely a swordsman who isn't even part of the Navy. Who weighs heavier? Kutakaki certainly knew that Sengoku was just putting on a show for him. The reason he said all this was merely to make Sengoku feel a little guilty and to poke at the old man Carp a bit, who almost knocked him out with a punch. Was it unreasonable for him to file a complaint? Moreover, he wanted to increase his own benefits. During the journey to the Navy headquarters, Kutakaki had also thought things through. Joining the Navy isn't necessarily a bad thing. There are many reasons. First, there are many strong individuals within the Navy, such as Carp, Sengoku, Zifa, and the 3 admirals. Akainiwa, Kiji, Kizaru. At least these people's strengths currently surpass his, so he wouldn't have to worry about a sparring partner in the future. In addition, the Navy also has many strong users of devil fruits. This world has all kinds of bizarre devil fruits. If he doesn't gain experience fighting against these fruit users, how will he handle them in the future? Then there are Zifa and Carp, who specialize in physical techniques and hockey. These two can provide substantial guidance for his hockey training. Since they are colleagues, they surely wouldn't refuse him, right? Aside from training, there's also the matter of living conditions. The Navy has great benefits, including meals and housing, plus berries, of course, if one has the strength. As for the lower-ranked soldiers, they need not worry about these things. After considering it, Sengoku was about to speak out his compensation plan. However, Kutakaki jumped ahead and said, "General Sengoku, I have 3 simple requests that I hope you can consider. First, I need you to arrange for me a place to live within the Navy headquarters. It doesn't need to be too fancy. 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom will suffice. The kitchen should be large. Second, when Lieutenant Carp is not on a mission, he should help guide me in hockey training. Third, I request to be assigned at least to the rank of major after graduating from the Navy training camp. Of course, you can conduct a strength assessment on me, and if I don't meet the standards, then this request can be voided." He still had to attend the Navy training camp, as this is a Navy regulation. Although Kutakaki's strength had already surpassed that of an ordinary Navy soldier, the military is still the military. Aside from the Navy's 6 styles taught in the training camp, there was still much for Kutakaki to learn. For example, how to formulate battle plans, command Navy soldiers in combat, and how to direct warships in various environments. The Navy training camp is essentially a fast-track course for officers. Graduation guarantees assignment, and the specific position depends on one's performance and strength. After Kutakaki stated his conditions, the room fell silent. Sengoku rubbed his forehead. He realized this kid was not to be underestimated. After some consideration, Sengoku finally said, "I can't agree to the first request, but you will have to wait until you graduate from the training camp." Kutakaki immediately rolled his eyes. Did he not know? Navy officers are supposed to have housing guaranteed. He was merely asking to move in early, and they couldn't agree. Sengoku felt helpless and explained, "It's not that I can't arrange housing for you, it's just that the Navy has its own rules. You currently count as a new recruit, and placing you directly into the training camp is irregular. Do you know how many people outside are waiting for this opportunity? It wouldn't be appropriate to arrange housing for you as well." Hearing this, Kutakaki nodded in agreement. Sengoku then continued, "As for the second request, I will agree to that on behalf of Carp." For Kutakaki's third condition, Sengoku neither agreed nor disagreed. In fact, he had considerable leeway in this matter. Wasn't Kutakaki confident he could pass the assessment? Just joined the Navy, yet wants to be a major. Even if you possess vice admiral level strength, that's not acceptable. This is the military. Besides, strength merits are equally important. If it weren't for the world government's interference, the Navy would still be very pure. Of course, if Kutakaki had admiral level strength, then it would be a different story. To become a major. Sure. At that time, he would just arrange for Kutakaki to face an opponent he couldn't defeat. The 3 admirals would surely be inappropriate, as it would seem like bullying, but there are still the candidates for Admiral Momonosuke and Trafalgar. Since Carp hadn't returned to headquarters, Sengoku also didn't know Kutakaki's true strength. In Sengoku's eyes, Kutakaki's strength should currently be at the level of a vice admiral in the Navy, and the 2 candidate admirals Momonosuke and Trafalgar would definitely be able to suppress him. The 2 were in the office having just completed a dirty power transaction. It was then that Sengoku had someone bring over the information card allowing Kituju to obtain an identity as a Navy subordinate. After Kituju filled out the information card, Sengoku casually took it. However, upon a closer look, he discovered a major problem. Name: Kituju, born year 1488 of the Ocean calendar, born in year 1488 of the Ocean calendar. Seeing this, Sengoku was stunned. If he remembered correctly, this year was year 1503 of the ocean calendar, right? That means this kid is only 15 years old and not even 16. Sengoku looked at Kituju suspiciously. Did you fill in the age section incorrectly? If you were born in year 1488 of the ocean calendar, that would only make you 15 this year. I did not fill it in incorrectly. I was indeed born in year 1488 of the ocean calendar, and I am currently 15 years old, Kituju said, shrugging casually. He had no intention of hiding it. He had this talent, and given a few more years, he would not fear anyone except the hidden boss Lord M. Sengoku still could not believe it. What kind of child grows to 2 meters and 5 centimeters at 15? Well, it's not impossible in the pirate world. But what kind of child is a sword master at 15 and has mastered advanced armament hockey? Surely this isn't a joke. Sengoku still remembered that the intel from the East Blue stated that he was a top sword master. He mastered advanced armament hockey. It's not that Sengoku couldn't believe it. The reality of this matter was just too exaggerated. Currently, in the Navy training camp, there were no 15-year-olds participating in training. If you suddenly told them there was a 15-year-old rear admiral here, a 15-year-old with such strength, who would believe that? Would Sengoku believe it? Of course, if Kituju had eaten a devil fruit with overwhelming powers, it wouldn't be completely impossible. However, Kituju is a sword master. He is not a devil fruit user. A pure swordsmanship expert with such strength at this age is something Sengoku really cannot imagine. Sengoku thought about when he himself was at his peak. Now at Sixtitwo, it seemed he only reached his peak in his 50s. If this information is true, this kid might not just be a monster. Sengoku looked again at the information card filled out by Kituju, not bothering to verify its authenticity, and picked up a den mushi, ordering the Navy scientific team to send an expert over immediately. While waiting for the scientific team, Sengoku pointed at the information card and asked Kituju, "You said you are from the East Blue. Why didn't you fill in the specific address? And who are your parents? Who taught you swordsmanship?" Kituju casually replied, "I am from the East Blue, specifically from Rogue Town. My parents died when I was very young, killed by pirates. That's also the reason I went to the Rogue Town Navy base to check the records and hunt down East Blue pirates. As for who my swordsmanship teacher is, I can't tell you, Admiral Sengoku. I don't want you to disturb his current life, but I can assure you he has nothing to do with pirates. If Admiral Sengoku insists on digging deeper, I am not necessarily joining the Navy." Upon hearing this, Sengoku had nothing to say. If Kituju's information is true and he really is only 15, then Sengoku believed that no one would foolishly deliver such a genius into the Navy's hands. Moreover, strictly speaking, Kituju should have been forcibly recruited by the Navy. Thinking this, Sengoku began to hypothesize. Assuming Kituju's information is true, a 15-year-old rear admiral strength. Could he reach admiral level strength by 20? Or perhaps he could achieve admiral level strength by 25. What about when Kituju reaches 30 or 40? Will he become the second Rocks D. Zebek, or will he surpass the previous generation's overlord of the seas Rocks? If Kituju can maintain this pace of growth and continue to improve, could he become the man to end this era? At this moment, Sengoku, a strategic genius of the Navy, thought of many things. With his face flushed red, Sengoku dared not think any further. The more he imagined, the more he feared that his meager loyalty to the world government would soon vanish. Thinking of this, Sengoku suddenly looked at Kituju and said, "Pull out a hair for me." Kituju raised an eyebrow, guessing what this old man's intentions might be. Without refusal, Kituju promptly plucked a hair and handed it to Sengoku. After receiving the hair, Sengoku said, "You wait for me here for a moment." After saying this, Sengoku swiftly left the office. About half an hour later, Sengoku returned, his face glowing red. He tossed a new identification document to Kituju. "Memorize this. This is your new identity, and you are from the East Blue. Also, from now on, tell others you are 25. Furthermore, you should avoid revealing your true age. It might cause some unnecessary trouble in the future." Sengoku spoke these words with utmost seriousness. His action was also a precaution, since having such strength at 15 was indeed quite exaggerated. Who knows if Kituju will reach admiral level strength when he is 18 or 20. If his true age is known to the outside world, by then the world government might not be able to sit still. Kituju nodded casually, saying, "Sigh. It's not easy to come to the Navy headquarters without a place to settle down." Sengoku waved his hand and said, "From now on you will live at my place. You are my distant nephew from the East Blue." Kituju. This old man's mood changes really fast. In reality, Sengoku was doing this to observe this extraordinarily talented young man closely and assess his character. After all, time reveals a person's true nature, and Sengoku did not wish to end up training an ambitious individual. That night at Sengoku's villa in the Navy headquarters, Sengoku stared in disbelief at Kituju. He saw Kituju casually tear off the cast from his leg and bounce around to stretch his body. Kituju, no more pretending. "I'm revealing my hand. I've been fine for a long time." Sengoku. The next day, news about Admiral Sengoku finally finding the nephew he had been searching for in the East Blue spread throughout the entire Navy headquarters. In no time, various versions of rumors and gossip began to circulate. The naval training camp sat on the eastern outer flank of the naval headquarters close to the shoreline. Jiu Tiaoju lay long hanging at his waist, followed a soldier from headquarters to the grounds. The soldier pointed at Jiu Tiaoju and said, "Instructor Zifa, this is a new recruit sent here by Marshal Zhangguo." A towering muscular man with spiky purple hair stood there, arms folded across his chest and dark sunglasses shading his eyes. He gave a cool nod, but paid the two no mind, his face stern as he berated the recruits before him. "Simoj, how have you been training your iron block? Do you think your smoke fruit makes you extraordinary? That may be enough for the 4Cs, but once you enter the Grand Line, do you imagine the enemies you meet will still be those who cannot even wield haki? And you, Tina, you share the same flaw as Simoj. I will say it again, devil fruits are not invincible. Physical strength and haki are the foundation. Now, all recruits right face. This morning's task: run 30 laps around headquarters. The last 10, add 10 more." The trainees cried out in protest. This will kill us. Instructor Zifa." A chorus of wails rose up from the camp. 50 laps. Zifa bellowed, and the place fell silent for a heartbeat before the trainees, as if injected with adrenaline, surged forward one after another in a frantic rush. At that moment, Zifa turned his gaze to Jiu Tiaoju. A flash of displeasure crossed his eyes. Another recruit brought in through connections. But seeing Jiu Tiao just hulking frame, Zifa suppressed his impatience and coldly said, "Aren't you a recruit? Why are you not running?" "I do not wish to repeat myself." Jiu Tiaoju opened his mouth as if to speak, then fell silent, finally surging forward with all his might to the front of the line. Mashio, hanging at the very rear, felt a gust rush past. In an instant, the figure had shot to the head of the group. Before he could blink, even Jiu Tiao's taillight was out of sight. Mashio thought he must be imagining things. A few minutes later, another gale swept past him. What the hell? Am I being lapped? An hour and a half later, Jiu Tiaoju arrived before Zifa without a flushed face or a gasp for breath. He saluted and said, "Report, instructor. I have finished my run." Several recruits, still circling nearby, were speechless. What kind of monster was this? How many times had he lapped them? Zifa regarded Jiu Tiaoju. A glint passed across his eyes, and he nodded with approval. "Corporal, state your name." "My name is Jiu Tiaoju, Instructor Zifa," he replied, neither humble nor arrogant. For him, this amount of training was barely a warm-up. Jiu Tiaoju had conditioned his body by training in the deep sea, using the crushing pressure to temper his flesh. That was his method. Other masters of physical arts had their own approaches. No ordinary human could store oxygen throughout the body as he did, and thus plunge into the deep for training. Zifa continued, "Very well, go rest to the side." Having spoken, Zifa looked at the running trainees and shouted, "Are you all useless? Letting a newcomer lap you so many times. The last 20, add 20 more laps." The pink-haired straggler muttered weakly, 70 laps. Tina will break. Simoj, in the middle of the formation, looked somewhat pale. In raw combat terms, no one in this intake could match him. None of the recruits had mastered armament haki, and his natural smoke fruit made him near invincible. No trainee could harm him, so Simoj often took Zifa's drills lightly. In pure physical fitness, he ranked only in the middle of the camp. Simoj did not much care. Even so, he believed none of this cohort stood a chance of surpassing him. Until today, when a physical prodigy like Jiu Tiaoju appeared. Simog's competitive spirit was slowly kindled. 2 hours later, recruits began to finish their laps. One by one, they trickled in until only 20 remained, still undergoing extra training. Tina was among them. Zifa did not wait. He ordered the assistant instructor, Major General Diazi, to keep watch over those who had not finished. Shortly after, Zifa led Jiu Tiaoju and the others who had finished to another indoor training ground. Zifa stood in the clearing at the center of the crowd, cast a glance at Jiu Tiaoju, then addressed the dozens of naval trainees. "Everyone sit down. Today we will once again discuss methods for training the iron block." No sooner had Zifa finished than the troublemaker, Simoj, frowned and rose. "Instructor Zifa, you have taught iron block for over a week now. Can we do something else today? I want to learn the use of the lawn kick first." Seeing Simoj take the lead, several others stood and cried, "Yes. Yes, Instructor Zifa. We have mastered iron block already. Can we change?" Hearing this, Zifa folded his arms and snorted coldly. "Simoj, do you think your iron block is well trained? And you, Feng Yuehan Duo Nguyen and Ilair, do you think your iron block is well trained? If you believe your iron block is well trained, come up and prove it." Zifa's cold, severe gaze pierced through his sunglasses and swept the troublemakers. Where his sight fell, the troublemakers one by one wilted. Zifa snorted again, then turned his attention to the bystander. "Jiu Tiaoju. You? Yes, you. The one who just arrived today. Stop hiding. Come out." Zifa ordered, pointing at Jiu Tiaoju. Jiu Tiaoju stepped forward with resignation, having already drawn attention once he truly did not desire more. Instructor Zifa, is there something you need? He asked, scratching his head in puzzlement. You have a fine physique. Come assist me and give everyone a demonstration, Zifa said. As he spoke, Zifa pulled off his shirt. Seeing this, Jiu Tiaoju had no choice but to step up to the center of the stage. A brief gleam flashed across Zifa's muscular body as he turned to Jiu Tiaoju and said, draw your sword, Corporal. Attack me, full strength. Jiu Tiaoju slowly drew the lei long at his waist. Of course, he was not so foolish as to rush him blindly. Had he launched a full-force assault and Zifa not employed armament hockey, relying only on iron block to parry, Jiu Tiaoju feared a single slash might truly have split Zifa apart. After all, iron block was famed for withstanding everything except bullets. And in the world of pirates, bullets were among the least damaging of attacks. Instructor Zifa, be careful. Jiu Tiaoju warned, then sword in hand, charged at Zifa. The howling sound generated by the thunder dragon was akin to the wrath of thunder itself. Zifa's expression changed instantly. This kid was a bit unusual. The purple-black armed hockey was already subtly manifesting. The thunder dragon struck solidly against Zifa's chest. The immense impact sent the unsuspecting Zifa skidding back for several dozen meters along the ground until he crashed through the surrounding wall, flying out into the open. In the next moment, Zifa, with his upper body bare, had regained his balance and swiftly returned to the training ground, staring at Jiu Tiaoju in disbelief. You little brat, you're a swordsman who has mastered advanced armed hockey. Jiu Tiaoju innocently nodded and quickly explained, Instructor Zifa, you can't blame me. I was already holding back my strength while cutting. Upon hearing this, Zifa fell silent for a moment before looking at the group of naval cadets, his gaze revealing disappointment. You all can train freely today. After saying this, Zifa beckoned Jiu Tiaoju with his finger. You little brat, come with me. After the two left, the remaining cadets were left dumbfounded. A swordsman who has mastered advanced armed hockey is going to train with them a bunch of rookies who haven't even grasped hockey. In the Navy, the sequence of training is: you polish your body until it far exceeds the strength of an ordinary person. At this point, you can be called an elite Navy capable of serving as a lieutenant. Then select promising newcomers to come to the Navy training camp for further studies, learning how to utilize the 6 styles. Generally, the Navy soldiers attending the training camp can learn 1 or 2 of the 6 styles. At this point, their strength is already sufficient to qualify as school-level officers across the seas. Among them, iron block is a key focus. This is because mastering iron block will make it much easier for you to unlock armed hockey, which is one of the main reasons why many choose to major in iron block. Of course, it cannot be denied that some people are truly afraid of death. Through training with iron block, one can gradually unlock armed hockey, and once armed hockey is refined to a certain level, they can possess strength sufficient for at least the rank of major. However, now among this group that hasn't even perfected iron block, suddenly a swordsman who has mastered advanced armed hockey joins them. It is known that swordsmen are renowned for their formidable combat abilities, and coupled with advanced armed hockey, this strength is likely not weak even among the rear admirals. And now a newcomer with rear admiral strength is competing on the same stage with them. Who wouldn't be confused among this group of cadets? At this moment, all the cadets understood. Another monster of the 3 admirals' caliber was about to emerge in the Navy. Tina, feeling weak all over, followed the cadets ahead like a stiff corpse entering the indoor training hall. Tina wants to know where Instructor Zifa, when isn't he teaching the 6 styles today? Tina approached a familiar female cadet, curiously asking. Sarah turned her head, her eyes filled with gossip, and eagerly shared the recent events with Tina. How is that possible? Tina really can't believe that such a powerful swordsman would come to participate in the cadet training camp. The pink-haired girl, Tina said, wide-eyed. This adorable expression only left the nearby male cadets momentarily stunned. Tina is so beautiful, said Cadet A. If only he could marry me, said Cadet B. What are you dreaming about? Tina is mine, said Cadet Flathead, throwing a punch in disagreement. Smoker looked at these clowns with disdain, lighting 2 cigars and putting them in his mouth. Yet in Smoker's heart, he couldn't help but recall the scene that had just unfolded. I'm mocking them, but in his eyes, am I not also a clown? Smoker thought, feeling somewhat gloomy at this moment. And from that day on, even though Jiu Tiaoju didn't actively do anything, Smoker still recognized himself. He gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Navy headquarters, the West Coast, a place rarely visited where the training of rank officers takes place. At this moment, a pair of opponents who exceeded the upper limit of strength here had arrived. The somewhat weakened former Admiral Zifa versus Jiu Tiaoju, accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds. 2 hours later, the fierce battle had to come to an end. Jiu Tiaoju, having exerted 80% of his strength, admitted defeat. It wasn't that he didn't want to give his all, but the training ground had been damaged. His hard strength was inferior to Zai Fa's, making it naturally impossible for him to control the situation as Zai Fa did. Many of Zhou Tiao just slashes aimed at Zai Fa ended up striking the surrounding land, and the once flat training ground had been plowed by Zhou Tiao just flying slashes. Looking at Zhou Tiao Ju, who was slightly panting, Zai Fa smiled cheerfully and said, "Not bad, really not bad. Your haki is solid, your swordsmanship is proficient, and your body control is perfect. Not only can each strike mobilize all the strength of your body, but the power between each sword move can also form an increment. Kid, how old are you? How did you achieve this?" Zhou Tiao Ju smiled and said, "Actually, it's not that impressive, Instructor Zai Fa. I'm already 25 this year." Zai Fa nodded in satisfaction. 25 is not old. Back then, when the three admirals were 25, they didn't possess the strength of Zhou Tiao Ju. Zai Fa was confident that he could add another admiral-level combat force to the Navy. This was Zai Fa's public ambition, but he also had a private wish. That is to have Zhou Tiao Ju, a swordsman who relies purely on physique and swordsmanship, help him teach a lesson to the current three admirals when his strength is sufficient in the future. These three are all fruit users. At the same time, it is also to tell the three admirals that Zai Fa is indeed correct. Haki and physique are the future. Although these three were all taught by Zai Fa, he really did not want to admit this. After all, they had always been fighting using their fruit abilities, which was the greatest insult to him. Black Arm Zai Fa, a pure physical master, taught three fruit users. Oh, what does that mean? Is what he taught them inferior to the power of the devil fruit? In Zai Fa's eyes, those who eat the devil fruit are all on the wrong path. Only those who rely on their own haki and physique are on the right path. And Zhou Tiao Ju perfectly embodies these points besides being a swordsman. However, this is not considered a flaw. As for whether Zhou Tiao Ju can defeat the three admirals in the future, Zai Fa had no doubt at all. In his eyes, only those who train haki and physique to their peak deserve to be called the strongest. Sorry, something significant happened today that affected the author. There will be no updates today, though I'll write a bit more tomorrow. Please use your little hands to click for updates. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford within the training camp on the East Bank, Zephyr was giving special lessons to Kyudo. He was demonstrating the techniques of the Marine 6 powers in succession, starting with one of them, Soru. In just an instant, within approximately 0.36 seconds, Zephyr's feet repeatedly struck the ground at high speed for dozens of times, the explosive reaction force propelling his tall figure into an extremely swift movement. This extreme explosive speed left no trace on the retinas of ordinary people. Did you see it clearly? Zephyr slowed down and demonstrated the use of Soru a few more times. Kyudo, who had already sensed everything, nodded as he meticulously observed Zephyr's blood flow and then mentally simulated the technique several times. After a moment, Kyudo spoke up, "I've learned it, Instructor Zephyr." Give it a try." Zephyr nodded, not overly surprised as Kyudo's physique had already met the standards. Being able to use Soru after just one demonstration was not too difficult. It was just that he previously didn't know how to use Soru. Many powerful pirates had managed to learn the Marines' 6 powers in this way. As Kyudo lightly tapped his foot, his figure seemed to transform into a quick flash of light, continuously appearing and disappearing in the spacious training ground. Swish, 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 swish. The figure of Kyudo, invisible to ordinary people, was easily perceived by Zephyr, the former Marine admiral, who nodded as he sensed Kyudo's form with his observation haki. Talent is truly a dish served by the heavens. Some trainees take a year to learn Soru, while for others, it's just a simple technique that can be grasped at a glance. However, at this moment, Kyudo furrowed his brows and stopped, appearing somewhat dissatisfied. To be honest, the explosive speed of his Soru was still slower than his thunder-breathing third-form thunderclap. Kyudo couldn't help but imagine in his mind, what if he combined these two techniques? Yet the third-form thunderclap also required precise footwork, which conflicted somewhat with Soru. Improving Soru would require time for research, but Kyudo wasn't in a hurry. There were still many days ahead. Seeing Kyudo stop, Zephyr finally spoke. "All right, there's nothing wrong with Soru. If you want to go faster, you should practice on your own at your own pace. Next, we will learn one of the 6 powers, Jeppo, which is also an advanced technique of Soru. I believe this shouldn't be too difficult for you." With that, Zephyr began his demonstration. He leapt off the ground, his feet resembling jet propulsion devices, propelling his body upward at an incredible speed. Jeppo is a technique that uses powerful leg strength to step on the air, generating a strong force of levitation, allowing humans to run and jump freely in the sky. However, using Jeppo consumes a lot of stamina, so those with insufficient physical strength cannot stay in the air for too long. As Kyudo perceived Zephyr's steps in the sky, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind once again. Since Jeppo allows for rapid steps in the air, what if he combined Jeppo with the method of compressing air? In the world of Demon Slayer, Kyudo had learned a method of compressing air to perform air slash from the upper rank 3 Akaza, similar to the Raging Foot technique in this pirate world, which also involves compressing air to execute an air slash. However, in the pirate world, it is an air slash delivered through a kick. What if he combined the techniques of Raging Foot and Jeppo? Would it be more efficient? For others, even having such outlandish ideas would be hard to experiment with. After all, both techniques have been inherited for many years in the pirate world and have undergone countless improvements. How easy would it be to combine them? However, for Kyudo, these were not problems. This was all thanks to the existence of the infinite simulator. In countless experiments, he could always find some things that could mutually validate each other. Half a month later, Kyudo, with his eyes covered, stood in the center of the trainees and said to his fellow trainees, "You can come at me together, I won't fight back. Just using Soru and Jeppo, if you touch me it counts as my loss." However, surprisingly, Kyudo's boastful statement did not provoke any dissent. Even Smoker, who usually played the rebel, did not respond. What was this person thinking? He had already awakened observation haki, yet pretended to be blindfolded. Was he just playing with them? Seeing no one paying attention to him, Kyudo reluctantly took off his blindfold. He looked around at his fellow trainees with boredom. This delay was way too fast. He hadn't even started to exert himself yet. At that moment, Zephyr walked in. Kyudo immediately obediently returned to his position. Today, Zephyr's teaching content was one of the 6 powers iron block, which was also the skill Kyudo needed the least among the 6 powers. His armament haki had already been cultivated to flowing cherry, and he was still practicing iron block. Wasn't that just pointless? The teaching of iron block was quite boring for him. Kyudo sat in the audience, squinting his eyes, starting a segment of virtual fighting game in his mind with Zephyr as the chosen opponent. After a while, Tina, who was sitting next to Kyudo, poked his shoulder with her finger. Tina, what's up?" Kyudo interrupted, turned his head to look at the pink-haired girl. "Tina is reminding you that Instructor Zephyr has looked at you several times," Tina said, seriously blinking her big eyes. "Oh, thank you, Tina," Kyudo casually replied, and then continued to drift away in his thoughts. Tina, looking at Instructor Zephyr, who frequently glanced over here but did not stop his teaching. Tina couldn't help but think, could it be that good grades truly allow one to do as they please? Alright, that's it for today. With Instructor Zephyr's words, the trainees of the training camp began to leave the training ground, while Kyudo came to the center of the field. Now was the training time for this special trainee. With Instructor Zephyr personally accompanying him, it wasn't a battle. This place was too small for them to fight. It was simply to refine his techniques of Shuinpa and Kongbu. White clouds drifted peacefully in the sky. Yet in the next moment, accompanied by a tremendous roar, a golden streak of light pierced through the clouds, at an incredible speed, vanishing from sight. Upon closer inspection, this streak of light, accompanied by the roar, contained a figure running through the sky. As Judiao-ju ran, he pondered to himself, the air step created by combining the gale foot and moon step indeed allows for greater speed, but it also consumes more stamina. Even if I use the breathing technique simultaneously, I can only maintain this pace for about 6 hours. However, the sensation of high-speed flight is truly exhilarating. Feeling a bit fatigued, Judiao-ju finally turned around and headed towards the Navy headquarters Marine Fort. Half a year later, as time flowed on, some events in the Navy training camp gradually became known to the Navy at headquarters. People were saying that this year's training camp had recruited a monster comparable to the 3 legendary admirals of the past. Moreover, this monster was a swordsman who had not consumed any devil fruits. At this time, Judiao-ju's reputation within the Navy had already resembled that of a great admiral and a future successor. However, there were rumors that he was the illegitimate son of Admiral Sengoku, and that all the tales of his monster-like prowess were merely fabrications concocted so that Sengoku's child could smoothly ascend to power. Thus, within the Navy, many mid to high-ranking officers unaware of the truth harbored ill feelings towards him. Combelt Gateway of Justice. At this moment, a high-ranking Navy warship was slowly passing through the towering Gateway of Justice. On the deck of the warship stood an exceptionally tall female naval officer draped in the Navy's justice cloak with a long, narrow blade at her waist. As the perspective gradually drew closer, one could see that this female naval officer had long, flowing black wavy hair and a stunningly beautiful face adorned with bright, piercing eyes. However, what caught the most attention was her explosive figure hidden beneath a pink neck outfit along with the intricate black spider tattoo etched on her thigh, making her slender long legs impossible to ignore. Given all these features, the identity of this female naval officer was already evident. Yes, she was none other than one of the Navy's 2 candidate admirals, Peach Rabbit Ji Yuan. At the Navy headquarters Marine Fort, as Peach Rabbit's warship slowly approached the port. At the edge of the Navy, port, a middle-aged man with an unremarkable appearance was holding flowers, eagerly waiting for the warship to dock. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, it's Vice Admiral Kaji. "He seems to be waiting for us," said Peach Rabbit's aide Franda, pointing at Vice Admiral Kaji on the shore. However, her tone revealed a thick layer of schadenfreude. Upon hearing this, Peach Rabbit immediately widened her striking eyes and shot a fierce glare at her aide, but ultimately sighed and said, "Help me send him away." Franda giggled softly. "Hee, that won't do. I can't interrupt Vice Admiral Kaji's 48th confession to you, Peach Rabbit." Just then, as the ship docked, the already impatient Kaji leaped onto the deck of the warship. With both hands raised holding a bouquet of white flowers, Kaji knelt on one knee and earnestly proclaimed, "Ji Yuan, you are like this bouquet of white flowers in my hands. Pure and radiant. From the very first moment I saw you many years ago, I realized I was uncontrollably in love with you. Marry me, Peach Rabbit." However, before Kaji could finish his sentence, Peach Rabbit, unable to contain herself, kicked Kaji away, sending him flying straight into the distant sea. What remained was the bouquet of flowers scattered across the deck, still recounting the tale. A sycophant meets a bitter end. The author over the past 2 days couldn't help but play the sycophant wanting to die. "Let's go." Ji Yuan emotionlessly led the ship, full of naval soldiers, down from the warship. Due to Roger's last words before his death, the pressure on the Grand Line increased tremendously. Facing the endless tide of pirates, the Navy's burden was indeed significant. Ji Yuan had not returned to headquarters for nearly a year. During this nearly year-long period, she had been patrolling the South Sea and the segment of the Grand Line for which she was responsible. Only recently was she called back by headquarters while Kaji was rotated to her previous position. What Ji Yuan did not know was that all of this was quietly orchestrated by Kaji. Kaji couldn't bear to let Ji Yuan drift on the sea while he had to remain stationed at the Navy headquarters due to orders from above. Watching Ji Yuan swiftly depart the port with her long, exquisite legs, Kaji felt an immense sense of relief. He softly murmured, "Ji Yuan, take some time to rest." Sycophants meet bitter ends as students do not follow this example. In the Navy's East Coast cafeteria, Judieo Ju was currently enjoying his meal. He had sampled dishes from all 4 cafeterias of the Navy. However, if he had to choose his favorite, it would undoubtedly be the East Coast cafeteria. Not only were there unlimited supplies of grilled sea king meat, but there were also fresh orange juices made from the special oranges transported from the East Sea, tasting just like the oranges he secretly ate in the East Sea back in the day. Just as he was eating, the previously noisy cafeteria suddenly fell silent. Judieo Ju frowned, wiping his mouth with a napkin. He disliked being disturbed while eating. Without turning around, Judieo Ju spoke with a somewhat harsh tone. "Ghost Spider, I don't have time to deal with you right now. If you want to fight, just wait for me at the training ground." Upon hearing this, Ghost Spider's lips curled into a cruel smile. Oh! In the next moment, 2 long knives came crashing down onto Judieo Ju's table. Clang! The unsheathed Thunder Dragon had already firmly held the long knives that Ghost Spider swung down. Sigh! Judieo Ju let out a light sigh, feeling an uncontrollable surge of anger welling up inside him. The reason for their enmity was quite simple. That day, while Judieo Ju was training by the beach, he happened to be spotted by Ghost Spider, who then attacked him without a word. As fellow swordsman, Judieo Ju could understand if Ghost Spider wanted to spar, but he should at least greet him first instead of attacking directly. Last time he had let it slide for Admiral Akina's sake, merely giving Ghost Spider a light lesson, but this guy truly did not know what was good for him. Does he not see the disparity in their strengths? Sycophants meet bitter ends truly. Kyuto Kaki controlled the Thunder Dragon in his hand, lifting the 2 long swords that had been resting on the blade of the Thunder Dragon. With a cold gaze, he looked at the Ghost Spider and said, "This is your own doing. I hope you won't regret it later. You want to fight, huh? Then come on." As soon as he finished speaking, Kyuto Kaki transformed into a streak of light and appeared outside the cafeteria on the eastern shore of the Navy. With a step in the air, Kyuto Kaki leaped towards the sky above the Navy headquarters at Marineford. The Ghost Spider looked at Kyuto Kaki's retreating figure with a cold gaze. He acknowledged that Kyuto Kaki was indeed powerful, but the reason he lost so decisively a few days ago was not without cause. How could he, an 8-sword-style swordsman, unleash his full strength with only 2 swords? Being overwhelmed by a student who hasn't even graduated, he as a vice admiral couldn't lose face. Thinking of this made the Ghost Spider even angrier. Using one of the advanced skills of the Navy's 6 forms, life restoration, he manipulated his long hair to form 6 black arms, drawing out the remaining 6 long swords strapped to his back. The 8-sword-style swordsman, Ghost Spider, completed. Stepping on the moonwalk, the Ghost Spider gripped the 8 long swords tightly and closely followed Kyuto Kaki into the sky above the headquarters. Meanwhile, inside the Navy headquarters, the admirals who had mastered the observation haki raised their heads in unison to look towards the sky. At the residence of Vice Admiral Crane within the Navy headquarters, Tao Rabbit Ji Yuan curiously turned to her side, looking at the half-white-haired Sister Crane. and asked Sister Crane, "Is this the new generation monster student you mentioned just now?" "Yes." Vice Admiral Crane nodded after sipping her cup of black tea. "Don't underestimate him, Ji Yuan. I can assure you that the ghost spider is not his match." Oh. Ji Yuan was somewhat skeptical, knowing the strength of the ghost spider. Could this student, who hadn't even graduated, really be that powerful? Vice Admiral Crane shook her head, not explaining further, and softly said, "You'll know if you keep watching." In fact, if it weren't for Crane having met Carp during the latter half of the Grand Line in the New World before returning to the headquarters, she wouldn't have known that this young man was already powerful enough to rival Ji Yuan and Kaji. After all, this was a certification from Carp, and Crane certainly wouldn't doubt the strength of her longtime friend. Moreover, more than half a year had passed, and no one could say for sure what level Kutakaki had reached. Crane's words piqued Ji Yuan's curiosity. She couldn't help but think to herself, as a swordsman, Sister Crane says you're stronger than the ghost spider. Then how would you compare to me? What would happen? The ghost spider is among the top 5 in combat power among more than 20 vice admirals in the Navy. Moreover, he is a bona fide hawkish leader. Speaking of which, it must be mentioned that there are 3 major factions among the current admirals. They are led by the 3 current admirals. The first is the hawkish faction, led by Admiral Akainu. The second is the dovish faction, led by Admiral Akiji. And the last one, though they usually don't communicate, is implicitly represented by Admiral Kizaru, the fish faction. This fish refers to both salted fish and slacking off, primarily characterized by being wage thieves, parasites of the world government and allies of the Revolutionary Army who are unaware of their existence. The hawkish faction, as their name suggests, is particularly harsh towards pirates, believing it is better to kill the wrong person than to let one escape. Most members of this faction are cruel by nature. To eliminate pirates and the enemies of the world government, they can even harm civilians. They are the sharpest sword in the hands of the world government. In contrast, the dovish faction, led by Admiral Akiji, occupies a middle ground between the hawkish and fish factions. They are dedicated to apprehending pirates, but at the same time, in their hearts, they have their own sense of bottom line and justice, taking it upon themselves to maintain peace and order in the pirate world. They do not fully endorse the actions of the world government. Returning to the Ghost Spider. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider is proficient in the Navy's 6 forms and is also a highly skilled and formidable swordsman. Coincidentally, the Ghost Spider has also comprehended an advanced skill, life restoration, from one of the 6 forms, which allows him to manipulate his hair, enabling him to fight using 8 long swords simultaneously. Just imagine the power of slashing out 8 flying cuts in an instant. 8 swordsmen. However, the power brought by the 8 long swords has caused the Ghost Spider to indulge in them, leaving his swordsmanship stuck at a technical level, unable to find his own path in the sword way. Regarding how to break through to the realm of the Grand Swordsman and find his own sword path, the Ghost Spider has always been in a state of confusion. This is one of the reasons why the Ghost Spider enjoys sparring with swordsmen. He wants to find his own path and break through to Grand Swordsman. If he succeeds, there would no longer be just 2 candidates for the Navy's admiral position, but 3. In the high altitude of Marineford, several hundred meters above ground. Slowing down, Kutakaki suddenly turned around and looked down at the Ghost Spider, who was several dozen meters below. The two exchanged glances. Kutakaki's overlooking posture only fueled the already violent temper of the Ghost Spider even more. Why would a training camp student dare to act like this towards him, the Ghost Spider? Looking at the enraged Ghost Spider, Kutakaki raised an eyebrow. He hadn't even used his full strength, yet the Ghost Spider was getting angry for not being able to keep up. At this moment, the Ghost Spider, consumed by rage, just wanted to kill this student who dared to underestimate him. Without any hesitation, the Ghost Spider simultaneously wielded the 8 long swords with all his might and aimed to unleash 8 flying cuts towards Kutakaki above. Kutakaki looked expressionlessly at the Ghost Spider's movements. After activating Infinity, bullying weaker opponents truly left him with no worries. It was really hard for accidents to happen against someone not as strong as him. Kutakaki simply turned his body around, facing the 8 impending cuts. Inhale. As he breathed in through his pores and lungs, Kutakaki once again assumed the posture of the slash he had used countless times before the starting stance of the Iaedo technique. Do you really think I have no temper? Kutakaki intended not only to defeat the Ghost Spider physically today, but also to crush his spirit. He wanted the Ghost Spider to understand today the swordsmanship competition has never been won by quantity. One strike is enough to defeat him. The deep purple-armed haki silently enveloped Kutakaki's right hand. He placed his left hand on the scabbard while gripping the hilt with his right hand remaining still. His body transformed into a streak of lightning, shooting towards the 8 flying cuts of the Ghost Spider in an instant. Thunder breathing, first form, armed, thunder flash. The Thunder Dragon was instantly unsheathed. In the blink of an eye, the long sword Thunder Dragon effortlessly passed through the 8 cuts, and Kakaki's figure appeared behind the ghost spider. Slowly sheathing the thunder dragon, Kakaki didn't even glance at the ghost spider behind him. He merely adjusted his body angle and sped towards the Navy headquarters below. In the next second, the 8 long swords in the ghost spider's hands that were still suspended in the air instantly shattered. A jagged wound from the left shoulder to the right abdomen sprayed blood wildly, and the already severely injured ghost spider, having lost strength, began to fall slowly towards the ground. With the pull of gravity and the influence of acceleration, the ghost spider's falling speed increased. Even his intestines, accompanied by bright red blood, were dragged out of his body. Various unidentified substances already digested and undigested began to spray out continuously from the wound in the ghost spider's intestines. This extremely appetizing scene also startled the onlookers at the Navy headquarters. Vice Admiral Squirrel was the first to react, rushing towards the direction of the falling ghost spider while shouting loudly to his colleagues behind him, "Hurry! We have to catch the ghost spider. If he falls from this height, he'll die." As a group of Vice Admirals hurriedly rushed to save him, a true flash of yellow light suddenly appeared beside the falling body of the ghost spider. With a lecherous appearance and wearing sunglasses, Admiral Kizaru leaned forward with his hands in his pockets to examine the ghost spider. Difficult to describe, yellow-green and red unidentified substances mixed all over him. Kizaru felt a bit conflicted. Just moments ago, the 3 admirals had been watching this brief duel between Swordsman in Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office. To be honest, Kakaki had astonished all 3 of them, including Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The true strength that Kakaki displayed clearly showed a gap between him and vice admirals, yet he still fell short of admirals. In general, the Navy headquarters would bestow the title of candidate admiral to Navy leaders with such strength. This level of power is currently only found in 3 individuals in the entire Navy: Tao Rabbit, Ji Yuan, T Pig Kaji, and the last of the 3, Vice Admiral Crane. However, if anyone was most shocked to learn that Kakaki had the strength of a candidate admiral, it was undoubtedly Fleet Admiral Sengoku himself. After all, only Sengoku knows Kakaki's true age. It should be noted that Kakaki is only 16 years old now. Last year's 15-year-old Vice Admiral was already shocking enough to Sengoku, and now at 16, he possesses the strength of a candidate admiral. What about next year? The year after that? At this moment, Sengoku fell into deep thought, completely forgetting about the ghost spider. Fortunately, Akainu, the admiral who is the ghost spider's superior, did not plan to abandon this little brother who brought him shame. However, Sengoku's office is somewhat distant from the eastern shore, and the ghost spider's falling speed is quick. Akainu was not confident that he could reach the vicinity to rescue the ghost spider before he landed, so he asked Admiral Kizaru for help. Watching the filthy ghost spider about to fall to the ground, Kizaru finally made his choice. "Have you ever tried being kicked away at the speed of light?" After saying his catchphrase, Kizaru decisively kicked out. A foot glowing with golden light expertly kicked the ghost spider in the side, sending him straight into the arms of Vice Admiral Squirrel. Vice Admiral Squirrel and the group of Vice Admirals behind him. At this moment, our instigator Kakaki was completely oblivious to the shocking events of the day. After landing, he headed straight for the Eastern Shore cafeteria. He hadn't finished his lunch yet, and the interruption caused by the ghost spider was one of the reasons he was in such a hurry to return. While eating, if he sees something unsightly, it might spoil his appetite. Although he had already seen a bit in Infinity, he managed to close it in time, so the impact on his appetite wasn't significant. At Vice Admiral Crane's residence, she took down the Justice cloak from the coat rack, and along with Ji Yuan headed towards Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office building. Today's conflict had become more complicated due to the ghost spider's serious injuries. They are the Navy, and the Navy has strict regulations. If the ghost spider and Kakaki had merely exchanged pointers, no one would bother with this trivial matter. But now the situation had escalated. As a vice admiral, the ghost spider had almost been killed, which was enough to create a significant impact within the Navy. After all, vice admirals are not common. There are only about 20 in the entire Navy, and the ghost spider is one of the strong ones. Not to mention the rest. What will happen to the area of sea that the ghost spider was responsible for patrolling and the Navy base station there? Who will take over? Within the Navy headquarters, there are not many idle vice admirals. These matters need to be dealt with immediately, so, without waiting for Sengoku to send someone to call, Crane took the initiative to head towards the admiral's building with Ji Yuan. Following behind Sister Crane, Ji Yuan silently recalled the extremely brief battle that had just occurred, tightening her grip on the famous sword Kinjuru. If I were to replace the ghost spider, could I block that one strike? Unfortunately, aside from Kakaki, no one could answer Ji Yuan's question. After Vice Admiral Crane and Ji Yuan arrived at Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office, other senior Navy officers still present at the headquarters began to arrive one after another. Sengoku rubbed his forehead and quietly said to the communication soldier beside him, "Go to the Eastern Shore cafeteria and bring that kid over." The communication soldier nodded. As Sengoku's communication soldier, he naturally knew who the admiral was referring to. Who else could it be but Kutakaki, the instigator of today's events, and Sengoku's own nephew? Looking at the young master, Kutakaki, who was leisurely eating grilled sea king meat, the communication soldier couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration in his heart. It's true that having a background is essential in this world. 4,000 words. Give a nudge for an update. I'm writing another chapter. He picked up the napkin on the table and wiped his mouth. Jiu Tiao-ju turned his head and looked at the signalman. "Would you like some? The grilled sea king tonight is really excellent." The signalman hastily waved his hand and said, "I want, young master Jiu Tiao." "Oh no." Realizing his slip, the signalman corrected himself quickly, immediately adding, "Corporal Jiu Tiao-ju, please come with me." Following the signalman into the marshal's office, Jiu Tiao-ju surveyed the room full of senior naval officers. One by one, they were fearsome, muscular men, yet Jiu Tiao-ju showed not the slightest tremor. At nearly 2 meters and 8 tall, he already ranked among the very tallest in that assembly of brutes. Why be afraid? Except for 3 towering figures at the front lounging with legs crossed upon the bench, Admirals Qi Quan Qingji and Huang Yuan. The 3 foremost devil fruit wielders, Qi Quan the embodiment of furious magma, O Qingji the lord of freezing ice, and the sly, golden flashing old man Huang Yuan. After taking a measured glance around the room, Jiu Tiao-ju withdrew his gaze. Truth be told, this was his first time seeing the Navy's 3 supreme combatants in person. Seated side by side, their presence was overwhelming. "Uncle Zhangguo, is there something you need from me?" Jiu Tiao-ju turned and smiled amiably at Marshal Zhangguo. Those present exchanged awkward looks. "We know you two are close, but must it be so blatant? This is the Marshal's office at headquarters." Ahem. Ahem. Zhangguo feigned a cough to cover his embarrassment, then scolded lightly. "Boy, what are you calling out like that? Tell us what happened today. Why did you clash with Vice Admiral Guizhiju?" Hearing this, Jiu Tiao-ju spread his hands helplessly. He truly meant no disrespect. Moreover, Guizhiju had clearly intended to kill today, so why had Jiu Tiao-ju held back? Jiu Tiao-ju proceeded to recount the day's events plainly and honestly. Fortunately, none of the senior naval officers leapt forward to berate Jiu Tiao-ju. The Dovish and the Piscine factions need not be mentioned, those camps wouldn't interfere. Some among them had long disapproved of Guizhiju's conduct. Though Guizhiju belonged to Qi Quan's hawkish faction, Admiral Qi Quan did not call for punishment. Guizhiju had truly brought this upon himself. Besides, Guizhiju had connections and solid backing, and that mattered. At that moment, Chief of Staff Vice Admiral, he rose and addressed the room. "What shall we do about the patrol routes Guizhiju was responsible for? And the G2 branch, who will take over responsibility? The medical department has already reported back. Even to recover Guizhiju will need at least half a year." He still had more to say. Even if Guizhiju regained his body, his combat ability would likely fall several ranks. His injuries were exceedingly severe. Had Jiu Tiao-ju applied more force, Guizhiju's spine would have been utterly severed. The fact that Guizhiju could not sit in a wheelchair was only thanks to Bei Jiapeng Kes black technology. At Vice Admiral He's words, the attending rear admirals exchanged looks, newly astonished by Jiu Tiao-ju's strength. Yet none wanted to volunteer to be the first to guard the Navy base in Guizhiju's stead. Marshal Zhangguo himself was the most vexed. He had the injury report on Guizhiju and had seen Jiu Tiao-ju's current power, enough to be a candidate for admiral. While that was delightful news, Guizhiju was not a trivial loss. The Navy would be down a top-tier combatant. Across the Grand Line, there were 9 class naval branches. A place like the G2 branch, though still in the first half of the Grand Line, paradise, was no place for the faint of heart. Guizhiju had not held out long against Jiu Tiao-ju, but among the Navy's senior officers his strength was nonetheless formidable. None of the present vice admirals fancied themselves stronger than Guizhiju. Vice Admiral Wushu might, but he had an even more pressing duty. The G1 branch occupies a unique position looking across to Navy headquarters and headquarters formed 2 crucial military bases guarding the world government and the Celestial Dragons on Red Line. Because of its strategic importance, only the most powerful vice admirals took turns garrisoning it. Its current commander was Vice Admiral Wushu. Others had their own obligations. With no one speaking, Vice Admiral, his gaze swept the room before settling on Jiu Tiao-ju. After a moment's thought, he suggested, why not let Jiu Tiao-ju take the post? Since it was his quarrel that caused this trouble, let him set it right. Given his strength, he should have no trouble defending the G2 branch. Jiu Tiao-ju could only shake his head helplessly and replied, Vice Admiral, please don't. I'm not even graduated yet. That wouldn't comply with regulations. He truly did not wish to go. Commanding a naval branch was no easy task fighting pirates and maintaining order in the region. He would also have to shield all the world government client states within those waters. Those petty allied states created endless headaches. Managing them would be exhausting. He wanted only to remain at headquarters quietly training and increasing his strength. Besides, someone provided meals and lodging. What more could he ask for? But once he voiced this, several heavyweights began to speak. Chi Quan said calmly, "I agree with Vice Admiral He's proposal." The wily Huang Yuan chimed in playfully, "Oh my, how frightening. Little brother Jiu Tiao is so powerful and still not graduated. Teacher Zhe Fa's instruction must be improving." Of the three admirals, only Qing Ji remained with his eye patch on, eyes closed, giving no opinion. Vice Admiral, he thought for a moment, then turned to his old friend Marshal Zhanghua. "I propose this. The current training class will conclude in only a few months. Why not graduate those whose ability already meets the standard ahead of time? By assigning them to the 4 C's branches, we can ease the burden there. As for Jiu Tiaoju, appoint 2 deputies and have him manage the G2 branch." Vice Admiral He's suggestion struck a chord with Zhanghua. The 4 C's have long been the Navy's bedrock, but in recent years, under the shadow of the pirate king, Roger, disorder has crept in. Sea rovers from the west and north routinely poured into the Grand Line, and even the supposedly calm East Blue had grown restless thanks to a string of inept base commanders in Logtown. But this matter required consulting the training camp's chief instructor, former Admiral Zhe Fa. Before long, Zhe Fa arrived in the office at Zhanggua's summons. At Zhe Fa's entrance, all the senior naval officers rose and greeted in unison, "Instructor Zhe Fa." This was the weight and network Zhe Fa had built after nearly 20 years of nurturing talent at headquarters. Even the 3 current admirals could not avoid showing deference, though Huang Yuan rose with an air of reluctance. Huang Yuan and Chi Quan were of the same cohort. Qing Ji was a few classes younger. Huang Yuan had once been disciplined most harshly by Zhe Fa. In truth, both Qing Ji and Chi Quan possessed formidable physiques and presence, but their devil fruit powers were so dominant, they rarely needed such training. Huang Yuan's glint fruit was frankly a little broken, so he never devoted much effort to bodily strength or haki refinement. Like the old samurai Sogetsu Kenjiro once thought, human energy is finite. If you focus on fruit powers, you cannot fully cultivate body and spirit as well. To Huang Yuan, the natural power of the glint fruit outweighed physical training and haki. Such choices are personal, and because of them, Zhe Fa found it hard to embrace his 3 most outstanding pupils completely. Zhe Fa nodded to the assembly, shot Jiu Tiaoju a sharp glance, and then asked Zhanghua, "What did you call me here for?" Zhanghua did not hide his intent. "Are there many trainees who meet graduation standards now? I plan to graduate those who are capable ahead of schedule." Zhe Fa was silent a moment, then pointed at Jiu Tiaoju and replied, "Aside from this boy, there are a few others who could pass more or less. Si Moj Tina Lu Fu Lan Feng Yuan, Duo Nilwan, and I Lier. These trainees could serve as headquarters level officers." At the mention of Si Moj, Zhangua's eyes brightened. "This Si Moj, is he the one with the smoke fruit?" Zhe Fa nodded expressionlessly. The very mention of devil fruits irked him. 5 days later, outside the naval training camp, Jiu Tiaoju had donned the uniform of a naval commander, a broad cloak emblazoned with the characters "For Justice" draped over his shoulders. It had been less than a year since he arrived at the training camp. Today, he graduated, arguably the fastest to do so. His rapid rise set off a butterfly effect. Si Moj and others of his cohort graduated today as well, though they were granted headquarters-level commissions, while he received something different. Marshal Zhanghua, to his surprise, bestowed upon him the rank of Vice Admiral at headquarters, codenamed Song Long. Jiu Tiaoju had expected a lower rank, like Rear Admiral. But the Vice Admiralcy was not given lightly. He would be assigned the responsibility of the former Gue Zizou's G2 branch and would depart headquarters with little preparation time. Besides, Gue Zizou's previous adjutant Zhanghua also assigned him a new deputy from this training class. A paramecia-type fruit user nicknamed Heiken Tina, the Blackgate, Tina. Standing before the training camp gate, Jiu Tiaoju held a manual on the advanced practice of armament haki and watched instructor Zhe Fa's receding figure, promising silently, "Instructor Zhe Fa, rest assured. I will help prove it. Power forged by human effort will never be weaker than any devil fruit." In that resolute moment, Jiu Tiaoju took another half step toward the realm of the great swordsman. That night, Marshal Zhanghua, making rare time, sat with Jiu Tiaoju and spoke through the small hours. They talked about many things: naval institutions, the present state of the pirate world, then life and ideals. In that hour, Zhanghua spoke like a true elder, carefully imparting life lessons he had learned. As dawn neared, Zhanghua asked his final question, "Little Jiu, what is the justice you believe in?" Jiu Tiaoju smiled. "Is this a naval tradition?" Without hesitation, he replied, "My heart is my deed, clear as a bright mirror. Where so my heart leans, thither go my actions. All that I do is justice. Zhangguo did not entirely grasp the phrase, but liked its ring and asked curiously, what does that mean? Jiu Qiaoju explained matter-of-factly. It means I am the very embodiment of justice. 3 days later, Jiu Qiaoju brought his young deputy, He Qin Tina, aboard the warship of the former Vice Admiral Guizhiju. On the deck, a man in regulation naval uniform wearing round spectacles and with an awkward bearing approached and asked, Vice Admiral Tsang Long, the Guizhiju has been readied. We may sail at any time. This man was another of Jiu Qiaoju's deputies, Amos, whom Zhangguo had left behind to handle the day-to-day affairs of the G2 branch. Amos had been handpicked by Guizhiju with great effort. Though he possessed little combat talent, he excelled at administration. Guizhiju had been a fanatic for training, locking him in a base to deal with paperwork was like killing him softly. Now all such chores were handed to Jiu Qiaoju. Jiu Qiaoju smiled. Amos, we may depart. But from now on, do not call this ship the Guizhiju, call her the Tsang Long. When we reach the branch, have the flags and insignia changed. Amos nodded. Very well, Vice Admiral Tsang Long. If time had permitted, Jiu Qiaoju would have waited for his own commissioned vessel. This decision, however, had been a little rushed. Thus, Jiu Qiaoju, with over 300 men under his command, set course at speed for the G2 naval branch. 3 days later, the Tsang Long ship had entered the waters under the jurisdiction of the G2 branch. Jiu Qiaoju stood at the edge of the Tsang Long ship's deck, boredly fishing for sea fish, while Amos diligently began to introduce the data of the G2 branch. General Tsang Long, the G2 branch, is located within Lioli Island in the first half of the Grand Line, currently housing 6,843 soldiers and 472 support personnel. There are 38 standard military ships and over 2,000 landing vessels primarily responsible for patrolling and capturing pirates in the area, as well as ensuring that the member states of the world government within the area are not disturbed by pirates. There are 56 islands within the G2 branch's jurisdiction, including 16 large islands and 32 medium-sized islands with 4 member states of the world government, including the Morris Kingdom, located on Nira Island. Hearing that he had so many naval soldiers under his command, Jiu Qiaoju was slightly surprised, but the workload was indeed heavy. The area he needed to oversee was quite vast. A week later, the Tsang Long ship slowly docked at the G2 branch's port. Jiu Qiaoju stood on the deck of the Tsang Long ship and looked at the square in front of the port, feeling as if it was about to be filled with soldiers. It was needless to say that these soldiers were definitely here to welcome him, the new leader. Scratching his head, he realized he had never encountered such a grand welcome before, but this feeling seemed quite pleasant. A month later, the Tsang Long ship was conducting its daily patrol tasks within the waters under the jurisdiction of the G2 branch. Jiu Qiaoju had been at the G2 branch for a month. Aside from the food in the base cafeteria not being to his liking, he had adapted well otherwise. He left the clerical work to his first officer, Amos, and now his office on the Tsang Long ship was given to Amos, while other trivial matters were handled by Tina. Every day, Jiu Qiaoju only needed to patrol the waters near the G2 branch with his 2 officers. At this moment, Jiu Qiaoju was wearing sunglasses, lying on the deck of the Tsang Long ship, admiring Tina's beautiful legs while casually sipping orange juice. The pink-haired girl Tina glared at Jiu Qiaoju with a hint of annoyance, thinking why he had to be so blatant in his staring. As they were contemporaries, their relationship was quite good. Although Jiu Qiaoju was now Tina's direct superior, his personality was still quite easygoing, and they interacted like friends. Noticing Tina's gaze, Jiu Qiaoju felt no embarrassment. In fact, his eyes showed no sign of restraint, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Seeing this, the girl rolled her eyes and slowly walked over to Jiu Qiaoju, crossing her arms in front of her chest and leaning down to ask him, "Is Tina pretty?" Jiu Qiaoju straightforwardly nodded, looking directly into her eyes and answering, "Beautiful, Tina." The two of them held eye contact for a moment, and unable to hold her ground, Tina's cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly stood up and turned to look at the sea. Jiu Qiaoju smiled, but said nothing. Was Tina a beauty? Without a doubt. And having such a beauty parading in front of him every day, it would be hard not to develop feelings. Unless he wasn't a man. However, Jiu Qiaoju didn't plan to take any initiative. He would take his time. There was plenty of it. Just then, Amos walked out from the office on the upper deck of the ship. Jiu Qiaoju immediately called out to him, "Amos, you've really worked hard. Have you finished processing the documents? If you have finished, tell me if there are any major pirates in the G2 branch's jurisdiction that you can't handle." Amos thought for a moment before replying, "There are a few minor issues regarding the replacement of old flintlock guns. I'll discuss these with headquarters this afternoon. However, His Majesty the King of the Morris Kingdom has invited you to attend a banquet next week, and this matter requires General Tsang Long to handle personally." Jiu Qiaoju frowned at this and waved his hand, saying, "I don't have time. Please help me decline him." For other matters, just handle them, as before when Ghost Spider was still here. Amos nodded. After a month of interaction, he had come to understand that the new base commander was similar to the previous Ghost Spider, not fond of managing trivial matters. However, it must be said that his predecessor was indeed unpopular. Ghost Spider disregarded the lives of civilians, and even the lives of his naval soldiers in order to kill pirates. Thus, the G2 branch had no significant resistance to the newly arrived commander. Dispelling the thoughts in his mind, Amos continued. According to the latest intelligence from headquarters, there are currently 16 pirate crews, with a total bounty exceeding 50 million berries roaming in the waters under the jurisdiction of the G2 branch. Notably, there are 3 pirate crews with a total bounty exceeding 300 million berries: the Acom pirate crew, the Minsa pirate crew, and the Stevenson pirate crew. Among them, the Acom pirate crew has a total bounty of 360 million berries. The captain is Jack Napier, a paramecia-type user of the scissor fruit, with a bounty of 250 million berries, and the first mate is Harley Quinn, with a bounty of 60 million berries. The Minsa pirate crew has a total bounty of 390 million berries. The captain Elkin Minsa is a Zoan-type user of the gorilla fruit with a bounty of 280 million berries, and the first mate Elkin Pisa is a Zoan-type user of the baboon fruit with a bounty of 80 million berries. The Stevenson pirate crew has a total bounty of 450 million. The captain Emerson Stevenson is a top-tier swordsman proficient in both forms of hockey. His bounty is 380 million berries. There are rumors that Stevenson may also possess Conqueror's hockey, but this news has not yet been confirmed. Otherwise, Stevenson's bounty would likely increase significantly. Hearing this, Jiu Tiao Ju, who had been yawning, suddenly became interested. As for those previous names like Minsa and Acom, what were they even about? Clowns and lowlifes, they hardly piqued his interest. Do you know where this Stevenson is? Jiu Tiao Ju turned to ask Amos. Amos answered without hesitation. The last recorded sighting of Stevenson was 3 days ago, located on Malin Island to the east of the G2 branch. Jiu Tiao Ju nodded. Let's head to Malin Island first. Off the coast of Marin Island in the first half of the Grand Line. The Stevenson pirate crew had just raided a small kingdom nearby, Moa. Naturally, such a minor kingdom possessed neither the wealth nor the means to pay the exorbitant celestial gold tribute, and without fulfilling this obligation, it could not be admitted as a world government allied nation. To the world government, any state unable to remit celestial gold was deemed an illegitimate regime, and its people stripped entirely of basic human rights. For slavers and pirates alike, such illegitimate nations were lawless zones free to plunder without fear of pursuit or bounty from the world government. And the Stevenson pirate crew had deliberately chosen precisely such a target, the George, their flagship. A portly pirate, his neck wrapped in a scarf and a long sword coiled at his waist, burst excitedly from the ship's cabin and sprinted straight toward Captain Stevenson, who stood at the bow. Drawing close, he lowered his voice and whispered, "Boss, we've struck gold. A devil fruit was found in Moa Kingdom's treasury. I've already placed it in your treasure chest." At these words, Stevenson immediately turned, a flicker of excitement lighting his eyes as he asked, "Do you know what type of devil fruit it is?" The stout pirate paused thoughtfully before replying, "I can't say for certain, but it bears a strong resemblance to a paramecia-type devil fruit I once saw." Stevenson's expression dimmed with disappointment. Though he had yet to consume a devil fruit, acquiring one was no great challenge given his formidable strength. Yet he coveted only a logia-type fruit, or perhaps an exceptionally potent Zoan-type. To amplify his prowess as a swordsman, a paramecia would interest him solely if its power aligned perfectly with his combat style. Otherwise, ingesting a useless devil fruit would merely burden him with 2 fatal weaknesses: inability to swim and vulnerability to sea stone. Still unwilling to draw hasty conclusions before laying eyes on the fruit itself, he declared, "Take me to see it." Without another word, Stevenson strode briskly toward the cabin, his bulky crewmate hastening after him. Before him lay a pear-shaped fruit mottled with spots and intricate patterns, yet its identity remained utterly inscrutable. Though devil fruit users were not uncommon in this world, deeper knowledge of their nature was jealously guarded, held most tightly by the most powerful factions. Foremost among them was the world government, which hoarded all critical devil fruit intelligence and never disclosed it to the public. Even the Marine headquarters possessed only a fragment of that classified knowledge, and other organizations and individuals knew far less. Thus, Stevenson's ignorance was hardly surprising. Yet his burly crewmate ventured cautiously, "Boss, it looks remarkably like the paramecia type string fruit." Stevenson frowned skeptically. He'd heard the string fruit had already been consumed. After all, no 2 identical devil fruits could ever exist simultaneously in this world. Only upon the death of a devil fruit user would its power detach, remanifesting within a random fruit somewhere across the globe. But wasn't the string fruit eaten just a few years ago? Stevenson voiced his doubt. Truth be told, If this truly were the string fruit, it would complement his swordsmanship remarkably well. He might well choose to consume it, were its identity confirmed beyond doubt. That I cannot say. I once studied a devil fruit compendium, and this fruit closely resembles the string fruit depicted therein. The heavy-set pirate offered no further explanation. Stevenson stood silent, cradling the strange giant pear in his hands, lost in contemplation. 3 days earlier, aboard the Azure Dragon, Amos hung up the telephone, hesitated briefly, then exited Kajaku Tachibana's office and made his way onto the deck. Admiral Azure Dragon, MOA Kingdom has just issued an emergency distress call. They were assaulted by the Stevenson pirate crew several days ago, and now with their defenses crippled, they're under siege by the Mensa pirates. Shall we intervene? They are not a world government allied nation, Amos asked, glancing at Kajaku Tachibana, who reclined on a broad chaise lounge, eyes closed in quiet repose. Kajaku Tachibana opened his eyes, instantly gazed sharp and resolute. To me, there is no distinction between allied and non-allied nations. Any pirate who commits crime shall be apprehended. Set sail immediately. Destination, MOA Kingdom. Full speed ahead. Understood, Admiral Azure Dragon. Amos snapped a crisp salute and departed without delay. Outside King Ahiz's castle in MOA Kingdom, the Mensa pirates had already breached the outer perimeter. A colossal black gorilla towering 5 meters high and a crimson baboon standing 3.5 meters tall pounded the castle gates with massive clenched fists. Boom, boom, boom. Inside, King Ahiz paced frantically, heart pounding with terror. These pirates had fixated on him. Barely had the Stevenson crew departed when the Mensa pirates descended. Was there no end to this torment? At that moment, the captain of the Royal Guard rushed in, shouting, "The Marines have arrived. We're saved." Truly, the Marines are really here. Ahiz gasped in disbelief. Your Majesty, the world government Marines have indeed arrived. They stand outside the castle gates, engaging the Mensa pirates in battle. Beyond the walls, Kajaku Tachibana assessed the two primates' combat strength and drew his blade Raryu. Though they were mere foot soldiers in his eyes, it was regrettable that aboard his ship none but himself could match them in single combat. His feet blurred into motion, Shuinpa carrying him like a phantom, while Raryu cleaved the air, splitting into twin arcs of lightning that slashed across both beasts' bodies. Shoo! Shoo! In an instant, the blade vanished back into its scabbard. Tina, you handle the rest. With those words, Kajaku Tachibana dissolved from sight. Boom! Boom! Two massive forms collapsed, severed cleanly at the waist, upper and lower halves crashing down in unison. On the Tsanglong ship, Amos brought King Ahisis of the Moya Kingdom aboard. Amos pointed at King Ahisis, introducing him to Jiao Qiaoju, Tsanglong Vice Admiral. This is King Ahisis of the Moya Kingdom, who has come specifically to thank you. As soon as Amos finished speaking, Ahisis took the initiative to respond, bowing deeply to Jiao Qiaoju with utmost sincerity, saying, "Hello, Vice Admiral Tsanglong. I am immensely grateful today. You have saved our Moya Kingdom." Jiao Qiaoju shook his head with a smile and said, "It is our Navy's duty to combat pirates. You need not thank me. As long as I remain the commander of the G2 branch, I will continue to do so, even if pirates appear in your Moya Kingdom. By the way, was your Moya Kingdom recently raided by the Stevenson pirate group? Do you know which direction they escaped?" Upon hearing this, King Ahisis looked somewhat troubled as he gazed at Jiao Qiaoju and said, "Vice Admiral Tsanglong, I actually came today to discuss the matter of the Stevenson pirate group with you. A week ago, Stevenson and his pirates invaded our Moya Kingdom, and the pirates under Stevenson took away a devil fruit from our royal treasury." Jiao Qiaoju couldn't help but curiously ask, what kind of devil fruit did Stevenson take? The horse fruit, mythical Zoan unicorn form. King Ahisis said, emphasizing each word. Mythical Zoan. Jiao Qiaoju murmured in surprise, and then looked at Ahisis with confusion, asking, "Since your Moya royal family possesses a mythical Zoan devil fruit, why have you not consumed it?" Upon hearing Jiao Qiaoju's question, King Ahisis sighed and explained, "This devil fruit was recently discovered in our Moya Kingdom by chance. I initially intended to offer it as tribute to the celestial dragons to secure Moya Kingdom's membership as an affiliated nation. But now it seems..." Jiao Qiaoju nodded, realizing. Although he found it hard to understand King Ahisis' actions, he could not deny that Ahisis was indeed a good king. However, Jiao Qiaoju still believed that true strength must be in one's own hands. What does it matter if the Moya Kingdom joins the world government's alliance? How many allied nations in the pirate world are not disturbed by pirates each year? The commonality among those countries that have not been invaded is that they possess enough strength to protect themselves. For these lawless pirates and slave traders, as long as you do not harm their power, you cannot stop their greed. After pondering for a moment, Jiao Qiaoju looked at King Ahisis and said, "I will pursue the Stevenson pirate group right now. If he has not consumed that devil fruit, I will retrieve it. However, even so, that devil fruit is my trophy now, and I will not return it to you. The only promise I can make you is this. That is what I just told you is absolutely true. As long as I remain the commander of the G2 branch, I will do my utmost to protect the Moya Kingdom. King Ahisis nodded, gratefully satisfied with this outcome, even if the newly assigned vice admiral from the G2 branch retrieves the devil fruit. Given the circumstances, what right did he have to demand its return? He was merely a vice admiral of the navy, while he, a king of a small nation, ruled over just a tiny island. The vice admiral had dozens of islands under his jurisdiction, each much larger than his own. Even if he got his wish and the Moya Kingdom became a member of the world government, ultimately, it would still be the navy that protects them. A week later, at the edge of the G2 branch's territorial waters, close to the G7 branch's area, the Tsanglong ship had slowly arrived at this location. The pink-haired girl Tina quickly came from below deck to the edge of the Tsanglong ship's deck, looking at Jiao Tiaoju earnestly and asking, Vice Admiral Tsanglong, Colonel Amos asked me to inquire if we should continue pursuing the Stevenson pirate group, who has already left the G2 branch's jurisdiction. Jiao Tiaoju furrowed his brows as he gazed at the vast ocean before him. As the commander of the G2 branch, he could not leave the G2 branch's territorial waters without an order from the Navy headquarters. However, he felt increasingly unwilling to just watch them escape. After thinking for a moment, Jiao Tiaoju looked at Tina and gently said, Tina, I cannot bear to let the Stevenson pirate group escape like this. You and Amos stay here with the soldiers. I will go after them alone. Hearing this, the girl frowned, saying, Tina wants to accompany you. Tina is not a burden. Jiao Tiaoju smiled helplessly and without further hesitation nodded, saying, Indeed, Tina is not a burden. You can accompany me. Your abilities are indeed quite useful. After saying this, Jiao Tiaoju did not think to notify his first officer Amos. He simply placed a hand on Tina's shoulder, and with a light push he leaped off the deck of the Tsanglong ship, with Tina soaring into the sky like a bird, vanishing in an instant. The two figures transformed into a streak of light accompanied by a thunderous roar, shooting straight towards the direction the Stevenson pirate group had fled. It was only then that Tina realized. The girl's face turned bright red. Did she not know how to use moonwalk? Why did she let Jiao Tiaoju carry her? Jiao Tiaoju seemed to read her mind as he looked down at the girl in his arms while stepping on the air, explaining, I was afraid they would get too far away, and my air walk is faster than your moonwalk. You are not angry, are you, Tina? The girl buried her head deeply as if playing ostrich, softly saying, Tina understands. Tina is not angry. Just 10 minutes later, Jiao Tiaoju sensed the position of the Stevenson pirate group's ship. Sensing that the man in the cabin held the devil fruit resembling a large pear, Jiao Tiaoju chuckled softly. Good, he hadn't eaten it yet. Then you don't need to eat it. Tina, don't go down yet. I need to destroy their ship. You are a devil fruit user, and it can be a bit dangerous on the sea. Jiao Tiaoju looked down at the girl in his arms as he explained. The pink-haired girl Tina nodded and stepped onto the air, leaving Jiao Tiaoju's embrace. As the rumbling sound approached in the sky, the elite pirates of the Stevenson pirate group on their ship all looked up simultaneously. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the sound of something heavy hitting the deck echoed. A man of enormous stature, nearly 3 meters tall, dressed in the uniform of a high-ranking Navy officer with a long sword at his waist and a justice cloak draped over him, landed on the deck of the Stevenson pirate group ship alone. There was no need for Jiao Tiaoju to introduce himself. These elite pirates, having spent years in the Grand Line, were well aware that such a figure with this physique and entrance could not be an ordinary person. Clearly, he was likely one of those formidable men. Surrounded, Jiao Tiaoju slowly drew his blade, which had been nurtured into a fine sword level through his advanced haki. The slender blade of the Thunder Dragon was now adorned with a faint layer of naturally formed black patterns. Looking at the gathered elite pirates, Jiao Tiaoju declared softly, You are all surrounded by me. Resistance is futile. Put your hands on your heads. All of you kneel down. The elite pirates on Stevenson's ship were left speechless. Is this person a fool? Even if an admiral of the Navy were to come, these pirates would dare to confront him. How could Jiao Tiaoju, no matter how fierce, scare them? They were elite pirates who had entered the Grand Line. Hey, do not underestimate their boldness. Seeing no one move, Jiao Tiaoju merely smiled slightly. He had just been joking. Feeling the approaching swordsman, Jiao Tiaoju raised his Thunder Dragon and swiftly struck down at the pirate ship below. Bang! A massive blue slash erupted from the Thunder Dragon's blade, swiftly slicing through the ship from Jiao Tiaoju's position. The ship had to be cut. Jiao Tiaoju's primary aim was to prevent the man holding the devil fruit from suddenly consuming that precious mythical Zoan devil fruit. If he hadn't eaten it, yet it only meant one thing. That guy didn't recognize this mythical Zoan devil fruit. Jiao Tiaoju knew that the man was the swordsman named Stevenson. As a swordsman, having the ship damaged wouldn't significantly affect Stevenson's combat effectiveness. However, it would be different for a devil fruit user unless they could fly. Can the unicorn form fly? Jiu Tiaoju was unclear, and Stevenson was even less certain. He didn't even know what type of devil fruit it was. Indeed, Jiu Tiaoju's predictions were not wrong. Stevenson did not choose to gamble by eating the devil fruit. Instead, he wrapped it in a cloth bag and placed it inside his clothes. Stevenson had never expected that this Navy officer would come and slash their ship. Caught off guard by the time he reacted, it was already too late. Most of the ship's structure had been destroyed by Jiu Tiaoju's attack. Even if he reacted, he couldn't stop Jiu Tiaoju. With a fierce glare, Stevenson drew his long knife. Stevenson knew that if he couldn't kill this Navy officer, he certainly wouldn't be able to escape today. After all, unlike this detestable Navy man, he couldn't fly. If a group of people were swimming in the sea, they would only be live targets for this Navy swordsman. In fact, at this moment, Jiu Tiaoju could simply use air walk to fly into the sky. From time to time, he could launch a long-range strike at the pirates in the water without expending much effort. However, he was concerned that Stevenson might take the risk to destroy the devil fruit or eat it directly. Jiu Tiaoju and Stevenson stood facing each other, swords drawn at a distance of several dozen meters over the sea. The Stevenson pirate group's nearly 100 pirates were either swimming or had found debris from the ship scattered around the nearby waters. Stevenson stood on the wreckage of the ship, glaring at Jiu Tiaoju, who stood on another piece of debris, suppressing his anger as he spoke. You must be the new commander of the G2 branch. I have already left the G2 branch's jurisdiction. Oh, why are you still pursuing me? Jiu Tiaoju shook his head expressionlessly. You are a pirate and I am a Navy officer. It is that simple. Since when did the Navy need a reason to pursue pirates? After saying this, Jiu Tiaoju wasted no more time and charged forward with the Thunder Dragon in hand. He didn't want to use a flying slash and accidentally damage the devil fruit. Seeing this, Stevenson showed no fear and charged forward with his sword. Both of their long swords were enveloped in haki. Stevenson's sword displayed a pitch-black sheen, while Jiu Tiaoju's Thunder Dragon radiated a purplish red hue. Clang! The moment their swords collided, the victor was determined. The significantly larger Thunder Dragon easily sent Stevenson and his sword flying. The sea surged around the two of them. Stevenson's hand that gripped the long sword was injured by the immense force of the Thunder Dragon, with one tiny wound after another opening up, blood flowing uncontrollably from the wounds and dripping into the sea beneath them. Tightening his bloodied hand, which still clutched the sword hilt, Stevenson looked at the Navy officer before him in shock. This guy must be a great swordsman. Stevenson genuinely did not expect the Navy to take him so seriously, dispatching a great swordsman to pursue him. Did he kill the celestial dragons? Why else would they pursue him so?